Chapter 221. Lee Mingyu effortlessly lifts weights. Morata's power stuns the earth upon witnessing Lee Mingyu once again being contained by Fred. Pedri did not rashly pass the ball, but chose to embark on an individual offensive maneuver. As Lee Mingyu faced the closely following Fred, he remained unperturbed, instead pulling away in a direction that distanced him from the ball, compelling Fred to follow him further afield. Lee Mingyu's sudden lateral movement toward the center disrupted the Brazilian midfield, creating a significant imbalance. Consequently, the pressure on Pedri's side was considerably alleviated. Among the two defensive midfielders, Rodri and Koch, one would invariably advance to support the attack. This time, it was Rodri who surged forward. With the defense drawn towards Lee Mingyu, Rodri found himself unmarked. Pedri, noticing Rodri's advance, executed a reverse triangle pass, delivering the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Rodri observed that the nearest Casemiro was approximately 5 meters away, revealing an open avenue ahead, devoid of any defenders. The Brazilian defense was momentarily captivated by the movements of Lee Mingyu and the ball-carrying Pedri, failing to notice Rodri's unmarked arrival. Seizing the opportunity, Rodri, without hesitation, initiated a forward thrust with the ball. His sudden advance posed a significant dilemma for the Brazilian backline. Fred, who had been tightly marking Lee Mingyu, was drawn in by Rodri's ball progression. In a split second of distraction, Fred realized that Lee Mingyu had escaped his grasp and lunged forward. As Fred turned to pursue, he found that Lee Mingyu had already created a 1-meter gap. Without time for regret, Fred rushed towards Lee Mingyu, shouting for the defensive line to assist in covering. However, Rodri's unexpected incursion prompted Casemiro to confront him, attempting an interception. In the instant of their collision, Rodri utilized the outside of his right foot to deftly pass the ball towards the flanking Pedri. Casemiro, unable to halt his momentum, crashed into the unmarked Rodri, sending him sprawling to the ground. As Casemiro fell, he quickly raised his hand in a gesture of innocence, indicating he had not committed a foul. Nevertheless, the referee opted not to halt the match, signaling for an advantageous attack with outstretched arms. After receiving the ball, Pedri found himself facing only a single fullback in defense. In the center, Morata and Fati had already sprinted forward, positioning themselves to receive Pedri's pass. While Lee Mingyu was nearing the edge of the penalty area, the Brazilian defense was poised for a formidable challenge. In a 4-on-4 scenario, Pedri executed a splendid bicycle maneuver, deftly maneuvering past Brazil's right back Danilo Luiz towards the baseline. With the ball now under his left foot, Pedri assessed the central situation and delivered a low reverse triangle pass that swept the ball to the vicinity of the penalty arc. Morata and Fati had both penetrated the penalty area, pressing the Brazilian defense back towards the penalty spot. With Casemiro and Rodri entangled on the ground, they were incapable of providing adequate coverage. Although Fred closely pursued Lee Mingyu from behind, he had lost his defensive positioning, leaving the Brazilian penalty arc unguarded. At that moment, Lee Mingyu appeared like a divine entity, embodying the essence of a top-tier midfielder's ability to make late runs. As he approached the ball, he raised his right leg, poised to unleash a powerful shot. The two central defenders, witnessing this, rushed forward in an attempt to shield themselves from Lee Mingyu's impending strike. As they turned, their muscles tensing in anticipation of a thunderous impact, the spectators erupted in astonishment. After a brief moment, the defenders felt neither the searing pain of a shot nor the sound of a ball striking the net. Realizing they had been duped, they turned back only to see a ball gracefully arching over their heads. Morata, now unmarked, adjusted his position to meet the high ball with a magnificent side volley, sending it soaring towards the Brazilian goal. Brazil's goalkeeper, Alisson, stood frozen on the goal line, dumbfounded as he watched the ball sail into the net behind him, unable to react. Aside from the two defenders who had turned their backs to Lee Mingyu, the other players and the entire crowd bore witness to the brilliance of Lee Mingyu's pass. After scoring, Morata leaped into the air and dashed towards Lee Mingyu, who stood outside the penalty area with a beaming smile, embracing him tightly. That pass was absolutely magnificent, was the unspoken sentiment shared by everyone who had witnessed the moment. Fans watching from home marveled at the replay, once again admiring the essence of Lee Mingyu's pass. With Pedri successfully breaking through on the wing, he delivered a precise, ground-level reverse triangle pass into the unguarded area near the penalty arc. Lee Mingyu, having evaded Fred's defense, surged forward, lifted his right leg to seemingly prepare for a distant shot. In that instant, both Brazilian defenders assumed he would strike. In fact, not only the defenders, but everyone expected a shot from Lee Mingyu, with even Morata preparing to evade the potential strike. However, as the defenders lunged in anticipation, Lee Mingyu's raised leg swiftly descended, transforming what was expected to be a thunderous shot into a tender, artful pass. With a gentle touch using the outside of his foot, he caressed the rolling ball, sending it arcing beautifully over the defenders' heads. Morata, despite not being fully prepared, adeptly adjusted to the pass's height, showcasing his exceptional skills as a top-tier forward, contributing to a stunning collaboration. With the score now at 4-2, this goal once again widened the gap for the Spanish team. This moment struck a profound blow to the morale of the Brazilian squad. Lee Mingyu relished this act of psychological warfare. Had he opted for a direct long-range shot, even if it had resulted in a goal, it would not have inflicted such a severe dent to Brazil's spirit. Yet, with a pass reminiscent of a magician's trick, Morata executed a celestial side volley, crafting a moment of exquisite brilliance that left the Brazilian players in disbelief. After Morata's goal, Lee Mingyu shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture that seemed to say, scoring was so effortless, how dull. Lee Mingyu's ostentatious behavior instantly incited profound anger among the Brazilian supporters. However, the players of the Spanish team found that this goal effectively alleviated the heavy burden weighing on their hearts. The relentless pressure exerted by the Brazilian team on the Spanish defense had been immense, and the consecutive goals had placed considerable strain on Spain's backline. With a stunningly imaginative pass from Lee Mingyu, complemented by Morata's exquisite finish, the tension that had gripped the Spanish players was finally released. In jubilant celebration by the corner flag, the Spanish players reveled in their triumph, while the fans in the stands raised their fists in admiration for the magnificent goal. Catherine, overwhelmed with excitement, danced animatedly in the stands, and even the typically composed Bella stood up, vigorously shaking her tiny fist before returning to her calm demeanor. Catherine, with her striking figure, had become another star on the field, drawing the gaze of many fans around her. Bella, that move from Lee just now was incredibly cool. I declare that I want to be your sister-in-law, Catherine exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Bella. Bella had long recognized the girl's intentions towards her cousin. Yet despite her subtle hints, Catherine had always evaded the matter directly. Today, however, Catherine could no longer contain her fervent heart and bravely confessed her feelings to Lee Mingyu's cousin. Bella, nonchalantly tossing her hair, replied, "If you like him, then go for it. After all, he doesn't have a girlfriend at the moment." Catherine's expression fell, her cheeks puffed out in hesitation as she asked, "Bella, do you think he might not like me?" Bella shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. "I'm sorry, but I've already told you. I really don't know what kind of girl he prefers." Catherine pondered for a moment, glancing at Lee Mingyu, who was rejoining his teammates in their half, uncertainly stating, "How could someone as remarkable as Lee not have a girlfriend? Is it possible that what the media reports is true?" Suddenly, a flicker of fear crossed Catherine's face, and she quickly shook her head, dismissing the impure thoughts from her mind. Bella, who never paid attention to sports news and was unaware of her cousin's gossip, asked curiously, "What did the media report? Is there some scandalous rumor?" At that moment, Bella's hidden curiosity about gossip surged, especially since it concerned her extraordinary cousin. Catherine shook her head, unwilling to divulge the malicious speculations of unscrupulous media, and hastily changed the subject. Bella, merely curious about the gossip, refrained from pressing further when Catherine chose not to elaborate. However, the question lingered in Bella's mind, and she resolved to investigate the matter further upon returning to the hotel. Could it be true that her cousin had already found a girlfriend? Back on the field, the match resumed, and it was now the 60th minute of the second half. With the score at 4-2 in favor of Spain, time was running short for Brazil. They needed to score twice in the next 30 minutes while ensuring that Spain did not score again to maintain any hope of extending the match into extra time. Having completed the initial 15 minutes of the second half, head coach Enrique had inquired about Lee Mingyu's physical condition just before the restart. Lee assured him that he was fit to continue. Although Enrique wished to substitute Lee for his safety, the current dynamics of the game left him in a quandary. Despite Spain's 2-goal lead, Brazil's performance in the second half presented a challenge for Enrique. Nonetheless, he had given Lee a final ultimatum. He would be substituted no later than the 75th minute, meaning Lee had just 15 minutes left to contribute. Lee understood this was the coach's way of looking out for him and nodded in agreement, prepared to seize every moment on the pitch. Upon the restart, Brazil launched a fierce offensive against Spain's half. Neymar pressed on the right flank, but Chelsea's captain Azpilicueta remained composed, expertly managing the distance between them. This proximity was discomforting for Neymar, as Azpilicueta's defensive acumen left him unsure whether to attempt a breakthrough or a pass. After a couple of attempts, Neymar found Azpilicueta immovable, leading to a comical moment on the field where all players stood still, neither Brazilian nor Spanish players making any movement. Azpilicueta held his ground, forcing Neymar to reluctantly retreat the ball back to his own half, visibly dejected. After passing the ball back, Neymar gestured helplessly to his teammates. "Why aren't you moving? You're not giving me any space to pass. What am I supposed to do?" The forwards of Brazil shared his frustration, pointing out that he had cornered himself and could not blame others. Though Neymar briefly embraced his responsibilities as captain, he reverted to his habitual tendency to shift blame when faced with adversity. This display of frustration significantly impacted the morale of the Brazilian squad. Complaining is always the least productive attitude on the field. Despite his undeniable talent, Neymar seldom had the opportunity to captain teams outside of the national squad, rendering him more akin to a wayward son. After all, wayward sons bear no responsibility. In a decisive chapter, Spain thoroughly dismantled the Brazilian team, propelling them into the finals for the first time in 12 years. Neymar attempted to breach Spain's defense multiple times, but the seasoned Azpilicueta thwarted his every effort. Each time Neymar attempted to maneuver, Spain's defense intentionally surrounded him, making both breakthroughs and passes exceedingly challenging. Consequently, Neymar attributed his unsuccessful attacks to his teammates' lack of positioning. His repeated verbal complaints towards his teammates bred discontent among them. To be frank, while Neymar had scored prolifically for Brazil, his tally of 76 international goals now stood just one shy of the legendary Pelé, the symbol of Brazilian football, who netted 77 goals over 92 matches. Neymar had played 130 matches for the national team, second only to the legendary Cafu, who had 142 appearances during Brazil's victorious 2002 World Cup campaign. At just shy of 31 years old, Neymar is at the zenith of his professional career, and it is indisputable that he will surpass Cafu to become the most capped player in the history of the Brazilian national team. However, in terms of national honors, Neymar has only secured championships for Brazil in the 2013 Confederations Cup and the 2016 Olympics, which pale in comparison to the accolades of his illustrious predecessors. This World Cup represents his most opportune moment yet. The Brazilian squad boasts a formidable lineup, unlike the previous World Cup where Neymar was isolated and unsupported. A plethora of Brazilian players have matured and risen to prominence. Neymar remains the unequivocal star of the team. Nonetheless, within the hearts of some of his more rebellious teammates, there's a distinct lack of reverence for him. Brazil, Argentina, and Portugal have long been dubbed one-man teams. Neymar as Brazil, Messi as Argentina, and Ronaldo as Portugal. While Ronaldo and Messi, as the undisputed leaders of their respective teams, command universal respect due to their prowess and accolades, Neymar seems to lack that same level of esteem within the Brazilian squad. Is it dominance, aggression, or perhaps mere fortune that eludes him? Personally, I find it hard to wholeheartedly admire a player who rolls on the ground for a full minute after being fouled. Just before the World Cup, during a friendly match, after being tackled, Neymar dramatically fell to the ground, rolling 4 times and banging his hands on the pitch to express his pain. Yet, none of his teammates approached to inquire about his condition. They all surrounded the referee to protest the foul. A particularly comical moment was captured when Brazilian star Coutinho, seated on the bench, smirked at Neymar's exaggerated display, a reaction that quickly went viral online. Additionally, Coutinho's absence from the final World Cup roster raised eyebrows, leading many to speculate whether Neymar harbored a personal vendetta that cost Coutinho his place. The discourse around this incident became fervent, yet both Neymar and Coutinho remained silent. Brazilian coach Tite, upon the announcement of the roster, indicated that some players' physical conditions did not meet the required standards for participation. This incident highlights that within the Brazilian squad, some still harbor reservations about Neymar. Similar to Ronaldo during his Manchester United days, who often resorted to theatrics to draw fouls, he faced the wrath of coach Ferguson, who, in one match, substituted him out in anger after a particularly blatant dive. Ferguson admonished the despondent Ronaldo, demanding he reconsider his approach to the game, reminding him that he was no longer a fledgling player but was on the path to becoming a superstar. He urged Ronaldo to set a commendable example for young fans, questioning whether he truly wished to see them emulate his theatrics rather than admire his skills. This pivotal moment profoundly impacted Ronaldo, leading him to curtail his tendency for simulation on the pitch. Gradually, he evolved into one of football's most esteemed idols, embodying perseverance and resilience that young fans sought to emulate. In a heartfelt interview, Ronaldo once proclaimed that Sir Ferguson was the most respected figure in his life, equating him to his second father who provided invaluable guidance. Without Ferguson's mentorship, he mused, he might have languished in obscurity, akin to another talented player, Quaresma, who failed to realize his potential. The world is replete with gifted players, yet the realization of such talent often hinges on the presence of a commendable coach. A great coach can cultivate exceptional players, while a mediocre one may stifle a prodigy-esque growth. Neymar, to this day, grapples with a peculiar dichotomy of unfulfilled potential. When he first emerged, Brazil rejoiced, heralding him as the second coming of Pelé or Ronaldo. Since the retirements of Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, Brazil has seen a dearth of players embodying the spirit of samba. The progressive Europeanization of the Brazilian team has left many feeling disoriented. Neymar's emergence brought tears of joy to Brazilian eyes, as the prodigal child they had awaited for years finally appeared. However, this peak seems to have become the pinnacle of Neymar's journey. Over a decade has passed, and while Neymar has matured, his skills appear stagnant. In this World Cup, he has indeed performed commendably, exhibiting a remarkable transformation that has thrilled Brazilian fans. In the second half against Spain, his 2 goals brought tears of joy to the nation, returning the spirit of the Samba team. Yet, following a brilliant assist from Lee Mingyu that set up Morata's goal, Neymar once again faltered. With high expectations resting on his shoulders, he found himself ensnared in Spain's resolute defense, failing to capitalize on several attacking opportunities and recklessly charging forward, neglecting his teammates. As frustration mounted, Brazilian players gradually lost faith in Neymar. After a particularly harsh tackle, he angrily directed his frustration at the referee, demanding a foul, only to be dismissed with a gesture to get up. Rising to his feet, Neymar shouted at Jesus nearby, questioning his positional awareness and urging him to make runs, as if he were playing the same way at Manchester City. Jesus, having endured Neymar's tirade, retorted that at Manchester City, simply making runs resulted in the ball being delivered, as his teammates were Lee, not Neymar. Upon hearing those words, Neymar, consumed by fury, stormed towards Jesus, pressing his head against his face, contorting his features as he demanded, "Say that again. Which side are you really on?" Unyielding, Jesus retaliated, "Am I wrong? Think about it. It's been 10 minutes. Have you even passed the ball once? Every time it reaches your feet, it stays there. What use is my positioning?" As the 2 Brazilian forwards seemed on the verge of a physical altercation, the referee swiftly halted the match and approached. "What are you 2 doing? This is a World Cup match. If you both wish to leave the field, I won't hesitate to brandish a red card." The referee, with a stern expression, separated the 2 and issued a warning. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Even the Brazilian fans were unable to tolerate such shameful behavior. How could the Brazilian team be reduced to such indignity? Their captain was arguing with his teammate. At that moment, a camera panned to a box in the stadium, revealing a displeased rotund figure who angrily hurled his wine glass to the ground and stormed out. The fleeting glimpse was enough for all football aficionados to recognize the face. Ronaldo, the legendary Brazilian forward, the second highest goal scorer in World Cup history. He had come to witness whether Brazil could overthrow Spain, and to see if Lee Mingyu could surpass his own record. Years ago, when Klose surpassed him, Ronaldo had been present in the box, and upon witnessing Klose's momentous goal, despite his complex feelings, he stood to applaud the great German star. It was a passing of the torch. Football thrives because of the abundance of talented players, with generations of superstars emerging, records being shattered. For the predecessors, it is both a source of frustration and a consolation. The frustration of being outdone, yet comforted by the sport's continued evolution. However, seeing Neymar embroiled in conflict with his teammate, Ronaldo's expression soured, and he tossed his wine glass in disgust, turning to leave. After being separated by the referee, Neymar continued to walk away, muttering insults. Initially, Neymar merely sought to vent his anger and anxiety, but Jesus' remark, "You're not as good as Lee Mingyu," ignited a fire within him. Brazil's coach, tight, with a grim expression, substituted Jesus with Firmino from Liverpool. Enraged, Jesus tore off his jersey on the field, clenching it in his fist, and stormed off without acknowledging Firmino or exchanging words with Tite, entering the tunnel without looking back. The infighting between Neymar and Jesus drained what little fighting spirit remained in the Brazilian squad. The cacophony of boos intensified, as even the Brazilian fans began to turn against them. This was not the Brazil they revered. As Neymar listened to the overwhelming jeers, confusion clouded his mind. How had the situation deteriorated so rapidly? The second half had begun so promisingly with 2 goals in 8 minutes. Spain had seemed on the brink of collapse. What had gone wrong? Upon spotting the other number 10 on the pitch, realization dawned upon Neymar. Lee Mingyu. It was Lee Mingyu with an enigmatic pass that had irrevocably altered the match's trajectory. Observing the poised 20-year-old, resembling a seasoned captain, Neymar glanced at the blue armband on his arm. Was he truly fit to be the captain of Brazil? In the 75th minute, Lee Mingyu executed a precise through ball, slicing through Brazil's defense and finding Pedri. Upon receiving the pass, cut inside into Brazil's penalty area, and before the defenders could react, scored with a deft shot. The score was now 5-2, and Pedri's goal effectively sealed Brazil's fate. Following the goal, Enrique promptly substituted Lee Mingyu, after a tense exchange of momentum on the field for over 10 minutes. The referee checked his watch and blew the final whistle. Ultimately, in the first semi-final of the Qatar World Cup, Spain triumphed over Brazil with a score of 5-2. Although not as bloody as the infamous 7-1 defeat in 2014, countless Brazilians felt an even deeper sorrow. Thus, Spain became the first team to reach the finals of this tournament, marking their return to the World Cup final since their victory in 2010. After the match, Neymar, dejected, approached Lee Mingyu to exchange jerseys. Without uttering a word, he turned and walked away. Watching Neymar's stubborn silhouette, Lee Mingyu couldn't help but smirk subtly. Chapter 223, Messi and Ronaldo, who will converge with Lee Mingyu in the finals. Even before this World Cup, many regarded Spain as the frontrunner for the championship. However, the ominous curse of the favorites falling short loomed over them as it has in previous tournaments. Nevertheless, Spain demonstrated their might and prowess, becoming the first team to reach the World Cup final, awaiting the victor of the upcoming semi-final between Argentina and Portugal. This match would mark the inaugural clash between the footballing titans Messi and Ronaldo on the World Cup stage, dominating the football world for a decade. These two superstars faced each other in the critical semi-final of their final World Cup. Both Ronaldo and Messi, having participated in 5 World Cups, made one last effort to fulfill their dreams of lifting the trophy. Yet, fate dictated that one of these legends would depart with a heavy heart. Would it be the 37-year-old Ronaldo or the 35-year-old Messi who would fall short at the gates of the final? All would be revealed on December 14th, 2022, at 2200 hours Qatar time. However, the outcome of the Spain-Brazil match had already stirred significant waves, especially considering Lee Mingyu's astonishing tally of 14 goals in a single World Cup, an extraordinary feat beyond belief. Prior to this tournament, the moniker $3 billion man attributed to Lee Mingyu had been met with skepticism. How could a mere 20-year-old command such a staggering valuation? Comparatively, Kevin De Bruyne, who departed Manchester City for Real Madrid, was valued at only $150 million, half of Lee Mingyu's worth. During an interview, De Bruyne expressed his profound dissatisfaction, stating that Manchester City's actions have deeply hurt him. As a 20-year-old, possessing such a high market value places immense pressure on the shoulders of seasoned players. Should I encounter him on the Champions League stage, I would make it clear what constitutes a true top-tier midfielder. This season, Real Madrid is undeniably a formidable force, and De Bruyne's arrival has brought immense joy to Holland. The inclusion of such a premier midfielder significantly enhances Holland's prowess as a forward. However, witnessing Lee Mingyu's stunning performances at the World Cup has caused the previously critical online comments to vanish without a trace, as if they had never existed. 14 World Cup goals are sufficient to silence any detractor. Numerous predecessors have spent their entire careers without matching Lee Mingyu's tally from just one World Cup. In this match, Lee Mingyu not only shattered Just Fontaine's long-standing record of goals in a single World Cup, but also achieved an unprecedented feat, a hat-trick of assists. This marks the first occasion in World Cup history that a player has recorded a hat-trick of assists. Lee Mingyu not only accomplished this remarkable feat, but also scored a goal, with his first goal being an indirect assist by him. His formidable attacking capabilities have once again proven his strength to all. With 14 goals and 6 assists, Lee Mingyu currently leads both categories, marking the first instance in World Cup history that the top scorer and the top assister are the same individual. Naturally, the player who benefited most from Lee's assists is Morata, the striker for Juventus. After scoring his first World Cup goal against the Netherlands, Morata became unstoppable, tallying 7 goals in 6 matches, now tied with Neymar for second place in the goal count. The terrifying attacking power of the Spanish team has left the world in awe. Global media has begun to lavish praise on Lee Mingyu, dubbing him the world's premier midfielder and the greatest in history. Through his World Cup performance, Lee has completely captivated football fans worldwide. Nevertheless, a recent interview with Brazilian football legend Ronaldo has somewhat overshadowed Lee Mingyu's achievements. I have never been so disappointed in the Brazilian team. Neymar is not a good leader. He has no understanding of what a leader should do. Ronaldo shook his head in dismay and anger before the cameras. Neymar, now a 30-year-old veteran, plays as if he were still the same player from 10 years ago, lacking any maturity. His performance on the pitch resembles that of a sleepwalker. Yet he still criticizes his teammates and engages in internal conflict. This is a disgrace to Brazilian football. Ronaldo's remarks sent ripples through the football community. Since his debut, Neymar has garnered both adoration and criticism. He has as many detractors as admirers. His flashy dribbling undoubtedly attracts many fans, yet some of his behaviors incite disdain among others. As a universally recognized football superstar, Ronaldo's statements have drawn considerable attention, placing Neymar once again at the center of controversy. However, such discussions are fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the match between Argentina and Portugal, leaving fans little time to focus on Neymar, who is now only competing for third place. Messi and Ronaldo symbolize an entire generation of football. This time, their national teams clashed in the World Cup semifinals, stirring excitement among their supporters. On December 14, 2022, Al Rayyan Stadium hosted the most anticipated showdown of the tournament. The names Messi and Ronaldo alone command attention in the football world. Today, for the first time, both names appeared on the World Cup stage simultaneously, elevating the viewership to unprecedented heights. The Argentine team donned their iconic blue and white jerseys, while the Portuguese team wore deep red. Number 10, Messi, and number 7, Ronaldo, stood solemnly at the forefront of their respective teams, exchanging no glances. Despite countless encounters in club matches, this was their inaugural meeting on the World Cup stage, momentarily evoking a sense of unfamiliarity between them. With the referee's whistle, the battle for the second spot in the finals commenced. All players from Lee Mingyu's Spanish team were present to witness this momentous match, which drew significant attention for them as well. During the group stage, the two teams faced each other, with Spain defeating Argentina 3-1, thanks to Lee Mingyu's hat trick. Logically, if Argentina were to advance to the finals, Spain would hold a psychological advantage. However, since that group match, Messi's performance has notably improved, reminiscent of his peak form. He has scored 6 goals in 5 matches, showcasing extraordinary efficiency. Thus, Argentina has become a formidable opponent. Conversely, underestimating Portugal would be a grave mistake. This Spanish team is arguably the strongest since the golden generation of Rui Costa and Figo, a veritable platinum generation. Ronaldo, now in the twilight of his career, reflects on his talented teammates with a sense of nostalgia. Had I encountered such teammates years ago, perhaps I would have already secured a World Cup victory. In goal, Anthony Lopez from Lyon has firmly established himself as Portugal's starting goalkeeper. The defensive line comprises Guerreiro from Borussia Dortmund, Ruben Dias from Manchester City, 38-year-old veteran Font from Lille, and Cancelo, also from Manchester City. In midfield, Ruben Neves from Wolves anchors the team as the organizing defensive midfielder, flanked by attacking midfielders Bruno Fernandes from Manchester United and Bernardo Silva from Manchester City. The forward line features Ronaldo alongside Andre Silva from Frankfurt and Diogo Jota from Liverpool. This star-studded Portuguese team rekindles Ronaldo's dreams of World Cup glory. In contrast, the Argentine squad lacks similar star power. During the initial group match against Spain, Argentine winger Di Maria suffered an exacerbation of a knee injury, prematurely exiting the tournament. Just as it seemed Messi would once again face an early World Cup exit, he astonishingly rose to the occasion, single-handedly carrying Argentina into the semifinals. The match officially commenced. After 3 minutes of tentative exchanges, it became evident to fans worldwide that Argentina was not a match for Portugal. Messi remains a formidable opponent, yet amidst the collective pressure from multiple defenders, he no longer possesses the same agility that once defined his play, and his magic seems to have faded. Ronaldo, supported by a cadre of Portuguese prodigies, relentlessly launched assaults on the Argentine defense. Long-range shots, powerful strikes within the box, and free kicks seemed to keep the ball firmly entrenched in Argentina's half, compelling even Messi to retreat to the edge of his own penalty area to assist in defense. Surprisingly, Argentina withstood Portugal's relentless barrage for the full 90 minutes. Despite Portugal's opulent offensive line and a ball possession exceeding 70%, they failed to breach Argentina's defenses. Ronaldo, with a slightly grim expression, observed a weary Messi, who was bent over, gasping for breath, and a shadow flickered in his eyes. The 30 minutes of extra time elapsed, yet the score remained 0-0. Although this match yielded no goals, the spectators were far from bored. Rather, both teams had pushed the boundaries of attack and defense to their utmost extremes. Portugal's fierce onslaught was met with Argentina's impregnable fortitude. In the stands, Lee Mingyu and the Spanish players watched with glee, for this outcome was precisely what they wished to see. Both teams were utterly exhausted, and regardless of which team advanced to the final, they would face a Spanish squad that was well-prepared and brimming with fighting spirit. Much like Croatia 4 years prior, their strength was not necessarily inferior to France's. However, the arduous nature of their knockout rounds, having played 3 consecutive matches lasting 120 minutes each, left them fatigued as they entered the final to face the waiting French team. Ultimately, France triumphed effortlessly over Croatia, claiming the World Cup in Russia. It appeared that this year's World Cup would see Spain reaping the rewards of others' toil. Nonetheless, the question of which teams would reach the final remained to be answered. The players stood nervously on the midfield line, arms draped over each other's shoulders, their eyes fixed anxiously on the goal. Many players dared not look, either turning their backs or lowering their heads, softly murmuring prayers. Numerous substitutes knelt at the sidelines, beseeching divine protection. The World Cup final was but a heartbeat away. Argentina was to take the first penalty kick. Agüero was the first to stride from midfield to the goal. He had not started this match, as their strategy revolved around defense and counterattacks. It was only as extra time drew to a close that Agüero was substituted in by the coach, specifically to take the penalty. Standing at the penalty spot, Agüero glanced at the Portuguese goalkeeper before taking a deep breath and stepping back 2 paces. With a whistle from the referee, Agüero commenced his run-up. During his approach, he altered his rhythm, attempting to gauge the goalkeeper's weight distribution. However, Portuguese goalkeeper Antonio Lopes remained remarkably steady, not shifting his feet. This caused Agüero's rhythm to falter. Upon reaching the penalty spot, Agüero struck the ball with the inside of his right foot. In that instant, Lopes, like a hawk, executed a splendid dive, deflecting Agüero's shot, which was aimed just above the ground. To his shock, Agüero's penalty had been saved by Lopes. This was a goalkeeper's dream, an easily manageable half-height shot. Agüero had made a grave error. Lopes had made an astute judgment. Congratulations to Portugal. They had temporarily seized the advantage. Agüero, unable to comprehend the turn of events, felt his eyes welling with tears. He and Messi were of the same age. This was Messi's last World Cup, and it was also Agüero's final chance. Was he truly destined to bid farewell to the World Cup in such a manner? Agüero struggled to forgive himself. The expressions of the Argentine players grew increasingly solemn, while the Portuguese players beamed with joy. The first penalty taker for Portugal was Ferreira. Chapter 224, the harrowing penalty shootout, breathless and intense. Ferreira approached the goal with the ball, facing Argentina's veteran goalkeeper Romero. In this match, Argentina's starting goalkeeper was Martinez of Aston Villa. However, in the 120th minute of extra time, Argentine coach Scaloni opted to use his last substitution to bring on the 35-year-old veteran Romero, perhaps believing him to be better suited for the impending penalty shootout. In a fleeting moment captured on camera, an intriguing detail emerged. Romero was seen drinking from a water bottle that appeared to have a note affixed to it, densely inscribed with text, the content of which remained a mystery. As Ferreira approached, Romero glanced at the note, his eyes reflecting a newfound clarity. Casually tossing the water bottle aside, Romero clapped his hands together, warming up his body before positioning himself at the goal, his gaze sharp and focused on Ferreira. Ferreira placed the ball on the penalty spot. took 2 steps back on the grass, and then began his run. Romero slightly bent forward, akin to a cheetah poised to spring. Upon reaching the ball, Ferreira struck it without hesitation, directing it toward the lower left corner of the goal. As he kicked, he glanced at goalkeeper Romero, who appeared to possess uncanny foresight, diving swiftly to his left. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Romero's fingertips grazed the ball. However, due to the power behind Ferreira's shot, despite having guessed the correct direction, Romero could not prevent it from finding the back of the net. Watching the ball nestle into the goal, Romero felt a pang of regret as he struck the grass in frustration. If only he had moved a fraction sooner, he could have saved that shot. Yet, Romero did not succumb to despair. Contrarily, Ferreira, having scored, refrained from immediate celebration, casting a deep look at Romero. What an unusual sensation. It felt as though he had been seen through. This season's goalkeeper was indeed impressive. Romero had accurately anticipated the direction and angle of Ferreira's shot, and had it not been for the sheer force behind it, it would surely have been parried away. The cheers of his Portuguese teammates echoed behind him as Ferreira took a deep breath, let out a roar, and fervently pumped his fist. No need to frighten himself. Romero must have been merely guessing. Ferreira reassured himself as he jogged back to the center circle, exchanging high-fives with his teammates in celebration. The score stood at 0-1, with Portugal currently leading by 1 goal. The second player to take the field for Argentina is the Juventus forward Dybala. The Portuguese goalkeeper, Lopez, is notably energetic, having just saved a penalty kick from Agüero, which imposes immense psychological pressure on the Argentine penalty takers. Lopez claps incessantly to bolster his confidence and distract the opposing players. In truth, a penalty shootout is a battle of the mind. The goalkeeper's role is of paramount importance. Many legendary shootouts have culminated in the goalkeeper achieving near-mythic status. Dybala's expression remains unchanged, yet his gaze is fixed on the football at his feet rather than on Lopez. At the referee's whistle, Dybala gradually begins his run-up. During this approach, he finally lifts his head to glance at Lopez's position. Dybala strikes the ball, and Lopez, failing to anticipate the direction, dives toward the opposite side. Dybala's penalty finds the back of the net. 1-1, Argentina equalizes. As Lopez rises, he shrugs nonchalantly. For a goalkeeper, failing to save penalties is the norm. Having saved one already is commendable. The Argentine fans in the stands erupt in jubilant cheers. In its World Cup history, Argentina has faced 5 penalty shootouts. Apart from their loss to Germany in 2006, they emerged victorious in the other 4. Conversely, Portugal has only participated in 1 penalty shootout in World Cup history, also in 2006, where they triumphed over England. Now, these 2 teams must determine the final spot in the championship match through this ruthless method. Portugal's second penalty taker is Ender Silva. As Silva approaches the goal with the ball in hand, Argentine goalkeeper Romero once again picks up his water bottle, not to drink, but to glance at a small note affixed to it. At this moment, all eyes catch this subtle action of Romero's. Is there a secret on that note? Perhaps it indicates the preferred shooting direction of each Portuguese player? This is not an uncommon practice. Many goalkeepers gather such intelligence before shootouts. Some inscribe it on their water bottles, while others conceal it in their socks. However, such notes can be hit or miss. Once, Manchester United's goalkeeper De Gea experienced an embarrassing moment when he failed to guess the direction 5 times in a row after consulting his notes. Thus, not everyone can wield such information effectively. Nevertheless, on this Grand World Cup stage, it seems to be a first. Romero appears to have discerned Ender Silva's penalty tendencies. Satisfied, he takes a sip of water and tosses the bottle aside. Silva places the ball on the penalty spot, steps back, takes a deep breath, and locks eyes with Romero. Romero gestures toward his lower left corner, inviting Silva to shoot in that direction. The referee blows the whistle, and Silva begins his run-up. As he approaches the ball, he strikes it toward the lower left corner, precisely where Romero indicated. Silva's confidence in his technique is evident. However, his expression shifts dramatically as Romero indeed dives toward the left corner. Romero's save is more resolute this time. He lowers his center of gravity, propelling himself into the air. His eyes are fixed on the ball, gliding just above the ground, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. He has saved it. Remarkably, Romero has guessed the direction correctly again, preventing the ball from breaching his net. Silva's attempt is thwarted. Both teams return to square one. The tension is palpable. My heart feels as though it might cease to beat. Silva grips his hair in frustration, while Romero raises his voice in triumph, having won this psychological duel. After 2 rounds of penalties, the score stands at 1-1, with each side having had 1 penalty saved by the opposing goalkeeper. The atmosphere is thick with tension. Many fans dare not look, burying their heads in fellow supporters' shoulders, silently praying. Lee Mingyu, too, feels a breathless sensation. This is the essence of a penalty shootout. Although he is not on the pitch, he imagines that if he were, he would likely be paralyzed with fear. Penalties represent the greatest nightmare of his football career. Even though he has acquired numerous skills through the system, he is undeniably a player of great composure during matches. Yet, when faced with a penalty, he struggles to confront his inner demons. One wonders if the goalkeeper currently in Real Madrid's youth academy recalls the time he saved 3 consecutive penalties from Lee Mingyu. The tension on the field mounts. Argentina's third penalty taker, the midfielder Paredes, approaches the penalty area. Portuguese goalkeeper Lopez correctly anticipates Paredes's shot direction. Yet the power and angle of the strike are impeccable, compelling him to watch helplessly as the ball glides past his fingertips and into the net. 2-1. Argentina takes the lead. Argentine players embrace each other in celebration, with Messi unable to contain his excitement. In moments like these, every additional goal translates to immense psychological pressure on the opponent. Indeed, the pressure has shifted to the Portuguese side. With their goalkeeper underperforming today, the players must exert even greater effort. Portugal's third penalty taker is their midfield stalwart, Bernardo Silva. The Manchester City midfielder exudes calm confidence. Romero once again examines the information on his water bottle. However, this time he fails to predict the direction. In a stunning display, Bernardo Silva executes a Panenka penalty, deceiving Romero and delicately placing the ball into the net. Witnessing such a nonchalant penalty, Lee Mingyu rises from his seat, applauding his club teammate in admiration. Such poise in such a critical match, opting for Panenka, reflects an extraordinary confidence in one's abilities. Impressive indeed. Oh, it seems Lee is exceedingly pleased with Bernardo Silva's performance. As Lee applauds his teammate, their camaraderie at the club is evident. One wonders whether Lee hopes for Portugal's advancement to the finals or wishes to see Argentina succeed. Perhaps he yearns for another World Cup showdown with Messi. I sense that Portugal's chances of advancing may be greater. In a thrilling encounter, Bernardo Silva, with his indomitable spirit, aided his team in equalizing the score once again, bringing it to 2-2. Both teams now had 2 opportunities for penalty kicks, and should a victor still remain undetermined, the tension would escalate to a single, decisive shot. The penalty shootout entered a critical 4th round, with Argentina fielding their midfield stalwart, Palacios. At merely 24 years of age, Palacios, who plays for Bayer Leverkusen, is seen as the future cornerstone of Argentina's midfield. Confronting Portugal's goalkeeper, Lopez, Palacios opted for a powerful strike, unleashing a fierce shot. However, to the dismay of all spectators, he misfired, sending the ball soaring into the stands. The young Palacios paid a heavy price for his inexperience, collapsing onto the ground, his face buried in his hands, unable to bear the pressure. The Argentine players nearby wore expressions of anguish, their hopes dashed. The score remained 2-2, yet the advantage had shifted to Portugal, whose fans erupted into jubilant cheers. In contrast, the Argentine supporters clasped their hands in solemn prayer, hoping for another miraculous save from goalkeeper Romero. The 4th penalty taker for Portugal was their defensive linchpin, Ruben Neves. Renowned for his skill, Neves is the primary penalty taker for his club, Wolves. Romero, the Argentine goalkeeper, brandished his trusty water bottle, seemingly having memorized Neves' penalty tendencies. Neves stood stoically, casting a cold gaze upon Romero, who attempted to distract him with animated gestures on the goal line. Undeterred, Neves maintained his focus. At the referee's whistle, he strode confidently to the ball, executing a precise shot aimed at Romero's right. It appeared as if Romero had anticipated Neves' direction. As the shot was taken, he dove to his right, effortlessly catching the ball in his grasp. Neves stood in disbelief, slowly cradling his head in his hands, lamenting the squandered opportunity for a pivotal lead. The camera panned to Ronaldo, stationed near the halfway line, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Even he had not anticipated that Neves' penalty would be thwarted. In Portugal, Neves' penalties are regarded as among the finest. Thanks to Romero's stellar performance, the score remained tied at 2-2 as the final round of the penalty shootout approached. Ultimately, the fate of both teams rested in the hands of their respective stars, Messi and Ronaldo, who would lead their team to the World Cup final. Chapter 225. The penalty shootout concludes. He emerges victorious after a grueling 120 minutes of the World Cup semi-final between Argentina and Portugal. The teams remained deadlocked, necessitating the most brutal of tiebreakers, the penalty shootout. In the first 4 rounds, both teams witnessed 2 players fail to convert their penalties, leaving the score at 2-2. The final penalties would be taken by the 2 foremost stars of their nations, Argentina's Messi and Portugal's Ronaldo. Over the past decade, these 2 athletes have dominated the realm of football, eclipsing all others in individual accolades, casting a long shadow over their contemporaries. Their legendary rivalry has defined the global football landscape. Although they have faced each other numerous times at the club level and even in friendly matches with their national teams, they had never clashed on the grand stage of the World Cup. Today, they found themselves in a dramatic showdown, each striving to propel their nation to victory. Messi approached the penalty spot, the weight of Argentina's hopes resting upon his shoulders. His teammates, overwhelmed with trepidation, knelt in prayer, their eyes shut tight. Meanwhile, the Portuguese players regarded Messi with solemn expressions, their thoughts unknown. Ronaldo, with an intense gaze, watched Messi, his determination palpable. As Messi positioned the ball, he meticulously adjusted his shin guards and cast a fleeting glance at Lopez, the Portuguese goalkeeper, who was brimming with excitement after having saved a penalty earlier. This was Lopez's chance for glory. If he could deny Messi, he would cement his status as a national hero. Suppressing his emotions, Lopez focused intently on Messi, shouting encouragement to himself. The referee's whistle pierced the air. With unwavering resolve, Messi began his run-up. After 3 strides, he lifted his left leg, striking the ball with force. Lopez, anticipating a shot to his left, leaped in that direction. However, Messi's left foot gently caressed the ball, executing a delicate chip that arced gracefully into the net. The audacity of Messi's spoon penalty at such a critical juncture was nothing short of remarkable, outwitting the goalkeeper and securing a vital goal. With this strike, Messi declared to Portugal that he too possessed the art of the spoon penalty. Silva, watching from the sidelines, muttered under his breath, "Showboaters are truly insufferable." The pressure now shifted squarely onto the shoulders of the Portuguese team. The broadcast cut to Ronaldo's face, seeking a glimpse of his reaction. Yet as Messi scored, Ronaldo remained stoic, his eyes unwavering and full of confidence. The hopes of an entire nation rested upon him. Portugal's faith in Ronaldo was unwavering. For years, he had elevated the team from mediocrity to greatness. Without him, the squad would surely be considered second or even third-tier European team. But with Ronaldo, they had reached elite status, achieving what legends Rui Costa and Figo could not, a championship title at the European Cup in 2016. Ronaldo symbolized the very essence of Portuguese football. As long as he graced the pitch, the Portuguese would never accept defeat. At the age of 38, Ronaldo strode purposefully, cradling a football as he approached the penalty area. Argentina's goalkeeper Romero cast another glance at his water bottle, but this time, it offered no solace. Ronaldo's prowess in penalty kicks was formidable. He could masterfully execute shots from any position or angle. Romero discarded his water bottle, realizing that in this decisive moment, he had to rely solely on his instincts as a keeper. He slapped his head twice, attempting to calm his nerves. With a predatory glint in his eyes, Ronaldo locked gazes with Romero. He positioned himself at the penalty spot, gently kissed the ball, hoping it would bring him luck. Then, he placed the ball on the spot and rubbed it vigorously. As he retreated, his eyes remained fixed on Romero. This was a habit of Ronaldo's. Unlike many players who avert their gaze from the goalkeeper, fearing their intentions would be revealed, Ronaldo, brimming with confidence, sought to intimidate his opponent with his unwavering stare. The camera panned across the Portuguese team, all huddled on the ground, heads bowed, unwilling to witness Ronaldo's penalty. The atmosphere in the stadium grew thick with tension. Ronaldo stood at the edge of the penalty area, inhaled deeply and exhaled forcefully, legs planted firmly like a compass, arms relaxed at his sides. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Ronaldo's expression shifted, radiating determination as he began his run-up. Arriving at the ball, he struck it with the inside of his right foot, sending it soaring toward the upper left corner of the net. This was an absolute dead angle. Under normal circumstances, the goalkeeper would have almost no chance of reaching it. However, as Ronaldo unleashed a shot, Romero instinctively moved to his left. He made a lateral dive, correctly predicting the direction. Yet, believing Ronaldo would aim for the lower corner, he failed to leap high enough, reaching upwards in vain, hoping to make contact. The ball sailed past his fingertips, continuing its trajectory toward the goal. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the world. A heartbeat later, the stadium erupted with fervor. All Argentine players began to sprint across the field, celebrating wildly. Messi found himself encircled by teammates. Yet his expression bore little joy, instead reflecting a sorrowful gaze directed at the man still stationed before the goal. Romero bellowed, kneeling beside Ronaldo. His face turned skyward in a primal scream. Ronaldo stood there like a statue, his eyes glazed, struggling to comprehend that his penalty had struck the intersection of the crossbar and post, rebounding out. A foot in paradise, a foot in hell. Messi propelled Argentina to heaven with a single kick, while Ronaldo's effort thrust Portugal into the depths of despair. The Portuguese players lay on the field, faces obscured, unable to accept this brutal reality. The camera lingered on Ronaldo's back, enveloped in a deep melancholy and bitterness. His silhouette evoked memories of Roberto Baggio's forlorn figure after his missed penalty in the 1994 World Cup. One wore the number 7, the other the number 10, yet both shared the same sorrow and helplessness, eliciting heartfelt sighs. Messi pushed through the crowd of jubilant teammates, approaching Ronaldo to place a comforting hand on his shoulder. Turning to see Messi, Ronaldo offered a bitter smile and remarked, "Leo, congratulations." Messi shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Cristiano, thank you." The two embraced tightly. Their bond, a testament to a decade of rivalry, moved the entire world. Messi chose not to celebrate, instead prioritizing the solace of his lifelong rival. Ronaldo, in turn, extended his heartfelt congratulations to Messi for reaching the final. In the stands, Lee Mingyu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Messi had been his childhood idol, the catalyst for his love of football. To play alongside Messi at Barcelona was already a pinnacle of joy for him as a player. He never imagined he would face his idol on the grand stage of the World Cup, especially in the critical final. Lee Mingyu felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. The experience was truly extraordinary. Amidst the jubilant celebrations of the Argentinians, the second semifinal of the Qatar World Cup concluded. Argentina emerged victorious, set to face Spain in the final, while Portugal faced Brazil in a battle for a meager third place just 2 days later. After bidding farewell to Messi, Ronaldo finally shed tears of a hero. Despite 5 World Cup appearances, he had not been able to lead Portugal to historic glory, never even reaching a final. With a heavy heart, he departed the field, yet he held his head high. Although he could not propel Portugal into the final, he had achieved a remarkable feat that left all players in awe. Since the European Championship in 2004, Ronaldo had not missed a single major tournament. 5 European Championships and 5 World Cups, scoring in all 10 competitions, a truly unprecedented achievement. Though he left today with regret, Ronaldo remains one of the greatest players in European history, perhaps deserving of the title without the qualifier. Meanwhile, the Argentinians transformed the stadium into a sea of joy. Messi was hoisted onto his teammates' shoulders, parading around the field, as fans and stands rose to pay homage at each viewing point. In this World Cup, Messi unveiled a different version of himself. Previously criticized for appearing ineffective in national colors, lacking the omnipotence he displayed at Barcelona, this time he stepped up at crucial moments, using his offense and goals to help secure victories. In this tournament, Messi had already scored 6 goals, matching his total from the previous 4 World Cups combined. His 12 goals placed him just behind Fontaine. This World Cup was a veritable showcase of prolific scoring. Lee Mingyu with 14 goals, Neymar with 7. Messi and Ronaldo with 6 each, Lewandowski with 5, and Mbappe with 4. This was a stage teeming with talent. Yet, it also marked the farewell performances of top-tier stars. At 38, Ronaldo had announced at the start of the season that he would not renew his contract with Juventus, planning to return to Portugal, to the place where his dreams began, and conclude his illustrious career next summer. Meanwhile, 35-year-old Messi had signed a 10-year contract with Barcelona, intending to spend his twilight years at the club. At 34, Lewandowski had a year and a half remaining on his contract, likely his final one. 3 of the world's foremost football stars are gradually preparing to bid farewell to the sport. However, The emergence of talents, such as Lee Mingyu, Mbappe, and Haaland illustrates a significant truth. The tides of time bring forth new heroes who leave their mark for centuries. Each era boasts its own iconic figures: Pelé, Maradona, Ronaldo, Batistuta, Romario, Roberto Baggio, Zidane, Figo, Ronaldinho, Ibrahimovic, Kaká, Henry, Beckham, Messi, Ronaldo, Xavi, Iniesta, Modric, Neymar, and Mbappe. From the 1980s to the present, countless footballers have graced the pitch like a multitude of fish crossing a river. The steady maturation of Mbappe, the meteoric rise of Haaland and Lee Mingyu, along with the emergence of numerous young players as pivotal figures in the World Cup, signifies that the next generation is gradually inheriting the mantle of their predecessors, beginning to shine with their own brilliance. As the match that captured the hearts of football fans worldwide draws to a close, it does not diminish their fervor for the sport. Lee Mingyu and Messi, both former teammates at Barcelona and products of the La Masia Academy, find themselves poised for a climactic showdown on the grandest stage of all, the World Cup final. This encounter carries a sense of legacy akin to the tale of Simba, the young lion, aspiring to become the true king, while Mufasa, the old lion, reminds him of his youth and inexperience. This monumental clash is set to transpire in 3 days at the Lusail iconic stadium. It seems as if fate has orchestrated this moment, as the first group match of Argentina and Spain in this World Cup was also held at this very venue. Now, the final returns to this familiar ground, where Argentina and Spain will vie for the coveted World Cup trophy. Who will ultimately claim the prestigious trophy will be Messi, who has devoted his life to this singular goal across 5 World Cups, or Lee Mingyu, who shattered the single tournament scoring record in his very first World Cup. Fans worldwide eagerly await the outcome of this momentous encounter, wondering whether Messi will fulfill his dreams or whether Lee Mingyu will ascend to glory, laying a profound foundation for his journey to becoming a football legend. Chapter 226, the eve of the final. Lee Mingyu, however, good fortune is often accompanied by trials. 2 days later, on December 17, 2022, at 1800 hours, the Khalifa International Stadium will host the third-place playoff. This match is often regarded as one of the least attended fixtures in World Cup history. Once a team reaches the semifinals, their mindset shifts towards the final. Thus, the prospect of a third-place playoff becomes less appealing to teams already disheartened by defeat. Regardless of whether it's the European Championship or the Champions League, there is no third-place playoff in such prestigious tournaments. For instance, the last World Cup's third-place match was contested between England and Belgium. Many players deem such matches meaningless. However, for certain individuals, these games hold significant value, such as Harry Kane, who has scored 6 goals, and Romelu Lukaku, with 4. While they may not secure a championship, winning the Golden Boot would still provide a measure of consolation. Ultimately, neither player found the net, and Kane walked away with the Golden Boot from the 2018 World Cup. In truth, for the World Cup, rankings can mean progress for teams that have little chance of winning it all. Furthermore, historically, third-place matches have yielded remarkable performances. Statistics reveal that, aside from the 1930 and 1950 World Cups, 19 out of 21 tournaments have featured a third-place playoff, accumulating a total of 73 goals across these matches, an average of nearly 4 goals per game, with a goal scored every 22 minutes. In contrast, the most thrilling finals see goals scored only every 72 minutes. In fact, finals can often be the most tedious encounters, as teams play cautiously to minimize errors, leading to a rather utilitarian style of play. Nevertheless, as finals draw global attention, even the most lackluster performances attract fans. Portugal and Brazil, 2 teams that have faced disappointment, will serve as an appetizer before the main course of the World Cup final. Yet, this match proved thrilling for viewers, as both teams engaged in an open and expansive style of play. Their coaches deployed highly aggressive 4-3-3 formations, resulting in a stunning 4-3 scoreline that astonished all spectators. In the dying moments, Portugal triumphed over Brazil, thanks to a stunning free kick from Ronaldo. After scoring, he removed his shirt, revealing his toned physique and unleashing a roar of triumph. However, the look of despair in Ronaldo's eyes pierced the hearts of Portuguese fans. With 2 goals, he helped secure Portugal's third-place finish, equaling their best World Cup performance. With 8 goals, Ronaldo surpassed Neymar's 7, claiming second place on the scoring chart. Had it not been for Lee Mingyu, Ronaldo's Golden Boot would have been all but assured. This goal fest left fans eagerly anticipating the World Cup final the following day. December 18th marks Qatar's National Day. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., fans heading to Doha were treated to a captivating military parade rich in Middle Eastern flair. At 2 o'clock p.m., an unexpected incident unfolded in the hotel where the Spanish team was residing. "How is Lee doing, Cowell?" Enrique inquired, his expression grave as he fixated on the team doctor inspecting Lee Mingyu. Dr. Cowell's face bore a serious demeanor as he replied, Lee's condition is concerning. He appears to be suffering from extreme fatigue, leading to a viral infection. I've already employed physical methods to help lower his temperature." Observing Lee Mingyu lying in bed, his face flushed, Enrique felt a surge of anxiety. With just 4 hours remaining until the World Cup final, his core player was battling fever. "Damn his schedule," Enrique muttered under his breath. He had been meticulous in managing Lee Mingyu's playtime, recognizing that at just 20 years old, despite his prodigious talent, competing against seasoned players in their late 20s presented significant risks to his still-developing body. After previous matches, the team doctor had already noted signs of Lee's exhaustion, indicating the need for adequate rest. However, the demanding schedule and intense matches left Lee Mingyu's body without the opportunity for adequate rest. The Premier League is already known for its congested fixtures, and in preparation for this World Cup, the schedule became even more relentless. This overwhelming pace proved quite challenging for Lee Mingyu, who was experiencing the Premier League for the first time, with 3 matches a week becoming a norm. Unbeknownst to the young Lee Mingyu, his body was already harboring significant health risks. Consequently, just before the World Cup final, he succumbed to illness. Enrique, observing the dazed Lee Mingyu, found himself torn about the decision he had to make. He was acutely aware of the consequences of his choice. Fans around the globe eagerly anticipated the clash between Lee Mingyu and Messi. If he chose not to field Lee Mingyu, would he be able to withstand the ensuing media pressure? "Boss," a faint voice broke through Enrique's contemplation, bringing him back to reality. Seeing Lee Mingyu open his eyes, Enrique hurried to his side. "How are you feeling, Lee?" he asked anxiously. Lee Mingyu furrowed his brow, moved his arms slightly, and replied with a hint of resignation. "I'm feeling a bit weak," Enrique tentatively suggested. "Then perhaps you should sit this one out tonight?" Upon hearing this, Lee Mingyu coughed twice, alarming Enrique, who quickly propped him up against a pillow and helped him catch his breath. With a bitter smile, Lee Mingyu insisted, "I must participate in this match. I'm sure I'll be fine after a bit of rest." Enrique shook his head, saying, "The team doctor has stated that your current condition is not suitable for play. You cannot be so reckless. You must take responsibility for your health." Lee Mingyu met Enrique's gaze and asked, "Boss, you were once a player too. Would you choose to sit out if you were in my position?" Enrique paused, realizing that if it were him, he would want to play even with a broken leg. However, this was a different time. He was now a coach and had to prioritize the player's well-being. Just as Enrique was preparing to continue his persuasion, Lee Mingyu quietly said, "Boss, I am unwilling. Are you willing?" Those words struck Enrique like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. Who would be willing? The final was approaching. Victory meant a World Cup championship, an allure few could resist. Yet, seeing Enrique's conflicted expression, Lee Mingyu calmly stated, "Boss, I must participate in this match. The chance to face Messi on the World Cup stage, especially in the final, is something I could only dream of. This may be my last encounter with him. Please do not stop me." Seeing the determination in Lee Mingyu's eyes, Enrique relented. "Carlisle, within 2 hours, I need to see Lee Mingyu restored to fighting form." Enrique issued a final ultimatum to the team doctor. Carlisle, looking resigned, nodded and said, "I will do my utmost." 2 hours later, both the Spanish and Argentine teams arrived at the Lusail iconic stadium for the final. As Lee Mingyu stepped off the bus, he wore a black cap and oversized sunglasses that obscured half his face, dressed in white sports attire. He waved at the cameras before swiftly entering the tunnel. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lee Mingyu still had a temperature of 38 degrees. He had not fully recovered. The team doctor had done his best to lower his fever, but the viral infection was not easily remedied. Being a player, many medications were off limits, especially at such a critical juncture. The doctor had to be exceptionally cautious with any treatments, as a positive drug test could spell disaster for Lee Mingyu's career. He would rather endure the pain than risk his health with unapproved medications. Seated in the locker room, Lee Mingyu felt dizzy, even with his eyes closed. He sensed the world spinning around him, and his breath quickened. His Spanish teammates looked on anxiously, unaware of his health struggles until they boarded the bus. Witnessing Lee Mingyu in pain tugged at their hearts. Enrique entered the room, casting a glance at Lee Mingyu, who was resting his eyes, and a shadow flickered across his expression. "All right, everyone, let us discuss today as tactical arrangements. As you can see, Lee is not in the best shape, so our offensive strategy will not solely rely on him. Rodri, Coke, you two in midfield must support Lee more today." Enrique directed his attention to Rodri and Coke, both of whom were pivotal in defense and had considerable playmaking abilities. They nodded, their faces reflecting the seriousness of the situation. "Pedri, focus on your side today. You must create opportunities on the right flank to alleviate the pressure on Lee." Enrique urged Pedri, hoping he could shoulder the burden of the offense. Pedri solemnly nodded, prepared to assist Lee Mingyu. Enrique then turned to Fadi, saying, "I appreciate your work on the left flank to create openings for the team. Your task today is to disrupt their defense." Fadi clenched his fists and nodded earnestly. Finally, Enrique glanced at Lee Mingyu, who was already beating with sweat, and felt a pang in his heart. "Everyone, we have reached the World Cup final through our unity and bravery. We stand here now, no matter what happens. I don't want you to be affected. I have always said that our goal in this World Cup is the championship, and now the trophy is within our grasp. What are you waiting for? Go and seize that championship. Yes, the boss is right. We must bring the championship home." A feeble voice suddenly echoed in the room. Everyone turned to see the young man, slowly opening his eyes. Lee Mingyu gradually stood up, surveying each teammate's expression. Surprise, anxiety, fear, worry. None exuded confidence. Lee Mingyu shook his head and declared, "Everyone, we did not reach the final solely because of my efforts. While I have scored many goals, let us not forget we have each other. Though I may not be as formidable today, I will do my utmost to create better opportunities for all. Let us take the field, and when the match concludes, we shall lift the World Cup trophy. That is our true purpose. Do not forget, we are the Spanish team. We were once the kings of the world." Though his voice was weak, the power in Lee Mingyu's words illuminated the eyes of his teammates, straightening their backs. Indeed, 12 years prior, they had triumphed on the World Cup stage. Today, 12 years later, they too could achieve what their predecessors had accomplished. Lee Mingyu, suppressing the dizziness that enveloped him, made his way to the center of the gathering. Extending his right hand with a smile, he proclaimed, "Come, let us rally our spirits for one another. In this match, Spain shall surely prevail." The players, coaches, and staff gathered around, placing their hands atop his, and collectively shouted with unwavering confidence, "Spain shall prevail. Spain shall prevail. Spain shall prevail." At 5:30 p.m., preceding the World Cup final, the closing ceremony of the 2022 Qatar World Cup commenced. Artists from around the globe showcased breathtaking performances during this event. The artist from Huaxia also presented a captivating display of traditional culture. A piece titled "The Flying Goddess of the Luo" astonished audiences worldwide, with its dancers moving like ethereal dragons, graceful as startled swans. The dancer, embodying the spirit of the Luo goddess, moved fluidly underwater, evoking gasps of disbelief from onlookers. Even those unfamiliar with the splendor of Tang culture could feel the profound essence of Huaxia civilization emanating from her performance. This display once again illuminated the beauty of Huaxia to the world, even overshadowing some of the subsequent matches' brilliance. Chapter 227, The Legacy of Classical Midfield Maestro Riquelme. As the closing ceremony drew to a close, many fans lingered in the afterglow of the performance by the Huaxia artists. However, the emergence of the Spanish and Argentine players warming up from the player tunnel swiftly shifted their focus. The deafening cheers made the Lusail iconic stadium resonate like a volcano in eruption, the air thickening with palpable excitement. Clad in a vibrant red training outfit, Lee Mingyu engaged in warm-up exercises alongside his teammates. The warm-up routine of the Spanish team had transformed into a beautiful spectacle, characterized by rapid short passes and precise positioning, executed with mechanical precision that delighted even the most fastidious observers. Throughout the warm-up, Lee Mingyu moved vigorously, striving to forget his illness and hoping for a swift recovery. The cameras relentlessly followed him. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, the beads of sweat on his forehead and his pallid complexion drew concern from many. Yet, most presumed it was simply the nerves of participating in his first World Cup final, and no one dared to entertain thoughts of his illness. Enrique stood at the sidelines, his gaze fixed on Lee Mingyu, his heart racing with worry over the possibility of an unfortunate incident. Nevertheless, during the half-hour warm-up, Lee Mingyu displayed remarkable stability, avoiding any missteps or signs of weakness, as both teams retreated to their dressing rooms to make final preparations for the final match. The head coach typically refrained from further commentary at this juncture. The outcome of the final relied on the players' performances on the field. The coach had already imparted all necessary guidance beforehand. What remained was to witness the players' states of play, complemented by a touch of fortune. Seated on his chair, Lee Mingyu engaged in deep breathing exercises, working to regulate his breath. The brief half-hour of warm-up had drenched him in sweat, expelling many of the viruses within. It had also significantly drained his energy. While he felt somewhat better than before, his chest still felt tight, and each breath brought waves of heat through his nostrils. After the team doctor administered physical cooling measures and took his temperature, it read 38 degrees Celsius. Lee Mingyu's temperature had not noticeably decreased. Enrique hesitated, but was unable to voice a refusal in the face of Lee Mingyu's resolute gaze. Shaking his head, he said, "Lee, I will keep a close watch on your condition. Should I see you unable to continue, I will substitute you immediately." A faint smile crept across Lee Mingyu's lips as he replied, "Boss, there will be no issue. Perhaps once I step onto the field, I shall feel invigorated." He glanced at the unused items in his system space, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Among them were numerous disposable items acquired from previous sign-ins, including several pertaining to healing, though all were designed for injuries, none capable of dispelling the cold virus. However, there was a card labeled Dragon's Vitality. Disposable card. Using this card would allow the host to reach peak physical condition and performance for a quarter of an hour. Lee Mingyu was uncertain whether this card could temporarily alleviate his viral affliction. 15 minutes was ample time for many endeavors. The staff knocked and entered, signaling that it was time to take the field. The Spanish players exited the dressing room and entered the player tunnel, taking their positions on either side. This was the second encounter between the two teams in this World Cup, the first match and the final. Their fated meeting promised an extraordinary showdown. Messi, the emblematic figure of Argentine football, sought the coveted trophy for the fifth time. Due to Busquets' injury, Lee Mingyu donned the captain's armband once more, standing shoulder to shoulder with Messi at the forefront. Traditionally, Lee Mingyu would not have qualified to wear the captain's armband, as Spain's custom dictates that the captain is chosen based on appearances for the national team. However, Lee Mingyu's prowess and charisma displayed during this World Cup compelled Enrique to elevate him ahead of schedule, a decision unanimously supported by the team. Although Lee Mingyu and Messi shared a close friendship, there was no exchange between them in this life-or-death World Cup final. Their gazes burned with intensity as they looked out from the player tunnel, with a trophy awaited just beyond. To Messi, the figure triumphantly hoisting the trophy embodied his own aspirations, while for Lee Mingyu, it represented his dreams. The World Cup trophy was the pinnacle of ambition for every footballer. Yet countless talented stars would never touch this coveted golden chalice in their lifetimes. Today, Messi's Argentine team re-emerged on the final stage, prepared to compete against Lee Mingyu's Spanish team for the illustrious trophy. Would Messi's dreams come to fruition, or would Lee Mingyu's aspirations be realized? All eyes of football fans worldwide were fixed upon this moment. The Lusail iconic stadium, with a capacity of 250 spectators, erupted once more in electrifying cheers as both teams took the field. Dear viewers, welcome to Tencent Sports coverage of the final match of the 2022 Qatar World Cup. Once again, we find ourselves at the Lusail iconic stadium to witness the showdown for the championship title. As if destined by fate, the Argentine and Spanish teams faced off in their first group match on this very ground, and now, the final match of this World Cup unfolds here as well, with the same adversaries, Argentina and Spain. This World Cup is destined to be a remarkable tournament, and the name of Lee Mingyu is sure to be etched in the hearts of football fans worldwide. With 14 splendid goals, he has already become the highest scorer in a single World Cup, and this is not his limit. We eagerly anticipate his performance in the finals. Currently, the only players ahead of him on the all-time World Cup scoring list are Klose with 16 goals and Ronaldo with 15. Should Lee Mingyu achieve a hat trick in the final, he will become an eternal legend. It is noteworthy that in the illustrious history of the World Cup spanning 92 years, only England's Geoff Hurst has achieved such a feat during the 1966 World Cup. Without further ado, the players have begun to enter the field, let us take a closer look at the lineups. The Spanish team, clad in red jerseys, maintains a classic 4-4-2 formation, which can also be interpreted as 4-2-2-2. The goalkeeper is De Gea, and the defensive quartet consists of Laporte and Eric Garcia as central defenders, with Alba as the left back and Azpilicueta as the right back. This defensive line is both formidable and balanced, representing the strongest backline Spain can field. In midfield, with Busquets sidelined due to a thigh injury, coach Enrique has opted for a double pivot of Rodri and Koch, both renowned for their tenacious defensive skills and potent forward contributions, effectively compensating for Busquets' absence. The attacking midfielders are Lee Mingyu and Pedri, while Lee Mingyu requires no introduction. Pedri has matured significantly in his years at Barcelona, becoming an indispensable figure for both his club and the national team. The forward duo comprises Morata and Fati, the latter having won Enrique's favor with 3 consecutive starts and impressive performances against Japan and Brazil. This Spanish lineup is well-honed, boasting both defensive solidity and attacking prowess. Especially with a talent like Lee Mingyu, barring any unforeseen events, Spain appears to have a greater chance of victory. Now, let us examine Argentina's lineup. Their coach has made minimal changes, retaining the familiar 4-3-3 attacking formation. The goalkeeper is Emiliano Martinez of Aston Villa, while the previously stellar Romero finds himself on the bench. The defensive line features Otamendi and Korda as central defenders, with the fullbacks being Tagliafico from Ajax and Montiel from River Plate. This alteration indicates that Argentina's coach Scaloni is prepared to emphasize wing play against Spain. The midfield trio remains unchanged, consisting of Paredes, Lo Celso, and Palacios. In attack, Lautaro Martinez of Inter Milan steps in for the suspended Dybala, taking the center-forward role, while Nicolas Gonzalez from Stuttgart fills in for the left-wing position previously held by Di Maria, with the right wing occupied by the ever-familiar Messi. While the overall framework of both lineups remains unchanged since their first encounter, both coaches have gained insights from their previous matches and seem disinclined to adopt a conservative approach in this final. Fans are in for a thrilling spectacle. As formalities concluded, both teams took their positions on the field, awaiting the exhilarating whistle from the referee. At 1800 hours on December 18, 2022, the referee's whistle heralded the commencement of the match, prompting an involuntary cheer from fans across the globe. After a month of anticipation, the momentous game had finally arrived. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Lusail iconic stadium and acquiring the latent talent of Argentine midfield maestro Riquelme. Hidden kill. Riquelme is the last of the classical midfielders in the world of football, a stubborn and willful slow-paced orchestrator within the modern game. Amid an increasingly utilitarian football landscape, where speed and efficiency reign supreme, the Argentine embodies a tranquil lake, preserving the purity and essence of the sport. God bestowed upon Riquelme unparalleled creativity and imagination. Alongside a steadfast inner resolve, he has never succumbed to the currents of his surroundings, perhaps epitomizing the artist of football. Riquelme's artistry is arguably the most exquisite since Maradona. Yet his incompatible style with the modern game has kept him on the periphery of elite teams and national squads. Nevertheless, his prowess is indisputable, particularly in his ability to deliver breathtaking decisive passes seemingly without effort. Hidden kill. When the host slows down the game tempo, they will receive enhancements in passing, dribbling, and skills, increasing the success rate of final passes. Lee Mingyu felt the warm surge of energy within his chest, escaping through his nostrils, and a smile graced his face. This talent has arrived at the perfect moment. In today's match, Lee Mingyu cannot rely on his usual relentless movement to influence the game. Instead, he must focus on moderating the tempo and intensity. Today, he assumes the role of a pseudo-core, with the majority of the attacking organization relying on the 2 defensive midfielders and Pedri to collaborate. However, with this newfound talent, Lee Mingyu believes he can still make significant contributions to the match. As the game commenced, Spain took the first kickoff. Morata passed the ball back to Pedri, a subtle detail that went unnoticed by many, as Morata had previously always directed the ball to Lee Mingyu. Only Messi's eyes glimmered within sight. Upon receiving the ball, Pedri, confronted by Argentina's high pressing, did not hastily advance, but instead passed to the defensive midfielder Rodri. Rodri then distributed the ball to Azpilicueta on the flank. As Spain aimed to draw Argentina's formation out, The ball circulated within Spain's defensive and midfield lines, while Argentina's players gradually advanced their formation. However, many fans noticed that Lee Mingyu appeared aloof, having touched the ball only 3 times within the first 3 minutes, each time with a simple pass. Indeed, a stark contrast to his usual performance. Had Spain altered their tactics? This thought echoed in the minds of the Argentine players, heightening their alertness. What was happening? Pedri had retreated to receive the ball within Argentina's 30-meter zone, while Lee Mingyu lingered near the midfield, seemingly detached from the significance of the match. Chapter 228. The spectacular free kick coordination of the Argentine team upon receiving the ball, Pedri swiftly turned. Noticing the hesitation of the Argentine players who failed to press him. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a precise pass to Lee Mingyu, who had dashed into the open space. Just when everyone anticipated that Lee Mingyu would return the pass, he unexpectedly let the ball pass, pivoting to follow its trajectory. This sudden maneuver caused Paredes, who was poised to interfere, to lose his defensive positioning. Paredes, startled, broke into a cold sweat and instinctively reached out to grab Lee Mingyu in an attempt to disrupt him. Yet, he was acutely aware that this gesture would likely prove futile. He had witnessed Lee Mingyu's remarkable physical strength during their first match. The seemingly frail Lee Mingyu possessed an unexpected power within. However, to Paredes' astonishment, his grasp on Lee Mingyu surprisingly halted the latter's advance. Lee Mingyu, with a resigned expression, spread his hands and sat down, shaking his head in a wry smile. Although Riquelme's talent could enhance his dribbling and passing, his weakened state from illness remained unalterable. Under normal circumstances, such a tug would have been trivial for Lee Mingyu, easily escapable with a burst of speed. Yet this time, he felt that the force propelling him off the ground was insufficient to break free from the defense. Paredes gazed at his own right hand in disbelief, exclaiming internally, "I did it. I actually brought Lee Mingyu down." However, the referee rushed over, promptly issuing a yellow card to Paredes, which marred his triumphant expression with bitterness. Within a mere 3 minutes of the match, Paredes had already received caution. With a sullen demeanor, Paredes watched as Lee Mingyu adjusted his shin guards on the ground. Pondering suspiciously, could he have fallen to feign a foul? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. Such cunning. Lee Mingyu, indifferent to Paredes' growing paranoia, rose and passed the ball to the advancing Rodri. He then resumed a leisurely pace on the field. Riquelme would have scoffed. "I am slow, not leisurely strolling. Do not insult me." Lee Mingyu did not desire to play in such a manner, but the fiery sensation in his nostrils turned each breath into a scorching ordeal. His limbs felt heavy, and with each stride, dizziness engulfed him. Within just 3 minutes, his fitted undershirt was drenched in sweat, and his stamina was gradually seeping away. Already struggling with the climate of Qatar, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. The Spanish players were aware of Lee Mingyu's illness and attempted to avoid passing the ball to him. However, this decision rendered the Spanish team akin to a player short. After several exchanges, the Argentine team finally recognized a critical truth. Spain harbored no devious schemes. Rather, their key player was simply out of form. Even the spectators and commentators began to discern the signs. Cameras frequently zoomed in on Lee Mingyu, revealing to the world his apparent distress. His once handsome face now bore a sickly pallor, and his lips appeared as though they might crack from dehydration. The determination and focus that had once characterized his gaze had dulled, replaced by a vacant, unfocused stare. Many commentators shifted their attention from the match to analyzing Lee Mingyu's condition. In a VIP box, a stout figure watched Lee Mingyu intently, his brow furrowed and expression darkening. It was none other than Brazil's legendary star, Ronaldo. Observing the out-of-sorts Lee Mingyu evoked a flood of memories for Ronaldo. This scene mirrored the 1998 World Cup final, where the once mighty Ronaldo, like Lee Mingyu today, faltered under the weight of expectation, leading to Brazil's 3-0 defeat against France. No one knows what Ronaldo endured before that fateful match, but the pain reflected in his expression was palpable, a blend of rage and regret. "Lee, I hope you do not falter," Ronaldo murmured softly. Upon realizing the poor condition of their opponent's key player, the Argentine team erupted into a frenzied assault. The notion of camaraderie over competition was but a child's tale. In the ruthless world of sports, the fallen are mercilessly attacked, and the walls of defense crumble under pressure. The Spanish formation was quickly pushed back into their half, forcing Lee Mingyu to join the defensive efforts. However, his frail body rendered him incapable of engaging in proper physical confrontations. Continuously knocked to the ground during defensive plays, his jersey soon transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. In yet another clash, a mere shove from Paredes sent Lee Mingyu sprawling to the ground, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Motionless on the grass, his stillness alarmed the referee, who disregarded Argentina's promising attack to halt the match. As Paredes stood confused, the sight of Lee Mingyu still on the ground prompted concern. No way. Could he be seriously injured? Enrique urgently called for the team doctor to assess the situation. When the doctor reached Lee Mingyu's side, he noticed the latter's body trembling slightly, his hands gripping the grass tightly, fists clenched in frustration. Relieved yet sympathetic, the doctor recognized that Lee Mingyu was battling against the odds. The championship was tantalizingly close, the trophy within reach, yet he felt powerless. This sensation was perhaps the greatest torment a player could endure. Messi, standing nearby, rushed over upon witnessing Lee Mingyu's fall, prioritizing his teammates' well-being over the chance for a goal. Observing Lee Mingyu's struggle, Messi fell silent, familiar with the anguish of such circumstances. The doctor assisted Lee Mingyu into a sitting position, and upon seeing his contorted expression, whispered gently, "Lee, your body can no longer endure this. You must come off." At those words, Lee Mingyu's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on the doctor's face, his voice low yet resolute. "No, I will not leave the field. I want the championship." The doctor's heart sank as he shook his head in resignation. "Lee, you can barely stand. How can you continue to play? You need rest." However, Lee Mingyu shook his head, suppressing his discomfort, and stood up, declaring, "I can still do this. I can manage." The team doctor attempted to dissuade him, but Lee Mingyu resolutely approached the sidelines and stood before Enrique, panting heavily as he earnestly stated, "Boss, I wish to continue the match." Observing Lee Mingyu's slightly trembling body yet unwavering gaze, Enrique could only step forward to embrace him, whispering, "Do not overexert yourself. You have only half a game left. I will substitute you in the second half." A glimmer of determination sparked in Lee Mingyu's eyes as he nodded and replied, "All right, boss." He signaled to the referee, who waved him back onto the field. Since the match had been halted by the referee, a drop ball was necessary. As Argentina had been on the offensive prior to the stoppage, Spain kicked the ball into Argentina's half after the drop ball, allowing Argentina to regroup for another attack. Lee Mingyu, enduring his physical discomfort, continued to run on the field, yet a strong wave of dizziness caused stars to dance before his eyes. In the 20th minute, Argentina finally seized an opportunity. Paredes delivered precise through ball, and Messi was brought down from behind by Rodri just outside the penalty area. The referee awarded a direct free kick and issued a yellow card. Argentina was granted a favorable free kick position, although it was slightly unsuitable for Messi to take a direct shot. However, Argentina seemed to revive the magic of their free kick strategies reminiscent of the 1998 World Cup. Messi positioned himself in front of the ball, with Paredes standing parallel 3 meters away, while 5 Argentine players occupied the penalty area. This time, Argentina deployed 7 players for the offensive. As the whistle blew, Messi began his run. Upon reaching the ball, he pushed it to Paredes. The Spanish defense instantly advanced, exposing all Argentine players in the penalty area to the offside line. Seeing Paredes with the ball, 3 Spanish players forming a wall rushed towards him, aiming to prevent a direct shot. Yet, Paredes did not stop the ball and quickly passed it back to Messi's feet. Before the Spanish players could close in, Messi executed a deft lob, sending the ball into the Spanish penalty area. Simultaneously, the Spanish defenders raised their right hands, signaling offside. However, the assistant referee did not raise his flag, having noticed that 1 Argentine player remained onside, nearly parallel to the last Spanish defender. Taking advantage of the Spanish defense's lapse, forward Lautaro Martinez gently headed the ball down inside the penalty area. A blue and white figure surged from outside the box into the penalty area, unleashing a volley that found the back of the net. The scorer was none other than Paredes, who had combined with Messi outside the box. Upon witnessing the goal, the ecstatic Argentine players rushed to the sidelines to celebrate, infuriating the Spaniards, who felt that Lautaro Martinez had been offside during the initial touch. The assistant referee did not raise his flag, while the referee urged the Spanish players to remain calm, communicating with the video assistant referee through his earpiece. After the VAR relayed their assessment, The referee nodded and pointed to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. This decision allowed the previously anxious Argentines to finally express their joy. In the 20th minute of the first half, Argentina led 1-0. The Spanish players remained disgruntled, insisting that the call was erroneous. The referee ignored their protests and quickly made his way to the center circle, awaiting both teams to return to their positions. Accepting the situation, the Spanish players reluctantly resumed their places. Lee Mingyu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, glanced at the celebrating Argentine players, breathing heavily. His physical condition was deteriorating, and he found the sensation unbearable, unable to exert himself fully. Seizing the opportunity while the Argentine team was still celebrating, Lee Mingyu gathered several teammates in the midfield. Whispering strategies, the group nodded, their faces etched with concern as they regarded Lee Mingyu. "Don't worry, I'm fine," he smiled. "Let's focus on our coordination." As the Argentines returned to their half, the referee blew the whistle, allowing Spain to restart the game. Following the kickoff, Spain circulated the ball in the midfield, and Lee Mingyu began to engage in passing, albeit briefly, quickly releasing the ball after receiving it. However, he did not press forward, causing Argentina's defensive focus to shift away from him. Pedri performed vigorously on the flank, drawing the Argentine defense's attention, while Lee Mingyu gradually advanced through the center. After a 1-2 play with Fati, Pedri sent the ball directly toward Argentina's center. With the Argentine defensive line stretched thin, the ball found its way into a vulnerable central area. Lee Mingyu suddenly appeared in that position, causing a cold sweat to break out among Argentina's defenders, puzzled by his unexpected presence. This was a tactic Lee Mingyu had learned during his rare moments of brilliance, exploiting the blind spots of defenders. Although devoid of his usual speed and strength, his compromised physical state had shifted the focus away from him. Receiving the ball in the center, Lee Mingyu instantly attracted the attention of Argentina's defense. As he received Pedri's horizontal pass, he found himself approximately 35 meters from a goal. Under normal circumstances, this distance would be well within Lee Mingyu's shooting range. However, with his legs feeling as heavy as lead, he understood that he must not squander the opportunity on himself. Despite lacking his usual pace and strength, he felt a refined sensitivity toward the ball. From the moment Pedri's pass reached him, Lee Mingyu sensed the weight and angle of the ball, and upon stopping it, at least 4 potential passing routes appeared before his eyes. As he noticed the opposing defenders converging on him, a hint of a sardonic smile crept onto his lips. He had already chosen the most suitable passing lane. Lee Mingyu took a deep breath, stabilizing his body considerably before pivoting to strike the ball directly towards the flank of the penalty area. It was an over-the-top pass. Upon witnessing this exquisite delivery, the defenders within Argentina's penalty area swiftly turned a glance in that direction. Ansu Fati, the 19-year-old prodigy, having completed a give-and-go with Pedri, surged towards the byline. However, Pedri opted not to pass the ball to him. Consequently, Fati found himself trailing closely behind the opposing defense. Beginning to cut in towards the center, positioned in an offside stance, he went unnoticed by Argentina's defenders. When Pedri passed the ball to Lee Mingyu, all eyes were fixated on him, leaving Fati entirely unobserved. At the moment Lee Mingyu received the ball, the intuitive Fati quickly retreated to align himself with Argentina's defensive line. As Lee Mingyu released the ball, Fati simultaneously burst into the penalty area from behind the defenders. The Argentine players glanced towards the sideline assistant, only to find no signal indicating an offside. At this juncture, it was evident that the Argentine players could not recover in time. In the vicinity of the right post of the goal, goalkeeper Martinez rapidly shifted to cover the angle of Fati's impending shot. Fati, glancing back at the trajectory of the ball, caught sight of Martinez's position. Realizing that if he paused, he would lose both the angle and the opportunity to shoot, he resolved to strike directly. However, executing a direct shot from this angle proved to be exceedingly challenging. The half-high ball approaching from his rear side necessitated exceptional body control. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Fati planted his left foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself into the air, meeting the ball with a graceful half-volley, striking it powerfully with his right foot. Martinez, witnessing Fati's movement, instinctively spread his arms and legs to increase his defensive coverage in an attempt to intercept the ball's trajectory. A resounding thud echoed as the ball connected with Fati's foot, producing a dull thump as it struck the ground and ricocheted between Martinez's legs, which were already splayed in midair. Just as it seemed the ball would simply rebound into the net, a dramatic twist unfolded. The ball ricocheted forcefully off the underside of the crossbar, bouncing back out. As the spectators collectively sighed in disappointment, believing such a splendid shot had gone astray, fate intervened. The ball rebounded off the ground and collided squarely with the back of Martinez's head. The sound of this impact was unmistakable. Dazed and momentarily disoriented, Martinez watched as the ball, once more, rolled into the goal. This extraordinary goal left Lee Mingyu, the orchestrator of the pass, in a state of disbelief from outside the penalty area. His pass had traversed through Fatty's volley, ricocheted off the ground, struck the crossbar, and then rebounded off the goalkeeper's head before finally finding its way into the net. The sequence was nothing short of tumultuous. Following the goal, Fatty erupted with joy, leaping into the air and racing towards the penalty area, initially intending to leap into Lee Mingyu's embrace. He noticed the look of shock on Lee Mingyu's face and restrained his impulse, opting instead to embrace him tightly. This time, it was the Spaniards who reveled in delight. Surrounded by teammates, Lee Mingyu became the focal point of Argentina's somber expressions. Indeed, it was still Lee Mingyu. Regardless of his fluctuating form, he remained Lee Mingyu. Many Argentinians felt a pang of regret, pondering how they could have underestimated him. In the 23rd minute, Spain equalized the score. Ultimately, the goal was recorded as an own goal by goalkeeper Martinez, marking the first own goal by a goalkeeper in World Cup history. Martinez rubbed the back of his head, the recent rebound catching him entirely off guard, akin to someone unexpectedly striking you from behind while walking. The sheer force of the impact nearly left him faint. Earlier, Argentina's team physician had come onto the field to conduct a brief examination, primarily to assess any potential for a concussion. Fortunately, Martinez's physical condition proved resilient. He experienced only slight dizziness and, after a brief respite, was back to normal. However, the sensation of being ambushed left him distinctly displeased. Lee Mingyu returned to his half, feeling a marked improvement in his physical state. His head no longer spun, and his legs regained their strength. Could this be a fleeting resurgence of energy? Lee Mingyu pondered, somewhat discontented. With the game resuming, he actively engaged in defense. Observing his relentless determination, Spanish fans shed tears of emotion. On the stands, Catherine was visibly moved to tears. Bella wore a worried expression, uncertain about her cousin's unusual performance that day. After several bursts of sprinting, Lee Mingyu sensed his body becoming increasingly unmanageable, driven solely by sheer willpower. Realizing that he could no longer endure, he silently invoked the power of the Dragon Essence card. A golden light flashed within the system space, enveloping him in a mysterious force. In an instant, Lee Mingyu felt his body brimming with vitality. No longer did his waist ache, nor did his legs throb. He felt revitalized. As he observed the 15-minute countdown within the system, urgency gripped him. He needed to seize every moment. Yet before he could even locate the ball, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Lee Mingyu's heart sank as he turned to glance at his own penalty area, only to discover that goalkeeper De Gea had inexplicably surged into the net, entangled with the goalpost, evidently having collided with it at high speed. Upon further inspection, he noted that the nearest Argentine player to the goal was none other than Messi, who had barely crossed the halfway line. Yet the ball rolling within the net could not lie, and the referee's signal confirmed the goal as legitimate. Messi's audacious lob brought to mind the legendary Beckham. One could argue that this strike was destined to be nominated for the best goal of the tournament. Through the slow-motion replay, the sheer beauty of Messi's lob became evident to all. Moments ago, Spain launched an offensive, with their formation pressing high up the pitch, leaving only two center-backs near the center circle, ever ready to retreat. Pedri unleashed a powerful shot from outside the penalty area, which was thwarted by the outstretched leg of a defender. What was initially a commendable defensive play took an unexpected turn as the deflected ball found its way directly to Messi's feet. Beside him was the recently rejuvenated Lee Mingyu, who was unable to pursue immediately. However, Spain's two center-backs swiftly converged on Messi, to everyone's astonishment, as Messi crossed the halfway line and took a step forward. He glanced at the position of Spain's goalkeeper, De Gea, only to realize that, due to Spain's previous attack, De Gea had ventured far outside his penalty area. At that moment, De Gea was desperately sprinting back towards his goal. Such a rare opportunity was not one Messi would let slip away. With a deft left-footed strike, Just before the two defenders could close in, he sent the ball soaring in a beautiful arc towards the Spanish goal. De Gea, now in a state of panic, could only watch the trajectory of the ball while rushing back to his net. The ball, having traversed nearly 50 meters from just beyond the halfway line, reached the goal before De Gea could cover the 16 or 17 meters from outside the box to inside it. This demonstrated the sheer power and speed of Messi's shot. Standing near the center line, Messi raised his hands to the heavens, erupting in a jubilant roar. This goal was monumental for him, not only restoring his team's lead, but also allowing him to match Ronaldo's tally of goals in this World Cup. 7 goals in previous tournaments. That would have secured him the Golden Boot. Yet, as he celebrated, Messi cast a glance at Lee, who stood not far away, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. 14 goals. Despite having participated in 5 World Cups, Messi's total stood at merely 13, while this young prodigy had surpassed him in just 1 tournament. Although Messi had watched Lee grow, he had not anticipated the latter's meteoric rise. Was this level of talent truly so unrestrained? As Messi observed Lee silhouette, a sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, the young prodigy was not informed today. Meanwhile, Lee heart burned with urgency. He beckoned De Gea to hurry and throw the ball over, eager to re-enter the game. A minute had already slipped by of the 15 allotted, leaving him to helplessly witness the opposing team celebrate. Fortunately, the goal had occurred near midfield, allowing the Argentinian players to celebrate briefly before returning swiftly. However, as time ticked on and the Argentinians delayed their return, Lee grew increasingly frustrated and protested to the referee. The referee, curious, noted the sudden confidence of this previously weary player. Without the referee's prompting, the Argentinian players gradually returned to their half. Yet, a minute and a half had elapsed, causing Lee considerable distress. Now fully recovered, he was eager to resume play. Impatient, he moved to the center circle, standing beside Morata. Messi, stationed outside the circle, felt a surge of vigilance. He was all too familiar with Lee. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Messi's mind. Was Lee planning a surprise attack? Yet, he hesitated, uncertain, as Lee performance today had been lackluster, and he had rarely succeeded in dribbling past defenders. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling Spain to kick off. Aside from Messi, the other Argentinian players were oblivious to Lee uncharacteristic determination. Time to strike, Lee thought. In an instant, a golden path seemed to open before him. Morata passed the ball to Lee, and just as everyone anticipated he would merely transition the ball, he charged boldly towards the Argentinian half. As Messi, positioned as a winger, stood on the side of the center line, he shouted, "Lautaro, block him." Lautaro Martinez, taken aback by Messi's command, wondered whom he was meant to intercept. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed in shock as he recognized that the seemingly out of sorts Lee was charging toward him with the ball. In that moment of panic, Lee speed reached its peak after just 3 strides, gliding past him effortlessly. Lautaro Martinez caught a glimpse of the disdainful smile on Lee lips, as if to say, "You hurt me, yet I glide by unscathed." The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. In the first 30 minutes, Lee had appeared to be merely strolling on the pitch, with hardly a successful dribble to his name. But suddenly, it was as if he had awakened, and that familiar speed returned. The Spanish fans in the stands erupted in cheers for the revitalized Lee. Catherine, unable to contain her excitement, embraced Bella, jumping and shouting with joy. Bella, witnessing Lee return to form, instinctively frowned. Having bypassed Lautaro Martinez, Lee faced a disoriented Argentinian defense. He showed no mercy, striding boldly past a staggered Paredes, who had hoped to withstand Lee charge with his body. Yet, as their shoulders collided, Paredes' expression shifted dramatically. He felt an immense force that spun him a full 360 degrees before he collapsed to the ground. The crowd's adrenaline surged, a cacophony of cheers and boos filling the air, as Messi began his pursuit after witnessing Lee bypass Lautaro Martinez. He felt an unusual sensation. This young player was matching his pace. The collision with Paredes did not slow Lee in the slightest. His power and balance, bolstered by his innate skills, had reached an extraordinary level. Unless someone could confront him head-on, he seemed nearly unstoppable. Lee surged forward, confronting the Argentinian backline. The two center backs, in perfect sync, rushed to intercept him, prepared to commit a foul if necessary to halt his advance. Lee Mingyu, akin to a powerful machine, faced the two defenders, who were determined to serve as obstacles in his path. As Messi witnessed the unfolding scene, a sense of relief washed over him. Such a defense was formidable. Even he could not hope to breach it directly, and he would have to resort to drifting to the flanks or slowing down. To his surprise, Lee Mingyu not only maintained his pace, but seemed to accelerate slightly. A flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the two Argentine defenders. Although he was the highest scorer in a single World Cup, they would not be underestimated. Observing Lee Mingyu's trajectory, it appeared he was indeed charging towards them, prompting the two to converge rapidly. Upon noticing the defenders' movements, a glint of determination sparked in Lee Mingyu's gaze. Gritting his teeth, he deftly maneuvered the ball between the two of them and charged through the narrow gap that had not yet closed. Otamendi and Korda, resolute, braced themselves, intent on shutting him out of the penalty area. While this might lead to a foul and likely earn them a yellow card, they deemed it a worthy sacrifice to halt Lee Mingyu's advance. Unexpectedly, just before their shoulders collided, both defenders felt a jolt, forced to pivot slightly to absorb the impact as Lee Mingyu barreled through like a heavy-duty motorcycle, flattening their defenses. Argentine goalkeeper Martinez observed his defenders attempting to seal off the space, believing he could comfortably await the ball's arrival. He anticipated that a foul would be called. Thus, he remained stationary within the 6-yard box. Suddenly, Martinez's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Before him stood an impenetrable wall that, without warning, developed a fissure through which a figure emerged boldly. The visual shock left him momentarily paralyzed, but a heartbeat later, clarity struck. Emerging from the narrow opening, Lee Mingyu took a few strides and regained control of the ball near the penalty spot. Faced with this inexplicable one-on-one opportunity, Martinez mentally lamented and swiftly moved to block Lee Mingyu's shot. As the goalkeeper advanced, Lee Mingyu unleashed a long-forgotten skill. With a slow-motion flourish, he swayed his upper body like a pendulum, causing Martinez's legs to twist awkwardly, leading him to tumble to the left in despair as Lee Mingyu glided past him on the right. After a seamless sequence that involved evading Lautaro Martinez and toppling Paredes, Lee Mingyu slipped through the gap between Otamendi and Korda just before they could close in, and confronted the advancing goalkeeper. With a signature Ronaldo-like feint, he elegantly placed the ball into the net, marking his 15th goal in the World Cup. In that moment, as Lee Mingyu executed his iconic move, Ronaldo, seated in a private box, felt an unusual premonition. He straightened up, eventually moving to the glass window, his eyes brimming with excitement as he watched Lee Mingyu charge through the defenders and replicate his famed technique, scoring a goal that paid homage to Ronaldo himself. At that instant, Ronaldo's total World Cup goals quietly slipped to third place. Both players had scored 15 goals, yet with Ronaldo having netted a penalty, Lee Mingyu, without one, surpassed him, claiming the second spot on the all-time World Cup scoring list, leaving only the trembling god close ahead. The stadium erupted in applause, with fans from both Spain and Argentina rising in reverence, showering Lee Mingyu with their admiration. The large screen displayed the news of Lee Mingyu's surpassing Ronaldo in total World Cup goals. The camera captured both the jubilant Lee Mingyu on the field and the complex smile of Ronaldo in the box. In 2014, Ronaldo had witnessed the heart-wrenching semi-final where Germany defeated Brazil 7-1, while Klose broke his own record of 15 goals, officially surpassing him. At that moment, Ronaldo was uncertain of his emotions, awkwardly applauding Klose before the cameras, feeling an internal anguish. Yet today, witnessing Lee Mingyu score in a manner reminiscent of his own, Ronaldo felt a profound sense of legacy. Despite never having crossed paths with Lee Mingyu, seeing the younger player masterfully execute his iconic move filled him with a comforting sense of continuity. This time, Ronaldo's applause was genuine. After all, being second was no shame, and surpassing him was merely a part of the sport. Suddenly, a bright smile broke across Ronaldo's face, revealing his perfectly aligned teeth. He thought of Klose, who was likely trembling at this moment. As he observed Lee Mingyu sprinting towards the sidelines, joyfully gesturing with his right index finger, Ronaldo burst into laughter. This celebration mirrored his own signature move. Throughout his career, Ronaldo's celebrations had always been simple yet profound, arms wide open as if embracing the world. However, at the 2002 World Cup, fans were astonished to see him celebrate by shaking his finger post goal. Some interpreted it as an alien-esque disdain, while others speculated it was an advertisement for a beer brand. In truth, this gesture was his declaration of triumph. Leading up to this World Cup, Ronaldo had resolved to overcome the shadows of 1998 and surpass his previous scoring tally, aiming to score in every match. Thus, the finger-shaking became synonymous with his prowess on the field. Years later, many who grew up idolizing Ronaldo had become stars themselves, choosing to honor their idol by emulating his signature celebration. Neymar, upon surpassing Ronaldo's goal tally for the national team, opted for a playful finger-shaking gesture and a toothy grin in tribute to his idol. Today, Lee Mingyu not only executed a goal utilizing Ronaldo's signature techniques, surpassing Ronaldo's World Cup goal tally, but also paid homage to Ronaldo with his celebration, demonstrating his profound respect for the football legend. Ronaldo, observing from his private box, could not help but chuckle at this young man's antics. After the celebration, Lee Mingyu urged his teammates to hasten back to the halfway line, eager not to squander any precious time. The Spanish players, brimming with curiosity, wondered why he was in such a hurry now that the score was level. Moreover, they remarked on his sudden vitality, questioning the validity of his earlier claim of illness. Lee Mingyu could only gesture for them to return promptly. The Argentine players exchanged dubious glances, pondering whether this young man had been feigning his earlier discomfort. Even Messi regarded Lee Mingyu with a peculiar expression, acknowledging the kid's unexpected prowess. Lee Mingyu, choosing to ignore their scrutinizing looks, was equally aware of the strange gazes from his own teammates. Meanwhile, Enrique on the sidelines appeared bewildered, conferring with the team doctor, who was equally perplexed, questioning the legitimacy of his medical credentials. Just moments ago, Lee Mingyu had seemed on the brink of collapse. What could account for his sudden resurgence? As the match resumed, Lee Mingyu checked the clock, 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. The earlier goal had consumed over 10 seconds, and the celebration had taken a bit longer due to the excitement of equalizing the score. Upon the referee's whistle, Lee Mingyu signaled his teammates to press forward. The Argentine team, already at a disadvantage against Spain, found themselves further beleaguered by a revitalized Lee Mingyu. Palacios felt the sheer force of Lee Mingyu's resurgence and silently cursed him for his earlier mockery. He barely managed to pass the ball to Messi, while Lee Mingyu nudged Palacios lightly, using that momentum to dart towards Messi. Palacios retreated 3 steps to counteract Lee Mingyu's push. Anyone who dares to claim Lee Mingyu lacks strength will hear my wrath. My chest aches. Seeing Lee Mingyu approach, Messi recognized the need for caution. He deftly pulled the ball away, evading Lee Mingyu's outstretched leg. This marked the first genuine confrontation between Messi and Lee Mingyu in this match. With an exuberant state, Lee Mingyu closely shadowed Messi, attempting to snatch the ball from beneath him. Messi, leveraging his body against Lee Mingyu, safeguarded the ball. Yet Lee Mingyu's extraordinary strength and balance posed a significant threat. Ultimately, Messi had no choice but to succumb to Lee Mingyu's force, tumbling to the ground and clutching the ball in his embrace. The referee, witnessing this incident, had no option but to blow the whistle, penalizing Lee Mingyu for a foul. Lee Mingyu, observing Messi's resigned gaze, offered a slight smile as he extended a hand. Messi, cradling the ball with his left arm, reached out with his right, only to be yanked up by Lee Mingyu. "You little rascal, where do you get such strength?" Messi thought, feeling a twinge of pain in his palm, casting a wary glance at Lee Mingyu. Chapter 231. Is this magic? Upon receiving Messi's glare, Lee Mingyu promptly returned the look, taken aback to see Messi, with his expressive features, resorting to theatrics as well. Their inexplicable exchange caught the referee's attention, who swiftly approached to defuse the situation. However, as the two shared a knowing smile, an undeniable camaraderie filled the air, prompting the referee to discreetly step back. What a surprise! They were merely displaying their affection. How fortunate I was not to intervene, lest it become awkward. As the free kick was awarded, Spain's defense made it increasingly arduous for Argentina's offense to advance. The absence of Lee Mingyu had previously rendered Spain's defense somewhat flimsy. However, with his newfound vigor, Spain's midfield and front lines sprang back to life. Lee Mingyu's commanding voice instilled confidence within his teammates, proving that even in illness, his presence was formidable. Under Lee Mingyu's guidance, Spain's defensive structure became more cohesive, forcing Argentina to resort to constant backward and lateral passes, with forward opportunities dwindling. On the flanks, Messi found himself lacking support, hesitant to initiate daring breakthroughs. Spain consistently marked Messi's attacking lanes with two players, causing him considerable frustration. In the 40th minute, Messi detected a momentary lapse in Spain's defense and decided to attempt a breakthrough. Pedri shadowed Messi from the side, while fullback Azpilicueta positioned himself ahead, poised to double-team. Messi found himself ensnared in a trap. Nevertheless, his exceptional footwork allowed him to maneuver the ball effortlessly, eluding both Pedri and Azpilicueta, who struggled to contain the ball at his feet. To the spectators, it appeared as if Messi were a small boat on the verge of capsizing in a storm. Yet with a deft touch of his left foot and a flick of his right, the ball slipped between Azpilicueta's legs. Gritting his teeth, Messi shrugged off Pedri's grasp, bursting past Azpilicueta. The Argentine fans erupted in jubilant cheers as Messi's elegant maneuvering outwitted his two pursuers. Having bypassed the fullback, Messi opted to cut inside, but this time he ventured down the left flank, unfamiliar territory that hindered his ability to shoot with his favored left foot. Rather than adjusting for a shot, Messi delivered a curling pass. Lautaro Martinez made a timely run, meeting the ball with a spectacular leap. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd as Lautaro's header seemed destined for glory, only for it to narrowly graze the crossbar and ricochet off the goal line. Spain had narrowly escaped disaster. Witnessing this, Messi sighed in exasperation. How could one squander such an opportunity? Was fortune truly not on his side? Meanwhile, Lautaro lay on the pitch, incredulous, clutching his head in disbelief. Such a chance should have been a certainty, yet he had faltered at a critical juncture in the match. De Gea also expressed his gratitude for divine providence. Moments ago, he had been engulfed in despair, merely relying on instinct to make a desperate swipe. When he sensed he had not touched the ball, a chill of resignation washed over him. Yet, that melodious sound heralded his return from the depths of despair. Limingyu, who was retreating to defend, exhaled deeply. If the opposing team managed to reverse the score, all his efforts in recent times would be in vain. Glancing at the clock, he noted approximately 6 minutes remaining, enough time to endure until the halftime whistle. If he could score another goal, victory would be assured. However, despite Limingu's resurgence, Argentina's defense had tightened around him, effectively eliminating any chance for him to break through alone. In truth, without his previous striking prowess, his physical capabilities did not lend themselves to reckless incursions into the opponent's penalty area. Like Messi, Limingu found himself ensnared by the relentless Argentine defense. Messi had grown accustomed to this, showing no signs of concern, but Limingu was different. His current form had been secured through skill cards, and if he failed to capitalize on this moment, he risked reverting to his former self. On the sidelines, Enrique furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Limingu's demeanor. He appeared anxious, a stark contrast to his usual calm and vigilant self. At that moment, Limingu bore no resemblance to Xavi. Rather, he seemed akin to Neymar from the previous match, reluctant to pass the ball. Following a stoppage in play, Enrique called out, "Lili, steady yourself. Control the rhythm of the game. Do not rush." Limingu, hearing Enrique's words, couldn't help but smile wryly. "Of course, I understand that we need to maintain composure, but time is slipping away." Nonetheless, Enrique's counsel helped cool the fervor that had momentarily clouded Limingu's mind. He grasped Enrique's intent to restore his role in orchestrating the attack rather than pursuing solitary endeavors. Receiving a throw-in from Rodri, Limingu deftly cushioned the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it to Pedri on the opposite flank. After passing, Limingu surged forward, positioning himself to receive the ball. Pedri, intuitively understanding the play, wasted no time in delivering a precise through ball right into Limingu's path. Upon receiving the ball, Limingu found himself surrounded by 3 Argentine defenders. As a focal player for the Spanish team, he attracted significant attention. However, this also rendered the defenses elsewhere a bit more vulnerable. As he advanced with the ball, he spotted Morata's position. Morata was slightly ahead and to his right, with 2 defenders positioned between them. Passing to Morata's right would be exceedingly challenging, requiring a readjustment on his part. Moreover, even if he succeeded, it would be an uncomfortable reception for Morata, making the risk of the pass too great. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Limingu's mind. Recalling a gifted skill he had acquired, he raised his right foot and, with a swift flick of the outer instep, sent the ball sailing past the defender to his left. This unconventional pass left everyone bewildered, Had Lee Mingyu miscalculated? After all, there was only Morata ahead of him. Positioned to the right. Why would he send the ball left? Morata, noticing the pass, felt a pang of regret, but instinctively moved leftward. This was the nature of a forward. Even if a teammate's pass fell short, pursuing the ball could pressure the opposing defenders into errors, or at the very least, create opportunities for a corner or throw-in, forcing the adversary to relinquish possession. Otamendi, tasked with marking Morata, chuckled at what he perceived as a blunder by Lee Mingyu. How could he misdirect a pass so significantly? He leaned into Morata, disregarding the ball's trajectory, convinced that any clearance would be easily intercepted. However, Otamendi was jolted by the loud shout of the goalkeeper. Watch out. Momentarily distracted, he felt Morata slip past him, leaving him off balance. Yet, the most astonishing part was that the ball landed at Morata's feet. How could this be? It was as if magic had occurred. The ball had been sent leftward, yet it found its way to this position. Unperturbed by the Argentine defender's confusion, Morata adjusted with his right foot and unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball past Martinez and into the net. From 0, 1-1, 1, then 1, 2, and now 2, 2. Spain had finally taken a lead at 3, 2 against Argentina. In the first half, 5 goals had been scored. Even if the second half yielded no further goals, this World Cup final would be remembered as one of the most thrilling in history. The record for the most goals in a World Cup final remains with the 1958 tournament in Sweden, where Brazil triumphed 5-2 over the host nation, with a 17-year-old Pelé scoring twice. Spain's comeback goal transformed the Lusail iconic stadium into a jubilant sea of celebration. Spanish fans reveled in the moment, buoyed by Lee Mingyu's performance during the closing minutes of the first half, which rekindled hopes of reclaiming the World Cup title. Their emperor had returned. Yet, within the Argentine penalty area, Otamendi knelt in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how that ball had found its way to Morata's feet. Could it have deflected off someone in the middle? The slow-motion replay on television illuminated Lee Mingyu's imaginative pass for fans worldwide. Frame by frame, viewers observed every detail of Lee Mingyu's execution. As he lifted his right foot, the slow motion captured the precise angle of his kick, a pass delivered with the outside of his foot. The ball arced through the air without much curvature, but upon landing, it ricocheted towards Morata like a spinning ping-pong ball. Otamendi, preoccupied with positioning against Morata, failed to notice the ball magically appearing before him. Seizing the opportunity, Morata evaded Otamendi's defense and effortlessly converted the goal. Lee Mingyu's mesmerizing pass ignited the entire Lusail iconic stadium. Fans collectively gasped, clutching their heads in awe, faces awash with disbelief. Oh my goodness, what has happened? How did he manage to make that pass? The sight of an outside-of-the-foot curler was a first for many. This was truly the epitome of artistic football. I declare that Lee Mingyu surpasses me in brilliance. This moment of inspiration from Lee Mingyu has driven football commentators worldwide into a frenzy of admiration. In the stands, Catherine's eyes have transformed into heart shapes. Her hands clasped against her chest, gazing dreamily at Lee Mingyu, unabashedly calling out his name. Although Bella does not fully comprehend the finesse of that pass, witnessing the Spanish team score fills her with genuine joy. Over the past month, accompanying Catherine to live matches has gradually ignited Bella's interest in the world's foremost sport, a passion she previously lacked. Bella's radiant smile has once again graced the screens of countless households. Her exquisite beauty has compelled many commentators to express their admiration to the director, affirming that they truly understand the audience's sentiments. In this World Cup, the duo of Bella and Catherine has eclipsed even the English WAGs, leaving many present socialites feeling overshadowed. Bella and Catherine have received numerous offers from companies eager to feature them in advertisements, with the proposed fees eliciting silent gasps. However, the financially secure Catherine remains indifferent, while Bella shows no interest in such public exposure. Lee Mingyu's stunning performance, with 1 goal and 2 assists, propelled Spain to a 3-2 lead. On the sidelines, Enrique joyfully sprinted over 20 meters before executing a stylish slide, only to comically tumble onto the pitch. Yet, undeterred by his fall, Enrique lay on the ground, exuberantly cheering. Initially, after Lee Mingyu fell ill, Enrique feared the match was in jeopardy. Indeed, when Argentina scored first, it felt like a cruel twist of fate for Spain. Observing Lee Mingyu's faltering movements, Enrique sighed, contemplating if this was his destiny. Unexpectedly, in the dying moments of the first half, Lee Mingyu appeared revitalized, as if the illness had suddenly receded. Rejuvenated, he fulfilled expectations by leveraging his talent to help the team regain the lead, intensifying the pressure on Argentina. Messi, witnessing the resurgent Lee Mingyu, found it perplexing. How had this young man regained his form so suddenly? The match had become increasingly challenging. As the score of 3-2 left the Argentinians anxious, with roughly 3 minutes remaining in the first half, including stoppage time, Lee Mingyu's stamina was waning. He felt as if a voice echoed, "Sir, your service time is up. Would you like to extend it?" Instantly, Lee Mingyu sensed his energy being sapped, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down by lead. Parades, observing Lee Mingyu's near collapse, internally scoffed, thinking, what a charade. Lee Mingyu was once again engulfed by the prior agony, as if plummeting from paradise to hell. The breath, escaping his chest, felt as if it scorched his nostrils. A wave of cold sweat dripped from his forehead and back, accompanied by a nauseating dizziness that caused him to furrow his brow. In the final moments of the first half, Argentina launched a relentless assault on Spain's defense. Though Lee Mingyu lacked the strength to defend, his mere presence deterred opponents from challenging him. Even Messi, who hastily cleared the ball upon seeing Lee Mingyu approach. Under Lee Mingyu's intimidating aura, Argentina failed to capitalize on their opportunities to equalize before the whistle marked the end of the first half. Standing in place, Lee Mingyu gasped for air, feeling on the verge of collapse. Pedri rushed over, patting Lee Mingyu's shoulder with a grin. "Lee, your performance in the first half was phenomenal. Don't forget to pass to me in the second half. No favoritism." Overwhelmed by Pedri's enthusiasm, Lee Mingyu murmured, "Pedri, ease up on me and lend me a hand." Noticing Lee Mingyu's genuine distress, Pedri quickly supported him, asking Lee what happened. "You seemed fine just a moment ago." Enrique, anxiously waiting to check on Lee Mingyu, witnessed this exchange and promptly signaled the team doctor, who hurried to Lee Mingyu's side. "Lee, how are you?" Enrique inquired with urgency. Nearby, Messi, having already left the pitch, turned at the commotion, his brow furrowing with concern. Lee Mingyu replied softly, "I feel a bit faint." After a brief examination, the doctor nodded, stating, "You are slightly dehydrated. We need to get you to the locker room for hydration and nutrition. It's best if you don't play in the second half." Lee Mingyu nodded, but he took no heed of the doctor's last remark. Amidst the applause of the crowd, Pedri and Fati supported Lee Mingyu as they made their way to the players' tunnel. Back in the locker room, Lee Mingyu sat on a chair, drenched in sweat and pale, while the doctor prepared a nutrient solution nearby. Enrique had already informed Lee Mingyu not to play in the second half. However, despite his weakness, Lee Mingyu's determined gaze conveyed to Enrique that he must take to the field again. A score of 3-2 was far too precarious. Enrique did not inquire about the sudden surge of energy Lee Mingyu had experienced at the end of the first half, attributing it to a burst of mental fortitude that briefly restored his performance. Sitting there, Lee Mingyu consumed some applesauce to quickly replenish his energy. The doctor had also prepared various juices and sports drinks to restore his hydration and electrolytes. During this halftime break, Lee Mingyu did not engage in tactical discussions, instead focusing on rapidly recuperating his depleted strength with the doctor's assistance. The professional recovery methods provided Lee Mingyu with a sense of relief. The significant sweating during the first half proved beneficial, accelerating his metabolism and alleviating much of his cold. The doctor expressed surprise at Lee Mingyu's recovery speed, exclaiming, "Lee, your temperature has dropped slightly. Although you still have a mild fever, it is now manageable." Lee Mingyu's face brightened with joy. He had indeed felt less dizzy. Those slight swayings still brought moments of vertigo, yet it was a vast improvement from his condition on the pitch. After outlining the tactics for the second half, Enrique approached. Delighted to hear this news. He understood that the current Spanish team heavily relied on Lee Mingyu's influence on both offense and defense. Without Lee Mingyu, the Spanish team was a stark contrast, akin to the difference between a top-tier team and a second-rate one. Upon learning that Lee Mingyu's health had significantly improved, all his teammates from the Spanish team erupted in joyous cheers. Lee Mingyu's condition served as a barometer for the team's morale. At the commencement of the first half, although he energetically orchestrated attacks, his teammates were acutely aware of his precarious health, leading to considerable apprehension among them. However, after utilizing the Dragon Spirit Tiger Might card, he rejuvenated his performance, instantly alleviating their concerns. With 2 consecutive goals, the team not only reversed the score, but also, in the dying moments, managed to withstand Argentina's relentless onslaught, ensuring that their goal remained unbreached. This transformation was solely attributed to Lee Mingyu. With the knowledge that he was nearly back to full strength, the team's spirits finally stabilized. The events in the locker room remain unaddressed. Following the first half's conclusion, Lee Mingyu was assisted off the pitch by his teammates, stirring the concern of commentators and fans watching the match. During the halftime break, various television stations briefly commented on the 5 goals scored in the first half before shifting their focus to analyzing Lee Mingyu's condition. Observations indicated that Lee's performance today was rather peculiar. At the outset, it was evident that he was struggling physically. His demeanor suggested something was amiss. His face appeared pale, and his gaze was unfocused. Moreover, the sweat beading on his forehead early in the match was telling of his physical distress. This situation evoked memories of the infamous Ronaldo incident during the 1998 World Cup final, where the star player, who had dominated the tournament, seemed unrecognizable during the final match, leading to France's victorious triumph without resistance. Was it possible that Lee Mingyu was similarly afflicted by an unforeseen and mysterious ailment? It must be noted that Lee Mingyu's performance was indeed strange. At first, his physical state was visibly poor, even during confrontations with opponents. Yet, in the final 15 minutes, he appeared to regain his touch, showcasing a remarkable long run and a magical pass that affirmed his resurgence. However, as the first half concluded, he again succumbed to weakness. This bizarre fluctuation in his physical condition remains inexplicable. We can only wait and see if he can return to form in the second half. It is hoped that both teams will deliver an even more thrilling second half. Emerging from a locker room, Lee Mingyu made his way slowly down the players' tunnel. He heard someone calling him and, somewhat perplexed, looked up to see Messi, his expression laced with concern, waiting for him at the corridor's corner. Lee Mingyu smiled and approached, saying, "Leo." Messi, still worried, covered his mouth with his hand and asked, "Lee, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Aware of the camera positioned nearby, Lee Mingyu refrained from a direct response. Instead, he draped an arm around Messi's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I'm all right now." Upon hearing this, Messi's face broke into a relieved smile. "That's good to hear. In the second half, I won't hold back." Watching Messi's fighting spirit, Lee Mingyu chuckled, "Then bring it on." With that, they exited the players' tunnel side by side. As both teams returned to the field, the referee checked his watch and promptly blew the whistle to signal the start of the second half. Lee Mingyu felt significantly better on the field, but the exertion and sweat from the first half had drained much of his stamina, leaving him uncertain of how long he could continue in the second half. Argentina's attacks intensified, driven by desperation from trailing by a goal. The Spanish team's strategy for the second half revolved around defensive counterattacks, with Morata and Fati positioned to remain close to midfield, ever ready to exploit quick counter opportunities. Lee Mingyu had retreated to the 30-meter zone. Despite the Spanish defense being under considerable pressure, it maintained a solid structure. Messi's attempts to break through posed immense pressure on the Spanish backline. At 35, Messi's pace remained astonishing, often leaving 2 Spanish defenders unable to keep up with him. Each time Messi received the ball, the Spanish defenders braced themselves, with at least 3 players preparing to swarm him. A sharp whistle pierced the air as the referee approached, pointing toward the goal. Messi sat on the ground, adjusting his shin guards. Rodri, looking innocent, appealed to the referee, asserting he had committed no foul, merely engaging in normal physical contest. However, in the slow-motion replay, it was clear that Rodri had pulled and tugged at Messi from behind, ultimately tripping him. The referee, showing no leniency, issued a yellow card to Rodri, indicating he should quiet down and leave. The position of the resulting free kick was quite favorable for Messi, slightly to the right of the goal, ideal for a strike with his dominant left foot. Messi placed the ball gently within the referee's designated circle, firmly trod on the grass beside it, then stepped back, hands on hips, awaiting the referee's signal. Spanish goalkeeper De Gea felt a surge of tension, knowing Messi's free kick prowess rivaled that of Lee Mingyu. For Spanish players formed a wall, while De Gea shouted for them to cover the near post, only allowing the wall to settle when he could no longer see the ball behind it. After contemplating, De Gea shifted slightly to his right, anticipating that the near post would be blocked and preparing for a potential strike at the far corner. The referee cautioned both teams' players in the penalty area, urging them to refrain from unsportsmanlike conduct. Standing behind the ball, Messi fixed his steely gaze on the wall and the goalkeeper, mentally calculating the optimal way to execute his free kick. Lee Mingyu stood among the wall, positioned slightly to the right. He shielded his face with his left hand and protected his vital areas with his right while staring intently at Messi. At the referee's whistle, Messi touched his nose, his expression turning serious as he commenced his run-up. After 3 steps, he arrived in front of the ball, lifting his golden left foot to strike it fiercely. The resounding thud echoed as Messi sent the ball soaring over the wall. The players in the wall leaped high, hoping to block the shot with their bodies. Ultimately, the ball struck Lee Mingyu, ricocheting high within the penalty area. De Gea swiftly dashed out from the small box, leaping high to cradle the ball in his arms. The force of the impact sent Lee Mingyu tumbling onto his back. Without hesitation, De Gea tossed the ball out of play, approaching Lee Mingyu to check for any injuries. Meanwhile, Messi, visibly agitated, gestured animatedly to the referee, indicating that Lee Mingyu had committed a handball in the penalty area. At this moment, the referee raised his left hand to his ear, while signaling with his right for Messi to quiet down. The referee had already received advice from the video assistant referee regarding the incident. Clearly, there was an issue with the play that required the referee to personally assess the situation at the sidelines. Upon hearing this, the referee made a gesture indicating he would review the video replay to make an accurate judgment on the matter. He hastily moved to the side of the pitch, where a television monitor awaited. Donning headphones, he announced his readiness for playback. The VAR provided a slow-motion replay of Messi's free kick striking Lee Mingyu. In this replay, it became evident that as Lee Mingyu leapt to shield his face, his left arm had slightly deviated from his body, inadvertently making contact with the oncoming ball. However, the decision rested solely on the referee's interpretation. If he deemed it a penalty, there could be no objections, as Lee Mingyu's arm had indeed moved away from his body, obstructing the ball's trajectory. Conversely, should he choose not to award a penalty, that too would be justifiable, given the minimal extension of Lee Mingyu's arm. The referee might consider it an unconscious act. After reviewing the footage 3 times, the referee removed his headphones. All eyes in the stadium were fixed upon him. With a serious expression, he drew a square in the air and decisively pointed towards the penalty area of the Spanish team. Astonishingly, it was indeed a penalty. Lee Mingyu, awaiting the verdict, was in shock, clasping his head in disbelief. Spanish players rushed towards the referee, seeking an explanation, while the Argentine players began to celebrate. Elated by this unexpected gift, the referee waved for the Spanish players to disperse and approached Lee Mingyu, producing a yellow card to signal his decision. It appeared the referee had determined that Lee Mingyu had intentionally extended his hand to block Messi's shot, thus justifying the penalty and the accompanying card. Despite Lee Mingyu's fervent protests, the referee's unwavering demeanor left him no room for negotiation. Recognizing the futility of his pleas, Lee Mingyu wisely retreated before the referee could issue further cards. Messi, cradling the ball, stepped into the Spanish penalty area. The free kick had transformed into a penalty, bringing him closer to the goal and eliminating the barrier of the wall. Placing the ball on the penalty spot, Messi's expression turned solemn. This penalty was crucial for Argentina. A successful conversion would restore parity and bolster their morale. Conversely, a miss could inflict a severe blow to their spirits. For Messi, the pressure was immense. This was his final World Cup, and he stood on the precipice of glory. De Gea spread his arms wide, his gaze firmly fixed on Messi. In the realm of penalty-taking, Messi was undeniably one of the finest. Calmly assessing De Gea, Messi sought to manipulate his body language to induce a misjudgment. The referee dutifully reminded De Gea of the prohibition against premature movement, to which De Gea nodded, yet his focus remained solely on Messi. With the referee positioned at the edge of the penalty area, the whistle blew. Messi took a couple of steps back, and with a flick of his left ankle, he directed the ball towards De Gea's right side. De Gea misjudged the trajectory, helplessly watching the ball sail into the net behind him. As Messi sprinted in celebration, the Argentine fans ignited the Lusail iconic stadium once more. The score was now 3-3, marking one of the most thrilling World Cup finals in years, characterized by an abundance of goals and a spirited exchange of attacks from both teams. De Gea retrieved the ball from the net, launching it with a powerful kick towards the midfield, venting his frustration. Lee Mingyu shook his head, lamenting that he had not intentionally handled the ball. He merely reacted instinctively as the ball approached his face. With the score tied at 3-3, the match resumed, and Argentina's offensive push continued, albeit with less urgency than before. Messi orchestrated the play, granting Argentina a slight advantage. Though Lee Ming-yu's fever had subsided significantly, his legs felt weak, rendering him ineffective in certain situations. The Spanish defense proved tenacious, tightening their grip on Messi, which hindered Argentina's offensive efforts. Both teams exchanged attacks, reaching the 75th minute without breaking the deadlock. The coaches began to make substitutions at this juncture. Enrique deliberated, but ultimately chose to keep Lee Ming-yu on the pitch, not wishing for him to harbor regrets in such a pivotal match. He substituted Ferran Torres for the cramping Fatty, who, despite a successful surgery on his knee, still felt its lingering effects. After being replaced, Fatty stood beside the coach, nervously observing the action on the field, ecstatic at the chance to participate in a World Cup final, even though he was younger than Lee Ming-yu by nearly half a year. As the opportunity for his team to grasp the coveted World Cup trophy drew near, Fatty could no longer contain his inner excitement. Following substitutions by both coaches, the playing styles of the teams suddenly shifted towards a more conservative approach. With merely 15 minutes remaining, conceding a goal at this juncture would be utterly devastating. Both coaches and players were acutely aware of this reality. Thus, substitutions were primarily tactical, aimed at maintaining stamina across every position, ensuring no sudden collapse occurred. The spectators in the stadium, as well as those watching from home, were equally exhilarated. With just 15 minutes left, the champion of this World Cup could soon be determined. Fans in the stands sang their national anthems loudly, rallying support for the players below. On the field, whether it be Argentina or Spain, possession of the ball was cherished. If no opportunity arose, they would rather relinquish an attacking chance than carelessly concede possession. After all, as long as the football remained at their feet, the opposition would be devoid of any chance. Time trickled away, and fans worldwide awaited what appeared to be an impending extra time. The fourth official raised the board, indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time in the second half. Spain held the ball, with Lee Ming-yu firmly controlling it in midfield. The Argentine players, wary, refrained from pressing, fearing the loss of their defensive positions. As 2 minutes elapsed, the countdown reached its final minute. The referee continuously checked his watch. Lee Ming-yu began to calculate his timing. He intended to exhaust the attacking opportunity before attempting a shot, hoping for a stroke of luck for a last-minute goal. However, Lee Ming-yu did not reveal his intentions to the Argentine team. He continuously coordinated with Pedri on the flank, while the Argentine players stood by, awaiting the match's conclusion. The referee had already placed the whistle to his lips, indicating time was nearly up. Upon receiving Pedri's cross, Lee Ming-yu executed a sudden pullback, deftly evading the inattentive Paredes, before surging forward. This unexpected maneuver left the Argentine fans, who were bracing for extra time, utterly astonished. Messi, at a distance, shouted an alarm, urging his teammates to defend against him. The entire Argentine backline surged toward Lee Ming-yu. Despite the surprise, Argentina's defensive formation remained intact, as Lee Ming-yu faced the challenge of their entire defense alone. After taking a couple of strides forward, he prepared to unleash a powerful long-range shot. However, before the defenders could position themselves to block, Lee Ming-yu stumbled and fell to the ground. Oh no! The Argentine coach, in a fit of frustration, kicked a water bottle across the sideline. At this moment, the 3 minutes of stoppage time had technically expired. Yet, due to a foul committed by Argentina, a free kick was awarded to Spain in the attacking half. The referee would allow this free kick to be taken before signaling the end of the match, presenting Spain with a golden opportunity to eliminate Argentina. Argentine players surrounded the referee, claiming that Lee Ming-yu had simulated a foul and that the match should have concluded after 90 minutes. However, the referee dismissed their protests, firmly awarding the free kick and issuing a red card to Paredes, who had already received a yellow card. This was a grievous blow for Argentina. Even if Spain failed to score, they would be down to 10 men for the next 30 minutes of extra time. Nonetheless, the Argentines could not afford to think that far ahead. They needed to ensure that this free kick did not result in a goal if they hoped for a chance at extra time. Lee Ming-yu, resoluta, stood at the penalty spot with the ball, positioned roughly 35 meters from the goal. This distance fell well within his striking range. Argentina formed a six-man wall, blocking the direct line to the goal. Yet, they remained vigilant against the other Spanish players, aware that as seasoned veterans of set-piece tactics, They could not underestimate Lee Mingyu's ability to execute a clever play. Lee Mingyu stepped back 12 or 13 meters, preparing to unleash a powerful free kick to conclude the match. Faced with such an opportunity, even he could not suppress the rapid beating of his heart. Scoring this goal would crown him a hero, sealing Argentina's fate and lifting the trophy. What a splendid narrative it would be. Lee Mingyu stood still, executing 2 vertical jumps to tense his leg muscles. In the past, he would have had over 70% confidence in such a shot. However, today, the slight weakness in his legs diminished his chances of securing victory. The referee took nearly half a minute to restore civility among the players in the penalty area. With a sharp whistle, the world fell silent. Whether Lee Mingyu could deliver a direct free kick to seal Argentina's fate and help Spain lift the trophy hinged on the ensuing moments. No one could predict how agonizing these seconds would be for both teams. Lee Mingyu began his approach with small, measured steps. The spectators held their breath, hands clasped in prayer, some beseeching for the ball to find the net, others hoping it would not. Ronaldo, watching from a box, was equally taken aback by the dramatic turn of events. In the final moments, a potential last-minute goal loomed, a genuine game winner, regardless of its outcome. The referee would blow the final whistle. Argentina could only desperately defend against this shot to have a chance at extra time. Observing Lee Mingyu's familiar stride, Ronaldo wore a peculiar expression. This young man not only possessed his own skills, but had also masterfully emulated Roberto Carlos's free kick technique. Were Lee Mingyu to strike the ball with his left foot, it would indeed mirror Carlos's style perfectly. As he transitioned from small steps to a full sprint, Lee Mingyu closed in on the ball, the hearts of fans worldwide racing in unison. The Argentine goalkeeper, Emiliano Martinez, was undoubtedly the most anxious individual in the stadium. Just as Lee Mingyu was about to reach the ball, a player clad in blue and white burst forth from the crowd, not toward Lee Mingyu, but towards the goal. With a resounding thud, the quiet stadium erupted as Lee Mingyu's right foot connected with the ball, the forceful impact sending a wave of tension through the air. What tremendous force was exerted! Lee Mingyu gazed at the football he had propelled, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This time, he did not rely solely on brute strength to breach the wall of defenders. While such force could achieve maximum impact, the Argentine wall would undoubtedly brace itself, determined to obstruct any assault. Thus, a powerful free kick aimed directly at the wall would be futile. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu recalled his initial experience with a vigorous free kick, enhanced by the curve of Quaresma's technique, resulting in an extraordinary shot that curved past the wall, eluding its blockade. However, even the esteemed Roberto Carlos, a true master of powerful free kicks, had managed to score only one flawless goal in his lifetime. Lee Mingyu had attempted to replicate that magical free kick in numerous matches, but to no avail. The technique was sound, yet luck remained elusive. That elusive stroke of fortune might prevent one from ever recreating such a brilliant free kick again. As Lee Mingyu launched his free kick, an inexplicable confidence surged within him. The sensation was reminiscent of that first time he executed the kick. The ball spun gracefully, gliding past the wall's defenders. At that moment, goalkeeper Martinez misjudged the trajectory, believing the ball would pierce through the wall, causing his focus to falter. By the time he realized the ball was curving around the wall, his legs were rendered immobile, leaving him to helplessly watch as the ball soared toward the opposite side of the goal. Just then, a figure clad in blue and white sprang into action, launching himself to intercept the ball's path. With a resounding thud, the football collided with him, ricocheting high into the air, while the player was sent tumbling to the ground, having lost his balance from the impact. Martinez did not immediately turn to see who had saved him. Instead, he rushed forward to cradle the fallen ball in his arms. It was only then that he realized his back was drenched with sweat. He had narrowly escaped disaster. In that moment, he finally had the presence of mind to identify his savior, Messi, the number 10 of Argentina, the soul of the team. During Lee Mingyu's run-up, Messi appeared to possess an uncanny foresight of Lee Mingyu's intentions, abandoning his defensive assignment to swiftly reposition himself within the 6-yard box. This early movement had already disrupted Argentina's defensive formation, and had Lee Mingyu opted to pass rather than shoot, the Argentine defense, outnumbered with only 3 players against Spain's 7, would have struggled to contain the assault. As Messi reached the edge of the 6-yard box, he spotted the ball hurtling towards him from the side of the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air, sacrificing his body to block Lee Mingyu's strike. In that instant, Messi felt as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle. The sheer force of the impact rendered his mind momentarily blank. As he fell, he lost his balance, crashing to the ground. On the pitch, both Argentine and Spanish players were visibly struck by Messi's selfless act. The referee should have blown the final whistle at that moment. Yet he too was taken aback by Messi's bravery. Among all the players, only Lee Mingyu reacted swiftly, aware of the magnitude of his kick. He knew that the force had exceeded that of his earlier shot against Roberto. With a wave towards the sidelines, he dashed to Messi's side. At this juncture, everyone seemed to awaken to the reality of the situation. The first to react was the referee, who blew the whistle to signal the end of the match while gesturing for the medical staff to rush onto the field. After all, this was Messi. The team doctor, carrying a medical kit, sprinted onto the pitch. Martinez, with a look of terror, called out Messi's name. Yet, the fallen Messi lay motionless. The camera captured the scene, revealing Messi's body utterly still, suggesting something was amiss. Many Argentine players instinctively held their heads in despair. It was well known worldwide how powerful Lee Mingyu's free kicks could be. The football had struck Messi squarely on the back while he was airborne, causing him to plummet as if struck by a missile. Lee Mingyu knelt beside Messi, gently tapping his shoulder, anxiety etched across his face. "Leo, are you all right?" he inquired. A series of coughs emerged from Messi, who remained on the ground. Hearing this, the collective tension eased. Messi had momentarily been winded by the strike, and the fall had left him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression filled with pain. "The ball didn't go in, did it?" Messi's first words left Lee Mingyu momentarily stunned. "That hit hard, my friend." Lee Mingyu, relieved that Messi was unharmed, managed a wry smile. "You blocked it." He gave Messi a thumbs up, acknowledging him as his idol, truly formidable. Messi, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, though it quickly turned into a fit of coughs. The team doctor rushed in, pushing Lee Mingyu aside to examine Messi. Lee Mingyu shrugged, rising to his feet, glancing at the ball nestled in Martinez's arms, shaking his head in resignation. His moment of heroism had slipped away. He looked down at Messi, who had unwittingly become the hero of Argentina. Lee Mingyu's remarks rang true. The scene of Messi selflessly sacrificing himself had been broadcast live to Argentina. In that instant, the entire nation marveled at Messi's valor. At that moment, Messi solidified his status as a deity in the hearts of Argentine fans. Although he had always been a pillar for the national team, a chasm had existed between him and the fans, stemming from the fact that he had not emerged from the Argentine League, having begun his career at Barcelona, a single city for his entire life. This lack of experience in the domestic league, coupled with the disparity between his club and national team performances, further alienated the Argentine fan base. In the club, he soared like a dragon, while in the national team, he felt like a mere insect. If he did not wish to serve the national team, he was free to leave. Every World Championship seems to mark a time of profound sorrow for Messi. The relentless criticism from his compatriots in Argentina has left him utterly drained. Fortunately, the Copa America in 2020 finally allowed Messi to fulfill a dream, as he celebrated a long-awaited victory on the global stage. This year's World Cup is poised to be Messi's final appearance, presenting his last opportunity to claim the coveted trophy. Today, Messi's demeanor is markedly different. His competitive spirit radiates from every fiber of his being. With 2 goals and an indirect assist, he courageously thwarted a certain goal from Lee Mingyu with his own body in the dying moments, compelling the Spanish team into extra time. As spectators witnessed Messi rise from the ground, his face still contorted in pain, it was clear he sustained no serious injury. This moment only deepened the admiration for him. While Ronaldo suffered a rib fracture from a powerful shot by Lee Mingyu, Messi emerged seemingly unscathed after absorbing a similar blow. Ronaldo's injury was a consequence of his inability to protect himself, as he was struck directly in the ribs by the ball. In contrast, Messi, with his muscles taut in midair, shielded himself with his back against Lee Mingyu's fierce strike. Despite the excruciating pain that momentarily took his breath away, he recovered quickly. Seeing Messi unharmed, the other players seized the brief opportunity to rest. With merely 5 minutes between the 90 minutes of regular time and the 30 minutes of extra time, they hydrated while medical staff assisted in muscle relaxation. Nearby, 2 staff members helped Lee Mingyu ease his muscles. Although he was recovering from a cold, he still felt weak from the considerable exertion of the first half. After enduring 90 minutes, he was nearing his limit, and the recent shot had left his thigh twitching with the threat of cramping. At this juncture, Lee Mingyu urged the team doctor to stretch his left leg to prevent cramping once he returned to the field. Enrique, positioned beside Lee Mingyu, quietly inquired about his condition, astonished by how long he had managed to endure. He had intended to substitute Lee Mingyu at halftime, yet here they were at the conclusion of the match, with Lee Mingyu showing no signs of yielding. Taking deep gulps of a specially prepared nutritional drink, he smiled and declared, "Boss, if I'm substituted, I will not be content." Witnessing Lee Mingyu's seemingly fragile tone, yet resolute gaze, Enrique could only sigh and pat his shoulder, saying, "Very well. The extra time is yours to command. Bring the championship back to Spain." Lee Mingyu nodded, his eyes alight with boundless aspirations. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Argentine camp was somewhat subdued. Although Messi's selfless act had revived the team in the final moments, the disadvantage of playing with one fewer player, coupled with their considerable fatigue, rendered the Argentine players silent. The head coach continued to outline tactical arrangements for the extra time, focusing on a defensive counterattack, but felt compelled to uplift the players' spirits. After quenching his thirst with a few sips of drink to replenish lost electrolytes and hydration, Messi addressed his teammates. "Brothers, though we are one man down, we cannot concede defeat. In extra time, the defense is yours. I will lead the attack. Just grant me one opportunity, and I will secure the championship for us." Suddenly, with a serious expression, Messi spoke. All players gazed at him in astonishment. Even the coach's eyes gleamed with admiration. Messi had never before articulated such sentiments. He preferred to inspire through his actions. As he sensed the collective gaze upon him, he felt slightly out of place, touched his nose, cleared his throat, and implored, "Please believe in me." Inspired by Messi's unwavering determination, all Argentine players stood, forming a huddle, their right hands stacked together as they shouted in unison, "Champions! Champions! Champions!" The Spanish players, hearing this fervent chant, exchanged glances. Lee Mingyu, undeterred, rallied his teammates, encircling them, shoulders linked as they roared, "Spain! Champions!" The fervor of the fans was ignited anew, despite their throats being hoarse from 90 minutes of cheering. Yet, witnessing the players' renewed confidence, they found an inexplicable surge of energy, raising their voices once more to support their teams. The 5-minute respite soon concluded, and both teams trudged onto the field with heavy steps. Spain held a notable advantage. Having one more player in extra time was a significant asset. However, the coach's strategies differed, focusing on ball control and minimizing opportunities for the opposing side. To everyone's surprise, it was Argentina that struck first in the extra time. As the extra period commenced, Spain initiated the kickoff. Argentina, mindful of their numerical disadvantage, refrained from even symbolic pressing, retreating to their half. "Come at us." Spain, undeterred, advanced with nearly all players except for 2 defenders into Argentina's half. Lee Mingyu methodically orchestrated the attack from the center. Nevertheless, Argentina's defense proved tenacious. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, their backline remained unyielding. In the 6th minute, Lee Mingyu and Pedri executed a clever 1-2 on the flank. With the ball reaching Pedri at the edge, Pedri delivered a cross, which was deflected out by a defender. Spain earned a corner kick. This time, the towering defender Laporte surged forward to join the offensive. With only Eric Garcia left in defense, Spanish players positioned themselves strategically outside Argentina's penalty area, denying any chance for a quick counterattack. Lee Mingyu stood by the corner flag, preparing to take the corner. Observing the crowded penalty area, he opted for a central delivery. Players jostled within the box, vying for position. Ultimately, Messi, positioned perfectly, executed a lion-hearted header, directing the ball outside the penalty area. However, the ball did not clear the danger entirely, landing at the feet of Argentine midfielder Palacios in the right-back area. The players of the Spanish team swiftly retreated to defend. However, unmarked, Palacios surged forward with the ball. Messi, having cleared the ball with a header, saw Lautaro Martinez making a rapid advance through the center. As Palacios crossed midfield, Messi, Lautaro Martinez, and the already triggered Nicolas Gonzalez had all surged ahead. In a 4-on-4 scenario, not only did Spain lack numerical superiority, but the scattered Argentine defense also left them in a quandary. Messi pointed to the space ahead of him and dashed forward, drawing the attention of 2 defenders towards him. Nevertheless, Palacios opted not to pass to Messi. Yet, Messi's movement had already unsettled the two Spanish defenders, who momentarily halted their advance, believing Messi was in an offside position. Had Argentina passed to him at that moment, it would have indeed been offside. Unexpectedly, Palacios made a slight adjustment and delivered a wide-angle cross that found Nicolas Gonzalez, who was in a legitimate position. The defenders, having paused to create an offside for Messi, were caught off guard. Upon noticing Gonzalez receiving the ball, Eric Garca reacted swiftly, closing down his shooting angle and forcing him to use his left foot. Goalkeeper De Gea also responded rapidly, recognizing the impending one-on-one chance. However, due to the narrow shooting angle, he managed to block Gonzalez's path with his imposing frame. Yet, in a moment of brilliance, as De Gea and Garca closed in on Gonzalez, he flicked the ball gently with the outside of his right foot through the gap between them. A blue and white lightning bolt surged into the frame, lightly tapping the ball with his left foot, guiding it deftly into the Spanish net. Number 10, Messi. After scoring, Messi glanced at the linesman, saw no reaction, and beckoned Gonzalez to join him in jubilant celebration at the sidelines. Fans of Argentina around the globe erupted in euphoria. No one had anticipated that the Argentine team, reduced to 10 players, could score first in extra time. A lightning strike. The Spanish players surrounded the referee, protesting that the goal must have been offside. However, in slow motion, the entire sequence of the goal became clear. Messi's sudden advance had drawn the attention of the two defenders, who halted their runs to create an offside for him. Alba, the left back defending against Palacios, chose not to press forward, allowing Palacios to adjust and pass to the onside Gonzalez. Gonzalez's control was exquisite. He received the ball with his chest and advanced into the penalty area. In a moment of being tightly marked, he flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot towards the center, rendering Garca and De Gea's efforts futile. De Gea, now on the ground, could only watch in despair as the ball approached the empty net, with Messi coming in from the center to deliver a deft, unassuming shot into the Argentine goal. 4-3. Argentina had once again taken the lead. This marked Messi's third goal in the match, making him the second player to score a hat-trick in a World Cup final since Hurst in 1966. With this goal, Messi's tally for this World Cup rose to 9, bringing his overall World Cup goals to 15, tying with Lee Mingyu, but due to the nature of their goals, both Messi and Ronaldo stood behind Lee Mingyu in the rankings. This World Cup has indeed showcased the prowess of the elite, with numerous goals concentrated among these superstars. In this goal, Messi exhibited his extraordinary capabilities. His defensive header demonstrated his remarkable positioning ability. Following his clearance, he sprinted from Argentina's penalty area to Spain's, covering over 90 meters. At 35, Messi's ability to maintain such explosive speed and impact is truly astonishing. In just 14 seconds, he traversed 2 penalty areas, reaching speeds of up to 34 km/h. With this goal, Messi illustrated how effortless attacking can be. After resuming play, Spain intensified their offensive. Meanwhile, with a 1-goal advantage, Argentina defended with greater ease. Lee Mingyu continuously sought opportunities for his team, yet the seasoned Argentine side offered no chances. Time ticked away, and Spain's anxiety grew palpable. Although they had a numerical advantage on the pitch, it was rendered ineffective against the resolute Argentine defense. The first 15 minutes of the half slipped by in an instant. The teams switched sides, preparing for the second half of extra time. There was no break in the middle of extra time, but the referee, showing a measure of humanity, allowed players to hydrate and receive treatment during the switch, although time was still limited. The disparity in condition between the two teams was stark. The Argentine players wore expressions of joy, knowing they were just 15 minutes away from their first World Cup title. Conversely, the Spanish players appeared grim. The early goal had significantly dampened their spirits. Lee Mingyu felt his leg muscles trembling, a sign of reaching his physical limit. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, consuming energy drinks to replenish his body's fluids and electrolytes, striving to muster any remaining strength. Enrique stood, constantly encouraging his players. At that moment, he felt more regret than anyone else. Yet he understood that he could not lose his temper. Focus on the game was essential to seize any final opportunity. 15 minutes may seem trivial in the grand scheme of life, but for both the Argentine and Spanish teams, it could very well be a moment of destiny. Argentina yearned for those minutes to fly by, while Spain hoped they would stretch endlessly. After a brief respite, the referee urged both teams to return to the field. Many players, now relying on sheer willpower, trudged back onto the pitch, their faces reflecting their exhaustion. The second half of the match commenced with Argentina kicking off. After the kickoff, the Argentine team exhibited a clear strategy. Following a failed attempt by Lautaro Martinez, all players retreated to their own 40-meter zone, focusing intensely on defense. The Spanish team, in contrast, left Laporte alone in midfield while Pau Torres, replacing Eric Arce, pushed forward into Argentina's half. However, buoyed by their lead, the Argentine players displayed remarkable vigor in their defense. 10 minutes elapsed, during which Spain's possession rate soared to 90, effectively controlling the ball throughout the second half of extra time. Yet, high possession without goals proved futile. The Spanish players felt a growing urgency, astonished by their predicament. While Lee Mingyu felt anxious, he understood that haste wouldn't solve the problem. He needed to patiently identify weaknesses in Argentina's defense. In the 117th minute of the match, Lee Mingyu passed the ball to Rodri, who then sent it to Alba, surging down the left flank. Exhausted from his relentless running, Alba had lost his once-celebrated speed and could only muster enough strength to send a hopeful pass toward the center. Lee Mingyu positioned himself outside the penalty area on the right. The ball deflected off an opposing fullback's foot, soaring into the penalty box. In an instant, chaos erupted within Argentina's penalty area as players surged to contest the ball's landing. Lee Mingyu, unable to rush over, slowly entered the box, finding his place on a right flank. In the midst of a header contest, the midfielder Koch, who had charged into the box, managed to direct the ball forward, albeit without control over its trajectory. Lee Mingyu, stationed on the right side of the penalty area, watched as Koch's header arced above him. Suddenly, he heard a voice, ding. Current host detected in the World Cup final. Conditions met. Slow aerial ball in the penalty area. Conditions met. System automatically activates the specific skill of French legend Zidane, the Flying Celestial. Instantly, Lee Mingyu felt his heartbeat steady, his face devoid of expression as his eyes tracked the descending ball. He positioned himself, his right foot firmly grounded, and lifted his left leg high. As the ball descended to waist height, he swung his left leg in a breathtaking volley, sending the ball like a cannonball into the far corner of the Argentine goal. The Argentine goalkeeper, Martinez, stood in stunned silence, unable to respond. Such a goal seemed celestial, an extraordinary sight rarely witnessed on earth. In another box, the esteemed French legend and celebrated coach of Real Madrid, stroking his bald head, watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded on the pitch. This moment was etched in his memory. It mirrored Zidane's iconic goal in the 2002 UEFA Champions League final against Bayer Leverkusen, which fans had dubbed the Flying Celestial. Since then, no one had replicated such an artistic and captivating goal, and even if they had, it lacked the grandeur of a Champions League final. Yet today, in the World Cup final, Lee Mingyu reenacted that legendary moment, and in the final moments of extra time, the significance of his goal rivaled Zidane's, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, it was a World Cup final, a dramatic equalizer, imbued with countless layers of meaning. Following the goal, Lee Mingyu celebrated exuberantly, recalling the yellow gem warrior card he possessed, preventing him from removing his shirt. His Spanish teammates, overflowing with joy, rushed to him, toppling him in a wave of elation. Beneath the pile, Lee Mingyu felt both exhilarated and pained. On the sidelines, Enrique, brimming with excitement, shed his suit jacket, spinning it above his head before dramatically casting it to the ground, releasing the tension he had held for so long. Chapter 236, a red card. I will not let you down. Incredible. An equalizer in the World Cup final. And during extra time, no less. With just 3 minutes remaining, Argentina was on the brink of lifting the trophy, but in that moment, Lee Mingyu declared a resounding no. For Argentina, this goal struck like a thunderbolt. Many Argentine players sank to the ground, faces buried in their hands, overwhelmed by despair. The score stood at 4-4, marking the highest-scoring match in World Cup final history. 8 goals exceeded the 7 scored in the 1958 final between Brazil and Sweden, with an astonishing average of 1 goal every 15 minutes, far surpassing the typical scoring rate in finals. Beyond the fervent fans of Spain and Argentina, neutral spectators reveled in the spectacle of this thrilling final, feeling immense joy. The viewership for the final had already shattered historical records in football, with an estimated 1.5 billion people watching simultaneously, a testament to the success of this World Cup, largely attributed to the players' stunning performances. Lee Mingyu and Messi faced off for the first time in the World Cup, marking their final encounter on this grand stage. A poignant exchange between youth and experience that captured the attention of countless fans. This match not only met expectations, but far exceeded them. The adage that finals rarely yield excitement proved to be unfounded, as both teams, well acquainted from their prior encounter, had anticipated a conservative showdown. No one expected the match to be so exhilarating from start to finish. Even in the dying moments of extra time, Lee Mingyu's astonishing strike delighted viewers. Moreover, this goal bore greater significance. It was Lee Mingyu's 16th of the tournament, allowing him to equal Germany's legendary striker close in World Cup history. At this moment, Lee Mingyu stood shoulder to shoulder with a legend. As the match dwindled down to its final 3 minutes, it became apparent that Lee Mingyu's aspiration to claim the title of the all-time leading goal scorer in World Cup history would remain unfulfilled. Nonetheless, this was merely his inaugural World Cup, and through an extraordinary display of talent, he etched his name into the memories of football fans across the globe. In just one World Cup, he achieved a tally that many may never reach in a lifetime. A true prodigy, exuding unparalleled prowess. With the match resuming and merely 2 minutes remaining, the Argentine team surged forward, attacking the Spanish half. The Spanish players, having exhausted their stamina, could only retreat in defense. Yielding to the mounting pressure from Argentina, fueled by an inexplicable fury, the Argentine squad, now down to 10 men, played with a vigor that seemed to transcend their numbers, leaving the 11 Spanish players with no room to retaliate. As the clock ticked down to the final minute, Messi unleashed a long-range shot, granting Argentina a corner. Within the Spanish penalty area, only 3 Argentine players were present, while 5 others stood outside the box, prepared for secondary defense. Wary of a repeat of their earlier lapse that had allowed a goal from a corner, Palacios took the corner, which was initially met by Laporte's header. However, due to interference from the surrounding Argentine players, Laporte's header was not cleared decisively, but instead sent straight up. At that moment, goalkeeper De Gea dashed from the 6-yard box, aiming to seize the ball with his height advantage. Lee Mingyu, having just entered the penalty area, accurately predicted the ball's trajectory and assessed the positions of other players. His complexion paled as he chose not to contest the ball, opting instead to sprint towards the goal. Lee Mingyu surmised that De Gea was likely to make a critical error in his attempt to claim the ball. Indeed, as De Gea leaped to catch the descending football with both hands, he found himself obstructed by the presence of players, leading to an insufficient jump that rendered him unable to secure the ball. In a moment of desperation, De Gea swatted at the ball with his right hand, directing it away from the area. However, an unaware Rodri, leaping at that precise moment, collided with De Gea's arm. De Gea's fingers grazed the ball as it fell. His eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed an Argentine player poised to capitalize on the situation. Nicolas Gonzalez, barely managing to leap, directed the ball towards the Spanish goal with a header, executing a lob shot. De Gea turned in despair to see the empty net behind him, only to be met with the astonishing sight of Lee Mingyu, who had returned to the goal line. As Gonzalez's lobbed header approached, Lee Mingyu, just arriving at the goal line, prepared to leap and deflect the ball off the crossbar. Yet, he realized that after sprinting, his legs lacked the strength to elevate him. Faced with the height of the ball, he knew he could not reach it. In a stunning moment that left the entire stadium in shock, Lee Mingyu extended his arms and caught the descending ball with his hands. The crowd fell silent, and the referee, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Before the Argentine players could rush over in protest, the referee blew his whistle and approached Lee Mingyu, disregarding the Spanish players' pleas, and produced a vibrant red card from his pocket. A straight red. A penalty. Upon catching the ball, a complex smile spread across Lee Mingyu's face. De Gea approached him with a look of remorse, embracing him and murmuring, "Lee, I'm sorry, it was my fault." Lee Mingyu tossed aside the ball, patting De Gea's back firmly, saying, "David, you did nothing wrong. Just promise me you will save this penalty." Looking at Lee Mingyu's youthful face, De Gea's eyes reddened as he nodded vigorously, assuring, "Lee, don't worry, I will save this shot." As Lee Mingyu reluctantly exited the pitch at the referee's urging, fans from both sides, as well as neutral spectators, rose in unison to applaud this player destined for football history. Lee Mingyu stood outside the tunnel, eyes filled with anticipation as he watched the scene unfold before the goal. Messi stood once more at the penalty spot, and this time, De Gea was ignited with fervor. This penalty was earned by Lee Mingyu's sacrifice, Had it not been for his earlier misstep, he would not have been in this position. If De Gea failed to save it, he would bear the weight of guilt for Spain. De Gea patted his gloves fiercely, roaring to bolster his own confidence. Messi, devoid of any visible emotion, did not exhibit excitement over the impending opportunity to secure victory and clinch the World Cup. Yet, the fire in his eyes betrayed the tempest within, revealing that his calm exterior masked a fervent heart. Taking a moment to steady himself, Messi inhaled deeply twice, calming the frantic beating of his heart. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, all eyes fixated on the diminutive figure clad in the blue and white of Argentina, wearing the number 10. Argentine fans felt a wave of nostalgia, remembering another small player in the same jersey who had once brought them glory. However, that number 10 had departed from the world 2 years prior, succumbing to a sudden heart ailment. Now, the question loomed, could this current number 10 once again lead Argentina to lift the coveted trophy? Many Argentine players dared not witness the penalty, while those on the bench, including the coach and staff, knelt in fervent prayer. The Spanish bench mirrored this scene, with players half kneeling, imploring divine intervention. God, it seemed, was overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. As Messi heard the whistle, he exhaled and took a couple of steps back, preparing to unleash his golden left foot upon the ball, directing it toward the right side of the goal. It was the same direction as his previous penalty attempt. Last time, De Gea had guessed incorrectly. However, this time, as if guided by divine intervention, De Gea not only anticipated the direction, but managed to parry Messi's penalty with a single palm, deflecting it away. The ball rolled toward the sideline, igniting a fervent roar from the Spanish supporters in the stands. The Argentinian fans, in disbelief, clutched their heads and stared vacantly at the solitary figure on the field. After Messi squandered a penalty, he placed his hands on his hips, an action eerily reminiscent of Ronaldo's during the previous match that led to his elimination. In that moment, Messi truly felt the weight of Ronaldo's emotions. A medley of feelings engulfed him. At the entrance of the players' tunnel, Lee Mingyu witnessed De Gea's spectacular save, erupting into laughter, before contentedly stepping into the tunnel. The ensuing match was no longer his concern. The penalty kick was irrelevant to him. It was better that he was sent off, sparing him from the potential embarrassment of failing in front of the world. Upon returning to the locker room, the television screen on the wall displayed the coaches arranging the lineup for the penalty shootout. Argentina's coach opted to use the last substitution on the goalkeeper. In the previous penalty shootout, the valiant Romero replaced Martinez once more. He still held his magical water bottle, presumably filled with the penalty habits of all the Spanish players. Lee Mingyu couldn't help but wonder if his own penalty habits were recorded there. Romero felt a flicker of relief upon noticing that the space next to Lee Mingyu's name on his cheat sheet was blank. After 2 years of his career, Lee Mingyu had never taken a penalty kick. Fortunately, he was sent off in the end. Otherwise, Romero would have been at a loss on how to handle him. Little did Romero know that if Lee Mingyu had remained on the field, he would likely have become a liability. This marked the third time in World Cup history that a champion would be decided through the harrowing ordeal of a penalty shootout. In the 1994 World Cup in the United States, Brazil triumphed over Italy via penalties, leaving Roberto Baggio with a hauntingly melancholic silhouette. In the 2006 World Cup in Germany, the resilient Italians overcame the proud French in a penalty shootout to claim the coveted trophy. The 2022 Qatar World Cup too would resort to this breath-stealing method to determine the ultimate champion. Would the resilient Spanish team emerge victorious? Or would the 35-year-old Messi finally realize his long-held dream of hoisting the trophy? In mere minutes, the world would bear witness to the unfolding drama. Argentina was the first to take the stage. Their forward, Lautaro Martinez, was the first to step up. Confronting De Gea, Lautaro smoothly deceived him, sending the ball into the opposite side of the net. 1-0, Argentina momentarily led. Spain's first shooter was Pedri. At just 20 years old, Pedri displayed remarkable composure, rendering Romero's cheat sheet useless. As Romero dove in the wrong direction, Pedri let out a triumphant shout. 1-1. The tension of the penalty shootout rendered the fans in the stands silent, fearing their noise might disrupt the players below. In the locker room, Lee Mingyu stood transfixed, his eyes glued to the screen. When he saw Pedri withstand the pressure and score the first penalty, he exhaled deeply. Watching others take penalties made his heart race. Had he been in their position, he might have fainted. This peculiar fear of penalty kicks had baffled him, leading him to consult numerous psychologists, yet with little effect. Perhaps a crucial penalty shootout was what he needed to unravel his mental block. Chapter 237. Congratulations. The World Cup champion is decided. In the first round of the penalty shootout, both players found the back of the net, bringing the score to 1-1. Argentina's second shooter was Palacios. Today, Palacios' performance in midfield was nothing short of world-class, particularly during an extra-time counterattack where his precise pass found the onside Nicolas Gonzalez, assisting Messi in delivering a decisive blow. Approaching the penalty spot, Palacios reverently rubbed the ball against his forehead, seeking psychological comfort. Spanish goalkeeper De Gea waved his arms, attempting to disrupt Palacios' focus. The referee blew the whistle. Palacios, unwavering, kept his gaze fixed on the ball rather than De Gea's position. After 3 steps, he struck the ball with his right foot, sending it toward De Gea's right post. Only then did Palacios glance up, and the sight that met his eyes filled him with dread. De Gea had anticipated his shot, and with a colossal hand, he deflected the poorly executed penalty. Witnessing this, Palacios' legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, burying his face in the grass in frustration. De Gea, however, was hailed as a hero by the Spanish fans, celebrating the advantage in the penalty shootout. The Argentinian players, in stark contrast, squatted in despair, their faces pale compared to the jubilant Spanish team embracing one another. This was the brutal nature of the penalty shootout, where every moment tugged at the hearts of all involved. The second Spanish shooter, Ferran Torres, replaced Ansu Fati, approaching the goal with a serious demeanor. This kick was crucial. De Gea had already given Spain the upper hand. If this penalty were scored, the pressure would shift entirely onto Argentina. In that moment, every Argentinian fan prayed that it would not go in. The tense atmosphere compelled many spectators to close their eyes, unable to bear the suspense. The air in the stadium felt almost palpable. Aware of the importance of his kick, Ferran fixed his gaze on the referee. The referee blew the whistle, and Ferran exhaled sharply, beginning his run-up. The crowd held its breath, as if the entire world had fallen silent. Ferran aimed for the upper left corner, the most difficult for a goalkeeper to save. As he struck the ball, Romero dove to his right. Unfortunately, he misjudged, and the ball thundered into the net above him. Ferran erupted in joyous celebration, and the Spanish fans finally released their pent-up excitement. The Spanish players gathered in a tight embrace at the center line. 2-1, Spain held a commanding lead. Enrique's audacity was commendable. He entrusted the first 2 crucial penalties to the 19-year-old Pedri and 22-year-old Ferran Torres. Their performances, however, left Enrique sighing in relief. In such moments, although the youth may lack experience, their fervent belief in victory is undeniably comparable to that of the seasoned players. The performances of Pedri and Ferran Torres have instilled a sense of relaxation in the Spanish players who are to follow. The third round of the penalty shootout commences. Argentina sends forth their midfield stalwart, Lo Celso. At 26 years of age and playing for Tottenham Hotspur, Lo Celso has become an indispensable figure in the team's midfield. Confronted by De Gea, he withstands immense pressure and successfully sends the ball into the net. However, the shot was perilously close. De Gea's fingertips grazed the ball, yet its velocity ensured it crossed the line. Lo Celso, filled with a mix of relief and rage, let out a roar of triumph. The Argentine fans exhaled deeply. Had he missed, Argentina's hopes would have been dashed. Fortunately, Lo Celso did not let them down. The score stood at 2-2. But Spain had yet to take their third shot. Spain's third player to step up is Rodri, a renowned penalty taker from Manchester City. Facing the provocations of Romero, Rodri struck decisively, sending the ball past Romero, who again misjudged the direction. With the score now 3-2, Spain regained the lead. It seemed Romero's cheat sheet had failed him today. Next, Argentina sent forth their fourth shooter, the left-back Montiel from River Plate. Calmly, Montiel altered his rhythm just before the penalty kick, deceiving De Gea and slotting the ball into the net. The score was now 3-3, as Argentina once again demonstrated their resilience. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense. It felt as though the very air had stilled. All eyes turned towards Spain's fourth penalty taker, Coke from Atletico Madrid. Although not a primary penalty taker for his club, Enrique needed Coke's composure in this critical moment. In a penalty shootout, mindset is often the pivotal factor. Countless penalty specialists have faltered under such pressure. The weight of the world rested upon Coke's shoulders as he stood emotionless before the spot, his gaze sharp upon the thrashing Romero, who sought to unsettle him. With the referee's whistle, Coke took a couple of steps back, then launched a powerful shot towards the center of the goal. At the moment Coke struck, Romero committed to diving to his left. As he left the ground, he saw the ball hurtling towards the very spot he had just vacated, desperately extending his foot in midair in hopes of making contact. However, Coke's shot was thunderous and precise, eluding Romero entirely as it nestled into the back of the net. The score now stood at 4-3, with Spain having scored on all 4 attempts, while Argentina had 1 miss. At this moment, Palacios, who had previously squandered his penalty, knelt on the ground in frustration, eyes shut tight, murmuring to himself. The faces of all Argentine players were etched with grave concern. They found themselves at a critical juncture, their fate no longer in their hands. The final penalty for Argentina would be taken by their captain, Messi, who has participated in 5 World Cups. It was imperative that Messi convert this penalty, and that Spain failed to score in their final attempt, for Argentina to continue in the competition. All eyes across the globe were upon this diminutive figure. Cradling the ball, Messi strode purposefully from midfield towards the goal. The Argentine supporters clasped their hands in prayer, beseeching for Messi and their team, unwilling to witness a repeat of the heart-wrenching moment from the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. Messi deserved a World Cup title. At the penalty spot, he meticulously placed the ball, stamping around it to ensure the ground was firm enough. This meticulousness is characteristic of a top-tier player before taking a penalty. Many have faltered due to slippery ground or unstable footing, resulting in missed opportunities. Messi retreated 2 steps, locking eyes with De Gea. A peculiar smile graced De Gea's face as he pointed to his right, indicating his intended dive direction. As Messi had previously executed 2 penalties to that side, 1 scored, 1 saved. This time, De Gea's gesture was a challenge, testing Messi's resolve. Yet, Messi's expression remained stoic, his gaze unwavering, seemingly unperturbed by De Gea's antics. The referee, sensing the tension in the air, wiped the sweat from his brow and blew the whistle. Messi approached. He readied his leg. He shot. With audacity, Messi directed his penalty towards the right, precisely where De Gea had indicated, albeit at a challenging angle. De Gea dove to his left, having merely engaged in a psychological game with Messi. However, Messi's confidence in his skills exceeded De Gea's expectations in this life-or-death moment. He remained resolute. Though previously thwarted by De Gea from the same spot during extra time, Messi's mental fortitude led him to trust in his abilities once more. With a roar of triumph, Messi pointed skyward, offering his goal as a tribute to his beloved grandmother in heaven. The Argentine players erupted in exhilaration. Yet their jubilation was short-lived. The final player for Spain, the decisive figure in this penalty shootout, was Morata, currently with Juventus. Morata had already netted 8 goals in this World Cup, forming a formidable attacking duo with Lee, arguably the strongest front partnership in World Cup history. Enrique placed his trust in Morata as the 5th penalty taker. Morata glanced towards the players' tunnel, where Lee stood at the entrance. Having grown restless in the locker room, he had ventured to the tunnel, having been present since Messi's penalty attempt. The World Cup trophy gleamed tantalizingly within mere meters of him. In that fleeting moment, all eyes across the globe were fixated on Morata, who was poised to take the penalty kick. With the ball cradled in his arms, he slowly approached the penalty area. The expression on Argentine goalkeeper Romero's face was grim. His prior notes had been rendered useless, and as he confronted Morata, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. The notes indicated that Morata's penalty habit was predictable, yet in this critical instant, Romero's mind went blank. He understood that the fate of the Argentine team rested on his next decision. If he could save this shot, Argentina still had a chance. If he failed to stop it, they would once again miss out on the coveted World Cup trophy. This was Romero's 2nd time representing Argentina in a World Cup final. The last occasion was during the 2014 Brazil World Cup, where he served as the principal goalkeeper. He would never forget the name Mario Götze, the man who had delivered the fatal blow to the hearts of Argentinians in the dying moments of that match. Now, at this pivotal juncture, Romero felt his composure falter. He struggled to regain his focus, using exaggerated gestures in an attempt to distract Morata. As Morata observed Romero's body language, his gaze sharpened with determination. With a whistle, Morata took a couple of steps back, then launched a powerful strike with his right foot, sending the ball soaring towards the upper left corner of the net. Romero dove in the opposite direction. The ball found its mark in the net. Once again, Argentina succumbed in the World Cup final, this time in a penalty shootout. The Spanish players erupted in jubilation, racing from the center of the pitch to celebrate with Morata, who, having scored the decisive goal, stripped off his jersey to reveal his toned physique. Spain had reclaimed the World Cup title, standing atop the football world once more after a 12-year hiatus. In stark contrast, the Argentine players appeared as though their very bones had been stripped away, collapsing to the ground in despair. Some of the younger players could no longer contain their anguish. Palacio sank to his knees, burying his head in the grass, weeping uncontrollably, tormented by his missed penalty that had cost Argentina the match. Messi stood there remarkably composed, his hands on his hips, observing the ecstatic Spanish celebrations with a palpable sense of envy. Suddenly, an arm draped around Messi's shoulders. Turning to see Lee Mingyu, Messi managed a bittersweet smile. Lee, congratulations. In the eyes of Messi, there was a glimmer of envy for the young 20-year-old. The World Cup title had eluded him despite over a decade of relentless effort, a journey from a youthful prodigy to a seasoned player in his 30s. Never once grasping the illustrious trophy, this would remain Messi's eternal regret. Football, at times, is undeniably cruel. As we viewed the scene from behind, Lee Mingyu rested his arm on Messi's shoulder, with Messi standing confidently, their heads close together as if sharing an intimate conversation. Below them, the Argentine players lay dejectedly on the ground, while in the distance, the jubilant Spanish players celebrated passionately, creating a striking tableau. Lee Mingyu felt at a loss for words on how to comfort Messi. Yet, sensing the young man's expression, Messi smiled and said, "Lee, it's all right. That's how the game goes. Victory and defeat can hinge on a moment. When my penalty was saved by De Gea during extra time, I already envisioned the outcome." Messi sighed, "Perhaps it's just not in my destiny to win a World Cup." Lee Mingyu gently patted Messi's back, rendered speechless. With a chuckle, Messi removed his jersey, saying, "Come on, let us swap jerseys. This is my final match for the national team. It holds great sentimental value." A wave of emotion washed over Lee Mingyu as he watched his idol feign a smile. They exchanged jerseys, and Messi patted Lee Mingyu's arm, encouraging him, "Go on. I don't need your sympathy. Join your teammates and embrace your moment." Lee Mingyu beamed to the Spanish players, beckoning him from afar, slipping Messi's jersey over his shoulders. He winked at Messi, saying, "Just wait, I'll wear your jersey to the awards ceremony." With that, he dashed off, leaving Messi momentarily stunned. A wry smile crept onto Messi's face. He had never seen a player don their opponent's jersey at a trophy presentation before. Yet a warmth filled his heart. The match had concluded, and the champion of the 22nd World Cup had been determined. Spain emerged victorious, reclaiming the title after 12 years since their last triumph in 2010. Throughout the tournament, Spain showcased an impressive blend of individual brilliance and teamwork, integrating every player into their gameplay. The decision by coach Enrique to include Lee Mingyu in the national squad proved to be astute. 7 matches, 16 goals. Lee Mingyu delivered a tally of goals that would elude most players throughout their careers, exemplifying extraordinary talent and prolific scoring ability. While Spain's current style of play may not have dazzled like that of the team from 12 years ago, Lee Mingyu alone spoke volumes. Argentina, too, had performed remarkably, with the 35-year-old Messi seemingly rejuvenated, scoring, assisting, organizing, and defending, showing no signs of the passage of time. This Argentine squad evoked memories of the 1986 championship team, featuring a similarly unstoppable number 10, a diminutive left-footed player whose exceptional offense and incisive goals left an indelible impression. Messi's influence was instrumental in carrying Argentina to the final. Unquestionably, both Lee Mingyu and Messi stood out as the most prominent players of this World Cup, alongside other stars like Ronaldo, Neymar, Mbappe, and Lewandowski. However, the performances of Lee Mingyu and Messi in the final overshadowed all other luminaries. Messi's 3 goals and Lee Mingyu's 2 goals and 2 assists showcased their remarkable offensive prowess. After every football match, we witnessed the spectrum of human emotions on display. A single game can wield immense influence, underscoring why football is the most impactful sport on this planet. Following the World Cup final, one side rejoices while the other mourns. In a single match, there can only be one victor. Only one team can lift the coveted trophy. Yet, if the losing side earns the respect of the world through their determination and effort, They remain undefeated in spirit. Today, Argentina may have lost, but Messi did not falter. He could hold his head high as he departed the field. Under the enchanting nightfall, the Lusail iconic stadium radiates an extraordinary charm, having recently witnessed one of the most exhilarating finals in World Cup history. Historically, the Argentine team has often been shrouded in a melancholic aura, playing beautifully, with flair, yet frequently unable to reach the final destination, and at times, facing early exits. This tournament marked a turning point for the Argentine squad, as they grew weary of the tragic narrative and embraced a spirit of resilience and determination. They recognized that life's hardships are devoid of romance. The art of living steadfastly is the most profound mastery. They have renounced superficiality, undergoing a revolution within themselves. For a nation that values perfection, such a transformation is undeniably painful. Perhaps it is only at the moment they hoist the coveted trophy that all their patience and efforts will bear fruit. Yet they stand on the precipice, just one step away. Much like the famous tango composition, A Step Away by a renowned Argentine composer, the trophy lies before them, their reflections already mirrored upon its surface, as if their very breaths have brushed against its base, but they remain just shy of that final stride. The poignant essence of tango resonates deeply with the Argentine spirit, an inescapable fate. However, Argentinians are relentless, pursuing their passions with unwavering resolve, continuously reinventing themselves in pursuit of their aspirations, which is utterly captivating, is it not? I believe many Argentine fans share this sentiment with their team, unwavering in their devotion. Love for something transcends its victories or defeats. It is the essence that captivates the heart. We must applaud the Argentinians for their remarkable contribution to a final that will be etched in World Cup lore. Regrettably, Lionel Messi stands at the center of this narrative. Throughout 5 World Cup campaigns, he has twice finished as a runner-up, having poured his heart and soul into securing a championship title. Had it not been for the emergence of Lee Mingyu, perhaps this World Cup would have fulfilled Messi's dreams. At this moment, the awards ceremony is about to commence, with the FIFA president, the AFC president, and the King of Qatar gracing the podium. This marks the 10th occasion in World Cup history where European and South American teams have clashed in the final. We catch sight of Lee Mingyu, the first to present an award, the best newcomer, which is undoubtedly his. For him, this World Cup has been nothing short of perfect. The next accolade, the Golden Ball, is similarly bestowed upon Lee Mingyu, who beams radiantly while holding both trophies aloft. This is the first time since the 1994 World Cup, when the Golden Ball was awarded to Brazil's Rom Rio, that has been given to a player from the champion team. Since the 1998 World Cup, the Golden Ball has been shrouded in a tragic and contentious narrative, as for 6 consecutive tournaments, the award did not originate from the champion team, leading many to question whether it was merely a consolation for the runners-up. This time, Lee Mingyu's impeccable performance has won over all, restoring the Golden Ball to its rightful place among the champions. We observe the Spanish players lining up to honor their opponents with applause. For before the Argentine team receives their runner-up awards, the Spanish team must first present their accolades. Messi stands at the forefront of his team, walking past the Spanish lineup, undoubtedly feeling a bittersweet pang. Despite the words spoken, the agony of defeat is a burden known only to them. What stirs our emotions is that, although the Argentine fans are disappointed their team did not clinch the ultimate title, they fervently applaud their heroes as they ascend the podium, for their performance merits such recognition. The Argentine team, adorned with silver medals, departs the podium with a sense of melancholy. As the most exhilarating moment approaches, the Spanish players stride onto the stage to don their championship gold medals. Each Spanish player's face radiates joy. Even Sergio Busquets, who, despite his injury preventing him from participating, joins the celebration with a cane, his smile making him stand out among the crowd. He is the sole member of this team to have previously won the World Cup in 2010. As the champions don their gold medals, the climactic moment arrives. Busquets gently nudges Lee Mingyu to the forefront, signaling him to lift the coveted trophy. With a hint of shyness, Lee Mingyu steps forward, raising the illustrious trophy aloft. The champions of the 2022 Qatar World Cup are the Spanish team. After 12 long years, they reclaim the World Cup trophy, marking their second triumph in history. Originally, it was to be Busquets, the captain, who would hoist the cup, but he graciously passes this honor to Lee Mingyu, symbolizing a transfer of legacy. Through his skill and talent, Lee Mingyu has not only conquered Spain, but also captured the hearts of the world during this World Cup. The image of Lee Mingyu lifting the trophy will forever remain etched in the memories of Spanish fans and in the annals of World Cup history. Each player, regardless of their minutes on the pitch or the goals scored, forms an indispensable part of the Bullfighters Brigade. Ultimately, Enrique also raises the trophy, underscoring that, apart from Lee Mingyu, he is the most pivotal figure for the Spanish team. Prior to the World Cup, Enrique faced skepticism for not including any players from Real Madrid in his squad, but now, all doubts have dissipated. Enrique has seamlessly integrated this team, demonstrating the courage to empower Lee Mingyu to dictate the course of the game, a hallmark of a great coach, and the results speak for themselves. Enrique has triumphed. Fireworks illuminate the night sky, reflecting the jubilant spirits of the Spaniards. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to them. This is the final chapter of the World Cup, a magnificent symphony. Lee Mingyu, following this World Cup, will surely face no further skepticism. The moniker $300 million man seems inadequate now, as Manchester City has made a remarkably shrewd investment. This moment belongs to him, a time to accept the applause and admiration of the crowd. At this juncture, the wives and girlfriends of the Spanish players have joined the celebration on the field. Indeed, for these athletes, they are now heroes of Spain. Yet heroes, too, must share their joy with loved ones, allowing those dearest to them to represent the public in offering blessings and gratitude. In this moment, confronted by the radiant smiles of their beloved, the players surely understand that without them, what is victory worth? Lee Mingyu watches as the wives and girlfriends of his teammates approach, stirring feelings within him. Lee Mingyu. Suddenly, he hears two voices and turns to reveal a beaming smile. Cousin Bella, Catherine, you came too. Bella, accompanied by the somewhat bashful Catherine, approaches, first embracing Lee Mingyu gently and whispering in his ear, "Congratulations. You are truly remarkable. My grandfather wants me to tell you that he's proud of you." Lee Mingyu's family opted not to travel to the sweltering heat of Qatar. Today, the three families gathered at the home of Lee Mingyu's grandfather to witness the stirring World Cup final. Upon seeing the Spanish team triumph precariously, his grandfather could not help but shed tears of joy. Over the years, the performance of the Spanish team had caused this devoted fan much heartache, but today, his wish was finally fulfilled, especially as his grandson emerged as the brightest star of this World Cup. Catherine also stepped forward to offer a hug, whispering celebratory words in Lee Mingyu's ear, causing him a delightful tickle. As they were about to part, Lee Mingyu felt a warm flush on his cheek. Beside them, Bella's eyes widened in shock as she watched her friend leave a faint kiss mark on Lee Mingyu's face under the gaze of the world. In that moment, female football fans around the globe erupted in fury. How dare this little vixen? Let us take up arms, sisters. Bring forth the 40-meter blade. How daring. She has done what I yearned to do. I wonder what Lee Mingyu's face tastes like. Lee Mingyu, equally bewildered, found his teammates watching him with amused expressions. Unable to contain their laughter, the wives of the players gazed at Catherine with admiration, applauding her boldness. While Catherine usually appeared carefree, she couldn't help but blush under the scrutiny of everyone, turning and fleeing. Bella, observing the dazed Lee Mingyu, shook her head in disbelief. Beside them, Busquets gave Lee Mingyu a playful shove, exclaiming, "Lee, why don't you go after her?" Lee Mingyu scratched his head, asking, "Why should I chase after her?" Busquets sighed, exasperated, wondering what kind of oblivious man this was. The scene of the fleeing Catherine, the smiling Bella, the incredulous Busquets, the dazed Lee Mingyu, and a group of players and their wives laughing heartily became one of the most memorable moments of this World Cup. Chapter 239, the dual nominations for World Footballer of the Year and the Ballon d'Or. The fervor of the World Cup has gradually begun to wane. On December 20th, the battlegrounds of Europe reignited. The 15th round of the Premier League witnessed intense clashes. Manchester City, playing at home, faced the challenge of Everton. In this match, Coach Guardiola chose not to start Lee Mingyu. However, prior to the game, Lee Mingyu was awarded the Golden Boot by FIFA for the Qatar World Cup. Before the match commenced, he made a point to showcase his personal accolades to all present at the stadium. The World Cup Best Young Player, the Golden Boot, and the Ballon d'Or. Observing the envious expressions of his teammates, Lee Mingyu wisely refrained from boasting. His physical condition had not yet fully recuperated. Thus, Guardiola opted to place him on the bench for this match, allowing him to rest should the game proceed without issue. Most players on the Manchester City roster had participated in this World Cup, although the England team had exited early, losing to Portugal in the quarterfinals. Their physical condition had yet to return to normal. Conversely, few Everton players had attended the World Cup, leaving them in top physical form. To everyone's astonishment, Manchester City found themselves dominated by Everton in the first half, conceding a goal in the 30th minute. By halftime, Manchester City trailed 0-1 on their home turf. At the start of the second half, Guardiola summoned the eager Lee Ming-yu onto the field. Here, in his home ground, Lee Ming-yu understood the importance of this moment. With systematic protection, as soon as he stepped onto the pitch, he felt an invigorating surge of energy. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the Etihad Stadium and receiving the talent eagle eye from Manchester City legend David Silva as a player honored with a statue at the Etihad Stadium. David Silva's contributions to Manchester City were undeniable. His exquisite technique and world-class midfield organization helped both Manchester City and the Spanish national team achieve numerous accolades. What was most lauded was his exceptional vision for passing, often seeing opportunities that others could not, delivering the ball directly to the heart of the opposition's defense. After entering the field, Lee Ming-yu discovered that his vision had expanded significantly. Previously, he had to constantly glance around while organizing plays, which sometimes led to rough edges in his offensive strategies. Now, he felt he could effortlessly glance around and perceive most of the field behind him. This extraordinary control over his vision was akin to receiving wings for Lee Ming-yu. In the second half, Everton's players perceived Manchester City, who had been subdued in the first half, as if they had transformed into a different team. Lee Ming-yu's presence brought a remarkable metamorphosis to the squad. After a lackluster first half, Manchester City finally revealed their fangs. In the 50-minute mark, Lee Ming-yu, with his back to the goal, deftly flicked the ball with his heel between two defenders, allowing Jesus to rush in and unleash a powerful shot, leveling the score. Lee Ming-yu notched another assist. Even the commentators could not help but marvel at such an imaginative pass, reiterating Lee Ming-yu's creative prowess befitting a World Cup champion. Following the trials of the World Cup, Lee Ming-yu's skills seemed to have ascended to a new echelon. Everton's players posed no threat before him, and observing Lee Ming-yu's fluid movements on the field, the English spectators were filled with admiration. They envied Lee Ming-yu for achieving World Cup glory in his first appearance while performing so remarkably. For the English, every World Cup for the past 20 years had begun with high hopes, yet they had never reached the final, a source of much frustration. In the 60th minute, Lee Ming-yu executed a splendid nutmeg, causing the opposing midfielder to stumble before advancing into the penalty area. With the defenders tightly closing in, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball rocketed into the Everton goal like a flash of white lightning. The bewildered expression on the goalkeeper's face elicited both excitement and surprise from the fans in attendance. The stadium's giant screen displayed a remarkable figure, prompting a deafening cheer from Manchester City supporters. 233 kilometers per hour. Lee Ming-yu's recent long-range shot reached a top speed of 233 kilometers per hour, comparable to the average speed of a Formula One car. No wonder the opposing goalkeeper had no reaction. His view was obstructed by defenders, leaving him utterly unaware of the ball's approach. By the time he realized what had transpired, the ball had already crashed into the net. Even the Manchester City players gazed at Lee Ming-yu with awe, as if witnessing a divine spectacle. Oh my goodness! If that football strikes someone, could it possibly be fatal? The substitute goalkeeper of Manchester City, Stefan, couldn't help but shudder at the thought. How frightening. I want to transfer. Lee Ming-yu scored his first goal since returning to the team. However, the second goal came swiftly thereafter. In the 75th minute, Lee Ming-yu executed a familiar long-range dash, skillfully maneuvering past four opposing players before unleashing a powerful shot that slipped through the armpit of the advancing goalkeeper into the net. The score stood at 3-1, and within just 30 minutes on the field, Lee Ming-yu had contributed to 3 goals for his team. The players of Everton were thoroughly subdued by Lee Ming-yu's prowess. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 3-1, as Lee Ming-yu continued to lead Manchester City to their 15th consecutive victory in the league. Should Manchester City triumph in the next 4 matches, they would etch a historic record in English top-flight football, achieving an unbeaten first half of the season by defeating every opponent in the league. Such a feat has never been accomplished in the history of England's top league. Even Arsenal, who went unbeaten to clinch the title in the 2003-2004 season, did not achieve this. The closest to this record was Liverpool in 2019, who secured 18 victories and 1 draw in their first 19 matches, amassing 55 points. With just 4 matches left, Manchester City is on the brink of creating an unprecedented achievement. 3 days after this match, the Champions League resumed its fierce competition. In the first 3 rounds of the group stage, Manchester City had won all 3 matches, firmly holding the top position in their group. The other 3 teams each had 1 win and 2 losses. AC Milan was in second place with a goal difference of 3. Bayer Leverkusen and Barcelona, both with a goal difference of 4, saw Leverkusen place third due to their victory over Barcelona, who languished in fourth. Truly, this was a group of death, as the other 3 teams were facing an uphill battle. This time, Manchester City hosted the formidable Italian team, AC Milan. Should they secure a victory in this match, they would advance to the knockout stage with 2 matches to spare, likely finishing first in their group. However, AC Milan would not easily concede 3 points to Manchester City. Currently, Milan faced numerous challenges, the most significant being the absence of their striker Mandzukic, who had sustained an ankle injury during the World Cup and had yet to recover. Thus, the absence of their main forward was a substantial blow to Milan's strength. Before this, Lee Mingyu received 2 invitation letters. One was from FIFA, inviting him to attend the annual awards ceremony in Paris on December 30th, 2022. The other was from France Football, inviting him to the Ballon d'Or ceremony on December 31st, 2022. Due to the World Cup taking place this year, both ceremonies were postponed by a few days. This time, Lee Mingyu's mood was markedly different from the last. Previously, he had only received the Pusk S Award, and there was no invitation for the Ballon d'Or. However, following his outstanding performance in the World Cup, he had garnered a nomination for the FIFA Men's Player of the Year and was the frontrunner for the Ballon d'Or as well. Lee Mingyu had a strong chance of simultaneously winning both of these prestigious individual accolades in the world of football. Motivated by the 2 invitations, Lee Mingyu faced AC Milan with fervor, leading to a resounding 5-0 victory that left the visiting Milan team disheartened. With 3 goals and 1 assist, Lee Mingyu was named the player of the match. He had become the new nemesis of AC Milan, having scored a total of 11 goals in 4 encounters with them over 2 years, averaging nearly 3 goals per match, a truly terrifying statistic that established him as Milan's bane. In another match the following day, Barcelona returned to their home ground and decisively triumphed over Bayer Leverkusen with a score of 3-0. Messi netted 2 goals and provided a crucial assist for the newly arrived Dutch player Depay to seal the victory. With 2 wins and 2 losses, Barcelona climbed to second place, while Leverkusen and Barcelona switched places, with Leverkusen now at the bottom of the group. Manchester City served as the barometer for this group. Any match against them would result in a dramatic shift in the standings for their opponents. In the 16th round of the league, Manchester City visited Brighton's home ground. Lee Mingyu was substituted in the 70-minute mark and scored the only goal of the match, ensuring his team's continued perfect record. On December 30th, Lee Mingyu donned a dapper suit and arrived in Paris, France. Outside the Palais Garnier, Maybach awaited him. Amid the curious gazes of reporters, Lee Mingyu emerged from the vehicle, offering a refined smile amidst the frenzy of flashing cameras and cheers. However, upon disembarking, he did not immediately walk the red carpet, but instead approached the other side of the car and opened the door. Amid the inquisitive stares of journalists, 2 familiar faces stepped out, Bella and Catherine. Catherine wore a blush, while Bella appeared somewhat resigned, having been kidnapped by Catherine. Upon learning that Lee Mingyu would attend the FIFA awards ceremony, Catherine mustered her courage and called him to ask if she could accompany him as his date. Although somewhat awkward in matters of the heart, Lee Mingyu found himself enchanted by the spirited and beautiful Catherine. The enchanting kiss they shared on the World Cup stage had ignited a spark of intention within him. After Lee Mingyu agreed, Catherine joyfully danced in her dorm room, prompting Bella, who was reading nearby, to rub her temples in exasperation. Her friend was beyond saving. "Hey, Bella, you'll come with me, right?" Catherine, with her sparkling eyes, implored. Bella sighed. "What on earth would I do? Be a third wheel?" Upon seeing Bella's refusal, Catherine grew anxious. I can't go alone." Ultimately, through Catherine's persistent coaxing, Bella found herself reluctantly convinced to accompany her. Lee Mingyu looked dashing in his black suit, while Bella appeared regal in her flowing white gown, radiating elegance like a delicate lotus. However, all eyes were drawn to another stunning beauty. Catherine's attire, a striking red, off-the-shoulder evening gown from Milan Fashion Week, accentuated her exquisite figure, contrasting sharply with her previous World Cup look. With a hint of shyness, Catherine slipped her arm into Lee Mingyu's embrace, while Bella, wearing a gentle smile, nestled into his other arm. In that moment, Lee Mingyu became the object of envy and admiration for all the men present. Although everyone is aware that Bella is Lee Mingyu's cousin, it does not quell the envy surrounding him. Lee, congratulations on your nomination for the Best Player of the Year award. What are your thoughts? The smile on the host's face appeared somewhat strained, as she seemed rather ordinary in the presence of two beautiful women. The renowned French host, Monica, celebrated for her beauty and intelligence, has always been the center of attention. Yet, before Catherine and Bella, she appeared overshadowed, almost like a passerby. Lee Mingyu smiled faintly and responded, "I'm grateful to FIFA for nominating me for the Best Player of the Year. I shall strive to repay those who support me with more goals." His reply was succinct. Having secured the award nearly without contest, he felt no need for elaborate words of encouragement. As they entered the Palais Garnier in Paris, Lee Mingyu, accompanied by Catherine and Bella, was greeted by a dazzling ambience. Upon taking his seat, he noticed Messi and Antonella approaching. It seemed Messi had begun to move past the pain of losing the World Cup. Following the tournament, he announced his decision to retire from international play. Although he exited after another defeat, Argentine fans were not as harsh in their criticism this time. After all, Messi was no longer youthful, and his stellar performance in the World Cup had satisfied his compatriots. It was merely a matter of luck. With a sense of regret, Messi bid farewell to the Argentine national team. Lee Mingyu embraced Messi, who cheerfully whispered in his ear, "Lee, congratulations." Lee Mingyu chuckled, "It might not be me after all." Messi, wearing a rare, mischievous grin, replied, "I was referring to that young lady." Lee Mingyu's handsome features flushed with embarrassment as he stole a glance at Catherine, only to find her looking at him with a questioning gaze. "Don't say such things. We are merely friends." He quickly clarified, "Missy Scold. I find that hard to believe. Who brings a mere friend to such an event?" Antonella, observing Lee Mingyu's discomfort, smiled gently and said, "All right, Leo. Let us not tease Lee anymore." Lee Mingyu and Antonella shared a brief embrace. During their time in Barcelona, Lee Mingyu was often invited to Messi's home. Antonella had taken a liking to this shy young man, and Messi's three sons had become fans of Lee Mingyu. Messi could only console himself with the thought that at least his wife still admired him. As Messi and Catherine exchanged pleasantries with Bella, he patted Lee Mingyu's shoulder and solemnly remarked, "Lee, the future is yours." Watching Messi's somewhat despondent figure retreat, Lee Mingyu fell silent. The era belonging to Messi had come to a close. He was no longer the long-haired youth of yore, nor could he effortlessly take on 5 opponents as he once did. Now, even one-on-one encounters had begun to reveal a loss of speed. Time's passage is inexorable. A decade ago, Messi ruled the football world like a monarch, even eclipsing the formidable Ronaldo. However, as time marched on, Messi aged, his youth slipping away. The saying, "new talents emerge to lead the way," rang true. The legendary duo of Messi and Ronaldo was gradually fading from the public eye. Lee Mingyu, Mbappe, and Haaland were poised to become the brightest stars of the next decade in the football sphere. In the last World Cup, the 18-year-old Mbappe burst onto the scene, securing his championship. In this edition, the 20-year-old Lee Mingyu descended like a deity, claiming his own World Cup title. Haaland, regrettably, found himself in a country ranked 44th globally, with Norway not being a traditional powerhouse, thus diminishing his chances of winning a major international tournament. Players like Haaland are not uncommon in the world of football. Consider the renowned Libyan star Weah, who, in his first season with Milan, won the World Player of the Year, the Ballon d'Or, and the African Player of the Year, becoming the only player to earn all 3 honors in the same year. However, he never had the opportunity to participate in a World Cup, a significant regret in his career. Another memorable figure is the legendary Welshman Ryan Giggs, who, as a winger for Manchester United, garnered countless accolades. Yet on the national stage, Giggs experienced 5 European championships and 4 World Cup qualifiers over his 16-year international career, but regrettably, Wales never reached the finals of a major tournament. Nevertheless, Giggs was a player worthy of admiration. At 16, he captained the England youth team against Belgium at Wembley, only to later choose to represent Wales. This decision stemmed from football regulations of the time. Although Giggs moved to Manchester at the age of 6, his parents and grandparents were not English, precluding him from joining the Three Lions. Had the current rules been in place, allowing a change of nationality after 5 years of residency, Giggs could have represented England. Yet, he once stated, "I will serve Wales, I never wavered, and my family would not allow me to play for England." The loyal left-winger of Manchester United dedicated his life to his national team while becoming a superstar who never graced a World Cup. Even a talent as prodigious as Haaland could not single-handedly lead Norway to this World Cup. The absence of Lee Mbappe and Haaland competing together is undoubtedly a significant loss. Returning to the Palais Garnier, Ronaldo's arrival stirred excitement among the fans once more. This year's World Cup finally satisfied Ronaldo and Messi's admirers, as they witnessed the two legends clash on the grand stage. This scene had played out in their dreams countless times. Although Portugal ultimately succumbed to Argentina, neither Ronaldo nor Messi truly lost, at 37 and 35 respectively. Their presence on the World Cup stage alone is a testament to their legendary status. Moreover, both scored numerous goals, ensuring their names would forever grace the World Cup's scoring charts, an impressive feat indeed. Ronaldo arrived at the venue with his girlfriend, Georgina. At 37 years of age, Ronaldo maintains an impressive physique, appearing akin to a youthful man in his 20s. His chiseled visage, adorned with his signature smile, draws the incessant flash of cameras. He shares a warm embrace with Messi, both being the finest players of their generation and possessing a close camaraderie. While the players enjoy a harmonious relationship, the fans are embroiled in fierce contention, evoking a sense of irony. As Ronaldo surveys his surroundings, his gaze lands on Lee Mingyu, prompting a radiant smile. Surprised to see Ronaldo approaching him, Lee Mingyu rises, as they are not particularly acquainted, save for that fateful free kick and the fractured rib. Ronaldo stands before Lee Mingyu, appraising him from head to toe, and with a tone of envy, exclaims, "Lee, I have yet to congratulate you on your World Cup victory. Congratulations." They share a brief embrace. Looking at the young Lee Mingyu, Ronaldo smiles and encourages, "Lee, you are remarkable. Press on, the future is yours." This familiar phrase momentarily stuns Lee Mingyu, as it echoes Messi's earlier words. Indeed, the greatest players of their era seem to share a common rhetoric. Ronaldo, preferring brevity, briefly introduces his girlfriend before returning to his seat. Lee Mingyu, observing Ronaldo's retreating figure, cannot help but chuckle. He hardly resembles a man of 37. Suddenly, he feels two intense gazes directed at him from a distance. Curiously, he glances over to find Mbappe and Haaland regarding him with complex expressions. Before Lee Mingyu's ascent, both players were heralded as successors to Messi and Ronaldo. Their prowess is undeniable, as they have rapidly become formidable forwards, scoring with remarkable frequency. Yet, they view each other as lifelong rivals. As fate would have it, while they were fiercely competing for first place, a figure unexpectedly darted past them. Stunned, both Mbappe and Haaland are taken aback. Was it the expectation for something else? With Lee Mingyu now transitioning from Barcelona to Manchester City, it seems he no longer has a mentor, evolving into a formidable force. Mbappe, akin to Chow Chow, and Haaland, reminiscent of Liu Bei, find themselves feeling helpless before this fierce competitor from Jiangdong. Presently, Haaland's confidence is at its nadir. He possesses little to boast of. Mbappe, however, can at least claim a World Cup title to somewhat level the playing field. Yet Lee Mingyu's accolades, including a World Cup victory, the Golden Ball, and the Golden Boot, coupled with the likelihood of securing the FIFA World Player of the Year and another Golden Ball, would obliterate any semblance of competition. Hence, the gazes exchanged between Mbappe and Haaland brim with envy and resentment, but more prominently, a fervent competitive spirit. Lee Mingyu offers a slight smile to both before settling back into his seat. Catherine, overwhelmed by the star-studded ambience, gazes around in awe, captivated by the presence of the world's elite footballers. Her excitement is met with Bella's gentle restraint, who urges her to maintain composure. Noticing Lee Mingyu's playful demeanor, Catherine blushes and sits obediently, embodying the essence of a true English lady. Soon, the FIFA Annual Awards ceremony commences. Hosted by the esteemed French journalist Barrett from France Football, alongside the renowned presenter Carol. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the FIFA 2022 Awards ceremony at the Palais Garnier. We hope to share a splendid evening together, they declare, their witty exchanges creating a harmonious atmosphere. Lee Mingyu, ever smiling, faces the cameras aimed directly at him. Undoubtedly, the center of attention tonight is the newly crowned World Cup champion, recipient of the Golden Ball and the Golden Boot. As per tradition, the first award presented is the Pusk-S Award, one with which Lee Mingyu is intimately familiar, having won it in 2021. This year, he is again a contender due to his remarkable goal scored in the World Cup finals dying moments. This goal has been hastily nominated by the panel evaluating the Pusk-S Award. FIFA President Infantino stated that if this goal were not selected, the award should be annulled. It is noteworthy that Zidane's iconic goal, which was not awarded the Pusk-S Award, had incited protests among Real Madrid fans due to the controversy surrounding that year's selection. However, this time, Lee Mingyu's goal, scored in the FIFA-organized World Cup final, is bound to receive commendation. The nominees for this year's Pusk-S Award include not only Lee Mingyu's extraordinary strike, but also the breathtaking goals from Messi, Ronaldo, and Neymar throughout the tournament. It can be said that this year's nominations predominantly feature goals from the World Cup. While some might perceive this as an attempt to elevate their own tournament, it cannot be denied that the quality of this World Cup has been unparalleled in recent history, with a total of 180 goals scored, an unprecedented tally for the 22nd iteration, surpassing the previous high of 171 goals in 1998 and 2014. Moreover, this World Cup has witnessed an extraordinary concentration of talent, with Lee Mingyu netting 16 goals, Messi 9, Neymar 8, and Ronaldo 7. In any tournament since 2002, such tallies would have secured the Golden Boot. Ultimately, as anticipated, Lee Mingyu's extraordinary goal was awarded the 2022 Pusk-S Award, making him the first player in the award's history to successfully defend his title. Winning the Pusk-S Award is arguably more challenging than claiming the title of FIFA World Player of the Year. While exceptional performances can earn one the latter, replicating a world-class goal each year is a far more daunting task. Lee Mingyu's remarkable strike is something that can only be executed in high-stakes matches such as World Cup finals, European Championship finals, or Champions League finals. And if a player lacks the requisite opportunities, such skills remain dormant. Thus, each goal nominated for the Pusk-S Award is a unique masterpiece that may never be replicated in a player's career. Lee Mingyu, upon hearing his name, felt a sense of calm surprise. He rose to his feet, fastening the buttons of his suit, and embraced his cousin Bella, followed by a warm hug with Catherine. With palpable excitement, Catherine whispered in his ear, "Lee, you are truly remarkable." Beaming with a radiant smile, Lee Mingyu stepped onto the stage. Chapter 241, 2022 FIFA World Player of the Year. Congratulations, Lee. The prestigious Pusk-S Award was presented to him by the renowned former Ivorian football star Didier Drogba. Known as the Beast on the pitch, Drogba now appeared as a distinguished gentleman, impeccably attired in a suit and sporting elegant spectacles, exuding an air of prominence. Drogba is an extraordinary player. In 2010, he was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people, the sole representative from the world of football. He established a foundation bearing his name to support the ongoing development of healthcare, education, and other sectors in his homeland of Côte d'Ivoire. Additionally, Drogba is a peace ambassador. Fans will forever remember how, on the eve of the 2006 World Cup, he led his teammates in prayer for an end to the civil war in Côte d'Ivoire. Currently, he serves as the president of the Ivorian Football Federation. Lee Mingyu gazed at the man who seemed transformed from the pitch and offered a gentle smile. "Thank you, Mr. Drogba." Accepting the Pusk-S Award medal from Drogba, Lee expressed his gratitude. "I'm deeply thankful to FIFA for bestowing the Pusk-S Award upon me once more." Of course, Messi's goals were equally spectacular. In 30 seconds, he extended his thanks to everyone present, earning a resounding applause. After all, Lee Mingyu was no longer the person he had been a year ago. The Pusk-S Award was merely an appetizer. The host soon announced the next accolade, the 2022 Best Men's Football Coach Award. Despite the presence of Pep Guardiola, the treble-winning manager of Manchester City, Jurgen Klopp, the reigning Champions League champion with Liverpool, it is customary for this award to honor the coach of the World Cup winning team in a World Cup year. As anticipated, the award went to Luis Enrique, the coach who led the Spanish team to reclaim the World Cup title. In his playing career, Enrique did not earn any major tournament honors, but his role as a coach has brought him immense prestige through this World Cup victory. He has renewed his contract with the Spanish Football Federation until the conclusion of the 2026 World Cup. The 2026 World Cup will return to North America, hosted jointly by the United States, Canada, and Mexico. This marks the first time in World Cup history that 3 nations will co-host the tournament. The Spanish Football Federation hopes that Enrique can guide this team to achieve a historic three-peat: the 2022 World Cup, the 2024 European Championship, and the 2026 World Cup. On stage, holding the Best Men's Football Coach Award, Enrique spoke confidently, occasionally glancing at his prize player, Lee Mingyu. With Lee Mingyu on the team, the dream of a three-peat seems within reach. The current Spanish national team is remarkably young, ensuring their competitiveness for at least the next decade. As awards continued to be presented, the Spanish national team garnered a wealth of accolades. For players from the team made it into the best 11, Lee Mingyu, Pedri, and Rodri filled all the midfield positions, while Morata, who scored 8 goals in the World Cup, edged out Neymar and Lewandowski, joining Messi and Ronaldo in the forward line. The Spanish team, leveraging their formidable midfield and attack, brought the World Cup championship back to the land of the bullfighters. Once the best 11 awards were concluded, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived: the Best Men's Player of the Year award, commonly referred to as the World Player of the Year. Lee Mingyu's photograph was the first to grace the big screen, although he missed the final matches last season due to injury. His outstanding performance in the first half of the season earned him the La Liga Golden Boot, the Champions League Golden Boot, and the European Golden Shoe. Since transferring to Manchester City, Lee Mingyu has showcased his formidable prowess. That significant injury did not leave any psychological scars on the $300 million player. After joining Manchester City, Lee led the team to a remarkable 20 consecutive victories in 2022, a record start in the club's history and a new benchmark in European and global football. In just 6 months, Lee had scored 64 goals and provided 15 assists for Manchester City. His record of 16 goals in the World Cup was nothing short of dazzling. Despite missing many matches last season due to injury, he concluded the calendar year of 2022 with a staggering total of 97 goals, surpassing Lionel Messi's long-standing record of 91 goals set in 2012, which many deemed unbreakable. Just a decade later, Lee accomplished this remarkable feat. Even in the absence of a World Cup championship, Lee Mingyu, with his remarkable tally of 97 goals in a calendar year, stands as one of the most formidable players in the world. Ultimately, FIFA President Gianni Infantino personally announced that the 2022 Best Men's Player of the Year award goes to Lee Mingyu from Spain. Although anticipated, the moment he was officially recognized stirred genuine excitement within him. The title of World Player of the Year represents the pinnacle of achievement for a footballer. Throughout the annals of football history, many stars have never attained this honor, yet those who have are celebrated as superstars. Mathus, Van Basten, Roberto Baggio, Romario, George Weah, Ronaldo, Zidane, Rivaldo, Luis Figo, Ronaldinho, Cannavaro, Kaká, Messi, Ronaldo, Modric, and Lewandowski. Among this illustrious list, Lee Mingyu now stands proudly. As he delivered an impassioned speech on stage, all eyes were fixed upon him as he descended with the trophy. In the history of the World Player of the Year award, he became the first Spanish player to receive such an honor. This young man's accolade marks his inaugural World Player of the Year title, yet will undoubtedly not be his last. In the coming years, Lee Mingyu is likely to dominate this award. The FIFA awards ceremony concluded, but the fervor of fans remained undiminished. The following day, Lee Mingyu attended the Ballon d'Or ceremony, held on the first level of the iconic Eiffel Tower, where one could gaze upon the magnificent panorama of Paris. However, due to the limited space here, the guest list was not as extensive as that of the FIFA ceremony. In a remarkable turn of events, Messi and Ronaldo made a joint appearance at the Ballon d'Or ceremony once again after 2019. It's worth noting that both superstars had notably skipped the event in 2018, drawing criticism from fans who accused them of being unable to accept defeat. However, this time, their presence together carried a sense of farewell. The arrival of young talents like Lee Mingyu, Mbappe, and Haaland infused the Ballon d'Or with a refreshing youthful spirit, as the future of global football clearly relies on the vigor of the younger generation. The ceremony was hosted by the esteemed French football legend, David Ginola, a man of striking appearance who once dabbled in modeling before transitioning to the entertainment industry post-retirement. Now at the age of 55, with his hair graying, his handsome visage has only grown more captivating. The award presenter was none other than Brazilian icon Ronaldo, a 2-time Ballon d'Or winner in 1997 and 2002. With a broad smile, Ginola inquired if it was Ronaldo's first visit to Paris, to which Ronaldo chuckled and shook his head. When Ginola pressed further about whether it was his first time at the Eiffel Tower, Ronaldo, with a teasing expression, replied, "You should know, I have quite a bit of embarrassment here, like losing the World Cup." The final of the 1998 World Cup took place at the Stade Delaware, France in Paris, where Ronaldo faced the heartbreak of missing out on the trophy, his performance becoming an eternal enigma in the football world. With a bittersweet smile, he confessed, "I experienced both marriage and divorce here." Ginola laughed, remarking, "It seems you have quite a few stories from Paris." The audience responded with warm laughter. Seated in the second row were Bella and Catherine, with Lee Mingyu notably absent. Where could he be? Ginola then engaged Ronaldo in a discussion about his experiences during his 2 Ballon d'Or victories. The audience listened intently as the two exchanged witty banter. After some time, Ginola announced the official commencement of the Ballon d'Or ceremony, inviting everyone to turn their attention to the big screen. The screen displayed the photographs of the 3 nominees, with Lee Mingyu's image taking the prime position, followed by those of Messi and Ronaldo. This year, both Messi and Ronaldo found themselves nominated once more, a recognition of their impressive performances at the World Cup, despite less stellar outings in their respective leagues and the Champions League. In this tournament, both veterans showcased astonishing vitality. Nevertheless, the spotlight was undeniably on Lee Mingyu. The screen played exhilarating highlights from the World Cup, reigniting the excitement for the audience. Lee Mingyu's stunning aerial goal, Messi's half-field lob, and Ronaldo's dazzling solo run were all showcased. Lee Mingyu's brilliance did not overshadow the remarkable displays of the 2 season stars. Ginola announced the countdown to the Ballon d'Or reveal. The screen illuminated the faces of the 3 candidates, their images flickering in anticipation. As the thrilling moment approached, the scene shifted to the dazzling Eiffel Tower illuminated against the night sky. As the camera panned in, a figure appeared on the observation deck of the tower. Facing away from the lens, yet those familiar with him erupted in cheers. Lee Mingyu. At that moment, he turned around, cradling the trophy of the Ballon d'Or in his right hand while giving a thumbs up with his left, his radiant smile betraying his uncontainable excitement. Indeed, Lee Mingyu had become a dual star, claiming both the title of World Footballer of the Year and the Ballon d'Or. Though the winds atop the Eiffel Tower were brisk, they could not diminish the fervor in Lee Mingyu's heart. David Ginola joined him on the observation deck, his expression one of envy for the young prodigy who had achieved such greatness this year. Ginola's greatest regret in life was not being part of the victorious French team in 1998. During the final round of qualification for the 1994 World Cup, France needed only a draw, yet a last-minute blunder by Ginola allowed Bulgaria to secure a dramatic win, costing France their World Cup spot. This mistake cast a shadow over his international career. When coach Inzaghi took charge, he expelled both Ginola and Cantona from the national team for disciplinary reasons, despite their immense talent. Fortunately, France ultimately triumphed, sparing Jacquet from public outcry. The most unfortunate of all was Cantona, who missed out on the glory of the 1998 World Cup and Manchester United's triumph in the Champions League the following year, having opted for retirement after his expulsion from the national team. At only 31, he had much left to offer. Whenever Ginola reflects on the 1998 World Cup, a sense of regret washes over him. Standing before the 20-year-old Lee Mingyu, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Envious. This is the essence of football. Lee, how does it feel to win your first Ballon d'Or? Ginola asked, extending the microphone to Lee Mingyu amidst the chilly air. Lee Mingyu, visibly exhilarated, responded, "I am overwhelmed with joy. This moment is the happiest of my life as a footballer. I have fulfilled my childhood dream. World Cup champion, World Cup Golden Ball, World Cup Golden Boot, World Footballer of the Year, and now the Ballon d'Or, all within a month. I believe I am the first player in history to achieve all 5 of these prestigious honors. Since 1990, no player has won both the World Cup Golden Boot and Golden Ball. Thus, Lee Mingyu etched his name into football history as the first of his kind." David Ginola nodded and remarked, "This is what you deserve. Your performance in the World Cup is nothing short of remarkable. In the annals of World Cup history, one cannot find a young player as extraordinary as you. Come, let us return to the venue together." Ginola placed his arm around Lee Mingyu's shoulder, and they walked down the red carpet leading from the observation platform to the passage below. As they strolled, Ginola teasingly said, "Lee, it seems you haven't brought England's pleasant weather to Paris. The wind today is quite fierce. Please check if my hairstyle remains intact." Lee Mingyu pretended to examine him, and, with a mock seriousness, replied, "Mr. Ginola, your hairstyle is as cool as mine." Ginola burst into laughter, feeling quite fond of the handsome young man, for after all, they were both dashing. The observation platform was filled with numerous media representatives and select fans, who erupted into cheers upon catching sight of Lee Mingyu. With a gentlemanly wave, he showcased his Ballon d'Or, prompting another round of applause. As he entered the venue, holding the Ballon d'Or with one hand and wearing a smile, all the guests rose to their feet, offering the young man a rousing ovation. Both Messi and Ronaldo stood up, beaming at their junior. A year prior, the newly debuted Lee Mingyu had shown promise, yet Ronaldo had not regarded him highly. After all, the world is replete with exceptionally gifted young talents, with a few superstars emerging each year. However, few truly embark on the path to stardom. Talent is one thing, but realizing that potential is what distinguishes true superstars. Consider Neymar, who, upon his debut, was hailed as Brazil's savior. Yet a decade later, while still a top player, he pales in comparison to Messi and Ronaldo. Mbappe and Haaland burst onto the scene like meteors, scoring goals with ease. Yet whether they can maintain such excellence remains to be seen. However, Lee Mingyu has, in just 2 years, fully demonstrated his abilities, and even in the prime of Ronaldo and Messi, neither could confidently claim to overshadow him. The future of Mbappe and Haaland is uncertain, but Lee Mingyu has already ascended to the pinnacle of world football. Upon reaching the podium, Lee Mingyu wondered why Ronaldo had been summoned, as he was not required for the award presentation. Ronaldo had long returned to his seat. Smiling at the player he held in high regard, Lee Mingyu positioned himself where Ronaldo had stood, placing the Ballon d'Or on the glass pedestal and nodding in acknowledgement to the applauding guests. "Welcome to Paris, Lee. Today is a momentous occasion for you. I believe I see your family," Ginola said with a smile, pointing to Bella and Catherine in the audience. The camera immediately shifted to them, revealing a shy Catherine waving at the camera, while Bella showcased a captivating smile. Lee Mingyu smiled slightly and said, "Yes, that is my cousin and my girlfriend." Catherine, upon hearing Lee Mingyu publicly acknowledge her as his girlfriend, felt her cheeks flush with excitement, her eyes sparkling with affection fixed upon him. Bella, standing beside her, looked at her somewhat awkward cousin in surprise, not expecting him to be so eloquent, and she revealed a playful smile. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu's parents, watching the live broadcast from Barcelona, exchanged proud smiles. Catherine was quite to their liking, an English socialite from a well-to-do family, and importantly, Bella had shared insights about her temperament with Lee Mingyu's parents, easing their concerns. David Ginola began by expressing gratitude to the stars present at the event, noting that the front row was filled with the world's elite players and retired legends, each name a legendary story in itself. "Lee, tonight belongs to you. What would you like to say to everyone?" Lee Mingyu earnestly responded, "This is an incredibly surreal evening, and I am overjoyed. This moment feels like a dream come true. Winning the Ballon d'Or has been a childhood aspiration. Each year, every season, this award is what every player yearns for. This year, I have achieved it. Thank you all." The Ballon d'Or ceremony was not as extravagant or elaborate as the FIFA awards. Its sole purpose was to present the prestigious award. After Lee Mingyu delivered his acceptance speech, Ginola invited the coaches of Barcelona, Manchester City, and the Spanish national team to share their thoughts on Lee Mingyu. Koeman gazed at Lee Mingyu with a hint of regret, having envisioned building an invincible Barcelona team around him, but due to the club's dire financial situation, they had to sacrifice their future for immediate survival. Koeman's praise for Lee Mingyu was heartfelt. He was the one who promoted him from the youth team to the first team and chose to trust this young talent at critical moments. As a result, Lee Mingyu did not disappoint Koeman's expectations and soared to great heights. Meanwhile, Manchester City's coach Guardiola wore a proud expression. Bringing Lee Mingyu to the Etihad Stadium was the most gratifying transfer of his career. Lee Mingyu's arrival transformed Manchester City. Although they lost the top midfielder De Bruyne, Lee Mingyu proved to be a more fitting choice for Guardiola. Guardiola simply stated, "Lee Mingyu has the potential to lead Manchester City to reshape the entire football landscape." Though Guardiola's words seemed audacious, after witnessing Lee Mingyu's World Cup performance, no one doubted his capabilities. Enrique's praise for Lee Mingyu was almost overwhelming. Prior to Lee Mingyu's entry into the national team, Enrique's Spain was on the brink of failing to qualify for the 2022 World Cup. His position as coach was precarious. Lee Mingyu's emergence utterly transformed Enrique's fortunes, with 4 consecutive wins in World Cup qualifiers, 2 in friendlies, and 7 straight victories in the World Cup. The national team enjoyed an unprecedented 13-game winning streak after Lee Mingyu joined, restoring Spain to the pinnacle of world football. Since 2015, Spain had lost its 6-year reign at the top, but this year, they finally reclaimed the #1 position. As Spain's coach, Enrique not only saw his reputation enhanced and solidified, but also reaped substantial financial rewards. Hence, he was profoundly grateful to Lee Mingyu. For the future success of a national team would rely on him. After the 3 coaches showered Lee Mingyu with accolades, Manchester City's chairman Khaldoon Al-Mubarak was invited to the stage. At the beginning of the season, Khaldoon had made headlines by bringing Lee Mingyu to Manchester City for a staggering sum of €300 million. Due to Lee Mingyu's severe injuries at that time, it remains uncertain whether he can return to his peak form after recovery. The audacious gamble by Khaldoon Al-Mubarak has rendered Manchester City a subject of ridicule. Furthermore, Lee Mingyu has been humorously dubbed the €300 million man. However, as of today, the gaze of all has shifted to one of admiration for Mubarak. The investment of €300 million has proven invaluable. Following the World Cup, Lee Mingyu's market value has skyrocketed. According to German media, his current transfer value is estimated to be around €400 million. Notably, when Lee Mingyu signed with Manchester City, the release clause was set at €500 million. The implicit benefits that Lee Mingyu has brought to the club have already yielded substantial profits. Within just 6 months, preliminary estimates indicate that Manchester City has recouped approximately €100 million from Lee Mingyu alone. He has become akin to a magnet for financial success, attracting global attention. Lee Mingyu's agent, Andrew, mused that had he not been a distant relative of Lee Mingyu, the player might have been snatched away by another club by now. After Mubarak concluded his speech, David Ginola interviewed several legends of Manchester City. At this grand event's conclusion, the name and likeness of Lee Mingyu have been eternally etched in the history of the Ballon d'Or, dating back to Matthews, the inaugural winner in 1956, all the way to 2022. Following the ceremony, Lee Mingyu declined the dinner arranged by the organizing committee and headed to the airport with Bella and Catherine. A luxurious private jet awaited them, lent to him by Manchester City's chairman, Mubarak, who was aware of Lee Mingyu's intent to return to Spain to celebrate the Spring Festival with his family. Finally, just before midnight, Lee Mingyu, accompanied by Bella and Catherine, arrived back at their home in Barcelona. The arrival of Catherine brought immense joy to Lee Mingyu's parents. It was Catherine's first visit to Barcelona, and she found the prospect of experiencing the Spanish New Year delightful. Amidst the sound of fireworks, Lee Mingyu embraced Catherine, whispering softly, "Farewell, 2022. Welcome, 2023. The following morning, Lee Mingyu, along with Bella and Catherine, returned to Manchester aboard the private jet. That evening, a match awaited them in the EFL Cup, facing the formidable Premier League side Liverpool, a team Lee Mingyu had yet to encounter in the league. This match was to take place at Liverpool's iconic Anfield Stadium, marking Lee Mingyu's inaugural visit to the renowned venue. The Reds had secured back-to-back UEFA Champions League titles, and under Klopp's leadership, they posed a significant threat to Manchester City. During the World Cup, Liverpool's stars showcased exceptional performances. Portugal's Jota demonstrated remarkable prowess, indicating a seamless transition from Ronaldo. Although Senegal's Main could not propel his team into the knockout stage, he scored in all 3 matches, delivering an impressive performance. As for Egypt's Salah, he was undoubtedly the cornerstone of the national team. The midfield and defensive stars also exhibited brilliance during the World Cup. Currently, this Liverpool squad is robust and formidable. Experts have speculated that Manchester City's ambition to dominate the Premier League this year will be tested by Liverpool. However, since Lee Mingyu's outstanding display in the World Cup, such skepticism has dissipated. Now, these two teams, having not faced each other in the league, were poised to compete in the EFL Cup. Initially, Guardiola intended to forego the EFL Cup this year, having already secured the title for 2 consecutive years. To him, this championship had lost its significance. He even contemplated relinquishing the FA Cup. The current schedule was already densely packed, and the World Cup had drained many players of their stamina. This cup competition had become somewhat superfluous for Manchester City. This year, their primary goals were the League Championship and the UEFA Champions League, with the latter taking precedence. Even if they fell short in the league, the Champions League trophy was a non-negotiable requirement. Nonetheless, as Lee Mingyu had yet to claim the EFL Cup since his arrival in England, he insisted on participating in this match. Guardiola, while slightly exasperated by Lee Mingyu's earnestness, ultimately acquiesced to his request to compete wholeheartedly in the cup match. On January 1st, 2023, while it was also New Year's Day in England, the evening still belonged to football. Outside Anfield, throngs of fans gathered, eager to witness the performance of this year's world footballer and Ballon d'Or winner. However, the 54,074-seat Anfield Stadium could not accommodate the overwhelming crowd. Fans without tickets were left to brave the cold outside, watching the match on large screens or seeking refuge in nearby pubs to celebrate. This seemingly ordinary EFL Cup match had captivated the attention of football enthusiasts across England and the globe, all because of one individual, Lee Mingyu. As the match approached, more and more fans congregated at Anfield. On match day, many supporters opted for traditional fish and chips with curry or gravy as a pre-game energy boost. Before the match, aside from enjoying the fish and chips, strolling around the stadium was also a delightful choice. They could take a photo with the Shankly statue, purchase memorabilia from local vendors, or pause at the Hillsborough Memorial to pay their respects. Bill Shankly, the legendary manager of Liverpool, was the architect of the club's foundation. At the base of his statue at Anfield, a poignant inscription reads, "He made us happy." This brief epitaph encapsulates why so many chose to honor this Scot that weekend. Shankly transformed a struggling Liverpool team in the second division into champions of the top league, establishing dominance in Europe. He famously stated, "Football is not a matter of life and death. It is much more important than that," a phrase that often invites skepticism. The original sentiment, however, suggests that some equate football to life and death, which I find profoundly disappointing. I assure you, football is far more significant than that. His statue stands resolutely at Anfield, with the phrase that epitomizes the spirit of Liverpool engraved above the stadium gates, "You'll never walk alone." This is also the club's anthem. Each day, fans gather at the Hillsborough Memorial to pay tribute, commemorating a tragedy that shocked not only England but the entire football world. In this calamity, 96 lives were lost, and over 200 were injured, all of whom were Liverpool supporters. A monument engraved with the names of 96 Liverpool supporters stands proudly beside the entrance to Anfield, alongside the Shankly gates, adorned with the phrase, "You'll never walk alone." Anfield, one of the oldest stadiums in England, exudes a solemnity that reflects its rich historical significance. Clad in sports attire, Lee Mingyu and his teammates prepare to warm up on the pitch. Among the elite clubs, only Liverpool's Anfield retains the authentic essence of its players' tunnel in this thoroughly modern arena. Above the tunnel, a sign simply states this is Anfield. While seemingly unremarkable, this sign undoubtedly imposes psychological pressure on visiting teams. Anfield is renowned as a fortress where devoted Liverpool fans roar their support, reminding opponents that they are indeed at Anfield. In the early days, the stands lacked seats, with fans standing shoulder to shoulder, breathing in unison with their team. However, due to frequent tragedies in that era, the FA mandated the installation of seating. Nonetheless, even today, supporters often stand throughout matches to rally behind their team. As Lee Mingyu passes through, he, like others, reaches out to pat the sign, conveying to Liverpool, "I have arrived." Although this is Anfield, he asserts his identity. "I am Lee Mingyu." Having triumphed over 15 opponents and conquered 7 away grounds in the league, this EFL Cup match represents his ambition to conquer an 8th. Upon entering Anfield, the stands are already filled with fans. Even during warm-ups, Liverpool supporters begin to sing the familiar anthem, "You'll never walk alone." When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high, and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of that storm, there's a golden sky and the sweet song of the lark. Walk on, with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. This is Lee Mingyu's first time experiencing this iconic song live, and he can feel the genuine passion of the fans for Liverpool. This is the allure of football, the profound legacy of the Liverpool team. Players from Manchester City and Liverpool engage in warm-up drills on their respective halves. Lee Mingyu senses the impact of the Liverpool fans' chants on his teammates' mentality. This is the advantage of home ground. After warming up, Lee Mingyu and his teammates return to the confined away dressing room at Liverpool. Guardiola, appearing relaxed, addresses the team, stating, "Gentlemen, this match is not of paramount importance to us. However, since we are here, we owe it to our traveling supporters to play earnestly. Winning or losing is secondary, but let's ensure no one gets injured." His gaze lands on Lee Mingyu, who is adjusting his shin guards, revealing a look of resignation. He had initially wished to exclude Lee Mingyu from this match, prioritizing the EFL Cup and FA Cup as lower on the agenda due to the congested schedule this season, which significantly increases the risk of injury. For Guardiola, any injury would be inconsequential, except for Lee Mingyu, who must remain unscathed. Yet, for Lee Mingyu, whose obsession with honor is fervent, his desire for the EFL Cup is immense. Guardiola claps his hands, encouraging, "All right, gentlemen, go bring home the victory." The Manchester City players rise, roaring in unison. The current squad's morale and fighting spirit are at their zenith. Lee Mingyu has achieved his personal pinnacle of honor. And for Manchester City, it is a source of pride. Lee Mingyu approaches the players' tunnel once more, gazing at the sign proclaiming this is Anfield, feeling a sense of detachment. Good evening, friends of 10 Cent Sports. We are here to broadcast an EFL Cup match, marking our first live coverage of this competition. Tonight, Lee Mingyu leads Manchester City as they challenge Liverpool, currently ranked third in the league, at the illustrious Anfield. We must first congratulate Lee Mingyu for his unprecedented accolades. World Cup champion, Golden Ball winner, Golden Boot recipient, World Footballer of the Year, and the Ballon d'Or. Honors never before claimed in a single year. As a Spanish-born individual of Chinese descent, we take pride in him. Tonight's match is the third round of the English League Cup, and by unfortunate coincidence, Liverpool faces Manchester City, the sole encounter of Premier League teams in this round. And undoubtedly one of the most anticipated matches. Since arriving in England, Lee Mingyu has bested 15 Premier League teams, and among those yet to face him is Liverpool, making this match his first appearance after receiving the World Footballer of the Year and Ballon d'Or awards. Fans worldwide are eager to see if this dual award winner can deliver an even more remarkable performance. The players have begun to enter the field, so let us take a look at both lineups. The home side, Liverpool, fields a 4-3-3 formation, with Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson in goal. He surely remembers Lee Mingyu well, as during the semifinals, Lee Mingyu recorded the first assist hat-trick in World Cup history, helping Spain defeat Brazil, with Alisson helplessly watching his goal breached 6 times. The center-backs are their captain Van Dijk and Ben White, who recently transferred from Brighton. The left-back is Robertson, while the right-back is Alexander-Arnold. After Van Dijk's injury last season, Liverpool's defense faltered, prompting the acquisition of White, whose performance has considerably strengthened their backline this season. In midfield, the trio of Thiago, Fabinho, and Curtis Jones has developed remarkable synergy. The attacking trio of Sulla, Firmino, and Main ranks among the most potent in the league, second only to Manchester City. This season, Liverpool has been in excellent form, suffering only one defeat to Manchester United, currently sitting third in the league, riding a wave of momentum. Will Liverpool manage to thwart Manchester City in today's match? Let's await the outcome with bated breath. Now, let's examine Manchester City's lineup, which also employs a 4-3-3 formation, featuring Ederson as goalkeeper. The 4 defenders include Walker, Stones, Laporte, and Zinchenko. The midfield consists of defensive midfielder Rodri, complemented by attacking midfielders Gundogan and Lee Mingyu. 3 forwards have showcased exceptional performances in this World Cup. The left winger, Sterling, has been lauded as the finest left winger of this tournament, while right winger Ferran Torres, who came on as a substitute, scored 2 goals, demonstrating commendable prowess. The center forward, Jesus, has not allowed Neymar to overshadow his brilliance, delivering an outstanding performance as well. Both teams boast attacking lineups that rank among the best in the contemporary football arena, yet their defensive lines exhibit some vulnerabilities, with a tendency to be more robust in attack than in defense. The crux of this match lies in which side can capitalize on the defensive lapses of the other, thus seizing the initiative. As the match is about to commence, let us enter Anfield to witness this third-round clash of the EFL Cup. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Anfield, earning the talent skill of Liverpool's legendary forward, Michael James Owen. I bet your gun has no bullets. Michael James Owen is, without a doubt, one of England's most gifted strikers. During the summer of 1998 in France, the 18-year-old Owen burst onto the scene, receiving a pass in a match against Argentina, deftly evading 2 defenders before slotting the ball into the net, thus achieving instant fame. From that moment forth, the moniker the Boy Wonder accompanied Owen throughout his career. However, this prodigious talent had a detrimental penchant for gambling, which drained his energy and deteriorated his physical condition, ultimately leading to his downfall due to injuries. In his early days, Owen was a cold-blooded killer on the front line. His dribbling success rate when one-on-one with defenders was astonishing, showcasing explosive power and the ability to change direction unexpectedly, as evidenced in the 1998 World Cup. I bet your gun has no bullets embodies Owen's instinctive judgment in one-on-one scenarios against defenders. Lee Mingyu, initially uninterested in this skill, believed his dribbling ability was already top tier, making it nearly impossible for anyone to defend against him in one-on-one situations. However, during the match, he felt the terrifying efficacy of this skill. Manchester City commenced the kickoff. Receiving a back pass from Jesus, Lee Mingyu prepared to pass to Gundogan when he noticed the opposing center forward, Firmino, charging towards him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Firmino intended to intercept his pass to Gundogan. Unsure why this thought surfaced, Lee Mingyu instinctively pulled the ball back. Sure enough, Firmino extended his right foot, blocking the pass between himself and Gundogan. Astonishingly, it was indeed true. Could this be the utility of I Bet Your Gun Has No Bullets? To foresee the opponent's next move? How remarkable! Though exhilarated, Lee Mingyu needed to reassess. After retracting the ball, he swiftly advanced. Liverpool's midfielder, Fabinho, charged forward. Upon seeing Fabinho, Lee Mingyu sensed an impending foul. Indeed, as he attempted a feint to bypass Fabinho, the latter closed in, directly bringing Lee Mingyu to the ground. Committing a foul in that position prevented Lee Mingyu from advancing while avoiding a card. What a strategic move. Sitting on the ground, Lee Mingyu lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. What an impressive skill. No wonder Owen had a penchant for gambling. This ability truly suited him. With this newfound capability, Lee Mingyu orchestrated attacks with greater ease, discerning the intentions of defenders, a remarkably powerful skill. Nonetheless, this ability could only interpret the intentions of the defender directly opposing him. And Lee Mingyu discovered that the skill was not infallible, with a margin of error occurring 2 or 3 times out of 10. After all, being Owen's signature move, gambling does not always yield correct predictions. In the 15-minute mark, Liverpool launched an attack in Manchester City's half, but Salah's pass was intercepted by Rodri's flying tackle, resulting in a turnover. Gundogan received the ball and executed a diagonal 30-meter pass to the swiftly advancing Lee Mingyu. Lee Mingyu leaped high along the right sideline, skillfully controlling the slightly overthrown pass with the arch of his right foot. As he descended, he spotted the rushing fullback, Robertson. In a moment of inspiration, Lee Mingyu delicately flicked the ball over Robertson's head as he landed, stepping back a pace. A gasp rippled through Anfield, as it appeared Lee Mingyu possessed foresight, anticipating Robertson's intention to physically confront him. With a gentle flick of the ball and a step back, Lee Mingyu allowed Robertson to charge past him like a bull, while he elegantly maneuvered, nearly causing Robertson to tumble out of bounds. As Robertson turned to pursue, he saw Lee Mingyu already nudging the ball forward with his head, racing towards Liverpool's penalty area. The Liverpool fans erupted with jeers, attempting to intimidate Lee Mingyu into halting his audacious advance. Yet, undeterred, he sprinted towards Liverpool's goal. Ben White, who had just transferred from Brighton this season, rushed to cover. As Lee Mingyu neared the penalty area, Ben White executed a sliding tackle. Just as the ball left Lee Mingyu's foot, the timing and angle of the tackle were impeccable. However, Lee Mingyu seemed to possess a foresight of his own, lightly flicking the ball with his right toe and leaping over Ben White's outstretched body. This maneuver caught even Ben White off guard. As he watched Lee Mingyu soar past, he was struck with disbelief upon realizing Lee Mingyu had time to glance back at him, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Upon landing, Lee Mingyu had already entered Liverpool's penalty area. He lifted his right foot, preparing to shoot. Van Dijk rushed to block, heroically positioning himself in front of Lee Mingyu. However, Lee Mingyu had anticipated this move. He deftly shifted from a shot to a deft touch, bringing the ball to his left foot. With a gentle push, he sent the ball into Liverpool's net. Alisson, obstructed by Van Dijk's body, failed to see the ball's trajectory in time, standing frozen as it sailed into the goal. 0-1. Manchester City took the lead in this away match. Upon witnessing this goal, Anfield fell silent for a brief moment. Suddenly, the stands erupted in the chorus of You'll Never Walk Alone. This is the essence of Liverpool fans, regardless of the team's triumphs or tribulations. Their unwavering support is expressed through melodic chants. Captain Virgil van Dijk, wearing a look of bewilderment, glanced at Lee Mingyu, who was exuberantly celebrating on the sidelines. pondering how this individual seemed to possess an uncanny foresight of his actions. Ben White, too, felt a tinge of confusion. It was as if Lee's gaze had communicated a silent message, revealing that he had already deciphered White's tackling maneuver. Scoring at Anfield is an exhilarating experience. Lee Mingyu sprinted towards the visiting fans, leap high, and with his back to them, pointed to the name on his jersey, Lee Mingyu. The Manchester City supporters now chanted his name in unison. On the sidelines, Guardiola rubbed his bald head, beaming with joy, although his desire for the EFL Cup had waned. Who could turn down another trophy? Meanwhile, Klopp squatted on the ground, his brow furrowed. He had been closest to the action when Lee Mingyu soared to intercept a high ball that nearly drifted out of play. Upon seeing Robertson approach, Klopp felt a moment of relief. As long as Robertson executed his control well, even a foul would likely go unpunished. However, Lee Mingyu, seemingly preempting Robertson's movements, elegantly flicked the ball, stepped back, and executed a half-turn. As Robertson charged past, Lee advanced a step and nudged the ball forward with his head, accelerating onward. To the spectators, this was merely a display of skill, but to Klopp, it was a masterclass in anticipation. Perhaps, even in mid-air, Lee had already discerned Robertson's advance. In that moment, the subsequent actions had played out in his mind like a rehearsed script. What followed was a seamless execution, flowing like water, eliciting a profound envy from Klopp as he observed Guardiola's jubilant demeanor. This bald-headed strategist had seemingly disregarded the rules of engagement, enlisting an atomic weapon from Spain for what should have been their duel. As the game resumed, it was evident that Liverpool's attack had adopted a more cautious approach. Maine's incursions down the flank remained incisive, placing immense pressure on Manchester City's defense. In the 25th minute, Maine's breakthrough resulted in a cross, but Laporte managed to intercept, sending the ball out for a corner. Maine stood at the corner flag, noticing Sulla's signaling for him to take the kick, prompting Maine to vacate the area. Inside the Manchester City penalty box, the defensive players were positioned loosely, with only Firmino occupying the space as midfielders and defenders rushed over. This lapse created a significant opening, leaving Firmino completely unmarked within 2 meters. Maine, upon noticing this, swiftly returned to the corner flag and delivered a low ball that landed at Firmino's feet just outside the 6-yard box. The moment the ball was played, only the Manchester City goalkeeper sensed the impending threat and positioned himself defensively, but the proximity to the goal was too advantageous. With a gentle push from his foot, Firmino sent the ball into the net. After scoring, Firmino exuberantly rushed towards Maine, while Sulla looked on in astonishment at Maine's ingenuity. The Manchester City players, caught off guard by the goal, instinctively raised their hands in protest, suggesting a foul. Yet, there was no infraction to be found. Corners do not involve offside, nor do they require the referee's whistle. Thus, the goal stood uncontested. The players' habitual protests merely underscored their own foolishness in that moment. Lee Mingyu, positioned outside the box, felt a rush of disbelief and glanced toward Guardiola, who was venting his frustration on the sidelines. Conceding a goal was one thing, but the manner in which it occurred was critical. Guardiola had often criticized such inexplicable lapses during training, yet on the field, moments of distraction were inevitable. The goal had transpired because Sulla's request for a change in corner taker had led the team to underestimate the situation, unaware that Maine would defy the conventional approach. This goal ignited a fervor within Anfield, instilling a sense of intellectual superiority among the supporters. Look at our players. They possess a remarkable tactical acumen. With the score now 1-1 in the 25th minute of the first half, the game resumed, and Lee Mingyu sought to launch another assault on Liverpool's defense. However, he had become the focal point of analysis for every team in the Premier League. Numerous teams had explicit instructions on countering his breakthrough techniques. Even if it meant committing a foul, they could not allow him to gain momentum. Consequently, as Lee began his advance, he was swiftly brought down from the side before reaching full speed. To his surprise, he had not anticipated this foul. Was it orchestrated? Upon activation, certain active skills may temporarily deactivate. The system's explanation left him feeling as though he were being manipulated. What did it mean? That he could not utilize combination techniques? Such a disappointment. In truth, it mattered little. His active skills were limited, with most being innate, passive abilities. In the 30th minute, Lee Mingyu received a pass from Rodri in his own half, facing away from Liverpool's territory. Sensing the defensive movements behind him, he aimed for a stylish no-touch dribble. He charged toward the ball, abruptly halted, and pivoted, intending to let the ball glide past him. However, he was taken aback to find that the defender, Thiago, was unfazed by his feint, positioning himself perfectly to intercept the ball. The crowd erupted in applause. Successfully dispossessing Lee Mingyu was a rare feat, especially from such a critical position, a mere 40 meters from the goal. Thiago glanced up at the situation ahead and unleashed a 40-meter lob, shot directly toward Manchester City's net. Lee Mingyu watched in astonishment as Ederson, the goalkeeper, stumbled backward, leaping in a futile attempt to thwart the ball, which ultimately found its way into the net. Incredible! Liverpool had taken the lead, now 2-1. Anfield Stadium once again reverberated with the thunderous cheers of its fervent supporters. Even the exuberant voices of fans outside penetrated the atmosphere. Among the surrounding establishments, the Sutton pub stood as a hallowed ground for Liverpool supporters. It is said that on September 23, 1892, Liverpool's inaugural match, held at home against the local team Walton, resulted in an 8-0 victory, marking the club's first ever game and the first match played at Anfield, attracting an audience of 200 fans. Since that day, Anfield has served as the home ground for Liverpool FC. In the early days, the stadium lacked dressing rooms, prompting the players to use the Sutton pub as their changing area, donning their kits before crossing the street to the stadium and returning post-match to the pub. Today, the Sutton pub has become a totem for Liverpool fans, with each supporter feeling a sense of pride in enjoying a drink there. The deafening cheers erupted within the pub when Thiago's exquisite lob helped the team regain the lead. The patrons ranged from youthful individuals in their 40s to elderly gentlemen with graying hair and trembling hands. Yet their devotion to Liverpool was sincere, pure, and unwavering. The pub's proprietor, 35-year-old Alan Sutton, is the sixth generation to manage this establishment. Witnessing such a splendid goal, Alan exclaimed, "For every goal Liverpool scores, I shall treat everyone to a glass of whiskey." The seasoned fans raised their glasses in response, applauding their generous host. With a hearty laugh, Alan declared, "If Liverpool triumphs over Manchester City today, the entire pub shall be free." The news electrified the crowd, who joyously waved their glasses and chanted, "Liverpool, Liverpool, we shall prevail." Inspired by some enthusiastic fans, the familiar tune of "You'll Never Walk Alone" resonated throughout the Sutton pub, spilling onto the streets and echoing in the square outside Anfield, harmonizing with the chants of the supporters, merging once again with the loyal fans' voices within the stadium. At that moment, it felt as though all of Liverpool united as one. Listening to the raucous anthem, which struck a chord deep in his soul, Lee Mingyu could not help but marvel at the fervor of the Premier League's Red Army, acknowledging that possessing such devoted supporters is a dream for every player. It is no wonder that, despite years without a championship, this team perseveres. Before the establishment of the Premier League, Liverpool had been the club with the most top-flight league titles in England. However, with the advent of the Premier League, Manchester United surged ahead, surpassing Liverpool. After claiming 18 top-flight league titles, Liverpool finally achieved their 19th during the 2019-2020 season, while Manchester United had only secured 7 prior to the Premier League's inception. Now, United boasts a total of 20 top-flight league titles, establishing themselves as the most successful Premier League team from the 1990s to the early 2000s. Yet, Liverpool's fans have remained steadfast, regardless of the team's struggles, consistently affirming, "Liverpool, you will never walk alone, for we are here." In Chapter 245, Joyful Football, Lee Mingyu found himself somewhat frustrated, shaking his head in realization. He understood that Owen's gifted skill was not infallible. After experiencing the advantages of this skill, he had developed a reliance on it, often trusting its judgment over his own situational awareness on the pitch. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he contemplated the dire consequences of becoming overly dependent on this skill, relying solely on instinct for every dribble, rather than his own judgment, could lead to disastrous outcomes. Thankfully, this revelation occurred during a mere match and not in a decisive Champions League final, World Cup final, or European Championship final, where a single mistake could extinguish hopes for a year or even 4. This realization awakened Lee Mingyu to the importance of using Owen's skill as a mere aid, while the true judgment must come from within himself. A newfound seriousness graced his expression. Though Lee Mingyu recognized his shortcomings, he felt a pang of humiliation after Thiago's interception and subsequent shot. After all, he was a World Cup champion and a recipient of the Ballon d'Or. Thiago was merely his substitute on the national team, yet he dared to challenge him. The 31-year-old Thiago was equally surprised by his successful interception, but his shot was born out of genuine intent. As he celebrated, he stole a glance at Lee Mingyu, noting his grim expression, which caused a flutter of anxiety in his chest. Goodness, have I angered him? Have I provoked the full potential of Lee Mingyu? Thiago was acutely aware of Lee Mingyu's prowess. During training with the Spanish national team, even a fraction of Lee Mingyu's ability could easily overwhelm him. Thiago instinctively recoiled, thinking to himself, I shall not defend him any further. Let someone else take on that responsibility. Following the restart, Lee Mingyu did not rush into an offensive play. Instead, he meticulously orchestrated the ball from midfield, gradually penetrating Liverpool's half. Fabinho hovered around Lee Mingyu, poised to make his move. However, Lee Mingyu remained astute, releasing the ball swiftly with each touch, denying Fabinho the opportunity to intercept. Although Liverpool found themselves under pressure from Manchester City, it was evident to any discerning observer that Liverpool's defense was resolute, exhibiting no discernible weaknesses. Despite City's fervent assaults, the ball scarcely reached Liverpool's penalty area. The midfield defense was robust, and after several attempts to penetrate centrally failed, Lee Mingyu opted to distribute the ball to the flanks, hoping Sterling would help unlock the situation. As England's premier left winger, Sterling's talent was undeniable, though his unconventional approach led Manchester City fans to dub him the embodiment of joyful football. What is joyful football? If you are uncertain, let Sterling lead you on an exploration. In the realm of football, only 3 individuals have evoked such astonishment from Guardiola: the dribbling maestro Messi, Lewandowski with his 9-minute 5-goal feat, and Sterling, who somehow manages to miss open goals from 6 yards out. During the first half of the season, Lee Mingyu bore witness to Sterling's infamous blunders, having seen at least 6 of his assists go unrewarded. These were opportunities that required merely a foot's extension to convert, chances that even a novice could finish. Yet, Sterling insisted, such goals do not bring joy. I refuse. However, it must be said that as long as Sterling is prevented from shooting, he is undoubtedly a formidable left winger. At this moment, Sterling's incisive attacks down the flank became apparent. Despite Liverpool's defense appearing robust, the vulnerability on the wings was unmistakable. This 4-3-3 formation is ideally suited for a sharp winger like Sterling. In one-on-one situations against fullbacks, Sterling has shown no fear in England. With the ball at his feet, he surged swiftly towards Arnold, as if the football were glued to his foot. Arnold, wary of the threat, cautiously retreated while keeping a close watch on the ball at Sterling's feet. Although Sterling plays with a joyful flair, as long as he refrains from shooting, he remains England's strongest left winger. Sterling possesses exceptional ball control, executing 2 consecutive step-overs that shifted Arnold's balance. With a forceful flick of his right foot towards the baseline, he made Arnold believe he was heading for the edge. Yet, with a gentle touch of his left foot, he performed a delightful nutmeg, sending the ball through Arnold's legs. Arnold, attempting to close his legs in haste, found his body unresponsive, crashing to the ground at the edge of the penalty area. Like lightning, Sterling darted into the box, causing chaos in Liverpool's penalty area. Lee Mingyu stood just outside the arc of the box, signaling for the ball, his position unmarked, confident he could convert if the ball came his way. However, the jubilant Sterling seemed oblivious to Lee's gestures, his eyes locked solely on Liverpool's goal. In truth, after bypassing Arnold, Sterling had an excellent opportunity to shoot immediately. However, once inside the box, he transformed from a super left winger into a purveyor of joyful football. Faced with the Liverpool goalkeeper, he inexplicably opted for a feint instead of taking a shot, allowing Van Dijk to arrive and nudge the ball out for a goal kick with a swift movement. Realizing the ball had slipped away, Sterling appeared dazed, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Lee Mingyu, standing outside the box, could not help but shut his eyes and let out a sigh. On the sidelines, Guardiola looked on in disbelief, cradling his bald head, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Nonetheless, this summer, Sterling must depart. I assert that even Jesus cannot keep him. Initially, in the summer of 2022, Manchester City intended to part ways with Sterling due to his ongoing contract issues, as he had not renewed his contract, which was set to expire in the summer of 2023. If he did not sign a new deal, City would have no choice but to let him leave for free this summer. Sterling, having yet to secure a Champions League title with City, harbored thoughts of joining a team capable of winning the prestigious trophy. Additionally, With De Bruyne's impending departure, City's strength would inevitably wane next season, and Sterling did not wish to be part of that decline. However, once Lee Mingyu's contract was finalized, Sterling's attitude shifted dramatically, urging his agent to hasten negotiations for a renewal with City. Given that City had exhausted their transfer budget on Lee Mingyu and realized they lacked suitable replacements for Sterling, they agreed to a 3-year contract with him, albeit at a reduced salary. Yet, this season, Sterling's performances have evidently fallen short of the standards expected of a champion team. If, this summer, Lee Mingyu could help the team clinch the Champions League title, many players' market values would skyrocket, presenting a lucrative opportunity for buying and selling. As Guardiola contemplated the summer ahead, a commotion erupted on the pitch. He quickly raised his head to see a figure in a blue jersey sprinting towards the substitutes bench, followed closely by a jubilant throng of Manchester City players. A goal? Before his smile could surface, Sterling barreled into him, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace. Guardiola, visibly displeased, attempted to push him away, but Sterling held on tightly. The manager was utterly baffled by how the goal had been scored. Fortunately, the slow-motion replay revealed the entire sequence of events. Sterling's joyous play had earned Manchester City a corner kick opportunity. Lee Mingyu ambled over, glancing back at the situation in the box. Having just executed a corner kick that caught City off guard, Liverpool's players were highly alert, denying Lee any opportunity. He reluctantly approached the corner area, feeling a tingle of apprehension at the dense cluster of heads in the box. Suddenly, he spotted someone outside the box, signaling for the ball with outstretched arms. Although at a distance, Lee's keen eyesight quickly identified the individual. "What the heck, where's your face?" he thought. Just moments ago, he had been pleading for the ball, and now the same person seemed so casual in asking for it. Nevertheless, Lee chose to trust this fool, for Sterling remained a reasonable player outside the box. Lee used the inside of his right foot to deliver a curling ball. The Manchester City players surged into the box, causing Liverpool's defense to compress, leaving their front line perilously exposed. Sterling, meeting the incoming curve, drew back his bow and unleashed a volley, the ball piercing through the crowded penalty area and crashing into the top right corner of the net. Liverpool's goalkeeper, Alisson, stood bewildered as he watched the ball sail into the net. This goal undoubtedly deserved a spot among the top 10. It was exhilarating, decisive, and devoid of any hesitation. Sterling often excels at such high-difficulty goals, yet he tends to falter on the simpler ones. Such a character is paradoxical, failing to score the easy ones while succeeding at the difficult tasks. Thanks to Sterling's stunning strike, Manchester City equalized at 2-2, bringing both teams back to level footing. Though the fans serenaded with "You'll Never Walk Alone," Lee Mingyu detected a hint of unease in their voices. Having spent half a season in the Premier League, he gradually adapted to its pace and nuances. The tempo of the Premier League is considerably faster than that of La Liga, with transitions between attack and defense occurring in mere seconds. The nuances lie in the referee's decisions, as many fouls are subjective, often going uncalled. In instances where Lee perceives clear fouls, the referee frequently turns a blind eye, and players also see no issue. Most perplexing to Lee is the fact that Premier League referees rarely venture to the sidelines for video reviews. They simply communicate with the video assistant referee via headsets, generally accepting the latter's decisions without question. Lee Mingyu has expressed his frustrations more than once, saying, "Brother, reviewing video replays is your responsibility and a manifestation of your authority. How could you delegate this task to others?" This is the essence of the Premier League. Often, one feels that the referees are of little utility. Yet, this very aspect is also what has contributed to the Premier League status as Europe's top league. Referees strive to minimize their influence on the game, ensuring fluidity and entertainment. However, this approach has its downsides, as Premier League teams frequently suffer in the Champions League or Europa League due to a lack of understanding of the officiating standards. As the first half progressed, both teams exchanged attacks but failed to create significant scoring opportunities. The score remained 2-2 at halftime, with the sound of the referee's whistle. The first half concluded, and the fans at Anfield applauded both teams for their splendid performances. Sterling, who had scored, appeared particularly lively as he left the pitch. He approached Lee Mingyu, draping an arm around his neck with a smile, saying, "Lee, that pass in the first half was brilliant. Of course, my shot was impressive too. Be sure to pass to me more in the second half. I'll exploit their left flank." Lee Mingyu chuckled, but said little in response. "Exploit them? Perhaps you mean to exploit us." Sterling is the type of player who is overly self-satisfied, focusing solely on his strengths while neglecting his weaknesses. Such players have limited potential. When Lee Mingyu is absent, Manchester City relies on Sterling to break through defenses, tolerating his errors and carefree style of play. However, as City aims to build a dynasty, every misstep threatens the foundation of that dynasty. If Sterling continues on his current path, Guardiola's patience may soon wear thin. One must not underestimate Guardiola's ruthlessness. He is willing to sacrifice much for victory. Observing the joyful Sterling, Lee Mingyu felt a twinge of regret. After all, he is a decent person at heart. Chapter 246. Guardiola's magical substitutions. As the second half commenced, Liverpool's offensive momentum intensified. Their wing play, featuring Salah and Mane, is unrivaled in the Premier League. Salah has experienced 2 heartbreaks in World Cup tournaments, yet no one doubts his prowess. After a series of successful dribbles past 2 defenders, Salah delivered a precise through ball. Firmino, positioned centrally, managed to make contact with the ball, redirecting it toward the goal. Ederson dove to save, but failed to reach the ball. However, the sound of the ball striking the post brought a moment of relief to Manchester City's players. The ball ricocheted out of the penalty area, and Stones cleared it with a powerful kick into Liverpool's half. Gabriel Jesus, situated up front, was unable to seize the ball, shielded by 2 Liverpool defenders. He appeared to be in poor form today, having virtually vanished in the first half with hardly any touches, let alone shots on goal. For a striker, such statistics are unacceptable. During halftime, Guardiola reprimanded Jesus, warning that if his performance did not improve in the second half, he would be substituted swiftly. Jesus felt anxious, but today's football seemed to elude him. Even when the ball came to him, the opposing defense was tightly marked, leaving little room to maneuver. Nevertheless, one cannot say Jesus was entirely ineffective in the first half. His ability to attract defenders opened space for both Lee Mingyu and Sterling to find shooting opportunities. Once again, a long ball from the back saw Jesus make a desperate bid to chase it down. However, during his pursuit, Van Dijk inadvertently made an error while attempting to head the ball to a teammate. Fabinho, facing a ball that was neither too high nor too low, struggled to control it with his chest, feet, or thigh, ultimately retreating a step only to find Lee Mingyu closing in. Fabinho, demonstrating his toughness, met the ball head-on, stopping it with his groin. Enduring the pain known to all men, he managed to lay the ball off to Mane on the wing. Lee Mingyu, unable to fully witness how Fabinho controlled the ball, was nonetheless struck by the grimace on Fabinho's face after making the pass. Truly, he is a relentless warrior, unyielding even to himself. Mane received the pass infused with Fabinho's spirit and surged toward Manchester City's defensive line. Lee Mingyu hurried back to defend, but Coutinho helped glancing back at the pained Fabinho. "Brother, are you really okay?" Mane's breakthrough did not pose a threat, as he was intercepted by Manchester City's double defense, and the ball was reclaimed. As Manchester City prepared to counterattack, Lee Mingyu noticed with dismay that Fabinho had collapsed in apparent agony. Indeed, he is a clever man. Without waiting for Liverpool to protest, Lee Mingyu calmly kicked the ball out of play. Under the referee's instruction, Liverpool's medical staff rushed onto the pitch. The Liverpool supporters in the stands applauded Lee Mingyu, acknowledging his sportsmanship. Observing Fabinho curled up on the ground, Lee Mingyu felt a shiver of discomfort. To attain extraordinary skills, one must endure pains beyond the ordinary. The slow-motion replay on the television screen revealed the entirety of Fabinho's injury. Any man watching could not help but express sympathy for Fabinho's plight. Fortunately, since the ball had been headed by Van Dijk, the speed and impact were not as severe as a kick, allowing Fabinho to recover after a brief moment of cooling down, standing up with a grimace and hopping in place. At that moment, the most anxious person was likely Fabinho's wife. Seeing that Fabinho was relatively unscathed, the referee signaled for the match to continue. Fabinho had skillfully exploited the rules, using his fall to thwart Manchester City's fast break. Liverpool players threw the throw-in back to Manchester City's defense. Applause erupted once more, this time in honor of the Liverpool players. Football encompasses more than just victories and defeats. It embodies warmth and grace. Manchester City resumed their offensive play, and the match once again devolved into a tense stalemate. Liverpool proved worthy of their recent Champions League titles, showcasing exceptional strength on both offense and defense. Manchester City's slight advantage lay in their midfield, with Lee Mingyu, Gundogan, and Rodri forming one of the strongest trios in contemporary football. The trio on the front line barely managed to hold their own against the opposition, yet the defensive line, bolstered by the presence of Van Dijk, could rival two of Manchester City's defenders. During this year's World Cup, Lee Mingyu and Van Dijk faced off, and although Spain triumphed over the Netherlands, Van Dijk showcased his prowess as a formidable defender, repeatedly thwarting Lee Mingyu's passes. Spain's victory was attributed to their overall strength, as the Netherlands has seen a significant decline in performance over the years. However, as long as Van Dijk is present, the Netherlands remains anything but a weak team. The score of 2-2 remained locked until the 70th minute of the second half, when Guardiola made his first changes. The frustrated Guardiola finally substituted Sterling, who had squandered numerous opportunities, bringing in the Frenchman Mahrez. Mahrez, a left-footed player, is known for his incisive runs down the flank. In midfield, Guardiola replaced Gundogan with Bernardo Silva, expressing his dissatisfaction with both players through these substitutions. Gundogan had already voiced his discontent with his role in the team last season, feeling increasingly sidelined as De Bruyne emerged as the primary playmaker. With the arrival of Lee Mingyu this season, Gundogan's space on the pitch was further constricted, pushing him to the flanks and aggravating his frustrations. Prior to the World Cup, Gundogan had disclosed to the media that he was unhappy at Manchester City and expressed a desire to return to Dortmund once his 2-year contract expired. Such remarks infuriated Guardiola, especially since he had entrusted Gundogan with the captain's armband following the retirement of the former captain Fernandinho. To hear Gundogan utter such words was a profound disappointment for Guardiola. Gundogan's performance on the field today was lackluster. He was uninspired and rarely advanced, merely serving as a transitional player. Guardiola was understandably irked by Gundogan's demeanor, which culminated in Gundogan forgetting to remove his captain's armband upon substitution. Fortunately, Bernardo Silva reminded him, prompting Gundogan to absent-mindedly hand it over before returning to the bench without engaging with Guardiola. With a stern expression, Guardiola called out to Bernardo, instructing him to pass the captain's armband to Lee Mingyu. Bernardo momentarily hesitated, assuming it was meant for vice-captain Stones, but then approached Lee Mingyu to relay Guardiola's decision. Lee Mingyu exchanged a knowing smile with Guardiola before nodding for Bernardo to help him secure the armband on his arm. This was not the first time Lee Mingyu had donned the captain's armband. During the World Cup, he had temporarily assumed the role when Captain Busquets was injured. Following the tournament, Busquets announced his retirement from international duty, and Enrique appointed Lee Mingyu as the new captain of the national team, making him the youngest captain in Spanish history at the age of 20. With accolades such as the World Cup, Ballon d'Or, and FIFA World Player of the Year to his name, Lee Mingyu felt a surge of excitement as he accepted the captaincy at Manchester City, fully aware of the responsibilities that accompanied it. After the substitutions were completed, the match resumed, and the impact of Bernardo Silva's entry into the game was immediately palpable. Gundogan's lack of initiative allowed Liverpool's right flank, which had felt little pressure for 70 minutes, to experience a sudden surge of intensity. The collaboration between Lee Mingyu and Bernardo Silva exploited a gap in Liverpool's right defense. Lee Mingyu delivered a precise through ball, enabling Bernardo Silva to evade Liverpool's Arnold and loft the ball to the space where Mahrez was making a run. Mahrez's first touch was seamless, facing the advancing goalkeeper. He executed a low shot that found the back of the net, tipping the score to 2-3 in favor of the visiting Manchester City. This goal silenced the Liverpool fans, and Guardiola celebrated exuberantly from the sidelines, acknowledging that this goal stemmed directly from his tactical adjustments. Even the commentators were astonished, lauding Guardiola's substitutions as a stroke of genius, affirming his status as a top-tier coach. The goal cast a shadow over Klopp's face, and with roughly 20 minutes remaining, he recognized the need to recalibrate his team to avoid a home defeat. The recent goal had starkly revealed defensive vulnerabilities on the right flank. Klopp introduced Gomez in place of the fatigued Arnold and brought on Takumi Minamino, who had just returned from Southampton, for Curtis Jones, thereby strengthening the midfield's offensive capabilities. Minamino had performed admirably in the World Cup, scoring twice in the group stage to help Japan advance to the knockout rounds. His outstanding midfield display against Spain had left a lasting impression on Lee Mingyu. It was surprising to see Minamino, now playing for Liverpool, excited to be back on the pitch. Minamino had shown during his loan at Southampton last season, prompting Liverpool to reintegrate him at Anfield as a valuable asset in the attacking midfield. As Lee Mingyu received the ball, Minamino quickly closed in, determined to defend him head-on. His enthusiasm was commendable. However, Facing Minamino's aggressive defense, Lee Mingyu chose to showcase his skills in a display of respect. With a deft flick of his right foot, he feigned a move to the right. Minamino's weight shifted in response, but as he adjusted, he was taken aback to find Lee Mingyu's foot had magically reappeared on the right side of the ball. With a subtle maneuver, Lee Mingyu redirected the ball back to his left, making it seem as if it were being pulled by an invisible force. Although Minamino attempted to regain his balance and stretch out his right foot to intercept the ball, Lee Mingyu's left foot smoothly entered the ball's trajectory, nudging it through the gap between Minamino's legs. Minamino quickly squeezed his legs together, but while the mind could dictate such movements, the body struggled to keep up with the rapid shifts in balance. Takumi Minamino could only watch as Mingyu Lee swiftly maneuvered past him, the gentle collision of their shoulders serving as the final straw that sent him crashing to the ground. Like a gust of wind, Mingyu Lee surged forward, exploiting Minamino's lapse in positioning, which momentarily threw Liverpool's defensive line into disarray. The tenacious Fabinho rushed in from the side to provide support, while Virgil van Dijk was poised to challenge from the front. However, the movement of Gabriel Jesus diverted Van Dijk's focus, preventing him from immediately closing in, thus granting Mingyu Lee an exceptional opportunity. In the 247th chapter, Return to Camp Nou, Mingyu Lee's warm welcome, Liverpool's defense exhibited a significant vulnerability, leaving the central area of the penalty box alarmingly exposed. After deftly evading Minamino, Mingyu Lee noticed that the opposing defensive midfielder had lost his position, and the defenders were too preoccupied with their forwards to regain their stance. Such an opening was not one Mingyu Lee would squander. With a decisive step forward, he swung his right leg and struck the ball with great force, aiming directly at the center. Upon witnessing Mingyu Lee's motion, Van Dijk felt a sense of foreboding and abandoned Jesus to rush in for a block. Yet, the distance was too great for him to effectively obstruct Mingyu Lee's shooting angle. The ball whizzed past Van Dijk, mere meters from his side. Van Dijk quickly turned to see goalkeeper Alisson leaping in a desperate attempt to reach the ball, stretching his body fully to graze its edge. However, the power behind the strike was overwhelming, leaving Alisson powerless to alter its trajectory as it thundered into the net behind him. In frustration, the fallen Alisson pounded the ground. Anfield fell into a profound silence, the Liverpool fans, faces etched with shock, gazing at Mingyu Lee who stood in the center of the pitch, arms raised in triumph after that astounding long-range shot from 35 yards out. The score stood at 2-4, and Mingyu Lee's goal dealt a severe blow to Liverpool's morale. Jurgen Klopp, biting his nails and crouched at the edge of the pitch, pondered how to counter such a player. However, after a moment of stunned silence, the fervent chants of Liverpool supporters erupted once more within Anfield. Listening to the impassioned singing, Mingyu Lee felt a swell of emotion. The fans of the Reds surely represented one of the finest supporter groups in European football. They did not abandon their team in times of struggle nor flock only in moments of glory. This was Anfield. This was the essence of Liverpool fans. Yet, even amidst the resurgence of their chant, Liverpool could not alter the scoreline, and the match concluded with a final tally of 2-4. In the third round of the EFL Cup, Manchester City triumphed over Liverpool, advancing to the next stage. The next opponents would likely be another Premier League team. Indeed, as the third round concluded, the matchups for the fourth round were announced, with Arsenal set to face Manchester City once again. Guardiola was left scratching his head in frustration. With the schedule so congested, both the EFL Cup and the forthcoming FA Cup were competitions he would need to prioritize for rotation. Initially, Guardiola had intended to field a fully reserved youth squad for both the EFL and FA Cups this season. Yet, with Mingyu Lee's recent arrival and his earnest regard for every honor, Guardiola found himself compelled to deploy his first-choice lineup. The FA Cup match on January 9th was one Guardiola could not permit Mingyu Lee to participate in, as it would precede the fourth round of the EFL Cup against Arsenal on January 7th, while Manchester City was scheduled to return to their home ground to face Liverpool again on January 10th. However, on January 4th, there remained a Champions League group stage match to contend with. For Manchester City, qualification from a group had become nearly a foregone conclusion. A draw in this match would secure their advancement as group leaders. Mingyu Lee returned to Barcelona, arriving at the iconic Camp Nou, a place where he had once fought fiercely, where dreams had been shattered, and where his heart had felt the most pangs of regret. Upon exiting the airport, he found himself enveloped by a throng of fans. "Lee, welcome back. Balkumaoma, Lee. You are our everlasting pride. Come back, child." Various banners and heartfelt sentiments greeted Mingyu Lee, a testament to the fervor of Barcelona supporters. He felt a surge of emotion. Although his departure from Barcelona had not been voluntary, he had always felt a sense of indebtedness to the fans, which had compelled him to leave without a proper farewell. Mingyu Lee felt a twinge of shame for his earlier timidity. The fans bore him no ill will. They understood that Mingyu Lee had not departed of his own accord. Joan Laporta's office had rarely seen a day of peace, especially following Mingyu Lee's World Cup triumph, which had only intensified the fans' ire. Such a talented player, a cornerstone of the team for at least a decade, had been sold off, an act deemed a gross mismanagement of resources. Laporta had initially soared to great heights in reputation after signing Mingyu Lee and renewing Lionel Messi's contract, becoming a figure of reverence in Barcelona. Now, however, he found himself despised and vilified. Recent calls for Victor Font, who had lost the previous presidential election, had gained significant traction. Yet, with 2 years remaining in his term, Laporta was not one to concede easily. This season, the arrival of Dutch striker Memphis Depay had alleviated much of the team's offensive burden. Furthermore, numerous standout players had emerged during the World Cup, prompting Laporta to promise significant moves for Barcelona in the upcoming summer transfer window. Many Barcelona fans remained hopeful, wishing for Laporta to secure better options for the team, ensuring that Messi would not have to bear the weight alone in his final years, a burden that would be too great. As Mingyu Lee stepped once more onto the grounds of Camp Nou, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, evoking a mixture of familiarity and estrangement. For the first time, he found himself in the visiting team's locker room, which bore little distinction from those of other clubs. Enclosed and unadorned, this was indeed a unique experience for him. When he took to the field for warm-ups, the applause from the crowd surpassed even that reserved for Messi. After a brief embrace and whispered exchange with Messi, they each retreated to their respective halves. Guardiola, positioned at the sidelines, gazed upon the familiar field where he had experienced the pinnacle of his career. Whether as a player or a coach, Barcelona remained the most cherished chapter of his professional journey. Some say it was Messi who elevated Guardiola, while others argue that it was Guardiola who shaped the era of the greatest team. However, only the two of them truly understood the symbiotic nature of their relationship. Without Guardiola, the illustrious Barcelona team may never have existed, and without Messi, Guardiola's coaching career would not have commenced at its zenith. After all, following Guardiola's departure, Messi secured only one Champions League title in 2015, while Guardiola, in his subsequent tenures at Bayern Munich and Manchester City, failed to clinch a single Champions League trophy. Nevertheless, this year, Guardiola brimmed with confidence. The addition of Lee Mingyu had completed the final piece of the puzzle for his Manchester City dynasty. Currently, Manchester City has embarked on the 2022-2023 season with an unblemished record of 23 consecutive victories, reminiscent of the invincible Barcelona of yore. During warm-ups, Lee Mingyu showcased a dazzling array of ball control and powerful shots, earning the applause of the fans. Yet, he remained oblivious to the forlorn gaze of goalkeeper Ederson. After parrying one of Lee's long-range attempts, shook his wrist, and offered a wry smile at the impressive form of Lee Mingyu. Though this was not Lee Mingyu's home ground, the atmosphere created by the fans made him feel as though it was. Today, he felt an exhilarating thrill. However, for the beleaguered Barcelona, witnessing Lee Mingyu's fiery form sparked a twinge of unease. Was he truly so invigorated to face his former club? Upon returning to the locker room, Guardiola reiterated the tactical plan for the match. Given that Manchester City had already qualified and only needed to avoid significant defeats in the remaining 2 matches to secure top position in the group, there was no need to engage in a fierce battle with Barcelona. The team had a busy schedule ahead, and conserving energy was paramount. If it were any other opponent besides Barcelona, Guardiola would not have brought Lee Mingyu along. As this was Lee Mingyu's first encounter with his former club, he was determined not to disappoint the Barcelona fans. As the whistle blew, Guardiola clapped his hands and encouraged everyone to relax and enjoy the game. In the players' tunnel, Lee Mingyu, wearing a radiant smile, embraced familiar teammates from Barcelona, exchanging words of encouragement. The departure of Lee Mingyu had led to significant transformations within Barcelona's lineup. The arrival of Depay had revitalized the attacking trio, now comprising Griezmann, Depay, and Messi, adding depth to their offensive strategy. Over half a season, Depay gradually integrated into Barcelona's system, currently standing second on the team's scoring chart with 8 goals, trailing Messi's 10. Substitutes like Agüero and Fati also contributed effectively when called upon, maintaining the attacking rhythm. In the absence of Ronaldo, Wijnaldum had been elevated to a starting position in midfield, pairing with Pedri to create a fluid midfield dynamic. Although De Jong's role as a sole defensive midfielder appeared somewhat fragile due to Busquets' injury, his interception skills had markedly improved after 2 seasons of learning from Busquets. However, the defensive line remained Barcelona's Achilles heel. Piqué, despite participating in the current World Cup, only featured as a substitute in a few matches, displaying rather mediocre performance. At 35 years old, he exhibited signs of fatigue, his pace noticeably diminished, and his agility in turning had waned, often becoming a target for opponents' attacks. Lenglet's performances fluctuated, at times reminiscent of an Iron Man, but often marred by basic errors that left fans exasperated. While left-back Alba retained his speed and strong crossing ability, his tendency to venture forward without adequate cover left gaps for counterattacks. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen, as the last line of defense, still commanded trust. Without him, Barcelona would not currently occupy second place in La Liga. As Ronaldo stood with the captain's armband alongside Messi, awaiting the commencement of the match, he observed the familiar yet distant faces of his former teammates. Today's referee, surprisingly, was the same officiating crew that had presided over the World Cup final, led by Slovenian international referee Damir Skomina. Skomina turned to glance at the 2 captains, flashing a brilliant smile, which Ronaldo and Messi reciprocated. Just half a month prior, they had shared a similar moment, standing together behind Skomina in anticipation of the World Cup final. Skomina glanced at his watch and announced, "Gentlemen, you may enter the field." With that, he and his 2 assistant referees exited the players' tunnel, retrieving the match ball placed there. Ronaldo and Messi exchanged glances. In that moment, they were no longer former teammates, but rivals. The players filed out of the tunnel, each accompanied by a charming ball boy. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Ronaldo was deeply moved to see that, despite having left Barcelona 6 months ago, many fans still donned his former jersey. Following the customary flag exchange, coin toss, and handshake, Ronaldo adeptly fulfilled the duties expected of a captain. The first half commenced with Manchester City, under Ronaldo's leadership, kicking off and advancing from the left side of the screen to the right. With the referee's whistle, the highly anticipated 5th round of the Champions League group stage began. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Camp Nou, acquiring the active skill of former Barcelona legend Xavi, the 360-degree turn. Given that Camp Nou was once the host's home ground, the host will likewise enjoy the advantages of home turf here. Ronaldo's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that returning to Barcelona would grant him the advantage of playing at home, a perfect boon for him. Xavi's 360-degree turn was indeed one of his signature moves. Chapter 248. Sterling's overjoyed antics and Ronaldo's resignation. It is well known that Xavi was the orchestrator of Barcelona's midfield, the metronome of their play. What intrigued many was that Xavi was neither particularly quick nor physically imposing. However, his exceptional ability to read the game, combined with remarkable body control, allowed him to glide across the pitch, often leaving defenders bewildered. The 360-degree turn, a seemingly simple skill, involves suddenly pulling the ball back while dribbling. This counterintuitive maneuver frequently ensnared opponents in a perplexing mental loop. Often, defenders find themselves trailing behind Xavi, only to lose their defensive positioning after following him in a circle. This circular motion has the effect of disorienting them completely. With such a skill, Ronaldo's control and organizational ability in midfield will become even more effortless. The match commenced. Jesus skillfully kicked the ball backward before sprinting towards Barcelona's half. Ronaldo received Jesus' pass and, noticing Griezmann charging towards him, smirked slightly. He pulled the ball back, turning his back to Griezmann, and with the outer instep of his right foot, flicked it to his right, suggesting an intention to move in that direction. Griezmann immediately closed in, attempting to intercept Ronaldo. However, with a sudden twist of his right foot, Ronaldo deftly shifted the ball to his left side, using his body to shield Griezmann and swiftly turn around. With another flick of his instep, Ronaldo left Griezmann trailing behind him. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, and even Messi, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. The 360-degree turn is a seemingly simple technical maneuver, yet demands exceptional coordination and balance. While it sounds straightforward, executing 2 consecutive changes of direction and 3 touches within a confined space must be accomplished with remarkable speed. Messi observed Lee Mingyu's sequence of actions and glanced towards the sidelines at his once unassuming mentor. On the sidelines, Xavi watched Lee Mingyu with brightened eyes. The fluidity of those movements mirrored his own past. Having coached in the UAE, Xavi had just returned to Barcelona this year, taking over from the dismissed Koeman. He felt a deep regret for not having had the opportunity to coach Lee Mingyu. Even during his time in the UAE, Xavi had closely followed Barcelona's matches, harboring an immense admiration for Lee Mingyu, who exhibited qualities strikingly similar to his own. Witnessing Lee Mingyu showcase his signature moves on the pitch today, Xavi felt an urge to applaud, had the situation permitted. Lee Mingyu's recent display was nothing short of mesmerizing. His footwork exuded a sense of ease, devoid of any franticness. Shaking off Griezmann's pressing, Lee Mingyu advanced a couple of steps and passed the ball to the flanking Bernardo Silva, who had taken over the midfield position from Gundogan. Guardiola, dissatisfied with Gundogan's previous performance, had opted to leave him out of the squad for this match. Such is Guardiola's policy. Disobedience leads to exclusion, regardless of one's status. Bernardo Silva relayed the ball to Sterling ahead. For the past 2 years, rumors have circulated about Sterling's desire to play for Barcelona. Originally, Barcelona had Dembélé, the French winger. But following his departure, the left flank became devoid of options. However, Depay's arrival somewhat mitigated the absence of a left winger. Unfortunately, it appears that the door for Sterling to join Barcelona has closed. Yet, with Griezmann's underwhelming performance this year, he has found himself on Barcelona's transfer list. Should Griezmann be sold, Depay could shift to the center-forward position, potentially opening a path for Sterling. However, Sterling's current transfer fee and salary remain considerable, making a free transfer highly appealing for financially strained Barcelona. In facing Barcelona, Sterling displayed remarkable enthusiasm. His consecutive breakthroughs down the wing seemed aimed at showcasing his abilities. To put it bluntly, Sterling, when outside the penalty area, is undoubtedly one of the world's premier left-wingers. Barcelona's right-back Araujo was no match for Sterling, who continuously outmaneuvered him. Had it not been for Eric Garcia's timely intervention, Barcelona would have been breached early on. The defensive line of Barcelona was already a significant liability, and against such incisive wing attacks, they felt increasingly overwhelmed. The defensive midfielder De Jong had little role in countering these flank assaults, merely providing support in the center. As the 8th minute of the first half approached, Sterling executed a flashy bicycle kick, cleanly bypassing Araujo. This time, instead of opting for a direct cross, he played a backward triangle pass to the approaching Lee Mingyu. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu quickly drew the attention of Barcelona's entire defensive line. With a delicate flick of his toe, the ball soared over the heads of the Barcelona defenders, landing within the penalty area. After passing to Lee Mingyu, Sterling did not remain on the flank, but began to cut in along Barcelona's defensive line, concealed behind the defenders and with Lee Mingyu attracting their focus. The 2 central defenders failed to notice him. The distant Alba lagged behind, allowing a significant defensive error that should have resulted in an offside. Successfully evading the offside trap, Sterling met the lofted ball from Lee Mingyu and executed a half-volley overhead kick. Though it was an impressive attempt, Ter Stegen merely raised a hand in acknowledgement of Sterling's artistic effort. In the stands behind the goal, an exuberant fan celebrated by grasping the ball that had soared from Sterling's foot, joyfully cheering. Truly, he was the embodiment of joyful football. Outside the penalty area, Lee Mingyu wore a bemused expression as he watched Sterling. Come on, can't you just finish that properly? Why resort to an overhead kick when you could have taken your time to shoot? Lee Mingyu scratched his head, perplexed by Sterling's intentions on the field. On the sidelines, Guardiola had raised his arms in celebration at Lee Mingyu's pass, only to feel relieved he had no hair. Otherwise, he would surely have lost a handful in frustration. Meanwhile, Xavi, initially sporting a grim expression, couldn't he help but chuckle at the dramatic overhead kick by Sterling. I'm trained not to laugh, no matter how amusing, unless I can't help it. Sterling, looking somewhat sheepish as he rose from the ground, disgruntledly stomped on the grass, as if to blame the turf for his misfire. Fortunately, after deflecting blame onto the pitch, Sterling gave a thumbs up to express his gratitude to Lee Mingyu. Great pass earlier. Keep it up. Lee Mingyu rolled his eyes, thinking, if I pass to you again, I must be a fool. After 5 minutes, Sterling swiftly penetrated the penalty area from the flanks. Lee Mingyu, captivated by the artistry of his movement, could not resist delivering a piercing through ball. In his mind, he thought, if you fail to score this one, you might not receive another pass from me. Sterling received Lee Mingyu's pass at the edge of the penalty area, silently praising the exceptional delivery. With a gentle touch of his right foot, he found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper, Ter Stegen. At that moment, Sterling had a myriad of options for shooting angles and techniques. If it were up to Lee Mingyu, there would be at least 100 ways to find the net. Sterling's choice was commendable, executing a feint that forced Ter Stegen into a desperate lunge, leaving him completely out of position. With a deft flick, Sterling nudged the ball past Ter Stegen, now confronted with an open goal. One might think that with such an opportunity, scoring would be straightforward, if fear of missing loomed. One could simply push the ball in with the instep, or if worry about misalignment prevailed, one could carry it forward briskly. Yet, the enigmatic Sterling seemed to be ensnared by an inexplicable force. After bypassing Ter Stegen, his pace slowed as he pondered how to celebrate this anticipated goal. This momentary hesitation allowed a recovering defender to sprint into position, stepping in to clear the ball out of play. Awakened from his reverie, Sterling's expression morphed into one of sheer fury as he shoved Eric Garcia, the defender responsible for the clearance. Taken aback, the Spaniard stumbled and fell. Ter Stegen, enraged, approached, glaring at Sterling and vociferously reprimanding him. In that moment, Sterling appeared dazed, his mind blank, questioning why he had not scored. Lee Mingyu, standing outside the penalty area in shock, quickly intervened, positioning himself before Sterling to calm the approaching Barcelona players. The referee, blowing his whistle repeatedly, rushed over. Behind Lee Mingyu, Sterling continued to exchange heated words with Ter Stegen, both seemingly eager to settle their dispute post-match. Despite his frustration with Sterling's antics, Lee Mingyu, as Manchester City's captain, felt compelled to support his teammate. Fortunately, his presence was sufficient to restrain the advancing Barcelona players. Hearing Sterling's tirade, Lee Mingyu shot him a sharp glance and whispered, "Enough. Raheem, do you want to be sent off?" Faced with the stern referee approaching, Sterling begrudgingly fell silent, though his eyes still conveyed defiance towards Ter Stegen. A rivalry had been ignited. The referee intervened, ordering the players to disperse. Messi approached, urging the Barcelona players to clear the way. Lee Mingyu guided Sterling away from the crowd. The referee summoned Sterling forward, presenting him with a yellow card for his earlier actions, warning him that any further misconduct could lead to a red card. Frustrated, Sterling waved dismissively and trudged back, cursing under his breath. Lee Mingyu shook his head in resignation at Sterling's retreating figure. On the sidelines, Guardiola's expression darkened. He could no longer tolerate Sterling's rebelliousness. It was only the 15th minute of the first half when the fourth official raised the substitution board, displaying the numbers, 7 off, 26 on. Shocked, Sterling pointed at himself, seeking confirmation from Guardiola, who nodded in acknowledgement. Anger washed over Sterling's face. Being substituted after just 15 minutes was a profound humiliation, especially for a player of his stature. The fact that he was not even allowed to wait until halftime indicated the coach's dissatisfaction with his performance. Fuming, Sterling, situated on the opposite side of the pitch, exited directly along the sideline, slowly making his way around the perimeter. As he left the field, the referee announced that number 26, Mahrez, would take his place. Barcelona fans reveled in the perceived discord within Manchester City, their jeers and taunts echoing throughout Camp Nou. This only deepened Sterling's humiliation, and his desire to play for Barcelona began to wane. However, his resolve to leave Manchester City solidified. Despite having recently extended his contract, he felt the coach's lack of trust, and remaining there no longer seemed appealing. For Sterling, the pursuit of joy transcended monetary considerations. If he could not find happiness, he would choose to depart. Chapter 249, a tribute to Camp Nou. Lee Mingyu's brace being substituted after just 15 minutes is a considerable disgrace for any player, let alone a marquee talent like Sterling. Instead of returning to the bench, he directed his steps towards the players' tunnel, preparing to retreat to the locker room. Guardiola, witnessing Sterling's behavior, grew increasingly agitated and began to shout furiously at the players on the pitch. Lee Mingyu faced staunch opposition from Barcelona, yet his 360-degree turns left De Jong and Pedri reeling. Once again, like a bewildered fool, Pedri found himself spun around by Lee Mingyu at the center circle, ultimately halting with a rueful smile. Observing Lee Mingyu's effortless evasion, Pedri felt a genuine admiration. He recalled when Lee Mingyu, during his debut, could only sprint in straight lines, fast, yet lacking rhythmic variation. It was merely the unfamiliarity of opposing players that allowed Lee Mingyu to shine in that initial match. In training, Pedri had completely outclassed Lee Mingyu, leading him to dismiss the latter as a competitor. However, as matches progressed, Lee Mingyu ascended like a rocket, gradually eclipsing Pedri in training sessions. The Barcelona players bore witness to Lee Mingyu's transformation from an ordinary youth player into one of the foremost stars in football. Additionally, what astonished them was his swift mastery of renowned skills typically associated with established players. The 360-degree turn, a hallmark of many midfielders, was perfected by Xavi, becoming his signature move. Much like the artful skill of the fried ball maneuver, nearly every player possesses this dribbling technique. However, only Iniesta's rendition appears so aesthetically pleasing. Lee Mingyu's most formidable ability is undoubtedly the pendulum-style nutmeg, a skill that has remained unmatched since Ronaldo's era. This technique demands exceptional bodily equilibrium and remarkable flexibility. Ronaldo is one of the rare players in football who seamlessly combines expansive movements with deft agility in confined spaces. He can bulldoze through defenses with sheer strength, akin to his namesake, while also exhibiting the nimbleness of Messi, weaving through crowds with grace. The moment Lee Mingyu executed the pendulum nutmeg, many fans were instantly reminded of that formidable toothy striker from yesteryears. After outmaneuvering Pedri, Lee Mingyu faced De Jong's defense, glancing left before using the outside of his right foot to deftly flick the ball towards the right sideline. Since the match commenced, Manchester City's offensive focus had predominantly rested on the left flank with Bernardo Silva and Sterling. Even after Mara's introduction, the attack remained skewed to the left. Yet, unexpectedly, Lee Mingyu opted for the right side with Ferran Torres, catching Barcelona's defense off guard. For nearly 20 minutes, Ferran Torres had scarcely touched the ball. This time, a vast expanse lay before him. Alba was positioned behind De Jong, ready to double-team Lee Mingyu. A significant gap appeared in the left side defense. Alba attempted to recover, but it was too late. With remarkable speed, Ferran Torres accelerated twice, cutting into the edge of the penalty area. Faced with his compatriot, Eric Garcia, Ferran showed no hesitation, executing a splendid bicycle maneuver to glide past him. Within the penalty area, Garcia dared not commit a foul and was compelled to rely on his physicality to maintain close proximity to Torres. At the moment Garcia extended his leg, Ferran halted abruptly, deftly maneuvering the ball to completely elude him. Observing his teammates in the box, he noted that Jesus was tightly marked, leaving no room for a pass. Meanwhile, Mahrez surged forward but was still a short distance from the penalty area. If he passed too quickly, Mahrez might not reach it. If too slowly, the defenders would have time to reposition. Ferran's peripheral vision caught sight of a blue figure approaching from outside the box. With little time to ponder, he delivered a low, triangular pass, sweeping the ball to the edge of the penalty area just before Garcia could intercept. Jesus had already surged into the 6-yard box, drawing the opposing center back, Lenglet, with him, thus creating a vast opening at the forefront of Barcelona's penalty area. Donning the number 10 jersey for Manchester City, Lee Mingyu accelerated forward after passing to Ferran. As Ferran entered the box, Lee Mingyu reached the edge of the penalty area. Wijnaldum was hot on his heels, yet remained a meter behind, helplessly watching as Lee Mingyu struck the incoming ball with ferocity. Just as Lenglet turned, he caught a glimpse of a white flash darting past. Suddenly, he heard a gasp, and upon glancing back, realized the ball had found its way into the net. Ter Stegen, with a resigned stance, had his hands on his hips. His view of the shot had been entirely obstructed, and by the time he noticed the ball's trajectory, he could only offer it a fleeting acknowledgement. In the 20th minute of the first half, Lee Mingyu's long-range strike propelled Manchester City ahead of Barcelona at Camp Nou. Among the Barcelona fans in the stands, some found themselves spontaneously applauding. As his Manchester City teammates rushed over to celebrate, Lee Mingyu gestured for them to refrain. Aware of his reluctance to celebrate against his former club, they complied. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu offered an apologetic gesture towards the Barcelona supporters. "Forgive me, I represent my current team, yet my heart feels uneasy." The Barcelona fans, witnessing this heartfelt gesture, responded with applause for Lee Mingyu. After a brief celebration, Manchester City returned to their half. Following the restart, Barcelona's offense sharpened significantly. It seemed the players were eager to demonstrate that they could excel even without him. Messi, commanding the ball in midfield, remained a formidable presence. Bernardo Silva struggled to contain Messi's advances and resorted to fouling him out of desperation. However, repeated infractions prompted the referee to brandish a yellow card, signaling his disapproval of Silva's persistent fouling. With Silva now cautioned, the pressure on his defense against Messi lessened. Messi executed a series of agile, directional changes that left Silva momentarily uncertain before suddenly accelerating past him. Silva hesitated, retracting his hand, and allowed Messi to breach his defensive zone. The ripple effect of Silva's misstep compelled the entire Manchester City defense to shift towards Messi's side. Noticing the adjustment in their formation, Messi identified a conspicuous opening. With a deft touch using his left foot, he curved the ball towards the right side of Manchester City's penalty area. Dembélé, charging in from the left flank, seamlessly received Messi's pinpoint pass, cushioning the ball with his chest. Before it could touch the ground, Dembélé unleashed a stunning volley. Laporte lunged to intercept, but was a moment too late, as the ball sailed past him and toward the goal. Ederson, caught off guard by Dembele's decisive strike, was unprepared for the ferocity of the shot. Dembele's effort was nothing short of spectacular. Speed, power, and precision all harmonized in one strike. Ederson extended his body in a futile attempt to reach the ball, which rocketed into the net behind him, sending the crowd at Camp Nou into a frenzy for the first time. Elated, Dembélé spread his arms wide, racing towards Messi on the sideline. Messi, beaming with joy, embraced him. This goal bore a significant share of Messi's brilliance. His mesmerizing dribble drew the Manchester City defense, followed by a perfectly weighted long pass to the advancing Dembélé. Yet, one must commend Dembele's exceptional volley as well. From dribbling to passing and finally shooting, the collaboration between Messi and Dembélé thrilled Barcelona supporters. Lee, however, could only furrow his brow in contemplation. Indeed, Lionel Messi continues to exemplify the pinnacle of world-class forward play, demonstrating his piercing dribbling and lethal passing. The addition of Dutch striker Memphis Depay has allowed Barcelona to once again evoke the essence of their former formidable combination. In the 30-minute mark of the first half, Barcelona equalized with a splendid display of teamwork as Messi's pass set up Depay for a stunning volley, leveling the score at 1-1. This match is pivotal for Barcelona, currently holding 2 victories and 2 defeats, accumulating 6 points and ranking second in their group. The final round will see them face a decisive showdown against Milan. Securing a win in this match would grant Barcelona a significant advantage. However, a loss would necessitate a fierce battle against Milan in the concluding match. As the second half commenced, both teams exhibited a fierce intensity in the initial 30 minutes, leading to a depletion of stamina. Manchester City was the first to stabilize the rhythm of the game, while Barcelona found themselves increasingly anxious. Lee Ming-yu returned to his half, firmly controlling the ball at his feet. Despite their urgency, Barcelona's players hesitated to commit fully, aware that Manchester City possessed a superstar like Lee Ming-yu, capable of creating miraculous moments that could pose a substantial threat to their defense. In the backline, Lee Ming-yu masterfully employed Xavi's signature 360-degree turns, often leaving both players and fans of Barcelona uncertain about his intended direction of attack. On numerous occasions, Lee Ming-yu advanced towards Manchester City's goal with Barcelona defenders in pursuit, leading many to mistakenly believe he was gearing up for an offensive strike. However, this style of dribbling left Barcelona's players feeling exasperated, prompting them to gradually push forward. Once again, after receiving a pass from Rodri and facing Messi's challenge, Lee Ming-yu pressed towards Manchester City's goal. Just as Messi and Griezmann prepare to close in, Lee Ming-yu deftly flicked the ball behind him with his heel. Taken by surprise, Messi could only watch as the ball slipped past him, while Lee Ming-yu swiftly spun around and glided past Messi. Within 3 strides, he received his own pass. Charge, Lee Ming-yu fervently thought. A golden line appeared before him. Due to Barcelona's advanced formation, their backline had become notably vulnerable. Jesus and Mahrez surged forward down the middle and flanks, forcing Barcelona's defense to retreat rapidly, thus providing Lee Ming-yu with ample space to accelerate. With each step, Lee Ming-yu reached his peak speed, exuding an unstoppable force that made it seem as though anyone daring to stand in his path would be ruthlessly crushed. Even as Pedri attempted to impede him with pulls and tugs, Lee Ming-yu's sprint caused Pedri to stumble precariously. In roughly 5 seconds, Lee Mingyu found himself at the edge of Barcelona's penalty area, confronting two center-backs closing in. He feigned a shot, prompting Eric Garcia and Lenglet to rush forward, ready to sacrifice their bodies to block his attempt. Yet Lee Mingyu abruptly pulled back, deftly maneuvering past Lenglet. With a single step, he entered the penalty area, facing his former teammate Ter Stegen. Ter Stegen, witnessing Lee Mingyu's advance, felt a pang of despair, silently pleading, "Please, don't use that pendulum trick on me. I have my pride." As if hearing his lament, Lee Mingyu executed a simple change of direction, causing Ter Stegen to tumble to the ground. Stretching out his arms in a futile attempt to intercept the ball, Lee Mingyu delicately lifted the ball over Ter Stegen's head with a graceful flick. A skillful chip shot pierced the net once more, marking the score at 1-2, with Manchester City reclaiming the lead in this away match. Against his former club, Lee Mingyu showed no mercy, and after scoring, he extended his hands in an apologetic gesture towards the Barcelona fans in the stands. Though the sight of their team trailing was disheartening for Barcelona supporters, they couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and regret for Lee Mingyu's extraordinary talent. What a remarkable young man. How could we have let him go? They mused, while Laporta, the Barcelona president, sat in his box, visibly embarrassed amidst the unified chorus of discontent from the crowd. Meanwhile, Manchester City's president, Mubarak, wore a smile, feigning ignorance of the Spanish chants echoing outside. It is worth noting that Mubarak faced immense pressure when deciding to acquire Lee Mingyu, a staggering transfer fee of €300 million, the largest in football history, a sum that many smaller clubs would never dream of encountering. At the time, numerous skeptics predicted doom for this transfer, claiming Manchester City was gambling recklessly for the Champions League title and would undoubtedly face failure. Much like Juventus's ill-fated gamble on Ronaldo, which had not yielded the desired Champions League triumph over the years, many anticipated a similar fate for City. Yet, no one expected Lee Mingyu to not only adapt seamlessly upon joining Manchester City, but also to contribute to an astonishing 23 consecutive victories across all competitions. In November, Lee Mingyu led the Spanish national team to reclaim the World Cup, achieving a personal Grand Slam of honors. His exceptional performance silenced the doubters, leaving them humbled. Mubarak, observing Lee Mingyu's display on the pitch, felt a sense of gratification, recognizing the immense worth of his €300 million investment. With a 5-year contract, including wages and bonuses, Manchester City would invest approximately €700 million in Lee Mingyu. Yet, Mubarak felt no remorse, knowing that the returns would far exceed his expenditures. Over the years, Manchester City has gradually emerged as one of the premier teams in the Premier League, having risen from the shadows of Manchester's red-dominated past. As the first half concluded, the score remained 1-2, with Manchester City leading in this away encounter. Back in the dressing room, Guardiola announced that Lee Mingyu would rest for the second half. Although Lee Mingyu yearned to continue battling, he understood Guardiola's rationale. This match held little significance for Manchester City, necessitating the preservation of their key players' stamina for the demanding schedule ahead. When the second half commenced, the fans at Camp Nou expressed their discontent upon seeing Lee Mingyu seated on the bench, feeling slighted by what they perceived as a lack of respect. Leading by just a single goal, the main player was substituted. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that both the players and supporters of Barcelona felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After Lee Mingyu was taken off, Manchester City's formation swiftly retreated, with both wingers dropping back to fortify the flanks. The resolute defense of Manchester City proved to be quite a headache for Barcelona. Amidst the cheers of the fans at Camp Nou, Messi, in the 85th minute, executed a splendid direct free kick, leveling the score for Barcelona. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 2-2, granting Barcelona a hard-earned point at their home ground. This solitary point allowed Barcelona to maintain their position in second place, surpassing AC Milan, thus gaining an advantage in the crucial final round. Meanwhile, Manchester City secured the top spot in their group due to this draw, though their streak of consecutive victories came to an end. For Guardiola and the players of Manchester City, however, such records pale in comparison to the ultimate prize, the championship. 3 days later, Lee Mingyu returned to his home ground to face Arsenal in the EFL Cup. However, to his disappointment, Arsenal opted to field a completely reserve squad. Observing the entirely backup lineup of Arsenal, Lee played only the first half, providing 2 assists without scoring. In the second half, he sat on the bench, engaging in light banter with his teammates. The match ended with a resounding 5-0 victory for Manchester City, who effortlessly advanced into the quarterfinals. In the next round, they were set to face Tottenham Hotspur, one of the 6 teams in the Premier League. On January 9th, the third round of the FA Cup commenced, with Manchester City matched against Bristol Rovers, a team from League One. Faced with such an opponent, Guardiola deployed an entirely reserve and youth squad, leaving no first-team players behind. His lack of interest in the FA Cup was evident, having already claimed the trophy for 2 consecutive years. Unbeknownst to him, the seldom-seen starting reserve team delivered a stunning performance, overwhelming Bristol with a score of 7-0, leaving fans astonished. Although Bristol was a League One team, the fact that Manchester City's reserves could dominate them so thoroughly was indeed remarkable. Guardiola did not attend the match. Instead, he entrusted the team to the youth coach, Maresca. Initially nervous, Maresca quickly regained composure upon realizing the frailty of the opposition. Ultimately, he departed Bristol with a triumphant smile, leaving behind a goal that had been breached 7 times. With the first-team players enjoying a well-deserved rest, they were set to face one of their strongest rivals in the league, Liverpool, the following day. Returning to Anfield, Lee Mingyu felt no shock this time. Just 10 days since their last encounter, which ended in a narrow defeat for Liverpool against Manchester City in the EFL Cup, the team was determined to seek retribution. Before the match, Liverpool's players issued a warning through the media, vowing that they would not allow Manchester City to leave Anfield with their heads held high again. Although facing Liverpool for the second time in succession, Lee sensed a different atmosphere. The previous match was merely a cup affair, while this encounter was a league match, with Liverpool closely trailing Manchester City in standings. It was an excellent opportunity to narrow the gap. For Manchester City, defeating Liverpool was merely a step toward an unbeaten championship, a goal fervently echoed within the club. The ambition to create a new history, to achieve an undefeated season, loomed large. In the 2003-2004 season, Arsenal had set an unblemished record of 26 wins and 12 draws, ultimately lifting the Premier League trophy. While 90 league points may not be the pinnacle of Premier League success, winning without a loss was a first in the league's history. Across the top 5 leagues in Europe, only AC Milan and Juventus had previously accomplished this feat. Milan's 1991-1992 season showcased an impressive record of 22 wins and 12 draws, along with an astonishing 58-match unbeaten run, solidifying their supremacy in Serie A. Juventus, in the 2011-2012 season, achieved an unbeaten record of 23 wins and 15 draws, conceding only 20 goals, marking the beginning of their 7 consecutive Serie A titles. Yet, in the annals of Serie A history, there existed a heart-wrenching tale of Perugia. In the 1978-1979 season, finished second with an 11-win, 19-draw record, trailing behind Milan. In the European top 5 leagues, only Milan, Arsenal, and Juventus had achieved an undefeated championship season, but no team had ever completed a perfect season. Manchester City, with a remarkable run of 15 consecutive victories, appeared most poised to accomplish this feat, having yet to encounter a formidable opponent in the Premier League. Anfield was once again filled to capacity, with 54,074 seats occupied and thousands more gathered outside, their chants and cheers resonating in support of their team. Liverpool supporters are considered among the most loyal in European football. In this match, Liverpool fielded the same lineup as in their previous encounter, while Manchester City faced discussions regarding the absence of Sterling and Gundogan, who were notably absent from the final 18-man squad due to undisclosed fitness issues. However, it was evident to discerning eyes that Guardiola had benched these crucial players as a form of discipline. Guardiola's decision to suspend 2 key players at such a critical juncture raised eyebrows, but for Liverpool, it was an opportune moment to capitalize. As Lee Mingyu passed through the player tunnel once more, he reached up to touch the sign that read, "This is Anfield," murmuring, "Anfield, I have returned. Congratulations, host." On successfully checking in at Anfield, earning the active skill pirouette pass from Liverpool legend Xabi Alonso, regarded as one of the finest defensive midfielders for Spain and a master of the midfield on the global stage, is often remembered for his precision in long passes. Throughout his illustrious career, his ability to deliver accurate long balls shone brightly, yet his capabilities extended far beyond mere distribution. During his time at Liverpool, the fast-paced nature of the Premier League rendered his long passes a crucial component of the attacking strategy. Upon his arrival at Real Madrid, Alonso's passing abilities were further refined. The spiral pass, a novel technique he developed during his tenure at the club, stands out for its remarkable advantage. It harnesses the spin of the ball upon landing to counteract inertia, allowing advancing players to receive the ball without having to move forward. Instead, the ball settles comfortably in proximity after bouncing. This intricate passing method, though exceedingly challenging, proves highly effective, granting wide players more time to maneuver and evade defenders. Lee Mingyu has a particular fondness for this technique, as he often finds his passes impeccably placed, yet the receiving player is just a fraction late, resulting in squandered opportunities. As the match commenced, Manchester City launched an attack. Eager to test his newfound skill, Lee Mingyu received the ball and, noticing Mara's running path, struck the ball forcefully with his right foot, subtly adjusting his ankle in the process. The ball traced an elegant arc, soaring towards Mara's forward position. Observing the trajectory, Mara instinctively thought he would not reach it. Surely, the ball would bounce out of play upon landing. However, Mara's earnest nature compelled him to chase it regardless of the odds. Liverpool's defenders, too, anticipated the ball would be too far. Thus, they did not sprint towards it with urgency. As Mara's dashed forward, Curtis Jones scoffed internally, deeming him foolish for expending such energy. The ball appeared destined to land just a meter from the sideline, while Mara's remained a couple of meters away, seemingly out of reach. However, in a surprising turn of events, the ball did not behave as expected. Upon landing, it did not bounce high and veer out of bounds, but instead, it took a peculiar bounce, remaining near its original position. Mara's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the ball deflated? With little time for contemplation, he quickened his pace and made contact with the ball. To his relief, it retained its firmness. With the ball at his feet, Mara surged towards Liverpool's defensive line, catching their defenders off guard, who had anticipated it would be out of play. Chapter 251. The pass that bewildered goalkeeper Alisson Lee Mingyu's pass resembled a slice in table tennis or tennis. Upon landing, the ball did not continue its forward momentum, but instead bounced in place, rising only slightly. Once Mahrez received the pass, he swiftly advanced towards the Liverpool penalty area. Approaching the edge of the box, Mahrez unleashed a beautiful curving shot, delivering the ball into the penalty area. Gabriel Jesus, arriving just in time, executed a sliding shot, sending the ball directly into the back of Liverpool's net. In a mere 17 seconds since the match began, Manchester City had executed a lightning-fast attack. Still in his own half, Lee Mingyu could hardly fathom that his intention to experiment with a new skill had resulted in an immediate goal for his team. What an exhilarating experience! Meanwhile, fans in the stands were still finding their seats when they were suddenly met with a chorus of harsh jeers. Looking up in confusion, they realized Liverpool had conceded a goal. The Anfield stadium erupted with deafening boos as the supporters struggled to comprehend their team's rapid downfall. The broadcast director, perceptive to the moment, replayed Lee Mingyu's pass in slow motion, allowing fans to appreciate the artistry of his technique from various angles. First and foremost, congratulations to Manchester City for scoring so swiftly. However, I believe the lion's share of credit for this goal belongs to Lee Mingyu. Observe his passing motion. His body leans backward, and his right foot strikes beneath the ball with remarkable speed, yet the moment his foot meets the ball, it retracts sharply. At first glance, this pass appears unremarkable. However, examining the ball's trajectory in the air reveals that it maintained a spin throughout, dissipating much of its momentum. Upon landing, the intense rotation caused the ball's inertia to vanish instantaneously, making it seem as if it had been gently tossed from above rather than sent from a distance. This spiral pass led Liverpool's players to misjudge its force, evident as their defenders noticeably slowed their pace. In contrast, Mahrez showed no hesitation, whether out of faith in Lee Mingyu's technique or simply his diligent nature. Nonetheless, he became the second hero of this goal. Mahrez, starting in place of Sterling, showcased his focused performance, establishing himself as a reliable left winger. Sterling's recent displays had raised concerns, and Mahrez's performance should serve as a reminder that Manchester City would not falter in his absence. The commentator for Manchester TV animatedly analyzed Lee Mingyu's pass and Manchester City's goal. Meanwhile, Sterling, at home in Manchester, grimaced as he hurled his remote control at the television screen, watching the shattered display of the commentator who once lauded him as a rare beauty. Now, he felt as if he was being cast aside, trampled by many feet. The early goal undeniably impacted the mindset of both teams. Many players had yet to find their rhythm when the score was already opened. Liverpool's players appeared bewildered, seemingly struck by an unexpected stroke of fortune. Indeed, Lee Mingyu's pass was confounding. Many players assumed it was a fluke, a mere stroke of luck. However, as the match progressed, Liverpool's players repeatedly experienced the power of Lee Mingyu's spiral passes, while Manchester City's players gradually adapted to his style. Not every player possesses Mara's tenacity to chase apparent overhit balls, yet they discovered that many times, if they pursued what seemed like misplaced passes, they could indeed reach them. Lee Mingyu operated like a missile launcher, continuously delivering over-the-top passes that exploited gaps behind the defenders. The defensive line of Liverpool was fraught with tension. Every pass made by Lee Mingyu heightened the vigilance of their backline. However, Lee Mingyu did not resort to a spinning pass every time, as such a technique demands considerable exertion and exceptional body control. As the match progressed into the 15th minute, the rhythm of both teams' attacks slowed, prompting Lee Mingyu to retreat slightly and initiate a series of backward passes, allowing the forwards a moment to catch their breath. In those initial minutes, Lee Mingyu acted like a relentless contractor, compelling the three forwards to toil tirelessly with his precise passes. Yet, the players in Liverpool's midfield and defense found themselves equally fatigued by Lee Mingyu's incessant maneuvering, even more so than their counterparts from Manchester City. The spectators at Anfield were on edge, their hearts racing with each of Lee Mingyu's lofted balls, fearful of another goal. As Manchester City's offensive tempo waned, the Liverpool fans finally exhaled, and a familiar chant of "You'll never walk alone" echoed from the stands. Lee Mingyu continued to engage in frequent backward passes, luring Liverpool's formation to press forward. Aware that Lee Mingyu was attempting to draw them out, Liverpool, trailing by a goal, had no choice but to slowly advance their lines. Nevertheless, Liverpool's three lines maintained a commendably organized structure, minimizing opportunities for Manchester City. The two central defenders lingered at the back, while the fullbacks advanced slightly, creating a concave formation. This configuration served to protect the flanks, while also facilitating the offside trap. However, this positioning bore its own risks. A miscalculation in the offside trap could allow the opposing team to penetrate directly. Despite this, Liverpool's defense in the center remained resolute, with the midfielders providing robust protection that rendered breakthroughs nearly impossible. Yet, for Lee Mingyu, these challenges posed no significant obstacle. After several probing attempts, he discerned the defensive patterns of his adversaries. In the 20th minute, Lee Mingyu received a horizontal pass from Bernardo Silva in the attacking third. Anticipating Fabinho's challenge, Lee Mingyu read his direction and, after two swift turns, evaded the pressure. From approximately 35 meters within Liverpool's half, he unleashed a pass toward the penalty area. This low ball was perfectly timed to sail over the heads of the defenders, yet it appeared to be slightly deep. Center forward Gabriel Jesus assessed that the ball would likely land just in front of the 6-yard box and be easily collected by the goalkeeper. However, as a forward, the instinct to contest for the ball's landing spot was paramount, as the goalkeeper could fumble and defenders might err. Yet, Jesus found himself tightly marked by Virgil van Dijk, who used his body to shield the space. As he gazed upward to judge the ball's descent, Van Dijk concluded that if he leapt ahead it, he might miscalculate, thus opting to allow the ball to pass through to the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper Alisson, stationed within the 6-yard box, observed the ball's trajectory, taking a precautionary step forward, ready to embrace it upon its bounce. Van Dijk maintained his position against Jesus, allowing the ball to descend before him. Instead of pursuing the ball, Van Dijk shifted slightly, sensing Jesus' attempt to maneuver past him. Provided he could keep Jesus at bay, Alisson would easily secure the ball. However, Van Dijk failed to notice the peculiar moment when the ball, upon landing, spun unexpectedly backward. This twist left Alisson, already positioned in the box, pale and wide-eyed, witnessing the ball's trajectory veer away from him. For the Brazilian goalkeeper, this extraordinary occurrence was a profound shock to his perception. Had Alisson been an aficionado of table tennis or tennis, he might have grasped such unpredictable bounces. Yet, such eccentric passes were exceedingly rare in football, with only a few players, like Xabi Alonso during his time at Real Madrid, capable of executing them with such finesse. Van Dijk believed he had successfully neutralized Jesus, thus concluding Manchester City's attack. However, his focus on Jesus prevented him from noticing the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Jesus, however, did see the ball's unexpected direction, realizing with astonishment that it was veering towards him instead of the goalkeeper. Alisson reacted swiftly, propelling himself out of the 6-yard box, intending to smother the ball. Yet, he could not match Jesus' proximity. Although Van Dijk had effectively shielded Jesus, he could not restrain his feet. Van Dijk thought he had accomplished his task and glanced at the goalkeeper's position. To his bewilderment, Alisson, who should have secured the ball, was instead frantically sprinting outside the box. Could it be a fumble? This seemed incredibly amateurish. To Van Dijk's astonishment, a foot surged past him with a resounding thud, sending the ball racing from his right side into the net. Alisson, in despair, reached out helplessly as the ball slipped past him and into the goal. Van Dijk, utterly perplexed, raised his hands in exasperation towards Alisson, conveying his incredulity. Alisson, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the blunder, lay back in the box, appearing as though he wished to forsake the game entirely. The impact of that play was staggering. He felt as though Lee Mingyu had mercilessly ground his intelligence into the turf. Lee Mingyu's pass was, in fact, a masterclass in precision. The ball's landing spot was strategically positioned in a manner that posed significant difficulty for the goalkeeper. The speed of the pass, combined with its placement between the penalty spot and the 6-yard box, left the goalkeeper with little time to react. Should he advance, he risked being too late. Yet if he remained rooted in the box, he faced inevitable futility. Furthermore, Lee Mingyu's use of a spinning pass misled Alisson regarding the ball's trajectory after its bounce. For Alisson, this was the first instance in the match where Lee Mingyu delivered the ball into the penalty area in such a manner. Although he had witnessed similar passes in the opening minutes, their significance had not fully registered with him until this moment. After the goal, an exuberant Jesus emerged from the box, arms raised in celebration, rushing towards Lee Mingyu and leaping into his embrace. This was indeed an attempt by Lee Mingyu, who observed a considerable gap between the opposing defense and the goalkeeper. Thus, he instinctively sent a pass to see what would transpire. To his astonishment, Jesus was fortunate. Van Dijk had not tracked the ball's trajectory, otherwise, it would have been impossible for Jesus to score. At Manchester City, Jesus has often been a pawn sacrificed by Guardiola. To accommodate Guardiola's high-pressing tactics, Jesus has predominantly functioned as a laborious forward. His speed is not particularly swift, and his physique is not robust. However, his greatest asset as a forward lies in his ability to seize opportunities in front of the goal. Before Lee Mingyu arrived at Manchester City, De Bruyne was the primary orchestrator of the team's attacks, and Jesus' role was to facilitate his teammates, create space, and serve as a pivot in the offensive line. Jesus is an exceptionally humble player, unlike many stars who emerge from Brazil's favelas and indulge themselves after achieving success. Instead, he possesses a clear vision for his professional journey. Back in 2014, he was painting walls on the streets of Brazil to earn some pocket money, barefoot, clad in a Palmeiras jersey, wielding a paint bucket. Now, he stands as an indispensable forward for both Manchester City and the Brazilian national team. Chapter 252. A colossal blunder. The score of 2-0 instantly incited discontent among the fans at Anfield. Boos and jeers echoed throughout the stadium. On one hand, they were directed at the audacious Manchester City, while on the other, it reflected their dissatisfaction with their own players. Many fans in attendance were oblivious to the actual events on the pitch, mistakenly believing that a miscommunication between Van Dijk and Alisson in the penalty area had allowed Jesus to capitalize on the opportunity to score. They could not empathize with Lee Mingyu's intricate pass, unable to grasp the despair that the situation elicited in him. After scoring 2 goals, Manchester City completely relaxed. Liverpool had no choice but to intensify their offense. Trailing by 2 goals and playing so conservatively would not be forgiven by their supporters. It was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. In the 25th minute, Liverpool's attack reached the edge of Manchester City's penalty area. Salah took a long-range shot, which was confidently gathered by goalkeeper Ederson. Liverpool's players quickly retreated, and Ederson signaled to slow the pace. He tossed the ball to Laporte, who then passed it to Rodri. Observing Lee Mingyu's position, Rodri sent the ball his way. Lee Mingyu moved to receive it, but Salah closely pursued him from behind. Not wanting to expend unnecessary energy, Lee Mingyu opted to pass the ball back to the goalkeeper. All players on the field ceased their movements, awaiting Ederson to collect the ball and reorganize the attack. Unexpectedly, an astonishing event unfolded. As Lee Mingyu sent the pass, Ederson, somewhat distracted, lifted his right foot, intending to intercept the ball. However, the ball had not yet arrived, and he was already contemplating to whom he would pass it. Consequently, The ball brushed past the side of Ederson's foot, swiftly slipping by him. Panic surged through Ederson as he turned, but the ball was moving too quickly. In an instant, it had rolled into the 6-yard box. Witnessing the ball's trajectory, Ederson buried his head in his hands, despairing. Liverpool's players were caught off guard, only to hear the deafening roar of the crowd celebrating. Salah, who had been trailing Lee Mingyu, witnessed the entire sequence leading to the own goal. As Ederson fumbled the ball, Salah felt his heart race uncontrollably. Seeing the ball roll into Manchester City's net, he jubilantly raised his arms and charged towards his half, embraced by a throng of Liverpool supporters. Without guns or cannons, the enemy has gifted us a goal, they exclaimed. It matters not if we do not score. Manchester City has gifted us one. Oh, how did that happen? This goal is undoubtedly legitimate. The goalkeeper Ederson has made a monumental error. A colossal blunder. Today, Tencent Sports has invited former Huaxia star Sun Jihai as the guest host. Sun Jihai was a representative figure in Huaxia football after his time in the Premier League. He joined Crystal Palace and later signed with Manchester City when they were still in League One. At Manchester City, he performed exceptionally, making 151 appearances across various competitions. In September 2015, he became Manchester City's Chinese ambassador, and the following month, he was inducted into the English Football Hall of Fame. This match, featuring Manchester City, warranted Sun Jihai's presence as a guest host. Upon witnessing Lee Mingyu's brilliant performance, Sun Jihai praised him profusely, asserting that such a player is the most invaluable asset to any team. He even provided a professional explanation of Lee Mingyu's recent intricate passes, acknowledging that while he could not replicate them, he understood the principles behind such plays as a seasoned footballer. Little did he know, as he lauded Lee Mingyu's clever pass, a dramatic scene was unfolding on the pitch. Ederson inexplicably allowed Lee Mingyu's return pass to slip into the goal. In the broadcast booth, Sun Jihai was rendered speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief at the absurdity of the moment. Were it not for his role as a guest on television, he might have uttered an expletive. Ederson had gifted the opposition a goal. The shock on Sun Jihai's face resembled that of a comedic master from northeast Huaxia. Lee Mingyu stood in bewilderment, gazing down at his right foot. An own goal. His very first own goal had arrived unexpectedly. What on earth are you doing, Ederson? Yet, upon seeing Ederson's defeated posture, Lee Mingyu felt powerless. He jogged over to Ederson, helping him to his feet with a smile, saying, "It's all right. It's not the end of the world. Let's stay positive." Ederson, looking remorseful, replied, "I'm sorry, Lee. I lost focus for a moment. Not a problem at all. We're still ahead. Let them have one goal. It's no cause for concern." Lee Mingyu reassured him nonchalantly. His words filled Ederson with warmth and gratitude. Oftentimes, a teammate's encouragement can swiftly restore a player's confidence. Ederson watched Lee Mingyu's retreating figure, silently vowing that today he would not allow Liverpool to score again. He slapped his head firmly, shaking off the distraction. The Liverpool players, having been fortuitously gifted a goal, felt their morale soar. The recent own goal had significant repercussions on Manchester City's spirit and performance. After the restart, Manchester City encountered significant challenges in their attack. Lee Mingyu, upon receiving the ball, struggled to find effective solutions against Liverpool's relentless pressing, resorting instead to frequent backward and lateral passes, with forward passes nearly non-existent. Manchester City found themselves under considerable pressure from Liverpool. Salah and Mane repeatedly targeted the vulnerable flanks of Manchester City. In the 30th minute, Liverpool executed a series of intricate combinations at the edge of Manchester City's penalty area. Following 2-1-2s, Salah received the ball in the rib area of the penalty box and unleashed a powerful shot. Faced with a close-range attempt, Liverpool's goalkeeper Ederson made an extraordinary save. Salah's shot was exceptionally cunning, directed towards the lower corner by the near post, requiring the goalkeeper to quickly lower his center of gravity to make the stop. Simultaneously sinking down, Ederson managed to deflect Salah's strike with his left hand and, while falling, performed a roll to secure the ball tightly beneath him. Salah could hardly believe his eyes. A seemingly certain goal had been thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. In the broadcast room, Sun Jihai exclaimed in amazement, "Ederson has done it." He was unfazed by the earlier own goal and delivered a spectacular save, rescuing Manchester City. Truly remarkable. Indeed, it is a tremendous feat for a goalkeeper to rapidly adjust his mindset and performance after conceding an own goal. Ederson's ability to save what seemed like a certain goal had a profound psychological impact on both sets of players. The relieved Manchester City players rallied around Ederson to commend his performance, while the Liverpool players displayed expressions of frustration. How could they fail to convert such a chance? Neglecting opportunities often leads to fitting consequences. In the 40th minute, Liverpool advanced into Manchester City's attacking third once more. Despite 2 consecutive attempts to penetrate the penalty area with direct passes failing, Maine, barely managing to regain possession outside the box, unleashed a long-range shot. However, Stone's obstructive defense successfully blocked the attempt. As Maine gestured to the referee, indicating a possible handball, the ball ricocheted outside the penalty area and fell to Lee Mingyu's feet. Observing the referee's lack of response, Lee Mingyu surged forward into Liverpool's half, initiating a rapid counterattack. Noticing the opposing midfielders closing in, Lee Mingyu executed a sudden stop and performed a flawless 360-degree turn, deftly evading the Liverpool trio's encirclement. However, his speed diminished as he turned his back to Liverpool's half, suddenly pivoting to deliver an exquisite lofted pass with his right foot, sending the ball soaring towards Liverpool's penalty area from near the center circle. Liverpool's centre-back Ben White, slightly slow to react, found himself outmaneuvered by Jesus, who burst forward, seamlessly evading White's pursuit. With calm precision, Jesus slotted the ball past the on-rushing Alisson, scoring from beneath his arm. The transition from Maine's block shot to Jesus' successful finish took less than 10 seconds. Lee Mingyu's intricate maneuvering through 3 defenders in midfield was a work of art. Maine's shot was overly ambitious, lacking space, and compelling him to force the attempt. Alas, the deflected ball landed at Lee Mingyu's feet. Manchester City was poised for a counterattack. However, Liverpool's defense had already surged forward, leaving Lee Mingyu with no forward options. With remarkable finesse, he executed a sudden stop and an elegant turn, utilizing the opponent's body as an axis, an aesthetically pleasing display. His continuous turns and ball manipulations made it appear as though the ball was an extension of his foot. His balance and agility were truly breathtaking. Oh, that pass was remarkably imaginative. How did he spot Jesus' position? Jesus did not make his run until he saw the ball approaching, catching White off guard, who was unaware of Jesus lurking behind him. Jesus' strike was incredibly clever, requiring no force. It was merely a gentle push, a delicate touch that sometimes proves more challenging for goalkeepers to save. Sun Jihai, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, nearly dropped them in excitement upon witnessing the stunning goal. As a defender himself, he had played in nearly every position in the backline. He was astounded by Lee Mingyu's pass, unable to fathom how Lee Mingyu had discerned the forward's movements. Could it merely be instinct? That seemed implausible, as Lee Mingyu had been with the team for less than 6 months. Establishing such an understanding in such a short time seemed unlikely. Ultimately, Sun Jihai concluded that this was the intuition of a top-tier midfield talent. Many elite midfield maestros appear to observe little before passing. They have already developed a general awareness of their teammates' movements. Thus, at the moment of passing, they do not need to confirm their teammates' positions. I believe you are in position. You must be in position. Lee Mingyu's pass was executed the moment he received the ball, having already seen Jesus begin his run. Having deduced that Jesus' position was at the edge of the penalty area after his earlier evasion of defenders. Jesus did not disappoint, beautifully timing his run to complete the attack. With a score of 3-1, Manchester City had doubled their lead. Liverpool needed to step up. They had yet to score in the first half. Sun Jihai remarked teasingly, a smile on his face. Beside him, the devoted Liverpool supporter Jean June could only manage a wry smile. Liverpool's performance was commendable. They simply lacked a touch of luck. The first half concluded without further scoring opportunities, maintaining the 3-1 scoreline until halftime. During the break, Sun Jihai analyzed Manchester City's offensive display, expressing deep appreciation for Lee Mingyu's pivotal role within the team. Jean June concurred, stating that Manchester City faced virtually no rivals in the Premier League, unless they chose to underperform, as no one could match their strength. Lee Mingyu's presence elevated Manchester City's attacking and defensive integrity to a remarkable level. Do not underestimate Lee Mingyu's defensive contributions, Jean June asserted emphatically. Sun Jihai nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I have observed numerous matches featuring Lee Mingyu. Each time he defends, he consistently intercepts the opposing team's key players. Although there are instances when his interceptions are unsuccessful, he significantly slows down the opponent's offensive momentum, which is a crucial aspect of his defensive role. Primarily, it is his exceptional attacking prowess that often leads others to overlook his defensive contributions. Much like Alonso of the Spanish national team, whose defensive impact far outweighed his offensive contributions, the collapse of the Spanish team began with Alonso's decline in stamina. Once he could no longer serve as the team's defensive bulwark, the entire defensive structure crumbled. Thus, Lee Ming-yu serves as a stabilizing force for Manchester City. Chapter 253. Liverpool's unyielding spirit. The 15-minute halftime break swiftly passed. Players from both teams returned to the pitch. Observing the expressions on Liverpool's players, it was evident they had shed their burdens. Indeed, as the second half commenced, Liverpool's offensive push became increasingly fierce. The somewhat complacent Manchester City found themselves pressed back into their own territory, with even center-forward Jesus returning to defend. In the second half, Manchester City's strategy consisted of counterattacks, with Mahrez and Ferran Torres poised on the wings, ready to unleash their offensive flanks. However, Liverpool wasted no time in asserting their dominance at the start of the half. In the 50-minute mark, Liverpool executed a throw-in from the right flank. Firmino, positioned in the box, skillfully controlled the ball with his chest and flicked it to the advancing Salah with his heel. Salah took the ball and surged into the small box from the flank. Goalkeeper Ederson stood firmly in the small area, guarding his goal. Salah feigned a shot, momentarily shifting Ederson's weight. Then, with a deft flick of his ankle, Salah delivered a precise back pass to the edge of the small box, finding Fabinho amid a crowded space. Fabinho immediately unleashed a powerful shot, only to be blocked by Laporte on the edge of the box. Maine, surging in from the side, struck the rebounding ball with another fierce shot, which Laporte again deflected. However, this time, Liverpool's players raised their hands in protest, signaling the referee. The referee promptly blew the whistle, pointing towards the center circle, signaling a valid goal. Amidst the protests from the Manchester City players, the referee raised his right hand, indicating his wristwatch, signifying that he had received the vibration confirming the goal. This is the marvel of modern football's goal line technology, often referred to as Hawkeye. A chip embedded within the ball ensures that once the entire ball crosses the goal line, the referee's watch vibrates, confirming the goal. Television broadcasts frequently showcase this technology, displaying a vertical view from above the goal line. If the entire ball has not crossed the line, even the slightest shadow resting on the line signifies no goal. This technology primarily addresses past controversies surrounding goal line decisions. Numerous shots in World Cup or European Championship history remained indeterminate, even under high-speed cameras. However, such misjudgments are now virtually non-existent. Liverpool supporters erupted into jubilant song once more. With the score at 3-2, they had narrowed the gap to a solitary goal, a precarious difference. As the second half unfolded, Liverpool charged forward like wolves, unwilling to succumb to Manchester City on their home turf. Even if Manchester City were to clinch the league title this year, they would not escape unscathed from Anfield. Guardiola was deeply dissatisfied with this goal conceded, attributing it to his team's sluggish start in the second half, which allowed the opponent to capitalize on a moment of vulnerability. This lapse was indeed foolish. Manchester City now found themselves in a delicate phase. Months of consecutive victories had altered the players' mentality, inevitably fostering a sense of arrogance. While Guardiola did not ardently pursue an unbroken winning streak, he acknowledged that occasional setbacks could instill a more profound understanding of their standing. For Guardiola, he is the architect of the highest points total in Premier League history. During the 2017 to 2018 season, Manchester City achieved the unprecedented feat of a perfect season, finishing with a remarkable 100 points. The team closest to this landmark was Liverpool in the 2019 to 2020 season, who, after securing their first Premier League title 7 matches early, aimed to surpass City's 100 points. However, they were held to a draw at home and subsequently overturned by Arsenal, finishing with 99 points. In the grand scope of the top 5 leagues, only 4 teams have achieved the remarkable feat of a perfect season. In the 2011 to 2012 season, Mourinho, in his second year at Real Madrid, instilled his counter-attacking philosophy into the team. Under his leadership, the Galacticos delivered exhilarating attacking football, achieving an impressive tally of 121 goals across 38 league matches, resulting in 32 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses, culminating in a perfect 100-point season that ended Barcelona's reign. In the 2012 to 2013 season, after Real Madrid's perfect season, Barcelona replicated this extraordinary accomplishment in the second season under Villanova's guidance. While the recently crowned Real Madrid faced internal strife, Barcelona reasserted their dominance in La Liga, achieving a record of 32 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses, mirroring Real Madrid's previous season success. Witnessing the epic feats of Spain's 2 giants, Juventus, having dominated Serie A for years, sought to join the ranks. In the 2013 to 2014 season, Juventus reached the pinnacle of their dominance in Italy. Under Conte's leadership, the Bianconeri recorded 33 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, finishing with an impeccable home record of 19 wins, and ultimately achieving 102 points, setting a record for the highest points total in a single season across the top 5 leagues. The stage was now set for Manchester City's perfect season. Guardiola, having tasted the sweetness of such triumph, had established a benchmark in the Premier League, harboring no further expectations for accolades. As long as they could secure the championship in the end, losing a few matches was not an insurmountable issue. However, when confronted with teams that rank at the top of the league, Guardiola is unwilling to relent. Anfield once again transforms into a haven of jubilant laughter. The fervent Liverpool supporters uplift their team with melodic chants, instilling hope for an equalizer and even a potential victory. This conceded goal momentarily dampens Manchester City's morale, particularly for goalkeeper Ederson, who had resolved not to allow Liverpool any further scores. To his dismay, just as the second half commenced, they conceded again. Although it was not entirely his fault and he had exerted himself to the utmost, conceding a goal is conceding a goal. As the game resumed, Manchester City's offensive efforts were met with relentless pressure from Liverpool. The invigorated Liverpool squad launched wave after wave of attacks amidst the chorus of their supporters. While Lee Mingyu remains formidable, a single individual cannot withstand the combined efforts of multiple opponents. It is not always feasible for him to successfully pass the ball while surrounded by 2 or 3 defenders. In this match, Lee Mingyu's passing accuracy began to wane. Any misstep on his part would halt Manchester City's offensive momentum. Seizing upon the confusion within Manchester City, Liverpool unleashed a fierce offensive. In the 60th minute of the second half, Liverpool fans were treated to the most exhilarating moment of the match. Fabinho, advancing through the center, cut in from the flank, drawing the attention of the fullback before distributing the ball to Maine on the wing. Maine, glancing into the center, delivered a beautifully arced ball into Manchester City's small box. Firmino surged towards the near post, diverting defender Laporte's attention, but the pass was intended for the far post. Stones, positioned centrally, leapt in an attempt to clear the incoming ball but misjudged its height, resulting in a missed header. The ball glided past his head, and just behind him, Salah had made his advance. With calm precision, Salah cushioned the over-the-top ball with the archer's right foot, adjusted slightly, and unleashed a powerful strike with the inside of his foot. The shot, from a mere 3 to 4 meters away from the goal, was so forceful that Ederson could only instinctively swipe at it. However, the ball soared directly into the upper corner of the net. In the 60th minute of the second half, the score was leveled at 3-3, igniting a fervent atmosphere at Anfield. The once dominant home ground revealed its true power. The deafening cheers seemed to lift the stadium itself. Ecstatic Liverpool fans waved their scarves, singing "You'll Never Walk Alone" to express their unwavering support for the team. On the sidelines, Guardiola wore a grim expression. Manchester City's defensive issues had persisted unresolved. Their backline was not of world-class caliber. Despite their string of victories across various competitions this season, clean sheets were a rarity, with goals conceded in nearly every match. For a team aspiring to defend its title and claim the Champions League, this presents a critical vulnerability. A world-class midfield and forward line cannot compensate for a faltering defense. This is a significant blow to the team. Lee Mingyu observed the dejected defenders, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. The continuous goals conceded put immense pressure on Manchester City, leaving many players in a daze, as they had yet to face such a challenging match this season. The Liverpool players attacked with ferocity, and in the infernal atmosphere of Anfield, their prowess was greatly amplified. In football, it is not merely the superiority of a team's lineup or the expense of its players that guarantees victory. If that were the case, why even play? Just report the valuations instead. In football, form and performance on the pitch are paramount. Often, an underdog triumphs over a favored team simply because of a surge in their form while the stronger side falters. When two teams of comparable strength meet, the one with greater morale and better form is more likely to prevail. In the first half, Manchester City boasted high spirits and strong form, leading Liverpool. However, in the second half, as Liverpool regained their rhythm, Manchester City found themselves disoriented by Liverpool's initial onslaught, and they had yet to recover, resulting in the current predicament. At this juncture, Lee Mingyu felt compelled to take a stand as captain. Observing the bewildered expressions of his teammates, he bellowed, "What are you all doing? It's time to wake up. The opposition has equalized. Do you intend to wait until they take the lead or seal the match before you regain your senses? We are Manchester City, the champions of the Premier League. This season, we aim to defend our title. How can we achieve that in our current state?" His admonishment left the players with heads bowed in shame, but soon their spirits were lifted once more. "We are Manchester City, the indomitable Blue Moon, the undefeated champions. We must not falter here. Look at your chests and the crest. Do your past performances live up to it?" Lee Mingyu's voice crescendoed, reaching every ear among the Manchester City players, prompting them to glance at the blue and white emblem on their chests. This emblem, redesigned in the summer of 2016, features a circular design predominantly in the beloved blue and white hues of Manchester City supporters. At its center lies a shield, with the Manchester ship above it, a symbol that has appeared in previous designs, representing the city's historical trade prosperity and global perspective. The prosperity of Manchester is inextricably linked to maritime trade. Below the ship, three diagonal lines symbolize the three rivers of Manchester: the Irwell, the Irk, and the Medlock. Additionally, the emblem features a red rose, a classic element from a previous design. The outer circle bears the year 1894, marking the club's foundation. Manchester City understands the significance of its historical traditions and culture to its fans, and this new emblem design aims to ensure that supporters comprehend the historical narratives behind the club's previous crest designs. Gazing at the crest upon his chest and reflecting on the club's illustrious achievements over the years, a surge of confidence welled within the Manchester City players. With 2 consecutive treble wins, Manchester City has solidified its dominance in the Premier League. Such a team possesses its own pride. Witnessing his teammates lift their heads and regain their morale, Lee Mingyu beamed with a radiant smile. "Let us reclaim this match," he exclaimed, raising his right hand high. "All right." Chapter 254. Despairing Liverpool. When one's mental fortitude is sufficiently strong, they often unlock potential beyond their own imagination. Yet, when the mind capitulates and surrenders, one may struggle to even reach 10% of their usual capability. The extent of an individual's capabilities is entirely contingent upon the fortitude of their psyche. This is the marvel of humanity. After being vociferously rallied by Lee Mingyu, the morale of the Manchester City team saw a remarkable uplift. Earlier, Lee Mingyu had employed Bollock's roar to invigorate his teammates' spirits. Such a skill is seldom utilized by Lee Mingyu, as it is only effective in times of adversity. Since joining Manchester City, he has not encountered significant challenges. However, in this match, various factors had dealt a severe blow to the team's morale, and Lee seized the opportunity to activate this skill, thus revitalizing his comrades. On the sidelines, Guardiola observed this scene with a nod of approval. Bestowing the captain's armband upon Lee Mingyu, who had been with the team for less than half a season, was a decision Guardiola made with great deliberation. As the core midfielder, Lee Mingyu had garnered the complete trust of his teammates, and his performance in the recent World Cup had once again showcased his prowess. Moreover, during his temporary captaincy of the Spanish national team, his conduct was commendable, with Ilkay and the initially appointed captain exhibiting signs of complacency. The decisive Guardiola swiftly relieved him of his duties. Lee Mingyu's ascension to captaincy was met with unanimous support from the players. No one wished to provoke a rift with the illustrious Lee Mingyu. Upon resuming play, Liverpool's players sensed a palpable shift in Manchester City's demeanor. The team's attacks became fluid, and the players' expressions grew increasingly focused. Nevertheless, Liverpool showed no signs of retreat. Two teams, both brimming with confidence, engaged in a fierce contest. The spectators intermittently erupted in cheers as Liverpool pressed forward against Manchester City's goal. Suddenly, a wave of discontent surged through the crowd as Manchester City threatened Liverpool's defense. For over 10 minutes, the teams exchanged high-caliber offensive maneuvers, captivating the onlookers with their dazzling display. This was indeed a clash between the premier teams of the Premier League, and it was nothing short of spectacular. Both coaches continually adjusted their tactics to ensure optimal stamina across all positions. As the match approached the 80th minute, Liverpool's attack within Manchester City's 30-meter zone was thwarted by Rodri's decisive tackle. Salah's pass was overly predictable, allowing Rodri to accurately anticipate its trajectory, executing a stellar interception and regaining possession. He swiftly passed the ball to Bernardo Silva, initiating a rapid counterattack that left 5 Manchester City players surging into Liverpool's half. Lee Mingyu quickly positioned himself for a pass, which Bernardo Silva delivered with precision. Upon receiving the ball, Lee executed a deft touch to evade the approaching Fabinho. With no choice left, Fabinho attempted to grasp Lee Mingyu's arm in a bid to halt the swift advance, but Lee deftly brushed aside Fabinho's grasp and accelerated past him, penetrating Liverpool's central defense. As Lee surged forward, Liverpool's defense was compelled to retract towards the center, leaving both flanks exposed. With a gentle push, he directed the ball to the left, where Mahrez found himself in an advantageous position. Assessing the central defense, Mahrez opted for a reverse pass. Jesus had already positioned himself within the small box, effectively drawing away the opposing center back. The central area of the box, near the penalty arc, was now completely unguarded. Lee Mingyu, sprinting in from behind, unleashed a powerful shot, the ball racing towards the net like a white streak of lightning. However, his execution was not optimal. Typically, long-range shots from the perimeter require elevation to navigate through the crowded penalty area. Yet, Lee's attempt skimmed almost along the ground. Liverpool's defenders lunged to intercept, but the ball's velocity was too great for them to react in time. Goalkeeper Alisson, fully concentrated despite the chaos, maintained an unobstructed view. He quickly lowered his center of gravity and dove sideways, managing to get a hand to the ball's trajectory just as it seemed poised for a goal. At that moment, a leg from the crowd emerged, subtly altering the ball's course, causing it to ricochet into the opposite side of the goal. Alisson's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to watch the ball find the back of the net. A hush fell over Anfield as a figure clad in blue and white burst forth from the throng. Jesus. This young Brazilian had deftly redirected the ball, leaving his compatriot Alisson to lament in vain. Lee Mingyu, upon taking the shot, had sent sufficient power but misjudged the angle, believing his attempt posed little threat. To his astonishment, it transformed into an assist, enabling Jesus to score a pivotal goal. On the sidelines, Guardiola exhaled softly, a smile gracing his face. In contrast, Klopp wore an expression of frustration. How could such fortune favor Manchester City? Yet, he seemed to forget the earlier own goal that had been far luckier. It is not uncommon for humans to focus on grievances rather than blessings. This goal deeply affected Liverpool's players, instilling a sense of despair among the fans. Was it truly impossible to overcome Manchester City? After resuming play, Liverpool launched a fervent counterattack, while Manchester City adopted a defensive posture, with all players falling back. Even center forward Jesus chased down towards the corner flag, signaling the team's high defensive commitment. In the dying moments of injury time, Liverpool, through Salah's breakthrough on the flank, earned a corner kick. This was their final opportunity to equalize. A figure in green surged from Liverpool's half, with Alisson determined to seize the moment and contribute. Almost 20 players crowded into Manchester City's penalty area, effectively sealing it off. Salah took the corner, and Alisson, exerting all his strength to contest the ball, found himself poorly positioned to reach it. Manchester City's goalkeeper Ederson, relying on his hands, leaped and managed to deflect the ball out of the box. The referee glanced at his watch. The time for added minutes was drawing to a close. If the ball could be cleared from the goal, he would sound a final whistle. Outside the penalty area, Sadio Mane of Liverpool prepared to strike as the ball rebounded towards him. However, a figure within the box dashed forward recklessly. In a moment of astonishment for Mane, the player used his chest to deflect the ball away and then raise his right foot, launching a powerful shot. With a resounding thud, the ball soared from the edge of Manchester City's penalty area, soaring over both Manchester City and Liverpool's halves, its trajectory indicating it was heading towards Liverpool's goal. The referee, who was on the verge of blowing the final whistle, hesitated upon witnessing this play and lowered his whistle in silence. Liverpool's goalkeeper, Alisson, could only watch in disbelief as the ball landed in the unoccupied penalty area, bounced once, then leapt again, crashing into the net. Even the Manchester City teammates found the moment astonishing. Such a long-range strike directed towards the goal was a feat not easily accomplished by just anyone. The referee signaled the goal was valid and blew the whistle to conclude the match. With a score of 4-2, Manchester City emerged victorious once more at Anfield, achieving their 16th consecutive league win. The next three opponents in the league were positioned in the lower ranks, posing little threat to Manchester City. As long as the team performed to their capabilities, the prospect of achieving a perfect first half of the season, a remarkable feat in Premier League history, seemed within reach. Having triumphed over Liverpool, Manchester City's morale reached its zenith. Although they had yet to achieve a 19-match winning streak, the players had already embraced this honor as their own. This was not merely a record for the Premier League, but a landmark across the top 5 European leagues. What did it signify to vanquish all other opponents in the league? It underscored that this team was undoubtedly the finest in the Premier League. At present, the entire Premier League and England found themselves enveloped beneath the glow of this blue moon. Blue had become the dominant hue of the Premier League. In the final round of the Champions League group stage, Manchester City, without any of their key players, succumbed to Bayer Leverkusen with a score of 0-3, while Barcelona triumphed over Milan with a score of 2-0. Consequently, Manchester City and Barcelona progressed to the knockout stage as group leaders and runners-up, respectively. However, Manchester City's remarkable winning streak across all competitions came to an end. Nevertheless, no one deemed their approach misguided, given the grueling nature of the season. The health of the players remained paramount. By now, numerous teams had witnessed players succumbing to injuries due to excessive fatigue, a daily occurrence. Manchester City's medical team diligently monitored and assessed each player's physical condition to prevent unnecessary injuries due to fatigue. In the fourth round of the FA Cup, Guardiola, as usual, refrained from fielding any key players, allowing youth team coach Enzo Maresca to lead the squad. Against the League Two team Cheltenham, Manchester's youth brigade once again decimated their opponents with a staggering 10-0 scoreline, a result that raised eyebrows. While the opponent was from a lower division, such a score was indeed remarkable. Additionally, Maresca garnered attention from various clubs, with several teams from League One and even the Championship extending offers to him. However, Maresca remained self-aware, recognizing that despite his recent arrival at Manchester City's youth team and only having participated in 2 FA Cup matches, the victories were not solely attributable to his efforts. The strength of Manchester City was evident. Victory against League One and League Two teams was inevitable, even with a reserve lineup that was exceptionally formidable. To ensure Lee Mingyu received adequate rest, he was placed on the bench for the upcoming match against 13th-ranked Norwich. By halftime, the score of 2-0 rendered Lee Mingyu's time on the bench increasingly tedious. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed over Norwich with a score of 3-0, advancing one step closer to their goal of a 19-match winning streak. The Champions League knockout draw also concluded at UEFA's headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland, yielding favorable results for Manchester City. The teams progressing to the round of 16 included Group A, Liverpool, Zenit St. Petersburg; Group B, Juventus, Arsenal; Group C, Manchester United; Real Madrid; Group D, Bayern Munich, Shakhtar Donetsk; Group E, Manchester City, Barcelona; Group F, Paris Saint-Germain, Borussia Dortmund; Group G, Chelsea, Napoli; Group H, Inter Milan, Sporting Lisbon. The draw rules stipulated that teams from the same country would not face each other, and that group leaders would not meet one another, nor would group runners-up. The first team drawn was Manchester City. Once all group leaders were drawn, the sequence for the group runners-up commenced. Lee Mingyu and Guardiola observed the draw with seriousness, both desiring to avoid encountering a formidable opponent at such an early stage. Among the runners-up, Real Madrid was a team no one wished to face. Although Real Madrid had been performing well, De Bruyne's injury during the European Championship prevented him from participating in the last 3 Champions League group matches, relegating them to second place. However, De Bruyne had recently recovered and was expected to be fit for the knockout stage. Hence, a fully intact Real Madrid was a team no one desired to confront. Ultimately, the draw presenter retrieved a slip from the bowl and announced the name, Napoli. A relaxed smile broke across the faces of Guardiola and Lee Mingyu. Chapter 255, Mastery of the Weak Foot, Dribbling Past 5 Defenders, January 23, 2023, is a date to be remembered by Manchester City fans. The 19th round of the Premier League concluded, with Manchester City securing a 3-0 victory against newly promoted Brentford at their home ground, achieving an unprecedented 19 consecutive wins. Thus far, Manchester City had defeated every team in the Premier League. Even the official FA expressed their congratulations to Manchester City. Their 19 consecutive wins widened the gap between them and second-placed Liverpool to 10 points. Liverpool's impressive record of 15 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses, totaling 47 points, was commendable. However, facing the impeccable Manchester City, they were relegated to second place. Following this match, the Champions League knockout stage finally loomed ahead. Napoli, a traditional powerhouse in Serie A, bore some similarities to Manchester City, notably their predominantly blue jerseys. As Mingyu and the team traveled by bus to the stadium, the streets of Naples were adorned with murals of Maradona, the Argentine deity and the god of Napoli. Napoli, after all, was a small club in southern Italy. On June 30th, 1984, the upper management of Napoli announced their agreement with Barcelona for the transfer of Diego Maradona for a record fee of $4 million, a figure that stunned the fans of Napoli. They will never forget that day. On July 5th, 50,000 supporters flocked to the Stadio San Paolo in Naples to attend a meeting between Maradona and the fans. Their deity had arrived, and Maradona would dedicate the most precious 7 years of his career to this city. From that moment onwards, this small southern Italian team stepped into the global spotlight. With 2 Serie A championships, 1 Coppa Italia title, 1 Supercoppa Italiana, and 1 UEFA Cup, Napoli achieved honors that no other southern Italian club had ever attained. 2 years ago, the sudden passing of Maradona moved the entire nation of Argentina, and in Naples, tributes to Maradona were ubiquitous. Mingyu gazed out at the city of Naples from a bus, pondering the extraordinary allure Maradona possessed that transformed the entire city into his devoted followers. Since Maradona's era, Napoli has seen many top-tier stars, yet none have been able to embody the hope of the city. The imprint Maradona left on the team is indelibly profound, making it nearly impossible for anyone to surpass. Today, Napoli has become a regular contender for the top 4 in Serie A. Despite the slim chances of claiming the league title, they continue to participate in the UEFA Champions League each year. However, their best performance in the Champions League remains reaching the round of 16, never having advanced to the quarterfinals. This year, they faced the formidable Manchester City in the round of 16, with few believing they could eliminate City and achieve a historic breakthrough. The clash of 2 distinct shades of blue raised the question: which blue was more vibrant, the Mediterranean blue or the sky blue of the moon? The Stadio San Paolo, or rather, now known as the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona, was renamed just 5 days after Maradona's passing, as announced by the mayor of Naples. This proposal had been stalled during Maradona's lifetime, but finally received approval following his death. Outside the stadium, a bronze statue of Maradona was surrounded by passionate fans. Upon entering this, the 3rd largest stadium in Italy, Mingyu felt a unique sensation. No other team has ever elevated a player to such an exalted status. If he could become such a player, it would surely be a tremendous honor. The last encounter between Napoli and Manchester City in the Champions League dates back 5 years, when they were drawn into the same group during the group stage. Manchester City achieved a double victory over Napoli, finishing first in the group while relegating Napoli to 3rd and out of the knockout stage. This marks the second meeting between the 2 teams in the Champions League. After the warm-up, both teams returned to their respective locker rooms. In the cramped space, Guardiola reiterated the tactical focus of the day, emphasizing the importance of wing defense. Good evening to our viewers on Tencent Sports. Welcome to our broadcast of this highly anticipated match in the UEFA Champions League round of 16. The clash of the 2 blues. Napoli hosts the reigning Premier League champions, Manchester City, at the Maradona Stadium. Napoli has performed admirably this season, not only reaching the knockout stage of the Champions League, but also currently sitting 3rd in the league. As for Manchester City, they have made history with an unprecedented 19 consecutive wins at the start of the season, having triumphed over every team in the Premier League, solidifying their status as the strongest champions in Premier League history. Today, Napoli must tread carefully, as Manchester City has matured into a formidable team over the past 2 years. The home team, Napoli, dons their traditional blue shirts and white shorts, while the visiting Manchester City team showcases their latest away kit, a striking black ensemble that exudes a menacing aura. Let us first examine the starting lineups. Napoli employs their favored 4-2-3-1 formation, featuring goalkeeper Alex Merritt, a promising talent at just 25 years old, standing an impressive height of 192 meters. The four defenders are Mario Rui, Amir Ramani, Costas Manolas, and Giovanni Di Lorenzo. The two defensive midfielders are Fabian Ruiz and Mau Bakayoko, the latter being a recent acquisition from Chelsea following his stellar performance last season. The three attacking midfielders are Herving Lozano, Piotr Zielinski, and Lorenzo Insigne, while the Nigerian forward Victor Osimhen leads the attack. Napoli's offensive unit has proven to be formidable this season, scoring 25 goals in Serie A, second only to Inter Milan. As for Manchester City, they maintain their well-known 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Ederson has displayed remarkable consistency, recording consecutive clean sheets in his last 3 matches. The defensive line consists of Zinchenko, Stones, Laporte, and Walker, while Rodri has emerged as a key pillar in midfield. Today, Ilkay Gundogan returns to the starting lineup after recently apologizing to the team, having served his internal suspension, and he will partner with Lee Mingyu as the two attacking midfielders. Up front, the joyful football of Raheem Sterling returns to the starting 11, with Gabriel Jesus as the central striker and the youthful Phil Foden taking on the right wing. This lineup illustrates Guardiola's serious approach to the match. Lee Mingyu, having rested well during his time as a substitute, appears invigorated and poised for an outstanding performance. As both teams step onto the pitch, anticipation builds for the commencement of the match. With the sound of the whistle, the clash of the two blues begins. Congratulations, host! You have checked in at the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona and received the left-footed proficiency of Napoli legend Maradona. Lee Mingyu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Mastering the use of his weaker foot had long been a concern for him. While his right foot had reached world-class standards, his left foot had always lagged behind. In truth, there are few players in the world who possess perfectly balanced skills with both feet. Even top stars like Messi and Ronaldo have their dominant and non-dominant feet. Acquiring the left-footed mastery of Maradona was a dream come true for Lee Mingyu. Mastery of the weaker foot is a significant enhancement for a player, exponentially increasing their effectiveness on the field. Manchester City kicked off first. Lee Mingyu received a pass from Jesus, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test his weaker foot skills. As the Napoli captain Insigne charged towards him, Lee Mingyu executed a stunning nutmeg with his left foot, leaving Insigne bewildered. The Napoli fans expressed their astonishment at this feint. Yet none were more shocked than his Manchester City teammates. The audacity of performing a nutmeg with a non-dominant foot was nothing short of extraordinary. Even renowned masters of the skill like Ronaldo and Ronaldinho had never attempted a left-footed nutmeg in a match. Gradually, it became apparent not only to Lee Mingyu's teammates, but also to the spectators that he had been using his left foot for every touch of the ball, passing, receiving, and dribbling. Lee Mingyu's name had spread worldwide, and it was hard to find a fan who did not recognize him. Although it was common knowledge that his dominant foot was the right, the question lingered: when had he begun to master his left foot? It is important to note that training one's weaker foot is not an overnight endeavor. Many players spend their entire careers without truly mastering it. Numerous elite stars appear clumsy when shooting with their non-dominant foot, requiring adjustments to position the ball for their preferred side. In contrast, Lee Mingyu's left-footed dribbles and feints softened the expressions of many older Napoli fans. If it weren't for his towering stature, it would have been evident that Lee Mingyu was emulating Maradona. In the Maradona Stadium, one would expect Napoli fans to respond with angry jeers, yet the more they watched, the more they felt that Lee Mingyu possessed something special. If not for his height, one could easily mistake him for a reincarnation of Maradona. Even the Napoli commentator remarked, with a hint of melancholy, that Lee was paying homage to Maradona. Having just mastered his left foot, Lee Mingyu was reveling in his newfound skill when a groundbreaking idea struck him. While the fans in the stands delighted in his Maradona impersonation, the Napoli players on the field were far from amused. Lee Mingyu's left-footed dribbling instilled in them a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of their encounters with Messi. It felt as if they could intercept the ball, but the moment they lunged, they found themselves outmaneuvered. However, Napoli's defense held firm, and for the first 10 minutes, Manchester City was unable to register a single shot on goal. After an intense 10 minutes of play, both teams had expended considerable energy. Observing Napoli's defensive line retreat, Lee Mingyu opted to pass the ball back to his center back, Laporte. Manchester City prepared to dominate possession, attempting to draw Napoli out of their defensive shell. Following a series of passes in midfield, The Napoli players could no longer resist pressing forward. Lee Mingyu moved to the right side of the pitch, signaling to Zinchenko to pass him the ball. Zinchenko delivered a perfect pass with the arch of his foot, sending the ball to the retreating Lee Mingyu. However, closely trailing him was Lozano of Napoli. Sensing Lee Mingyu's intent to turn, Lozano charged forward to apply pressure. In response, Lee Mingyu deftly nudged the ball to his left with his left foot, slipping past Lozano. Lozano felt as if he were trying to grasp a slippery eel. He could not counter the momentum and found himself powerless to defend against Lee Mingyu's quick movement. In an instant, Lee Mingyu sprang into action, mentally chanting attack. From the right side of the pitch, he glided with the ball at a high speed, maintaining a half-meter distance from his body. This astounding control left Napoli's defenders unable to make a challenge. One defender, then another, then a third, and finally a fourth, Lee Mingyu navigated through Napoli's entire defense, carrying the ball into their penalty area. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu employed his signature pendulum move, leaving the keeper sprawled on the ground. With a powerful strike, he sent the ball into the back of the Napoli net. Following the goal, Lee Mingyu raised his arms in triumph. While the expressions of the Napoli players behind him were akin to that of ghosts, and the astonished Jesus, who caught up with him, was equally stunned, all captured by the cameras and broadcasted into countless homes. Chapter 256, On-Field Conflict, the return of the joyful boy on the sidelines. Guardiola once again embraced his bald head. A mix of shock and joy reflected in his eyes. Years ago, when Maradona dribbled past 5 players, he was merely a hopeful youth in Barcelona's youth team, longing for a chance to play. When Messi accomplished a similar feat, he was already the head coach of Barcelona's first team. Today, however, Lee Mingyu's extraordinary solo run, reminiscent of Maradona's, unfolded before his eyes, an iconic moment he would never forget. Although Lee Mingyu had previously executed brilliant runs, none had matched the magnitude of this goal. In the Maradona Stadium, he had nearly replicated the legendary 5-man dribble, with the pendulum move being the final flourish. Napoli's defenders had no answer for Lee Mingyu's explosive speed. Much like how England could do nothing against Maradona or Getafe against Messi, some fans and players had previously dismissed Maradona's famous 5-man dribble, attributing it to England's gentlemanly conduct for refraining from aggressive tackles. The same scrutiny had been leveled at Messi regarding La Liga's intensity. However, Napoli's players could attest to the truth. It wasn't that they didn't want to tackle. It was that Lee Mingyu was simply too fast, leaving them no opportunity to intercept before he dashed past. This was the reality. Unless one wished to earn a red card, it was nearly impossible to challenge him. In the 13th minute of the first half, Lee Mingyu recreated Maradona's iconic 5-man dribble in the Maradona Stadium, giving Manchester City the lead on their opponent's turf. The crowd found themselves caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to cheer or boo. While Lee Mingyu's exuberant celebration irked the Napoli supporters, they felt conflicted about jeering him, as the goal had once belonged to Maradona. As they watched Lee Mingyu's back, the Napoli fans thought, "This kid is too mischievous, using Maradona's moves against us," leaving them in an uncomfortable position. For the Napoli players on the field, however, Lee Mingyu's goal was a profound insult. To single-handedly breach an entire team's defense and score was humiliating for any squad. The expressions of the Napoli players turned hostile as they regarded Lee Mingyu. After the restart, Napoli's offensive intensity surged. Manchester City's high pressing, however, proved less effective against an enraged Napoli side. Napoli's first incursion into Manchester City's penalty area was marked by Insigne's relentless dribbling along the flank, as he surged close to the byline and delivered a swift cross into the box. Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, demonstrating immense power, outmuscled Laporte to reach the ball. However, due to interference, Osimhen failed to generate sufficient force in his header, allowing goalkeeper Ederson to comfortably gather the ball in his arms. Although this attempt did not yield a goal, it served as a stark reminder to Manchester City's defense of Napoli's attacking prowess. Ederson promptly threw the ball to midfielder Rodri, who turned and passed it to Lee Mingyu. Just as Lee prepared to pivot, he sensed a forceful impact from behind and instinctively protected himself. In a collective gasp from the crowd, Lee was harshly shoved to the ground by Napoli's midfielder Bakayoko. Fortunately, he had curled up just before the collision, rolling upon impact and sustaining no serious injury. From the ground, Lee shot a puzzled glance at Bakayoko, who glared back menacingly before retreating. However, the referee was not so lenient, issuing Bakayoko a yellow card for his reckless behavior. Napoli hoped that such brutal tactics would instill psychological pressure on Lee Mingyu. As Bakayoko bore down on him with a fierce stare, a fire ignited within Lee. The more they targeted him, the more determined he became to show them the consequences of their actions. Subsequently, whenever he received the ball, he maneuvered towards Bakayoko. Following his yellow card, Bakayoko adopted a more cautious approach. Yet, Lee's provocative behavior incited the ire of other Napoli players. In the 20th minute of the first half, Lee intercepted the ball in midfield, only to find Bakayoko standing before him. Bakayoko, feeling the weight of his previous indiscretion, nervously nudged Lee from behind and received a stern warning from the referee. He understood that another such infraction could lead to a red card. Watching the ball at Lee's feet, he anticipated his next move. Suddenly, Lee executed a deft pullback with the sole of his left foot, shifting the ball to his right side. Bakayoko, slightly shifting his weight, refrained from extending his leg, aware that Lee was adept at feints and would not easily fall for his trap. However, Lee's rhythm faltered as he executed a somewhat clumsy touch with his right foot, distancing the ball from him. Seizing the opportunity, Bakayoko lunged forward, but at that moment, Lee swiftly reclaimed control, pulling the ball back into his possession. Realizing he had been duped once again, Bakayoko lowered his center of gravity and extended his arms forward, attempting to seize Lee and prevent his advance. Lee quickly shielded the ball with his left foot, slipping it between Bakayoko's legs, causing the latter to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Bakayoko's poor performance, coupled with Lee's humiliating display of skill, provoked discontent among the spectators. Not only were the fans displeased, but even the Napoli players were filled with indignation. After evading Bakayoko, Lee was unexpectedly collided with by another blue-clad figure. Anticipating the impact, he braced himself, though the collision knocked him off balance and relinquished possession of the ball. Strikingly, the referee remained silent despite the evident foul. The player responsible for the collision was Napoli's other midfielder, Fabian Ruiz, who managed to intercept the ball from Lee, but soon fell to the ground, clutching his legs in agony. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos. Jesus, witnessing Lee's foul without the referee's response, retaliated with a sliding tackle on Ruiz, igniting a tumultuous reaction throughout the stadium. Players from both teams swiftly converged at the scene, engaging in shoving and shouting matches. The referee, visibly frustrated, blew his whistle repeatedly in an attempt to quell the chaos. The responsibility for the conflict largely fell on him, as he had failed to control the fouls on the field. Lee had been repeatedly fouled without receiving proper attention, and the referee's inaction regarding the blatant foul only deepened the dissatisfaction among Manchester City players, including Guardiola, who was seen venting his frustration to the fourth official. He could not comprehend why the referee allowed such persistent fouls against Lee, who had already been targeted multiple times within a brief span. Ultimately, the players were separated, leaving the referee feeling overwhelmed. In an attempt to address the provocation initiated by Jesus, he issued a yellow card, though he refrained from showing a red card to avoid further controversy. Two additional players also received yellow cards, Napoli's defender Manolas and Manchester City's Sterling, the latter having pushed Zielinski, igniting one of the catalysts for the conflict. Sterling's actions deeply moved Lee. Despite his unpredictable nature, he proved to be a loyal ally in times of trouble. They shared a brief embrace, with Sterling reassuring Lee not to fear the opposing team, declaring that he would take care of them. As the referee's warnings led to more cautious play, in the 35th minute, Manchester City regained possession in midfield. Lee intercepted Insigne's cross and swiftly transitioned from defense to offense. Assessing the situation ahead, he executed a lofted pass, targeting the cutting-in Sterling. Sterling controlled the ball with his chest and began to drift inward along the edge of the penalty area, performing a series of feints before finally creating a shooting angle. As Sterling lifted his foot, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Indeed, Sterling, who remained outside the penalty area, proved to be quite reliable. The quality of this strike was remarkable, soaring directly towards the top left corner of the goal. However, the ball lingered too long at Sterling's feet, allowing the opposing goalkeeper ample time to prepare. With swift footwork, he executed a splendid diving save, deflecting the shot out of bounds with a firm punch. Feeling a twinge of frustration, Sterling scratched his head and turned to give Lee Mingyu a thumbs up. That pass was simply exquisite. It is a tremendous fortune for a forward to collaborate with such a masterful playmaker. During a tactical corner, Lee Mingyu gently nudged the ball to Foden, who was stationed nearby, before Foden relayed it back to the retreating Lee Mingyu. With a deft touch of his left foot, Lee Mingyu curved the ball into the small box. Intentionally aiming for the far post, this was part of their planned set piece. The encroachment from the front and central areas drew all of Napoli's defensive attention. Although there were no Manchester City players poised at the far post, Sterling, initially stationed outside the penalty area, surged into the box like a bolt of black lightning. Unbeknownst to the defenders marking him, Sterling slipped inside as the ball approached rapidly. Seeing the ball hurtling towards him, the unmarked Sterling executed a graceful side volley, directing the football towards the goal. Napoli's goalkeeper, Alex Merritt, had been positioned centrally. When he noticed the ball heading towards the far post, he initially dismissed it, but upon turning to see Sterling's arrival, a cold sweat broke out as he hurriedly moved to cover the far side. Sterling's shot connected beautifully, propelling the ball into the upper corner of the net, leaving Merritt grasping at air. After scoring, Sterling exuberantly raised his arms in celebration, pushing through the crowd in the penalty area to reach Lee Mingyu at the corner flag. Lee Mingyu stood there with open arms, anticipating Sterling's embrace. Witnessing Sterling's goal, Lee Mingyu felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing that Sterling had returned to his normal form. The difficulty of that shot was immense. The tactic had been to allow Sterling to redirect the ball back for teammates to continue the attack. Unexpectedly, Sterling chose to take the shot himself, executing it with remarkable finesse. Truly, Sterling is a player of exceptional quality, while he might miss easier chances. He converts these high-difficulty attempts with splendid artistry. With a score of 2-0, Manchester City, playing away, extended their lead. This scoreline left the fans at the Maradona Stadium feeling rather disheartened. Witnessing the opposing players dominate on their home turf is an experience no fan desires. However, the disparity in strength between Napoli and Manchester City was glaringly evident, particularly in midfield control. Napoli's midfielders struggled to connect the backline with the attack. Lee Mingyu, Gundogan, and Rodri, bolstered by the returning presence of the front three, completely commanded the midfield, placing it firmly under Manchester City's dominion. Chapter 257. I can still score 2 more goals. The 2 goals in the first half revealed the stark contrast between the two teams to Napoli's fans. Consequently, the players' mentality on the field was significantly affected. As the clock ticked down to the 45th minute, the fourth official raised a board indicating 5 minutes of stoppage time. The first half had been delayed due to a conflict, prompting the referee's decision to extend the period. Both teams, having engaged in a fiercely contested first half, were beginning to tire. Manchester City maintained possession in their own half, while Napoli struggled to breach the halfway line. Reluctantly, Manchester City advanced their line forward. Lee Mingyu retreated to the center circle to receive Rodri's pass. With Napoli unable to mount an attack, Manchester City's fullbacks pressed forward, applying significant pressure on Napoli. Ukrainian fullback Zinchenko possessed remarkable attacking abilities. In modern football, the demands placed on wingbacks are exceedingly high. Manchester City's right-back Kyle Walker and left-back Zinchenko are among the premier wingbacks in the Premier League. Continuing forward, Lee Mingyu drew Napoli's central defenders towards him. From a bird's-eye view, it was evident that as Lee Mingyu advanced with the ball, 5 or 6 Napoli players shifted their attention towards him, their eyes fixated on his movements. To Napoli, Lee Mingyu was akin to a formidable adversary, and the pressure he exerted left the opposing players gasping for breath. Surrounded by 3 defenders from various angles, Lee Mingyu reluctantly pulled the ball back, executing a 180-degree turn, appearing as if he intended to pass and reorganize. This feigned intention relaxed Napoli's defenders momentarily. However, unexpectedly, Lee Mingyu performed a half-turn and, with his left foot, delivered a diagonal long pass directly to the feet of Zinchenko, who had stealthily advanced along the flank. This pass showcased Lee Mingyu's exceptional vision and anticipation, reflecting his trust in Zinchenko's ability to reach the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Zinchenko nudged the ball into the middle, setting up Sterling. Sterling, upon receiving the pass, deftly flicked the ball with his heel, threading it between the legs of a defender and rolling towards the left sideline. Zinchenko, after passing, quickly sprinted along the edge towards the baseline, perfectly timing his arrival at the ball. He glanced towards the center before unleashing a powerful cross with his left foot. Gabriel Jesus and Foden surged towards the goal, vying for the optimal position for a header. Nevertheless, Napoli's defense remained resolute. Despite Zinchenko's rapid and precise delivery, a Napoli center back intercepted the ball with a Lions header. clearing it outside the penalty area. All eyes turned to the ball's landing spot, where Sterling anticipated the drop, preparing to contest for its possession. Suddenly, a dark figure surged from the center, arriving at the drop zone, Lee Mingyu. After his pass, the three defenders had abandoned their marking of him, as the ball had been sent to the opposite flank. Lee Mingyu leisurely advanced for midfield. By the time he noticed Zinchenko preparing to cross, he had approached within approximately 35 meters of the goal, with the defenders drawn into the penalty area. Observing the congested mass within the box, Lee Mingyu suddenly conceived a bold prediction and quickened his pace, dashing towards the edge of Napoli's penalty area. Indeed, just as he arrived, the ball was headed away by a Napoli defender, presenting an exquisite opportunity for a long-range strike. Lee Mingyu naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. To describe the position of the ball, one might invoke a line from a film. It was simply magnificent, and I could not resist taking a shot. Moreover, this time, Lee Mingyu struck with his left foot, delivering a powerful volley. The football soared through the air without any spin, as if it had suddenly appeared before the goal from outside the penalty area. Such velocity left the goalkeeper, Alex Merritt, with no chance to react, merely watching as the ball crashed into the net behind him. The score stood at 3-0, and with the first half not yet concluded, the match was virtually settled. The Napoli players wore expressions of despair, as Lee Mingyu had become a nightmare in their minds. Shortly after the restart, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The Napoli players, looking like lost souls, quickly left the pitch with their heads down. In contrast, the Manchester City team, brimming with confidence, chatted amiably as they made their way to the players' tunnel. Head coach Pep Guardiola stood at the entrance, high-fiving each Manchester City player, clearly pleased with their first-half performance. When Lee Mingyu approached, they exchanged smiles and a light slap of the hands before passing by each other. During halftime, commentators from various nations analyzed the first half. Nearly all agreed that the disparity in strength between the two teams was stark, with Napoli lacking the prowess to compete with Manchester City. The earlier conflict was evident to any observant viewer. Napoli had attempted to provoke Lee Mingyu into an irrational reaction. However, having experienced the World Cup, Lee Mingyu was not easily riled. Another surprising development was the acclaim for Sterling, who had become a beloved figure among Lee Mingyu's fans. His tackle had established him as a true ally of Lee Mingyu. Wow, Sterling is truly Lee Mingyu's good brother, standing up for his younger mate. Sterling exemplifies the big brother spirit of Manchester City. My joyful football, I will protect it. Who dares to touch my brother you? I will take you down. Sterling, Lee Mingyu's guardian. Sterling, love him, love him. Sterling and Lee Mingyu, forever together. The moment Sterling stood up for Lee Mingyu in the first half moved many to tears. Usually carefree, Sterling was able to rise to the occasion when it mattered most. In the locker room, Sterling sat beside Lee Mingyu, grinning as they chatted. Lee, make sure to pass to me more in the second half. Their flanks are like a sieve, just waiting to be breached. Observing Sterling's unwavering spirit, Lee Mingyu replied with a smile, no problem, in the second half. Let's showcase your talents. Sterling's face lit up with surprise, as he was accustomed to Lee Mingyu's usual dismissive responses. Today, however, Lee Mingyu had actually acknowledged him. Sterling was unaware that Lee Mingyu had already considered him an ally due to that first-half tackle. Seeing Sterling's beaming face, Lee Mingyu chuckled and patted his shoulder. Guardiola entered, noticing the lively discussion, and cheerfully remarked, in the second half, you all can take it easy. Don't push too hard. Players with the yellow gem warrior card should be cautious and avoid getting booked again. Upon hearing this, Sterling's expression darkened. He had hoped to shine in this match, only to learn that the coach would not allow him to play in the second half. Lee Mingyu noticed Sterling's reaction and cleared his throat, saying, Boss, I need Sterling's pace on the wing in the second half. Let him stay on the pitch. Everyone turned in surprise at Lee Mingyu's unexpected rebuttal of Guardiola's decision. As he had never challenged the coach before, this was a remarkable first. Guardiola, taken aback, glanced at both Lee Mingyu and Sterling, then smiled and replied, very well. But Raheem, do keep your actions in check to avoid a dismissal. Sterling could hardly believe his ears. Guardiola had established absolute authority within Manchester City. Even Captain Gundogan had been stripped of his role after expressing dissatisfaction. Astonishingly, Lee Mingyu's words had swayed Guardiola's decision. It seemed that Lee Mingyu held significant standing in Guardiola's eyes. Though Lee Mingyu felt a twinge of anxiety for having crossed Guardiola's authority, the coach, having spent half a year with Lee Mingyu, understood the young man well. Honest, resilient, trustworthy, and devoid of any vices, likely a result of his time with Messi. He had grown somewhat reticent. The bells signaling the resumption of play rang, and Guardiola clapped his hands, saying, "Go on, lads, let's secure this victory." The Manchester City players streamed onto the field, with Lee Mingyu intentionally trailing behind. Approaching Guardiola, he leaned in and whispered, "Boss, I apologize for earlier." Guardiola patted Lee Mingyu's shoulder, smiling as he said, "If you score another, I'll forgive you." Lee Mingyu beamed and replied earnestly, "Can I score too?" Guardiola paused, then burst into laughter. The joyful sound echoed from the locker room, prompting nearby teammates to turn in curiosity. "What is so funny? Did we win the lottery?" With the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. Napoli kicked off first. Insigne received the ball on the flank, aiming to break through Lee Mingyu's defense. Lee Mingyu astutely anticipated Insigne's direction, positioning himself directly in front and deftly nudging the ball away. The ball landed at the feet of Kyle Walker, who swiftly passed to Rodri in the center. Rodri then sent it to the other flank to Gundogan, who delivered it to Lee Mingyu, now deep in Napoli's territory. Lee Mingyu received the ball approximately 35 meters from the opponent's goal. Without pausing, he pushed it to the left with his left foot, akin to a ping-pong shot, sending the football to Sterling waiting on the left. Upon receiving the ball, Sterling surged towards Napoli's defensive line. Mario Rui, faced with Sterling, appeared flustered, his expression betraying his panic. What should he do? Sterling's dribbling was exquisite, the ball remaining tantalizingly close to his feet, leaving Mario Rui hesitant to make a reckless challenge. However, Mario Rui had retreated to the edge of the penalty area with nowhere left to go. He couldn't possibly retreat all the way to the goal. At that moment, Sterling made a move suggesting he would cut inside. Mario Rui, unable to discern whether this was a feint, unwittingly stepped towards the center, only to immediately regret it. For Sterling had indeed executed a deceptive maneuver. In an instant, as Mario Rui shifted, Sterling deftly controlled the ball with his right foot and broke towards the byline. Mario Rui found himself sitting on the ground. Unmarked, Sterling surged into the penalty area, nudging the ball with his right foot as he began to cut inside. The goalkeeper, Alex Merritt, sank his weight and spread his arms wide, akin to a hawk watching over its prey, intently focusing on Sterling, the eagle, as he diligently safeguarded the goal. Two center backs swiftly closed in, and it was evident that if Sterling did not shoot soon, he would be ensnared in a triangle of defenders. However, in the realm of joyous football, Sterling thrived once he entered the penalty area, a well-known fact. This time, though, Sterling did not hesitate as he often did. With a feigned shot, he completely threw off goalkeeper Alex Merritt, who knelt on the ground, though the keeper had nearly covered the angle. The two center backs were mere meters away, poised to close the distance. After deceiving the goalkeeper, Sterling used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball towards the center of the goal. Behind him, the expression of Jesus shifted dramatically, for the ball had reached his rear, prompting an involuntary sigh of despair. Yet, Sterling's intention was not to pass to him, but rather to a figure clad in the black jersey of Manchester City, the number 10. Near the penalty spot, Lee Mingyu lifted his foot for a powerful strike, and the ball rippled the net. The kneeling goalkeeper, Alex Merritt, had long surrendered. It was an open goal. Lee Mingyu was no carefree Sterling. In the face of such an empty net, he had no reason not to score. 4-0, Lee Mingyu had completed a hat-trick at the Maradona Stadium. The Napoli fans were engulfed in despair. After scoring, Lee Mingyu stood within the Napoli penalty area, gazing skyward, extending his right hand and pointing. This gesture was surely a tribute to Maradona. Today, we witnessed Lee Mingyu purposefully using his left foot throughout the match at the Maradona Stadium, something never seen in any prior matches. He even perfectly replicated Maradona's iconic dribble past 5 players, starting from the same position. With his hat trick, Lee Mingyu honored Maradona's spirit. His remarkable respect for his predecessor was the driving force propelling him forward. Were Lee Mingyu to hear this, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes in exasperation. When did I ever claim to honor Maradona with a hat trick? I merely intended to inform Guardiola that I had scored. In the 68th minute of the second half, Lee Mingyu was brought down just outside the penalty area by Bakayoko, prompting the referee to award a direct free kick and issue a yellow card. Since Bakayoko had already received a yellow card in the first half for a foul on Lee Mingyu, it was unfortunate for him that 2 yellows equated to a red. A vibrant red card sent Bakayoko back to the locker room for an early shower. At approximately 30 meters from the goal, Lee Mingyu unleashed a powerful shot that pierced through the wall and found the upper corner of the net, leaving the goalkeeper helpless. Having completed his fourth goal, Lee Mingyu was quickly substituted by Guardiola. The two embraced at the sidelines, with Guardiola whispering in Lee Mingyu's ear, "Well done, I forgive you." Lee Mingyu chuckled in response. "Thank you, boss." The players on the bench congratulated Lee Mingyu with high fives as he wreaked havoc at the Maradona Stadium, definitively concluding the suspense of this round of the round of 16 knockout stage. Ultimately, at the Maradona Stadium in Naples, Manchester City triumphed 6-0, with one foot already in the quarterfinals. However, after the match, Napoli's official website refrained from attacking Manchester City, instead drawing attention to Lee Mingyu. He had inherited Maradona's glory. A new heir to Maradona. The next Maradona of contemporary football. A tribute to Maradona's classic goal. Lee Mingyu embodied Maradona. Upon reading these reports online, Lee Mingyu could only smile wryly. To emulate one of Maradona's goals and be labeled his successor seemed rather excessive. Surely, I have inherited the legacy of many stars. Ronaldo himself stated in an interview that although he had never coached Lee Mingyu, many of Lee Mingyu's moves were learned from him. Beckham has also mentioned in interviews that he believed Lee Mingyu was the only player capable of executing the bending free kick after him, expressing a desire to meet Lee Mingyu for a friendly exchange. Even Roberto Carlos remarked that Lee Mingyu's powerful free kicks bore his influence. This year's schedule was extremely congested. Although the league had been extended to early June, the Premier League remained the most densely packed among the top 5 leagues, inevitably leading to injuries. In the 20th round of the league, Manchester City continued their winning streak, yet center forward Jesus injured his thigh muscle, sidelining him for at least 3 weeks. In the 21st round, Manchester City secured another victory, but Gundogan suffered a back injury during a collision, leaving him out for at least a month. Despite winning both matches, the injuries to 2 key players wiped the smile from Guardiola's face. Midweek brought the second leg of the Champions League round of 16. Following the 6-0 victory in the first leg, Guardiola opted to place Lee Mingyu on the bench for this match. However, astonishingly at halftime, Manchester City found themselves trailing 0-3 at home. Without Lee Mingyu anchoring the midfield, they struggled to gain a foothold against Napoli's midfield dominance. Bereft of both Gundogan and Lee Mingyu, Bernardo Silva was unable to uphold the mantle of Manchester City's midfield. At the start of the second half, Guardiola, in a fit of frustration, promptly substituted Lee Mingyu onto the field. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Etihad Stadium, receiving a Yaya Touré 2011-2012 player card. Yaya Touré, who played for Manchester City from 2010 to 2018, was an indispensable figure in the rise of the club. During Manchester City's first 2 Premier League titles, Yaya Touré was the team's core player. The 2011-2012 season marked the club's first ever Premier League championship. Nevertheless, Lee Mingyu had no intention of utilizing this player card against Napoli. After the substitution of Lee Mingyu, Manchester City's offensive strategy underwent a remarkable transformation. In both defensive and offensive midfield, the team resembled a completely different squad. Napoli's aggressive advances crashed against the wall like waves colliding with cliffs, visibly tumultuous, yet unable to progress further. In the 55th minute of the second half, Lee Mingyu intercepted the ball in the backfield and launched it forward, reaching Sterling, who galloped in a box, using his speed to overtake defenders and slot the ball into the Napoli net. The score was now 1-3, giving Manchester City a glimmer of hope and causing a slight crack in Napoli's ambitions. In the 57th minute, Manchester City struck again. Lee Mingyu received a back pass from Foden just outside the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot, helping the team narrow the deficit to 2-3. This goal shattered Napoli's confidence entirely. By the 65th minute, Lee Mingyu dazzled with his agility, deftly maneuvering past 3 Napoli players before being brought down from behind by Kostas Manolis. Sterling approached the penalty spot with the ball, executing a flawless shot. Fans worldwide have often wondered why Lee Mingyu never takes penalties. In past interviews, he has consistently stated, "I do not require penalties to augment my goal tally," a sentiment that has led many fans of prominent stars to perceive it as a subtle critique of their idols. The score was now 3-3. Manchester City had remarkably equalized in just 20 minutes. This formidable scoring capability once again showcased the terrifying prowess of Premier League teams to Italian fans. Lee Ming-yu's entrance transformed Manchester City into a juggernaut, contributing a goal and an assist along with earning a penalty, demonstrating his dominance on the pitch. Yet, his performance was far from over. In the 80th minute, after enduring prolonged pressure, Napoli exhibited a moment of laxity. Positioned centrally, Lee Ming-yu unleashed a long-range shot that curled into the net's far corner. Goalkeeper Alex Merritt stretched desperately, but failed to make contact, leading to a 4-3 scoreline. As Manchester City completed an astonishing comeback with 4 goals in the second half. This goal left the Napoli players utterly demoralized. The goalkeeper lay on the ground, unwilling to rise, while his teammates stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how a commanding 3-0 lead had transformed into a desperate deficit. By the 85th minute, Napoli's players appeared disheartened. Lee Ming-yu received the ball in midfield, noticing the opposing goalkeeper's advanced positioning, and executed a delicate lob that arced gracefully into the net as the Napoli keeper flailed in panic. The score was now 5-3, and Manchester City had utterly dismantled Napoli. In the subsequent 5 minutes, Manchester City refrained from further attacks as time ticked away, culminating in the referee's final whistle. Manchester City triumphed with an aggregate score of 11-3, advancing to the Champions League quarterfinals. The terrifying strength displayed by Manchester City in the second half sent shockwaves through other European teams. The following day, the Champions League quarterfinalists were confirmed. Manchester City, Borussia Dortmund, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Juventus, Bayern Munich, Chelsea, and Inter Milan. Notably absent this year was Paris Saint-Germain, who fell to Barcelona in a 2-legged match, losing 2-1 with a last-minute strike from Messi. The draw for the quarterfinals held no restrictions, with each team facing the possibility of clashing with another. It could be said that every match in the quarterfinals was a true showdown of titans, featuring top teams from Europe's elite leagues. The draw ceremony for the quarterfinals took place at UEFA's headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland. This draw would not only determine the matchups for the quarterfinals, but also the semi-final pairings. Manchester City's chairman Mubarak and coach Guardiola were present, eagerly awaiting the results. To their surprise, Manchester City was the first team drawn. Inter Milan followed, also placed in the same half. The third team drawn was Borussia Dortmund, and the fourth was Chelsea. At this moment, the expressions of Mubarak and Guardiola turned serious, as the next team drawn would be their quarterfinal opponent. The remaining 4 teams were formidable contenders: the La Liga giants, Real Madrid and Barcelona, Serie A champions Juventus, and Bundesliga powerhouse Bayern Munich. Each matchup promised to be a fierce battle. Ultimately, the draw host retrieved a ball from the glass container, revealing Bayern Munich. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Guardiola's eyes, as this was the second team he had previously managed. After leaving Barcelona, he joined Bayern Munich, yet his 3 years there did not yield the honors he desired, marking his tenure as a failure. This would be Guardiola's first encounter with Bayern Munich in the Champions League since joining Manchester City. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He had not achieved his desired accolades at Bayern, but now, at Manchester City, he was on the brink of fulfilling his dreams, with no one able to obstruct his pursuit of the Champions League title. The quarterfinals would commence in over half a month. During this interval, Manchester City would focus on their league and cup competitions. In the 22nd round of the league, Manchester City faced off against Arsenal. At their home ground, they secured a 1-0 victory, with Lee Ming-yu scoring the sole goal, maintaining their perfect record. As Manchester City edged closer to setting even more remarkable records, they had already surpassed the previous Premier League record of 18 consecutive wins, jointly held by Liverpool and themselves. Now, with 22 consecutive victories, it appeared that this record would not be the end, as their next 5 matches were against teams ranked outside the top 10, posing little threat to their winning streak. However, before that, Manchester City had an important match ahead: the quarterfinals of the EFL Cup against Tottenham Hotspur. This season, Tottenham had begun to falter, currently sitting in 9th place and struggling to secure a European competition spot. The departure of their star striker Harry Kane had a significant impact on the team, not only in terms of tactics, but also on a psychological level. As a homegrown superstar and team captain, Kane's decision to leave was primarily driven by exhaustion from his long tenure at the club. As a Premier League's top scorer and assist leader for the previous season, Harry Kane has exerted his utmost efforts. However, the team has proven incapable of rising to the occasion. Ultimately, Tottenham Hotspur failed to secure a position within the top 6 of the league, thus missing out on European competition. This became the final straw that broke the camel's back. With no European matches on the horizon and no hope of clinching the league title, Kane made the heart-wrenching decision to depart. Consequently, Chelsea invested a staggering €100 million to bring Kane to Stamford Bridge. Chapter 259, the English League Cup. Tottenham Hotspur is not devoid of good news, as Gareth Bale's return from injury has injected a surge of vitality into the squad. The team's consecutive victories have rekindled hopes of European competition among the fans. This marks Lee Ming-yu's inaugural visit to White Hart Lane, or rather, the venue has officially been renamed the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The name White Hart Lane has now become a relic of the past. This stadium remains one of the few formidable home grounds in the Premier League, where even the top teams have struggled to leave with fond memories. However, Manchester City has performed admirably here in recent years. Good evening, esteemed viewers of Tencent Sports, and welcome to our broadcast. Tonight, we present a quarter-final match of the English League Cup featuring Tottenham Hotspur against Manchester City. Currently, Tottenham occupies the 9th position in the league. However, since Bale's return from injury, their attacking prowess has become significantly more aggressive, and the 2 consecutive victories have reignited their aspirations for European competition. Meanwhile, Manchester City has maintained a remarkable 23 consecutive league wins, having experienced only 1 defeat and 1 draw in the Champions League this season, while securing victories in all other matches. Tonight's match unfolds at Tottenham's home ground, the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Let's first examine the starting lineups for both teams. The home side, Tottenham, has deployed a 4-3-3 formation. The starting goalkeeper is Hugo Lloris, the French national team's #1, who, despite being 35, continues to showcase his enduring prowess. The defensive line comprises Rigil N, Alderweireld, Dier, and Eric Dier. The midfield features double pivots Harry Winks and Pierre-Emile H. Jurg, with Lucas Moura occupying the central attacking midfielder role. The forward trio consists of Dele Alli at the center, the recently recovered Bale on the left wing, and the dazzling South Korean star Son Heung-min on the right. Manchester City's lineup has seen little alteration, also adopting a 4-3-3 formation. Ederson stands as goalkeeper, while the defensive quartet includes Zinchenko, Stones, Laporte, and Walker, complemented by Rodri in a defensive midfield role, with Ilkay Gundogan and Lee Ming-yu in more advanced positions. The attacking trident features Sterling, Jesus, and Foden. Let us now delve into the quarter-final clash of the English League Cup and ascertain who shall emerge victorious. Lee Ming-yu positions himself at the forefront of the team, standing alongside Son Heung-min. The 2 exchange glances, sharing a cordial smile. Lee Ming-yu is no stranger to Son Heung-min, the South Korean player who has made history for Asians in the Premier League. Having once won the Premier League Player of the Season and received a nomination for the Ballon d'Or, his abilities have garnered global recognition. In the current Tottenham squad, he stands as the undisputed leader, the absolute core of the attack, overshadowing even Bale. Although the South Korean national team failed to progress beyond the group stage in the recent World Cup, they displayed commendable attacking prowess against France and Poland, with Son contributing 2 goals to the campaign. The recent 2 league victories, bolstered by Bale's return, have allowed Son's offensive game to flourish, netting 3 goals in as many games and steering the team toward triumph. Son Heung-min also scrutinizes the young man clad in black beside him. Although the South Korean team did not face Spain in the World Cup, Lee Ming-yu's presence left a profound impression on Son. In the season opener, Lee Ming-yu made an immediate impact in the Premier League, scoring twice and assisting once, leading Manchester City to a resounding 5-0 victory over Tottenham. That match etched a lasting memory in Son's mind, as he repeatedly found himself matched against Lee Ming-yu, only to be outmaneuvered time and again. Seeing Lee Ming-yu again, Son perceives an even greater aura of confidence emanating from him. Is this the poise of a World Cup champion and Ballon d'Or winner? A glimmer of envy flashes in Son's eyes. The referee calls the players to order as they emerge from the tunnel. The new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium erupts into thunderous applause and cheers, while the fans may believe their team faces an uphill battle against Manchester City. The opportunity to witness such a formidable opponent brings them joy. Lee Ming-yu and Son Heung-min exchange team flags before commencing the coin toss. Lee Ming-yu opts for the field, while Son chooses to kick off first. The players return to their respective halves, and the quarter-final match of the English League Cup is about to commence. With a crisp whistle, Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the match officially begins. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, earning the passive talent of football gentleman Gary Lineker. Football gentleman. Throughout Lineker's 16-year career, he never received a yellow card, earning him the reputation of the cleanest player on the field, and the title of football gentleman spread like wildfire. Football gentleman. The host's chances of receiving a yellow card are significantly diminished during matches, and the likelihood of opponents committing malicious fouls is reduced. Upon reading this description, Lee Mingyu felt a surge of delight. The first attribute may not hold great significance for him, but the latter is indeed impressive, as it reduces the probability of opponents resorting to foul play. The health of a player is paramount to their ascent to stardom. This is exemplified by the likes of Ronaldo and Messi, who have nearly evaded serious injuries throughout their careers. In contrast, players like Ronaldo, who possess the talent and accolades to vie for the title of the greatest, saw their potential extinguished by injuries. Countless superstars have had their careers marred by physical ailments. This is why Lee Mingyu places such immense value on this talent. On his home ground, Lee Mingyu fears no confrontation, bolstered by the system's protection, rendering injury unlikely. However, in away or neutral venues, he remains apprehensive. The injury sustained last season cost him the chance to compete for the Champions League title and left him in a vulnerable state upon departing Barcelona. This lingering shadow continues to haunt Lee Mingyu, refusing to dissipate. However, the acquisition of this talent today filled Lee Mingyu's heart with clarity. Tottenham Hotspur initiated the match with a kickoff. Son Heung-min passed the ball to the defensive midfielder and then commenced his forward run. Confronted with Manchester City's high press from the outset, Spurs transferred the ball to center-back Eric Dier. With a powerful kick, Dier sent the ball into the attacking half, hoping to catch Manchester City off guard. Yet, without Harry Kane, Tottenham lacked aerial dominance, and the ball was intercepted by defensive midfielder Rodri, who headed it away. In the ensuing scramble for the second ball, Lee Mingyu accurately positioned himself. He extended one foot to reach for the ball, but another foot unexpectedly emerged from the front. As the two legs were about to collide, gasps rippled through the crowd. A collision could result in injury. Even Lee Mingyu felt a chill run down his spine, yet he had no choice but to press on. Just as the legs were about to meet, the other leg surprisingly retracted, seemingly to avoid injuring Lee Mingyu. With a deft flick of his toe, Lee Mingyu deftly controlled the ball at his feet. A glance revealed that the player who had retracted his leg was none other than Tottenham's midfielder, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. If memory serves, Højbjerg had been quite aggressive in his fouls during their first match. As Lee Mingyu glided past him, he silently rejoiced, realizing that this football gentleman's talent was indeed remarkable. However, his moment of elation was short-lived as he suddenly felt a strong grip on his back. The powerful force compelled the unsuspecting Lee Mingyu to halt. Turning around, he found it was Højbjerg. The referee's whistle pierced the air, but only a verbal warning was issued to Højbjerg. No card was shown. Frustrated, Højbjerg reflected on his earlier attempt to challenge for the ball, feeling an inexplicable urge to withdraw his foot. As a steadfast midfielder for Spurs, he had never exhibited such leniency before. Even the Spurs coach on the sidelines erupted in anger, demanding to know what Højbjerg was doing. In such situations, a defensive midfielder must seize the opportunity, even at the risk of injury. As the free kick was taken, Manchester City launched their first offensive. Lee Mingyu darted across Tottenham's half. The ball seemingly possessed a spirit of its own, evading the grasp of Spurs players. After a series of precise passes, Lee Mingyu suddenly pivoted and delivered the ball to the right flank, finding Phil Foden, who had surged forward. At only 22 years of age, Foden, a product of Manchester City's youth academy, was an exceptional talent. Upon receiving the ball, he outpaced Tottenham's left-back Sergio Reguilón, advancing towards the byline. Though Reguilón was momentarily subdued by Foden's pace, his physical attributes enabled him to closely mark Foden, preventing him from completely shaking him off. Nevertheless, Foden had no intention of evading him. Instead, he executed a low cross into the penalty area after establishing a position. Gabriel Jesus and Raheem Sterling were positioned, one centrally and the other at the far post, but Foden's delivery aimed for the near post, where no Manchester City players were lurking. Center-back Toby Alderweireld, prioritizing safety, cleared the ball out for a corner, uncertain of the situation behind him. Thus, Manchester City's initial threat was neutralized. Foden slammed his hand on the ground in frustration, His earlier pass had been a miscalculation, intended to be a lofted ball instead of a ground pass. Lee Mingyu Bruaka, pulling Foden to his feet with a smile, complimenting his pass. Foden chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Lee Mingyu made his way to the corner flag, preparing to take the corner kick. Inside the penalty area stood 4 Manchester City players, to whom Lee Mingyu gestured for a third corner tactic. Understanding his signal, the City players positioned themselves in a line near the penalty spot. The Spurs players appeared bewildered by this unusual setup. While such formations were commonplace in basketball, they were not as typical on the football pitch. At the referee's whistle, Jesus and Sterling broke from the formation, one sprinting towards the near post and the other to the far post, while Foden moved towards the center. Only Ilkay Gundogan suddenly darted outside the penalty area, catching Tottenham off guard. Lee Mingyu executed a beautifully arched pass with the inside of his right foot, sending the ball to the edge of the box. Gundogan, poised outside the penalty area, launched a volley that hurtled towards the bottom corner of the goal. Despite his towering presence, goalkeeper Hugo Lloris found his view obstructed by a wall of players, with Foden deliberately jumping in front of him. By the time Lloris noticed the ball, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as it struck the back of the net. 1-0. Merely 3 minutes into the match, Manchester City had already scored. Resounding boos echoed through the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Nevertheless, the City players remained unfazed by the jeers. Gundogan excitedly rushed to Lee Mingyu, enveloping him in a vigorous embrace. Recently, Gundogan had faced a challenging period, feeling his status within the team diminishing, even contemplating leaving. However, after discussions with referee Pep Guardiola, Gundogan had resigned himself to supporting Lee Mingyu wholeheartedly. Securing both the League and Champions League titles this season would indeed be a boon for Gundogan. This goal lifted Gundogan's spirits, dispelling his recent frustrations. Conversely, Tottenham's coach Nuno Espirito Santo wore a disgruntled expression, although he recognized the gap between his team and Manchester City. Conceding a goal so early shattered his pre-match strategy. The essence of a counter-attacking tactic hinges on not conceding first. Once a goal is conceded, the player's mindset shifts, an aspect beyond the coach's control. Following the restart, Tottenham's desire to attack surged. Son Heung-min, playing as a winger, continually dropped deep to receive the ball, attempting to orchestrate the team's offensive play. Manchester City's midfield defense was impenetrable, precisely where Tottenham's strength lay, on the flanks. Though Gareth Bale lacked his youthful speed, his short sprints remained at an elite level. Son passed to Bale on the wing, swapping positions with Dele Alli as he advanced through the center. After receiving the ball, Bale exhibited no hesitation, deftly maneuvering it forward as he sought to sprint past Kyle Walker. Having faced each other numerous times, Walker was acutely aware of the necessity to impede Bale's acceleration. Otherwise, in terms of speed, he would stand no chance against him. Walker swiftly closed the distance, using his body to position himself against Bale. In his younger years, Bale would have easily outpaced Walker, perhaps even shoving him aside with his strength. However, Bale's explosive prowess had waned, and he could only grit his teeth, thrusting the ball ahead and engaging in a race with Walker. Freed from the confines of dribbling, Bale's speed finally shone through, and with merely 3 strides, he had shaken off Walker. Walker, though resigned, did not halt his pursuit. Instead, he angled toward the penalty area, aiming to intercept Bale's potential cut-in. Yet, Bale had no intention of cutting inside, as he observed the center back had already established position within the box. Were he to cut in, he would find himself ensnared by 2, if not 3 defenders. Bale made a swift adjustment, biding his time for the defender's approach, then raised his left foot to deliver a cross that was perilously close to the small box. The quality of this cross was remarkable, heading directly towards the goal. For defenders, this position is exceedingly challenging. An error could result in an own goal. However, failing to make a play could allow an opponent to score. The center back, Laporte, acted without hesitation, positioning himself against Son Heung-min and leaping to meet the incoming ball with his forehead. In that critical moment, Laporte propelled the ball skyward with a sharp upward motion, narrowly grazing the crossbar as it soared out of bounds. Goalkeeper Ederson, drenched in cold sweat, rushed over to embrace Laporte. Such is the caliber of a top-tier center back who can make the right decision in pivotal moments. Son Heung-min, filled with regret, shook his head. Had Laporte not intervened, he certainly would have converted the ball into the net. The Tottenham fans echoed this sentiment with audible sighs of disappointment. Nuno, the Spurs head coach, appeared tense, his fists clenched as he fixed his gaze on Manchester City's goal during Bale's breakthrough. As Bale passed, Nuno had already extended his arms. But Laporte's header forced him to exhale in despair. Such opportunities are rare for Tottenham. Failing to capitalize on this one could mean the absence of a second chance. The corner was taken, and Ederson, with a powerful fist, cleared the ball from the crowd. The second ball outside the box was seized by Rodri. Sensing a fast break, was abruptly brought down by Son Heung-min as he rushed out of the penalty area. The referee sternly warned Son, stating that any further infractions would result in a yellow card. In the aftermath, Manchester City, having narrowly escaped a precarious situation, found their adrenaline surging. Seizing the moment, Lee Ming-yu executed a series of precise passes at midfield, returning the ball to Sterling's feet, hoping to exploit Sterling's flank to breach Tottenham's defense. However, Sterling's form was lackluster today. After 2 failed attempts at trickery, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. He managed to pass back to Gundogan just in time, thwarting a potential counter from Tottenham. Frustrated, Sterling kicked the grass, blaming the pitch for his slip, convinced that excessive watering was to blame. Gundogan relayed the ball to Lee Ming-yu, who had clearly defined his role as a facilitator, ready to step up when Lee was marked. Upon receiving the ball, Lee assessed the well-structured Tottenham defense and realized the initial advantage was lost, leading him to take a different route. As Højbjerg approached, Lee executed a 360-degree turn with the ball, playfully evading Højbjerg's challenge. Højbjerg, initially fierce in his advance, found himself plagued by an uncharacteristic hesitation as thoughts of not committing a foul flooded his mind, concepts that had never before entered his lexicon. The Tottenham coach observed in astonishment as Højbjerg circled behind Lee, questioning the integrity of his own perceptions. "Go ahead, tackle him," he urged silently, relieved that Højbjerg retained some semblance of reason. For had he voiced such thoughts, Lee's burgeoning popularity might have garnered unwelcome attention. Lee's 360-degree turns had become fluid, enabling him to maneuver with finesse, and, after shaking off Højbjerg, he decided to take control of the ball himself, as no defenders lay before him. After advancing 3 steps, Lee found himself just outside the Tottenham penalty area, well within shooting range. He swiftly swung his right leg, striking the ball with tremendous force. From 35 meters out, Lee unleashed a powerful long-range shot, the ball hurtling towards the Tottenham goal like a cannonball. Lloris, the Tottenham goalkeeper, leaped to the side, feeling a brush of the ball against his fingers, a fleeting moment of excitement. He had deflected it. The ball veered narrowly past the goalpost, eliciting gasps of relief from the crowd. Lee, though disappointed, signaled to the referee that it was a corner. The referee, however, disagreed, believing Lloris had not made contact. Awarding a goal kick instead, Lee simmered with dissatisfaction. He was acutely aware of the ball's trajectory change, contemplating the referee's judgment. Yet, he refrained from voicing his frustration. Despite Lloris's subsequent goal kick, the referee soon received a notification from the video assistant referee, confirming that Lloris had indeed made contact with the ball. The referee's expression darkened, silently cursing the timing of the revelation. But the match had resumed, leaving him unable to amend his decision. Intervention is not applicable in every circumstance. It is only warranted in instances of goals, penalties, red cards, and erroneous penalty decisions. In fact, even if the referee is informed that the previous play was a corner kick, he is unable to alter his decision, as he would merely be undermining his own authority. Tottenham Hotspur experienced a moment of life and death, leading to a shift in the player's mental state. Manchester City's defense expanded into Tottenham's half, complicating their ball distribution. The Spurs midfield was utterly incapable of contending with City's midfield. With control lost in the center, Tottenham's counterattacks became non-viable. Defensive midfielder Harry Winks found himself devoid of passing angles and could only revert the ball, gesturing for his teammates to send it forward for a chance at a header. Center-back Eric Dier, not wanting to be negligent, received the ball and launched it into Manchester's half with a powerful kick. Lacking aerial superiority, Tottenham could only contest the initial ball, yet the second ball was entirely under Manchester's dominion. For Tottenham, if quick counterattacks were not an option, having the ball at Manchester's feet was far safer than at their own. After all, losing possession in their own half would spell disaster. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg shadowed Lee Ming-yu closely, as per the coach's directive. However, every time he approached Lee, Højbjerg felt an overwhelming compulsion to avoid fouling, which was perplexing for someone known for his tenacity. Observing the tight defense against him, Lee Mingyu opted to drift wide, transferring midfield control to Ilkay Ji-indun. Naturally, Ji-indun embraced this responsibility, as it was central to his role, to assist Lee in orchestrating the midfield tempo. Lee's lateral movement continued to exert pressure on Tottenham, compelling them to maintain their defensive focus on him, which consequently stretched their defensive formation thin. As their defense on the opposite side began to unravel, H-Jur could only watch helplessly as he followed Lee Mingyu's advance. Ji-indun passed to Raheem Sterling, and the two executed a 1-2 pass, with Ji-indun deftly flicking the ball between two defenders. Sterling surged forward, taking a step before sweeping the ball with his left foot toward Tottenham's goal. Gabriel Jesus, emerging from behind a defender, nudged the ball past goalkeeper Hugo Lloris and into the net. 2-0, Manchester City had doubled their lead, and notably, Lee Mingyu stood on the other side of the penalty area, not directly involved in the attack. Yet, one could argue that Lee had indeed contributed by drawing the attention of at least two Tottenham defenders. Upon witnessing the goal, Lee Mingyu joyfully raced to the sidelines to embrace Jesus and his teammates. This is where Manchester City's terror lies. While you may contain Lee Mingyu, it does not inhibit the brilliance of others. Ji-indun's midfield orchestration is of world-class caliber, and his synergy with Sterling is sufficient to penetrate most teams in the Premier League. This goal shattered any lingering hopes within Tottenham. The disparity in strength was painfully evident. The remainder of the match devolved into a one-sided onslaught. Before the first half concluded, Lee Mingyu unleashed a long-range shot that breached Tottenham's defenses, and this time, Lloris could not save the team. The score escalated to 3-0 by halftime, with Manchester City enjoying a significant advantage. As the second half commenced, Tottenham attempted to assert themselves, with Son Heung-min executing a rapid breakthrough along the right flank, navigating through two Manchester defenders before unleashing a powerful shot just outside the box. However, overly seeking precision, the ball soared past Ederson's fingertips, yet was thwarted by the post. This was one of Tottenham's few highlights in the match. The attack prompted a sense of unease among Manchester's players, as one must never underestimate any opponent. In the ensuing minutes, a reinvigorated Manchester City allowed Tottenham no further opportunities. Gareth Bale and Son were effectively subdued in their own half, with no chances to advance. In the 60th minute, Lee Mingyu delivered a diagonal long pass from the center circle to Phil Foden on the right flank. Foden skillfully controlled the ball, executing two feints that misled left-back Sergio Reguilón, allowing him to cut inside and deliver a perfectly weighted-through ball. Jesus, displaying remarkable agility, evaded his markers. Though Tottenham players raised their hands in protest for offside, the assistant referee remained silent. Jesus struck decisively, sending the ball into Tottenham's net. 4-0, a scoreline that prompted some fans to begin their exodus from the stadium. The new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium felt eerily silent, resembling a graveyard, as the home fans were devoid of energy. Following the goal, Jesus led his teammates in exuberant celebration, reminiscent of a festive gathering amidst despair. 5 minutes later, Lee Mingyu was substituted by Pep Guardiola. Given the nature of the match, a rest was warranted. Lee had fulfilled his role impeccably with a goal and an assist. In the 85th minute, right winger Foden broke through on the right, penetrating the box and delivering a powerful shot that solidified the score at 5-0. Another 5-0 defeat left Tottenham's players and supporters in a state of bewilderment. They had suffered the same fate against Manchester City in their opening match, and now, experiencing it again at home was truly disheartening. With this victory, Manchester City advanced to the semi-finals of the EFL Cup, where they would face their city rivals, Manchester United. It is a striking coincidence that last season's EFL Cup semi-final also featured a Manchester derby. This time, the match would take place at United's home ground. Scheduled for next month, it occurs just a week before the quarter-finals of the Champions League. Prior to this encounter, Manchester City has 4 league matches and 1 FA Cup match to contend with. Fortunately for City, they drew Nottingham Forest, the only non-Premier League team left in the FA Cup quarterfinals. At such a juncture, no coach is willing to concede defeat. Nottingham Forest, a storied English club, may have seen diminished opportunities in the Premier League and European competitions, yet their historical legacy commands respect. In the 1978 to 1979 and 1979 to 1980 seasons, Nottingham Forest ascended to the pinnacle of the European Champions Cup, etching their name indelibly in the annals of Champions League history. However, Since the inception of the Premier League, Nottingham Forest has not recaptured its former glory, experiencing a swift decline following a brief return to the top tier. Over the years, they have oscillated between the Championship and League One. In this year's FA Cup quarterfinals, Nottingham Forest stands as the sole non-Premier League team to reach this stage, a testament to their enduring strength. Yet, facing the formidable Manchester City, it seems likely that Nottingham Forest's journey will come to an end. The FA Cup is renowned as a breeding ground for upsets, particularly in the initial rounds, where many strong teams underestimate their opponents and suffer defeats. However, as the quarterfinals approach, with only a few matches separating teams from the coveted FA Cup trophy, no team would scoff at the prospect of claiming victory. Thus, Guardiola arrived at the City Ground with his primary squad. This venue, once dubbed a fortress for Nottingham Forest, witnessed the legendary Nottingham Whirlwind, which had swept aside numerous teams in the English second tier. Chapter 262, Mathause's gift. Despite Nottingham Forest being a mid-tier championship team, Guardiola did not field a mere reserve squad. Instead, he personally led his top players in a battle, albeit with half the starting lineup rotated. Liminu, Sterling, and Jesus were among the key forwards, idly conversing on the bench. The score had already reached 3-0 by the 40th minute of the first half. Guardiola, with an air of ease, returned to his seat, legs crossed, smiling as he observed the players on the field. Perhaps he had overestimated Nottingham Forest's capabilities. Noticing the boredom of Liminu and his companions, Guardiola couldn't help but wear a smug grin. From the outset, Manchester City dictated the rhythm of the match. Nottingham Forest, not even a formidable team in the Championship, was no match for the Premier League leaders. They struggled to gain possession in midfield, and whenever they did manage to win the ball, it was promptly launched forward to avoid lingering in their own half. Nevertheless, Manchester City's goals came swiftly. The midfield duo of Gundogan and Bernardo Silva relentlessly supplied the forwards, who had not faced such weak opposition in a long time. Each of the three forwards, Jesus, Mahrez, and Foden, scored a goal, sharing the spoils amongst themselves. As the second half commenced, Guardiola began to rotate his players, opting not to reinstate Liminu and the others, instead allowing those who rarely saw game time to relish the moment. Liminu stifled a yawn, regretting his presence given the opponent's weakness. Observing Guardiola's bald head, he sighed in displeasure. Ultimately, the match concluded with Manchester City securing a decisive 7-0 victory at Nottingham Forest's home ground. Guardiola's post-match comments further irked the Nottingham Forest fans. He praised their rich history and commendable performance, describing them as a worthy adversary. This statement incited a flurry of online comments from fans, lamenting Nottingham Forest's weakness and the absence of Liminu on the pitch, while also boasting about their 2 UEFA Champions League titles. The mockery of Nottingham Forest's 7-0 defeat stung, but the refrain of their 2 Champions League trophies echoed loudly. The fans of Manchester City, already simmering with frustration over their lack of a Champions League title, found their tempers flaring. As Manchester City advanced, they learned their semi-final opponent would be the illustrious Liverpool. The other quarter-final match featured Manchester United against Arsenal. The significance of this FA Cup triumph was undeniable. In rounds 23 through 26, Manchester City surged forward, achieving 4 consecutive victories and extending their Premier League winning streak to 26 matches. With only 12 games remaining to secure an unbeaten season. Currently, they lead second-placed Liverpool by a staggering 20 points, making their claim to the Premier League title all but assured, provided they maintain their focus. Meanwhile, the UEFA Champions League knockout stage reignited midweek, with Bayern Munich as Manchester City's quarterfinal adversary. The name alone carried a weight of honor that was almost suffocating. The undisputed kings of the Bundesliga, with 32 league titles and 21 cup victories, alongside 6 Champions League triumphs and countless other accolades, adorned this Bavarian football club with a resplendent legacy. Many of Germany's most celebrated players have emerged from, or once played for, this esteemed club, with nearly half of the national team's roster in the recent World Cup hailing from Bayern Munich. Their dominance in the Champions League is formidable. No team wishes to encounter Bayern prior to the final. For Liminu, this marked the first encounter with Bayern Munich, and he approached the match with a sense of reverence. Upon arriving in Munich, he was struck by the fervor for football that enveloped the city. Observing the fans outside the team bus, clad in tank tops and brandishing beers, exuberantly shouting, He shivered at the thought of the winter chill. It was February, and yet they seemed impervious to the cold, truly resilient souls. At the renowned Allianz Arena, originally a shared venue between Bayern Munich and 1860 Munich, Bayern assumed sole ownership after 1860's financial struggles in August 2014. This modern stadium, which hosted the opening ceremony of the 2006 World Cup and underwent expansion to accommodate the upcoming 2020 European Championship, now boasts a capacity of 75,000, solidifying its status as a premier venue. In February, Germany remains enveloped in a frigid chill, with daytime temperatures hovering around 5 degrees Celsius, and nighttime lows plunging to 3 degrees. The UEFA Champions League match is scheduled to commence at 9 p.m. in Munich, necessitating the utmost warmth. Prior to the kickoff, players from both teams engage in comprehensive warm-ups within the stadium. This half-hour preparation allows the athletes to adequately loosen their bodies. However, the biting cold wind causes Lee Mingyu to shiver involuntarily. During his time in Spain, he had never experienced such severe cold, and the weather in England had already left him somewhat unaccustomed. Germany's climate proves no less challenging. After the warm-up, Lee Mingyu returns to the locker room, sheds his training attire, and dons a thermal vest beneath a thick long-sleeve jersey, complemented by gloves. Although he is compelled to wear shorts, he selects a pair of thick socks to shield his legs. Fully equipped, Lee Mingyu elicits laughter from his teammates, who have never encountered a player so evidently averse to cold. Unfazed by their mockery, he focuses on adjusting his gear, aware that only he can truly gauge his discomfort. Guardiola meticulously outlines the tactical arrangements for the day. As the players assemble in the tunnel, many are friends, particularly Gundogan, a key national team player, who shares camaraderie with several Bayern Munich teammates. Numerous Bayern players glance towards Lee Mingyu, whose name has become all too familiar to their ears. The Bundesliga, within the realm of Europe's top 5 leagues, holds a unique position. Unlike the other leagues, where capital investment has become commonplace, the Bundesliga's policies have historically impeded external funding. The conservative nature of the Germans has curtailed foreign capital's encroachment, leaving one to ponder whether this is advantageous or detrimental in an era dominated by financial power. As the players step onto the field, Lee Mingyu is taken aback by the fervent cheers from the fans. This is a testament to the league's heritage. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich reigns supreme. Any team that enters this arena must offer respect to the reigning champions. Bayern's lineup today follows their familiar 4-2-3-1 formation, featuring Germany's #1 goalkeeper, Neuer, flanked by Boateng and Alaba in central defense, with Pavard and Alphonso Davies as wingbacks. Kimmich and Goretzka serve as the double pivots, while Müller, San and Coman lead the attacking front, with Lewandowski stationed at the forefront. This represents Bayern Munich's strongest squad, currently surging towards their 33rd league title. With the referee's whistle, the highly anticipated UEFA Champions League quarterfinals commence. Lee Mingyu feels the muscles in his thighs strengthen, bolstered by Math's gifted skill of powerful shooting. While Roberto Carlos's free kick had enhanced his long-range striking, Lee Mingyu had remained somewhat dissatisfied with his power. However, Math's talent fills him with newfound confidence. The name Mathis may be unfamiliar to many young fans, yet in his prime, he was unequivocally the world's best. He won the FIFA World Player of the Year award consecutively in 1990 and 1991 and claimed the Ballon d'Or in 1990, leading West Germany to victory over Maradona's Argentina in the World Cup final. At that time, Maradona was at his zenith in Italy, and for Mathis to surpass him in accolades attest to his prowess and prestige as the leading figure in football. Chapter 263. The Allianz Arena erupts 5 minutes into the match. Neither team has yet managed to penetrate the opponent's penalty area. Lee Mingyu passes the ball to Gundogan, urging him to shift play to the left and create space. His expression grows serious. Bayern Munich represents the strongest adversary he has faced since joining Manchester City. Their tactical discipline resembles a finely tuned machine, with precise coordination across the 3 lines of play. Although Bayern's style lacks the creative flair of the Premier League or La Liga, their methodical and relentless approach proves suffocating, presenting Manchester City with unprecedented offensive pressure. Sterling's attempts to break down the flanks are effectively stifled, akin to crippling Manchester City's offensive potential. Lee Mingyu's orchestration in midfield faces concentrated defensive efforts for Bayern, thwarting any attempts at incisive passes forward. In the 7th minute, following a defensive interception, Lee Mingyu swiftly retraces his steps as Kimmich feeds the ball to San on the wing. 3 years prior, San had been a Manchester City player. As San advances rapidly down the left flank, Lee Mingyu pursues him diligently from behind. Soon, he catches up, running alongside San. San, realizing Lee Mingyu is gaining on him, remains composed, using his body to shield the ball. However, he underestimates Lee Mingyu's superior physicality. With a gentle shoulder nudge, Lee Mingyu disrupts San's balance, causing him to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Mingyu deftly nudges the ball forward and accelerates to confront San. San, with commendable balance, quickly adjusts his footing to initiate a counter-recovery. At this juncture, Lee Mingyu hesitates to pass to the goalkeeper or defenders, as Bayern's players have already converged in the center. Awarding the opposition a throw-in appears to be the safest option. Yet, emboldened by his skill, Lee Mingyu opts for a clever maneuver, executing a Marseille turn that pulls the ball toward the baseline while facing San. He then aims for San's left foot, striking the ball forcefully in an attempt to earn a goal kick for his team. Indeed, the ball strikes San's left foot and ricochets back, rolling past Lee Mingyu as he sidesteps. Just as he prepares to jog toward the midfield with a smile, the referee makes an unexpected gesture. A corner kick. The referee has awarded Bayern Munich a corner opportunity. Lee Mingyu's eyes widen in disbelief as he rushes toward the referee, protesting that the ball had not touched him and that he had merely evaded it. However, the chief referee remained steadfast in his decision, undeterred by Lee Mingyu's stature. The assistant referee on the sideline was unable to discern the events unfolding due to his position, yet he raised his flag for a goal kick. Ultimately, the chief referee's judgment prevailed. Lee Mingyu's protest did not sway the referee, leaving him to reluctantly accept the unfortunate reality of the erroneous call. Viewers at home, through multiple angles provided by the broadcast, clearly witnessed the entirety of the incident. Indeed, the ball had not made contact with Lee Mingyu. His swift retraction of his leg allowed the ball to pass by, and upon closer inspection, a slight distance remained between the ball and his leg. Thus, the referee's ruling was a complete misjudgment. This marked the second instance of such an error for Lee Mingyu in recent times. The first occurred during a League Cup match against Tottenham, where a shot he took grazed the opposing goalkeeper's finger, yet the referee failed to award a corner kick. Once again, Lee Mingyu found himself on the receiving end of an evident miscall. Was there a concerted effort to undermine him? Frustrated, he positioned himself outside the penalty area, ready to defend the second ball. The defensive setup within the box appeared formidable. As the corner kick was taken, Bayern Munich's players surged towards the near post, prompting Manchester City's defenders to follow suit, leaving a vast expanse open in the center and at the far post. Suddenly, Kimmich made a forward run, arriving just in front of the small box. He leapt unchallenged, directing a header toward the Manchester City goal. The proximity of the shot rendered Ederson unable to make a meaningful save. He could only instinctively reach out. But it was too late. The ball had already found its way into the net. In the 8th minute of the first half, Bayern Munich capitalized on the corner opportunity, with Kimmich's header granting them a 1-0 lead. The Allianz Arena erupted in jubilant celebration. In his frustration, Lee Mingyu approached the referee once more, disputing the legitimacy of the corner kick that led to the goal. Nevertheless, the referee remained unresponsive, focusing instead on consulting the assistant referee to verify whether a foul had occurred during the goal. With so many bodies in the penalty area, it was challenging for the referee to maintain oversight, thus necessitating a review by the video assistant referee to ascertain the absence of any foul play. After the review, no foul was detected. It was deemed a legitimate goal. Although the corner kick had been an incorrect call, the referee maintained that the goal stood, asserting no direct correlation between the two decisions. He urged Lee Mingyu to cease his protests and resume play promptly. Seething with indignation, Lee Mingyu begrudgingly returned to his half, preparing to restart the game. Upon resuming play, Lee Mingyu took possession in the center and distributed the ball to the flanks, where Gundogan awaited, while he himself made an advance forward, intending to join the offensive effort and entrusting the playmaking duties to Gundogan. Gundogan relayed the ball to the overlapping wing-back Zinchenko. Lee Mingyu shifted slightly to the left, retreating a couple of steps to receive Zinchenko's pass, subsequently returning it to Gundogan. This sequence of exchanges among the three players compelled Bayern Munich's defense to shift toward the left, leaving Manchester City's right flank completely exposed. Wing-back Kyle Walker and winger Foden began to stealthily advance in support. Lee Mingyu again received a lateral pass from Sterling just outside the left side of the penalty area. After executing a deft touch to cut inside, he created a shooting angle. However, at that moment, he found himself encircled by 6 vigilant Bayern Munich players, who swiftly confined him to a tight space. Undeterred, Lee Mingyu lifted his right foot, poised to unleash a long-range shot from outside the box. The two center-backs tightened their stances, preparing to block, while goalkeeper Neuer readied himself, fixated on the ball at Lee Mingyu's feet. Yet, as Lee Mingyu's right foot descended, he hesitated momentarily, causing the Bayern defense to momentarily pause. In that fleeting instant, Lee Mingyu executed a flick with the outside of his right foot, sending the ball into the adjacent space within the right side of the penalty area. Foden, who had made a surging run, found himself unmarked in that position. Bayern Munich's defenders raised their hands in protest, claiming Foden was offside, yet the assistant referee remained motionless, his flag firmly at his side. After adjusting slightly, Foden faced the advancing Neuer and opted to shoot in the opposite direction. Neuer could only attempt a feeble reach, failing to intercept the ball's trajectory as it sailed into the net. In the 10th minute, just 2 minutes after Bayern Munich's opening goal, Manchester City executed a masterstroke of strategy to equalize. This goal alleviated the tension and anxiety among the City players, revealing that Bayern Munich was not an impenetrable fortress. For this lapse, Bayern's coach Julian Nagelsmann expressed his discontent. The defense had been thoroughly exposed, with Lee Mingyu drawing all attention within the penalty area, such as the influence of a superstar on the pitch. As Lee Mingyu feigned a shot, nearly all Bayern defenders turned to him, inadvertently allowing Foden's run on the right side to go unnoticed. With both teams back on even footing, the game resumed with a degree of caution. For nearly 20 minutes, both sides tested each other without generating any threatening shots. In the 35th minute of the first half, a significant controversy arose. During a midfield tussle, Gundogan's pass to Lee Mingyu was evidently too short. Lee Mingyu had to sprint to intercept the ball, while Bayern's holding midfielder Kimmich rushed in, attempting to tackle the ball away. However, Lee Mingyu's speed allowed him to make contact first, nudging the ball ahead. Kimmich's foot followed through, landing squarely on Lee Mingyu's supporting leg, sending him sprawling to the ground. This incident alarmed Guardiola on the sidelines, prompting him to summon the medical staff for an assessment. The referee, positioned at a distance, hurriedly blew his whistle, racing to the scene of the incident. Without hesitation, he brandished a red card at Kimmich. The Allianz Arena erupted in chaos. In the 35th minute of the first half, Bayern Munich received a red card, a blatant provocation to their supporters. The stadium erupted with deafening boos, all directed towards the head referee. Lee Mingyu, who had fallen to the ground, was somewhat bewildered. The incident had not actually injured him, as his opponent had already retracted his foot. He merely lost his balance due to inertia. The perpetrator, Kimmich, wore an expression of innocence, shrugging at the referee to suggest that his action was not as severe as it seemed. However, the referee, stern and impartial, shook his head and declared, "You may leave the field." Upon hearing this, Lee Mingyu quickly stood up and approached the referee, softly stating, "Sir, the foul was not that grave." The referee, momentarily taken aback, pondered why a victim would utter such words. After all, such statements were typically made by the opposing team. Kimmich, overhearing Lee Mingyu, was nearly moved to tears. He himself was uncertain about the events. He should have reached the ball before Lee Mingyu, yet a fleeting moment of hesitation had slowed him down, preventing him from making contact first. Had Kimmich touched the ball before Lee Mingyu, the subsequent tackle would not have constituted a foul. It was this minuscule distance that earned Kimmich the red card. The referee showed no inclination to alter his ruling, as he perceived Kimmich's tackle as a dangerous maneuver. Although the red card might seem excessive, it could be justified. Just as Kimmich prepared to exit the field, a twist of fate occurred. The referee suddenly furrowed his brow, hearing a voice in his earpiece from the video assistant referee. "Claire, there may have been an issue with the last decision. Would you like to review the video replay?" The referee gestured for silence and pressed his hand against his earpiece, calmly inquiring, "What seems to be the issue?" The video assistant explained. Number 6 from Bayern Munich exhibited a clear retraction of his foot when tackling number 10 from Manchester City. "I believe the red card was too severe. Would you like to review it?" The video assistant's role was merely to advise. Ultimately, the referee held the final decision. Yet, more often than not, referees respect the judgment of video assistants, as they have the advantage of replay. After a moment's contemplation, Influenced by Lee Mingyu's plea, referee Flair made a decisive choice. He drew a rectangle in the air, signaling his intention to review the video replay. Kimmich displayed a mixture of hope and trepidation, while Lee Mingyu approached him, whispering, "I believe the referee will amend his decision." Kimmich, puzzled, asked, "Why would you advocate for me?" Lee Mingyu smiled slightly, glancing at the referee, and replied, "I do not wish to triumph over a Bayern Munich side that is not at full strength." The referee arrived at the video review area, signaling for the footage of the foul to be played. After 2 consecutive viewings, he observed the entire incident from 2 distinct angles. Indeed, prior to colliding with Lee Mingyu, Kimmich had exhibited a clear retraction of his foot, but due to inertia, he still made contact with Lee Mingyu's support leg. Lee Mingyu, having already committed to his kick, was unable to evade the tackle and was thus brought down by Kimmich. The visual impact was significant, yet the foul itself was not particularly severe. After reviewing the footage, the referee nodded. Removing his earpiece, he hastily returned to the scene of the incident, summoning both Lee Mingyu and Kimmich to explain his revised judgment. Lee Mingyu maintained a smile, while Kimmich, who had initially appeared distressed, now bore a relieved grin. The referee produced a yellow card from his pocket and displayed it to Kimmich. Never had Kimmich been so fond of a yellow card. The crowd erupted in applause upon witnessing the referee's change of decision. Acknowledging one's mistakes and rectifying them is truly commendable. The referee's reversal sparked widespread discussion online, exemplifying the proper use of video assistance in helping referees rectify their errors and avoid significant misjudgments. The alteration from a red card to a yellow card marked a pivotal turning point in the match. Indeed, the video assistant referee had aided the head referee in preventing the match from becoming unbalanced. The first 35 minutes had been exhilarating. It would have been a pity for the game to be marred by a misjudgment. Thankfully, the referee heeded the video assistant's advice and opted to amend his decision. One could say, this time, the referee was quite admirable. Yet, criticisms arose, with some arguing about unaddressed corner kicks at the start, claiming the referee favored Bayern Munich. Despite the fervent online debates, they did not sway the referee's judgment. As the match resumed, Manchester City was awarded a free kick from approximately 40 meters out. Even for Lee Mingyu, this distance was rather daunting, rendering a direct shot improbable. Consequently, Bayern Munich only positioned Kimmich to stand by the ball, mockingly forming a wall. Lee Mingyu sensed a hint of disdain from Bayern Munich. They could not possibly believe he was limited to powerful free kicks alone. Although most of his free kick attempts were forceful strikes, an approach he found straightforward and devoid of tactical complexity, he possessed a repertoire of free kick techniques. He had shelved Beckham's bending free kick due to the toll it took on his ankles, and it had been ages since he executed Pirlo's dipping free kick. Today, however, Lee Mingyu resolved to showcase his skills, proving to the underestimating Bayern Munich that he was indeed formidable. As the Manchester City players gathered in the Bayern Munich penalty area, preparing for a header, they anticipated Lee Mingyu's intention to deliver the ball into the box. Goalkeeper Neuer vocally orchestrated his defense, ensuring that every player was accounted for. Most of Neuer's focus was directed toward Manchester City's aerial threats, with little attention paid to Lee Mingyu, who stood at a distance. The referee blew the whistle to commence the kick, and at that moment, Neuer glanced at Lee Mingyu, only to quickly refocus on the chaos in the penalty area. Lee Mingyu charged forward, his right foot striking the ball with the force of a whip, sending it soaring high into the air, directly towards the Bayern Munich penalty area. In a fleeting moment, players from both teams began to jostle for position within the penalty area. However, as the football descended from its arc, the faces of most Bayern Munich defenders relaxed, for it was evident that the ball had been overhit, its trajectory suggesting it would soon cross the goal line. Yet a flicker of unease crossed the mind of Bayern's goalkeeper, Manuel Neuer, as he sensed something peculiar about the ball's descent. Indeed, how could it be falling at such an alarming speed? Before anyone could react, the football, reaching its zenith, plummeted from the air in an unconventional manner, akin to a leaf spiraling downwards. Neuer, finally realizing the anomaly, found himself in a state of disarray as he began to retreat from his position in the goal. Stepping back from the 6-yard box, the football grew larger in his vision, yet its path remained erratic, coupled with an increasing velocity that rendered Neuer incapable of predicting its landing spot. At last, clarity struck him. He discerned the ball's trajectory and leaped gently to secure it in his grasp, unwittingly stepping back another pace. just as Neuer prepared to surge forward and initiate a counterattack. A whistle pierced the air. Confused, he glanced towards the referee, only to find the official signaling towards the center circle, indicating that a goal had been awarded. Bewildered, Neuer looked down to discover he had crossed the goal line, the ball nestled in his arms. What a ludicrous occurrence. In truth, slow-motion replays revealed that while Neuer was preoccupied with tracking the ball's descent, he had lost awareness of his proximity to the goal line. His continuous retreat culminated in a leap to catch the ball just before it crossed the line, but due to inertia, he inadvertently stepped backward, causing the ball to cross the line alongside him. The referee, stifling a chuckle at Neuer's bewildered expression, signaled the goal as valid. Midfielder Lee Mingyu had initially believed his strike had been thwarted by Neuer, only to be elated when the referee declared the goal valid, throwing his hands up in surprise, which elicited a chorus of jeers from the crowd. Chapter 265. Fortunate Lewandowski, Lee Mingyu's free kick from 40 meters brilliantly encapsulated the essence of a falling leaf shot. Unlike standard aerial balls that descend in a predictable manner and at a manageable speed, allowing even average goalkeepers to accurately anticipate their landing, this shot was altogether different. The spin imparted by his foot allowed the ball to unleash its velocity at the apex of its flight, embarking on an unpredictable descent. As it fell, it resembled leaves tossed by autumn winds, devoid of pattern, landing erratically and with formidable speed. Neuer, ensnared by the ball's enigma, lost sight of his position, ultimately judging the direction correctly, yet having already stepped into the goal line. The score shifted to 2-1 in favor of Manchester City. After taking the lead, Manchester City adopted a more conservative approach, with only Gabriel Jesus positioned up front while the remainder of the team retreated to their half to bolster their defense. Bayern Munich's players were taken aback by City's resolute defensive stance, finding themselves at a loss against an impenetrable wall. Once hailed as the world's finest striker, Robert Lewandowski had seen a significant decline in form this season. Despite scoring 6 goals during the World Cup, he faltered in the round of 16 against a resurgent Argentina, succumbing to Messi's brilliance. Upon returning to league play, Lewandowski's performance waned again, having now entered a month-long drought. In today's match, Lewandowski had 2 attempts on goal in the first half, neither of which found the target, indicating his ongoing malaise. At 34 years old, with a year and a half remaining on his contract with Bayern Munich, he had resolved to retire at its conclusion. Lewandowski is celebrated as Poland's greatest player, a late-blooming star who signed with Bayern at the age of 26. His remarkable feat of scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes during a match against Wolfsburg in October 2015 set the world ablaze, breaking 4 Guinness World Records for the fastest hat trick, the swiftest 4-goal haul, and the quickest 5 goals scored, all as a substitute. Since that day, it seemed as though Lewandowski had unlocked a hidden potential, finding the net with astonishing ease. In 2020, he eclipsed Messi and Ronaldo to receive the FIFA Men's Player of the Year award, earning the title of the world's premier striker. However, time has proven relentless. While Lewandowski continues to hold dominion in the Bundesliga, currently leading the scoring charts and vying for a 3rd consecutive Golden Boot, his recent month-long goal drought reveals signs of fatigue. Lewandowski's movements in the forward line appeared lackluster today, suggesting a less than optimal physical condition. Even Manchester City's defense grew lax in their efforts against him. In the dying moments of the first half, with 3 minutes of stoppage time indicated, even Jesus had retreated to the edge of his own penalty area. Bayern Munich sought to maintain possession near midfield, hoping to delay their attack until the final moments, ensuring that Manchester City could not launch a counterattack. As a minute passed, Manchester City remained passive, confident in their lead, while Bayern Munich played the ball around in midfield. 2 minutes ticked by, and as Bayern Munich pressed forward, City intensified their defensive efforts. Lee Mingyu directed his teammates to maintain their positions and engage in close-quarters pressing. Müller, one of the most prominent forward players in the German national team, is capable of excelling in all positions on the front line. With remarkable balance in both feet and a keen sense of positioning, he serves as the pivotal figure in Bayern Munich's attack. As Müller received the ball, just outside Manchester City's penalty area, all defenders focused their attention on him, effectively blocking his avenues for both penetration and passing. Faced with this predicament, Müller opted for a sideways pass. Lewandowski, unlike a traditional striker who prefers to linger in the penalty area waiting for opportunities, enjoys drawing defenders out to receive the ball outside the box. He often either penetrates the area or takes a shot from distance, as evidenced by his 6 goals in this year's World Cup, 3 of which were scored from outside the box. As Müller made the horizontal pass, Lewandowski maneuvered himself beside City's central defender Laporte. The first half stoppage time was dwindling, with the referee frequently glancing at his watch, poised to blow the final whistle upon the conclusion of Bayern Munich's attack. Using his body to shield Laporte, Lewandowski nudged him with his arm, catching the defender off guard and causing him to lean back. Seizing this moment, Lewandowski turned partially and unleashed a powerful strike, hoping to capitalize on the fleeting seconds for a shot. It must be noted that the luck of the world's foremost striker was indeed remarkable. As he struck the ball, he realized it lacked power and direction. However, an unexpected foot emerged from the crowd, grazing the ball and altering its trajectory, sending it towards the left side of the goal. Goalkeeper Ederson, who had been moving from that side, found himself scrambling to adjust his weight and stumbled as he lunged, but failed to make contact with the ball. In the dying moments of first-half stoppage time, Bayern Munich equalized the score at 2-2. Who was the player responsible for this fortuitous equalizer? Among the crowd, Sterling stood in stunned disbelief, clutching his head, as he realized he had inadvertently scored an own goal while attempting to clear the ball. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Thanks to Sterling's unfortunate blunder, the Bayern Munich players returned to the dressing room with smiles. The shift from trailing by a goal to leveling the score would significantly alter Bayern's tactical approach in the second half. What was once a pursuit turned into a battle of equals. Indeed, as the second half commenced, Bayern Munich's gameplay appeared more composed. Guardiola observed this development with a knowing nod. It was entirely within his expectations. Thus, during halftime, he had stressed the importance of maintaining composure and not overcommitting at the start of the second half. This was Bayern Munich's home ground, and a draw was advantageous for Manchester City, allowing them to maintain a calm demeanor while contesting. Rumors suggested that next season would bring reforms to the Champions League and Europa League, abolishing the away goals rule. In the upcoming season's European competitions, whether in qualifying, group stages, or in knockout rounds, if the aggregate score is level after 2 legs, an additional 30 minutes of extra time will be played. This change is perceived as beneficial for powerhouse clubs, as many underdogs often defend stoutly at home to minimize goals conceded, only to attack when visiting the Giants, where an away goal carries immense value. However, this rule may seem harsh for smaller clubs aspiring to advance further. Nonetheless, it represents a targeted reform by UEFA, prompted by the looming threat of the European Super League, compelling UEFA to implement measures to garner support from elite teams. The Super League remains in a state of suspension, not cancellation, meaning it could be activated at any moment should Florentino rally more clubs. After a tentative start, Bayern Munich's players could no longer resist the urge to push forward. Manchester City's players, displaying wisdom, refrained from engaging in a protracted confrontation and instead retreated, enticing Bayern Munich to advance further. The fans, witnessing City being pinned back, erupted in exhilarated cheers. Yet only Bayern Munich's players and their coach understood the peril that awaited them should their offensive efforts falter, leaving them vulnerable to a counterattack. In Chapter 266, Lee Mingyu's rapid counterattack was as swift as a hare. Bayern Munich's frontline boasts an elite assembly of players, including top wingers San and Coman, alongside seasoned veterans Müller and Lewandowski, underscoring Bayern's undeniable strength. San received the ball on the flank, and Lee Mingyu swiftly supported, forcing him toward the sideline. However, San's technical prowess shone through. Undeterred by the double marking, he executed a series of feints before advancing the ball, preparing to exploit his speed to breach Walker's defense. Lee Mingyu, recognizing San's intentions, maneuvered around the unsuccessfully lunging Walker and hastened forward. San was taken aback by Lee Mingyu's pace. Having only heard of his speed, he had never experienced it firsthand. Rarely does he encounter someone capable of matching his off-the-ball movement, and it seemed Lee Mingyu was even slightly quicker. Lee Mingyu arrived first, executing a sliding tackle that left the ball stationary. San found himself toppled by the challenge, but since Lee Mingyu had made contact with the ball first, the tackle was deemed clean. Rising swiftly, Lee Mingyu passed the ball to Walker, then dashed down the flank. Walker directed the ball toward Rodri in the center, who opted not to push forward immediately. Instead, he passed to center back Laporte for a brief transition. Laporte, known for his skillful footwork, accepted the incoming ball and delivered a long pass to the vacant space occupied by Lee Mingyu on the flank. Due to Bayern Munich's advanced positioning, their fullbacks struggled to return in time. On Lee Mingyu's side, Bayern's wingback Pavard was desperately sprinting back. As Lee Mingyu surged forward, he kept an eye on the ball's trajectory, and as it descended before him, he skillfully controlled it with his thigh. Before the ball could touch the ground, he deftly maneuvered it with his right foot, accelerating past the approaching Kimmich. Initially, Kimmich intended to wait for Lee Mingyu to halt the ball before closing in on him. If he could seize possession, it would be advantageous. Even if he failed, he aimed to obstruct Lee Mingyu's forward momentum with his body. However, Lee Mingyu's sudden stop and deft touch were nothing short of an artistic display of ball control. Kimmich barely had time to lean into Lee Mingyu. Even if he attempted to pull him back, he was caught off guard, as still as a maiden and as swift as a startled hare. Lee Mingyu's speed far surpassed that of a mere rabbit. After evading Kimmich, Lee Mingyu found himself face-to-face with Bayern Munich's last line of defense, the center-back, Alaba. At 31, Alaba, the captain of the Austrian national team, was in the final year of his contract. He had already announced that he would not renew with the club after 12 years of dedicated service since 2011. Rumors suggested that several teams, including Real Madrid, Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, and even Manchester City, were keen on acquiring the formidable Austrian defender. Should Alaba join Manchester City, the partnership with Laporte would create a defensive duo that would pose a significant challenge for any adversary. Yet, at this moment, Lee Mingyu stood poised to confront Alaba's defense. With his speed maximized, Lee Mingyu was ready to take on Alaba head-on. As the last line of defense, Alaba found himself utterly helpless against the oncoming Lee Mingyu. He was aware of Lee Mingyu's likely moves, yet he could devise no counter. The only way to thwart Lee Mingyu would be to intercept the ball at the precise moment he made his play. Otherwise, a foul would be his only recourse. However, as the final defender, Alaba understood the grave implications of committing a foul. Being the last man, he risked a direct red card from the referee, which would not only prevent him from stopping Lee Mingyu's impending goal, but also leave Bayern Munich to contend with Manchester City a man down. Alaba pondered the consequences, even contemplating the next match. As Lee Mingyu brushed past him, Alaba refrained from committing a foul, opting instead to pivot quickly to pursue. On the sidelines, Bayern Munich's head coach Julian Nagelsmann erupted in frustration at Alaba's failure to impede Lee Mingyu. He knew that allowing Lee Mingyu to advance was perilous, given Lee Mingyu's prowess. A one-on-one with the goalkeeper was nearly guaranteed success. In the 2 years since his debut, Lee Mingyu had converted every one-on-one opportunity against goalkeepers. He had garnered numerous titles, including the one-on-one assassin and the pendulum king. After slipping past Alaba, Lee Mingyu made no hesitation and cut inside. Alaba, renowned as Austria's premier defender, quickly closed the distance behind Lee Mingyu. Both players now entered the penalty area, and Alaba, wary of causing a foul, could only tug lightly at Lee Mingyu's jersey from behind. As Lee Mingyu approached the goal, goalkeeper Neuer roared like a lion and lunged forward. Lee Mingyu executed a sudden stop, decelerating to adjust his stance, lifting his right foot in preparation to shoot. With Lee Mingyu's abrupt halt, Alaba finally aligned himself parallel to him. Observing Lee Mingyu's shooting motion, Alaba flung himself forward, positioning his body between the ball and the goal. Neuer crouched low, preparing to make a save. Yet, just as Lee Mingyu's foot descended, he deftly flicked the ball to its right, allowing Alaba to slide past him while Neuer caught off balance, fell to the ground. The goal behind Neuer appeared almost vacant. Lee Mingyu raised his left foot and directed the ball toward the far corner of the net. Neuer sprang up in an attempt to intercept the ball, but the angle was too acute for him to prevent its trajectory. The Allianz Arena fell into silence once more. The score was now 2-3, with Manchester City reclaiming the lead in this away match. This reversal dealt a severe blow to Bayern Munich, who had dominated possession for over 10 minutes without yielding results. A single counterattack had turned the tide. The expressions of many Bayern players revealed their frustration. Lee Mingyu's stellar performance had cast a shadow of apprehension over the Bayern squad. With 2 goals and an assist, Lee Mingyu's flawless display made it evident that they were not merely defeated by Manchester City, but by Lee Mingyu himself. In the ensuing match, Manchester City played with newfound confidence, fully retreating into a defensive posture, effectively thwarting Bayern Munich's attempts to penetrate the penalty area. Frustrated, some Bayern players began to resort to long-range shots from outside the box. It is worth noting that such attempts are often ineffective against a parked bus defense, as the majority of Manchester City's defenders were concentrated in the center. Even if Bayern players managed to shoot, the chances of threatening the goal were slim. After several long-range attempts, only one managed to weave through the crowd toward goal, but was easily gathered by goalkeeper Ederson, who stretched out to catch it. Among the crowd, Sterling recoiled, relieved that he had refrained from extending a wayward foot, knowing that scoring an own goal would forever associate his name with foolishness. While Bayern Munich pressed forward in their attack, they remained cautious to deny Manchester City any opportunities for swift counterattacks, should they lose possession or have a shot blocked. Bayern players were quick to reclaim the ball. If unsuccessful, they resorted to fouling to disrupt Manchester City's rhythm. Although this strategy cost them 2 yellow cards, Manchester City still found it challenging to launch effective counterattacks. As the 75th minute of the second half approached, both coaches began to make substitutions. Bayern Munich replaced Kimmich with the towering forward Eric Maxim Choupo-Moting, a 34-year-old Cameroonian international, standing at an impressive 191 meters. Choupo-Moting not only excelled in aerial duels, but also possessed commendable footwork, and his introduction aimed to bolster Bayern's crossing game, creating opportunities for him and Lewandowski to capitalize on headers within the penalty area. Manchester City replaced their right winger Foden with Bernardo Silva, thereby augmenting the midfield's density to complicate Bayern Munich's offensive maneuvers. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Bayern Munich's attacks began to take a more perilous turn. A series of aerial balls commenced a relentless bombardment of Manchester City's penalty area. Lee Mingyu had also positioned himself within the box, and much to everyone's astonishment, he consistently anticipated the trajectory of the high balls, invariably securing the most advantageous positions. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. A player from Manchester City's penalty area had fallen to the ground,